go to the Department of Health. Without wasting a moment, he set off immediately. We arrived at our destination in about half an hour. Although he belonged to the military system, he had been active in Beijing for a long time and was not lacking in connections. Fortunately, he happened to have an acquaintance at the Department of Health, an old classmate. His position is quite high, he is already the director of the Department of Health. His surname is Zhou and his given name is Le. He is a powerful coder. Since the relationship is familiar, there is no beating around the bush when it comes to getting things done. Although you have to knock on the door to go through the formality of entering, a response quickly came from inside the office. When the two met, a hint of surprise flashed across Xi Jingguang's face. A rare guest indeed. What brings you here? Can't you come and visit when you have free time? Seeing Vice Minister Chu's smirking face, Xi Jingguang already knew what was going on. Offering unsolicited favors was never his style. Too lazy for pleasantries and formalities, we got straight to the point after making tea. Just say what's on your mind. Even though he was exposed beforehand, Vice Minister Chu wasn't angry. I knew you were a good person. You wanted to help me out of my predicament without me even having to ask. Upon hearing this, black lines immediately appeared all over his forehead. As the urging arrives once again, let me also add a complaint. Does everyone in the world who has nothing better to do than follow your example? Helplessly shrug and admit defeat. Alright, I'll tell you. Then we move on to the main topic. That's the situation. We have a great hero here. Let's explain Yu Hongming's deeds step by step. Some details, of course, cannot be revealed. Even the director of health couldn't get involved. To say it out loud would be to leak secrets. Finally, Vice Minister Chu gave a summary. Old Xi, don't you think we should lend a helping hand to such a heroic figure? Is this all you came for? Due to confidentiality regulations, very little information could be revealed, so it did not impress Xi Jingguang as Vice Minister Chu had imagined. In fact, Xi Jingguang was completely confused and couldn't even muster the emotion he was supposed to feel. This didn't bother him much. These subtle actions naturally did not escape Vice Minister Chu's notice, and he became anxious. Old Xi, this matter is really crucial. Just be decisive, are you going to do it or not? As the conversation progressed, his tone became increasingly forceful. Let me be frank. If you help us with this, then our military will owe you a favor. If you don't help, then we're not friends. Alright, I know you're capable. Stop beating around the bush, just tell me what it is. Since Vice Minister Chu had already put it that way, Xi Jingguang felt embarrassed to refuse. But he didn't intend to agree immediately, he needed to figure things out before making a decision. Don't worry, Lao Shi, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. This matter itself has its advantages. I'm not listening to any more nonsense. I'll figure out the specifics myself. Xi Jingguang was getting a little impatient. I only learned today that Vice Minister Chu, who is usually decisive and efficient, also has such a talkative side. Okay, I'll continue. This hero started a company called Ali Pharmaceuticals. Wait, you mean Ali Pharmaceuticals? The one that went against Luo Hua before? Before Vice Minister Chu could finish speaking, Xi Jingguang interrupted him. He had some impression of Ali Pharmaceuticals. As the Director of Health, who is dedicated to innovative drugs, he has always paid close attention to the dynamics of such companies. After all, new drug development is the core of a country's pharmaceutical development. He must pay attention to this kind of news. His interest in the company stemmed entirely from the significant controversy that had arisen between Ali Pharmaceuticals and Luo Hua. It should be this one, but that's not the point. In fact, he didn't understand much of what was said just now. Vice Minister Chu has been dealing with matters related to aircraft carriers. He has no time to concern himself with these trivial matters. Then please continue. Xi Jingguang did not press the matter further. Is it possible for you to expedite the approval process for Ali Pharmaceuticals' new drugs? It's said to treat leukemia, and I've heard it's quite effective. Could you speed up the process? It shouldn't be difficult, right? I've heard about this. It seems that Luo Hua once reported them for plagiarizing research results. Xi Jingguang remembered something else, but it's just a little gossip. Vice Minister Chu was speechless for a moment. Then I thought about what Yu Hongming had been doing recently. He brought the aircraft carrier back. He brought back the F-22 and B-2. The lithography machine may have been stolen as well. Perhaps this drug research was also obtained by smuggling results from somewhere. Vice Minister Chu suddenly felt uneasy. Old Xi, do you have any evidence against Luo Hua? That's strange. Luo Hua shouted a few times and then there was no response. There's probably something fishy going on behind the scenes. Hearing this, Vice Minister Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Yu Hongming's team is indeed quite formidable. No matter what I do, I never leave a loose end. Now he's starting to have confidence in this matter. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Can you handle this? Sure, as long as the procedures are complete and compliant, I can have my staff expedite the process. Shi Jingguang knew that he could not refuse this request. Based on his understanding of his old classmate, if he refused, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't come and block his door every day. Moreover, as long as it is legal and reasonable, it is not unacceptable to be a little flexible at times. Someone who can cause Vice Minister Chu such trouble must be no ordinary person. For people like this, it's not a problem to lend a helping hand. About Ailey Pharmaceuticals. It's approved. Looking at the documents he had just received, Eli Suesheo almost couldn't believe it was real. Although this was the first approval he obtained from Ailey Pharmaceuticals, it doesn't mean he was unfamiliar with the process. Before starting his own business, Eli Suesheo was the head of the R&D department at a well-known pharmaceutical company, and he was very familiar with the approval process. In my past experience, the fastest time was more than half a year. How could this be? It hasn't even been 2 months since the documents were submitted. It's important to understand that in any country, the approval process for drug approval is extremely rigorous. Every piece of data must be checked and confirmed. There is absolutely no room for carelessness. There's only one way to speed things up: get impressive clinical data. The reason why large pharmaceutical companies are so efficient is because of this advantage. The reason this approval was issued so quickly is precisely because the clinical trials were conducted by Lo Hua, and the materials were almost flawless, which is one of the key factors. If the information is not up to standard, it won't matter even if someone in higher position speaks up. Director General of Health Shi Kamkwang is unlikely to take the risk lightly for the sake of an old comrade in arms. He knew that his relationship with Vice Minister Chu had not yet reached the point of unconditional devotion. Just then, ring, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lee, this is a call from a patent intermediary agency. Your patent application has been approved. That's great. That's fantastic. Eli Suesheo's eyes lit up again. This is truly a double celebration. Eli Suesheo only realized now that the birdsong he heard when he woke up this morning was actually a sign of good luck. Well, to be honest, it was just sparrows chirping back then. There were no magpies at all. It was all just Eli Suesheo's imagination. But it's okay, as long as he's happy. With 2 pieces of good news in a row, he immediately wanted to share his joy with Yu Xingxin. This time, he decided to be her harbinger of good news. The call was connected very quickly. Chairman Yu, I have great news. Has the patent been approved? Yu Xingxin reacted quickly and already had a general idea of what was going on. Judging from the timing, Eli Suesheo contacted her at this time probably for this very reason. Although she guessed one thing correctly, which lessened the mystery a bit, Eli Suesheo still continued to play his role as the good news messenger with a serious expression. Another piece of good news is that our newly developed leukemia drug, by Liwei, has been approved and will soon be officially available for sale. How come the approval process is so fast? This time, it was Yu Xingxin's turn to be stunned. She wasn't unfamiliar with medicine. Before deciding to invest in Ailey Pharmaceuticals, she had already done a lot of research and homework, and was clear about the entire process of drug research and approval, because this is precisely one of the abilities a successful investor should possess. Based on past experience, the approval process takes at least longer, and even large companies have to wait in line. Now, the progress is like writing on lightning speed. Could it be? A name popped into my mind. That was Yu Hongming. In the past, she would never have made that connection to this guy, but after a few incidents, this man had become somewhat elusive and mysterious in her eyes. The fact that this matter has progressed so quickly is definitely not a mere coincidence. There's a high chance someone was secretly helping them. When Yu Xingxin thought of this person, her first thought was Yu Hongming. In fact, it's not that different. There was indeed someone else behind the scenes, but it was indirectly caused by Yu Hongming. The fact that Yu Xingxin can think about problems in this way shows that she has a very meticulous mind. This is also a major reason why she has been able to reach her current position. If someone says they are not successful enough, don't blame the outside world first, examine whether you have not tried hard enough. This is the right attitude. Okay, I understand. After hanging up with Eli Suesheo, Yu Xingxin immediately called Yu Hongming. What's up? Yu Hongming answered the phone quite quickly. There's nothing I can do. I just woke up and finished washing up, and I have nothing to do. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. First, all the patents you mentioned last time have been approved. Second, our drug Volacare has also passed the approval process and will be available for sale soon. Oh, I see. That's it? That's all? Yu Xingxin was a little surprised. She thought he would be excited, but Yu Hongming's tone was very calm. A sense of dissatisfaction rose in her heart. This is far too perfunctory. Then congratulate us. Yes, congratulations. Upon hearing this response again, Yu Xingxin was speechless. Still offering congratulations? It's no different from before. At this moment, the corners of her mouth were slightly pouting. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. After all, she knew Yu Hongming too well. He was very stubborn, and sometimes you couldn't reason with him no matter how much you talked. I'm asking you, did you secretly get the approval done for us? What's going on? This statement only confused him further. I had absolutely no idea what had happened. Still pretending? Yu Hongming was even more confused. What are you pretending for? He genuinely didn't understand what she was referring to. Xin, what you're saying sounds really confusing. My IQ is 240, and I still can't understand what you're saying. It's about the approval process for leukemia drugs. Why are you pretending to have amnesia? I really didn't do it. I wasn't involved. So you don't have the time or the ability to do it? I'm neither busy nor stupid enough to meddle. This has absolutely nothing to do with what you're thinking, okay? At this moment, Yu Xingxin was completely puzzled. Could there really be a mistake? If it wasn't him, then who did it? Things seem to have become increasingly complicated, but that shouldn't be the case, so who else could have helped push it forward? Has something happened? It's nothing, it was supposed to be a good thing. I'm just curious who offered a helping hand. Then there's no need to think about it. As long as it's a good thing, that's fine. Yu Hongming has always been easygoing and carefree. For him, as long as the outcome is positive, there's no need to delve too deeply into the process, it's too much trouble. Okay, I won't ask any more. Having failed to obtain any useful information from Yu Hongming, Yu Xingxin stopped pursuing the matter further. Come pick me up tonight. She ended the call abruptly after saying that. She stopped thinking about who was helping her behind the scenes. As Yu Hongming said, since things are developing in a positive direction, that's enough. Why worry so much all the time? The moment she hung up the phone, Yu Xingxin began to reminisce about her life over the years. What's the point of all this busy work? For money? It seems like I can't spend it all. For fame? She's not the kind of person who lives off fame. As she pondered, her thoughts fell into a strange loop, and she felt completely lost. At this time, Aili Pharmaceuticals' official Weibo account updated with the following content. Good news, Aili Pharmaceuticals' first new leukemia drug, by Liwei, has officially received approval and entered the market. It is expected to be available in major pharmacies soon. Important reminder, by Liwei has a 30% higher efficacy rate than similar products, while the price has been reduced by 50%. We are also making every effort to include it in the medical insurance catalog, and it will soon be widely available in hospitals. Furthermore, we have more good news to share. The company has also achieved key breakthroughs in treating lung cancer, heart failure, multiple sclerosis, and asthma, and has obtained relevant core patents. We expect to launch new products soon. The news caused an instant uproar on social media. That's incredibly fast. Do they approve things like they're on a rocket? When did the Department of Health become so efficient? It can only be said that Aili Pharmaceuticals has an extraordinary background. It seems that they really have the capital to compete with Luohua. Our dragon country has finally been able to hold its head high in the field of innovative drugs. What's most commendable is that Aili Pharmaceutical didn't set the drug prices exorbitantly. They are truly a company with a conscience. That's right. If it's something Luohua made, it'll probably sell for an astronomical price. First of all, they'll squeeze a layer of oil out of the people's wallets. That's right. Responsible companies like this should be supported, and this new drug should be included in medical insurance as soon as possible so that more people can afford it. While some people are discussing the speed of drug approval, many others are starting to pay attention to several other new drugs released by Aili Pharmaceuticals. Aili Pharmaceuticals is too aggressive. Their first drug hasn't even hit the market yet, and they've already released their other products. Yes, their R&D capabilities are truly amazing. It's the culmination of long-term accumulation, isn't it? I just can't believe it. Wasn't Ali almost crushed by Luohua before? How did he suddenly take off? Maybe he took the wrong medicine. Can I buy 2 more pills of that medicine upstairs? I want to take one too. My small company is about to go under. Life is truly unpredictable. It's like pig intestines wrapped around large intestines. That's the most accurate description of Aili. Luohua, Longguo branch. Inside the CEO's office. Clang bang. A series of sounds of things being smashed came from inside the house. Then several more swear words rang out. The person who created all these sounds was Talafu, the president of the Luohua branch. He completely lost his composure after seeing the news released by Aili Pharmaceuticals. It's worth noting that Talib was always very good at controlling his emotions, otherwise, he wouldn't have become such a high-ranking official. In the past, he would have been a powerful figure in charge of a region. But it was precisely this Aili Pharmaceuticals that became a thorn in his side that he couldn't get rid of. Moreover, the thorn was getting deeper and deeper, causing him increasing pain. For Talib, Aili Pharmaceuticals was a disgrace and the biggest failure of his life. As long as he fails to bring the company down, he will be unable to explain himself or his headquarters. However, things did not go as he had expected. Not only did they not leave, they went further and further away. Just as he had just heard, the new leukemia drug originally belonged to Luohua, but it was taken by Ali Pharmaceuticals. Now, not only has no one tried to get it back, but it has also been approved in China at lightning speed. Even Luohua had never experienced such a rapid approval process. Talip knew perfectly well why headquarters hadn't taken the medicine back. It's not that we don't want to steal it, it's that we can't. Why can't I grab it? Because there is simply no evidence. The company had thoroughly searched through all the documents, but all records related to that leukemia drug were gone. Even more absurdly, no registration information can be found on the websites of patent offices in various countries. This whole thing seems really weird, but Luohua couldn't solve it either. Without irrefutable evidence, even someone as powerful as Luohua wouldn't dare to actually take action to rob it. This is the key reason why Talip was furious. The things were clearly mine, but they inexplicably ended up in someone else's pocket. There isn't even a place to put the theory. Only robbers talk about reason, and they only think of using rules to solve problems when they are in a weak position. This is their logic, a twisted logic deeply ingrained in their bones. This is how it has been passed down from generation to generation. Jenny, come in here for a moment. After he had vented his anger, Talip called out towards the door. The female secretary walked in tremblingly. She asked cautiously, Mr. Talifu, what can I do for you? Find out the new patents recently applied for by Ali Pharmaceuticals, compile the materials and send them to me. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. After finishing her sentence, Jenny quickly left the office, not daring to slow down at all. Less than half an hour later, she came in again carrying a large stack of papers. Mr. Talifu, here is the information you need. This is such a thick book? Talifu looked surprised when he saw the thick document. How much thickness does it take to achieve this? The situation developed far beyond his expectations and was more serious than he had imagined. Yes, we found out. Ali Pharmaceuticals recently applied for 38 new drug patents in one go, Jenny answered readily. After hearing about the digital tower, I felt terrible. Are you crazy? Registering 38 patents at once? Do you think this is a vegetable market stall? This directly challenged the limits of his understanding. Even giant companies like Luohua, which invest hundreds of billions in scientific research every year, may not be able to achieve such results. How could a small pharmaceutical company that could go bankrupt at any time suddenly come up with 38 new drug patents overnight? Who can believe that? But the truth is right before our eyes. He couldn't deny it. But how exactly did they do it? This is what truly confuses Talip. Okay, just leave it here for now. You can go now. Talip waved his hand to dismiss the secretary, then slowly opened the thick report. He had a hunch that the answer he had been searching for might be hidden in these piles of papers. At first glance, it seemed normal, but the more I scrolled down, the stranger it seemed. Why do these things look so familiar? It wasn't until he saw a description of a drug called pulmonary protector in the document, which mentioned a technology called MET inhibitors, that he finally realized what was going on. These so-called new drugs are just projects that Luohua is developing. You think I won't recognize them just because you changed the name? Impossible. Impossible. Oris kept repeating those words to himself. Without even looking at the remaining patent certificates, Talifu went straight to the company's database. His mind is actually in complete turmoil right now, because an extremely crazy idea suddenly popped into his head. Moreover, this idea is extremely dangerous. It could even be said that this is a devastating blow to both him and Luohua. Talip was not making baseless assumptions. It's because all of this looks so familiar. A similar incident happened not long ago. He will never forget that scene for the rest of his life. And it turned out exactly as he had predicted. After accessing the company's database, Talifu immediately searched for the drug information corresponding to the names that had just appeared familiar to him. It's gone. Everything is gone. The drug information that was just on the patent certificate has completely disappeared from the database. It left no trace, as if it had never existed. This time it's even more thorough. Even the initial project application for each project is gone. At this moment, Talip had an inexplicable and strange feeling, as if he had traveled through time or no longer belonged to this world. Even his memories began to become confused. The research and development records that I remember so clearly are nowhere to be found in reality. He could no longer tell whether it was a real memory or a figment of his imagination. Although his mind was in turmoil, Talip still retained a sliver of rationality. He realized that this was not something he could handle alone and that he had to report it to headquarters immediately. He immediately dialed the phone number of the headquarters president, Wilhelm. Talip, is something the matter? Wilhelm's tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Previously, due to the leak of information about the leukemia treatment project, Wilhelm had practically turned the entire company upside down, but he found no clues. It's as if the drug never existed at all. Even more bizarrely, everyone, including the head of the R&D department, clearly remembered that it was an ongoing project, but it really just vanished without a trace. Wilhelm was just a CEO, to put it bluntly, he was just a high-level employee. He had to explain this major incident to the board of directors, but he couldn't find anything, so he had no way to fight back against Ailey Pharmaceuticals, which was what devastated him the most. Mr. Willem, I have to tell you something bad, something very serious. What bad thing happened? Upon hearing this, Wilhelm's heart sank, and he had a vague sense of unease. Mr. Wilhelm, the data from all our ongoing research projects may have been leaked. All? Wilhelm almost cried out in surprise as he asked the question. Yes, Mr. Willem, and the relevant patents have already been registered by Ailey Pharmaceuticals. How is that possible? The vast majority of our projects have already been patented. Wilhelm couldn't accept it and couldn't help but raise questions. Logically speaking, this kind of thing shouldn't have happened right after he finished making changes. He has patched up all these loopholes, how could he possibly make the same mistake again? But he also had a vague feeling that Talip had no reason to lie to him. The events leading up to this were so bizarre that he initially thought it was a coincidence. This is like a slap in the face, saying that all his efforts were in vain, that he was just dreaming. This enraged Wilhelm, who nearly lost control of his emotions. At this moment, he was on the verge of exploding. Mr. Willem, I trust you to check for yourself. I have no reason to lie to you. Talip knew that his words would definitely anger the other party, but keeping it to himself wasn't a solution either. That's just how reality is, we can't pretend we don't see it. If silence can solve the problem, who wouldn't choose to keep quiet? The problem is, the more you try to avoid it, the more it comes knocking. Okay, I'll check. Despite his extreme reluctance, Wilhelm suppressed his anger and agreed. He knew Talip was a man who didn't speak carelessly, which made him wonder if he had misjudged the situation. If there is any doubt, it must be investigated. This is the most basic judgment. Mr. Wilhelm, something terrible has happened. Before Wilhelm could even make a move, Samantha, the head of the technical department, rushed in. Seeing his flustered state, he even forgot to knock on the door. What's wrong now? Upon hearing the word bad thing again, Wilhelm was completely dismayed. His eyes revealed a hint of irritation, as if he was about to explode. If Samantha can't give a clear answer, he'll kill him first. Mr. Wilhelm, the same kind of data loss has happened again, and this time it's even more serious. What? Wilhelm became emotional and stood up abruptly. Then, perhaps due to the sudden and forceful movement, coupled with a spike in blood pressure, his body swayed involuntarily. Mr. Wilhelm, are you all right? Seeing that something was wrong, Samantha rushed over and helped him up. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Wilhelm almost fell to the floor. If you really fall, it's uncertain whether you'll be able to get back up. It's all right, help me sit down. Wilhelm paused for a while before finally speaking. Yes, Mr. Willem. Samantha helped him sit down and poured him a cup of hot water. Don't underestimate this cup of hot water. In critical moments, it can indeed calm people down considerably. Go on, what exactly happened? After drinking the hot water, Wilhelm finally regained his strength and asked again. Mr. Willem, all the data from our new R&D projects over the past few years have mysteriously disappeared, all the original documents and records are gone. What about our patents? Wilhelm clung tightly to his last glimmer of hope. As long as he has the patents, there is still hope. He firmly believes that even if there have been some oversights over the years, most of the patents should have been registered long ago. Even the patents are gone. I've checked, and all the patent documents are missing. The patent office doesn't have any related records either. How could this be? How could this be? Wilhelm was on the verge of a breakdown. This is all happening so strangely. He simply couldn't believe that this was something a human could accomplish. Only fate could accomplish something so clean, efficient, and without leaving a trace. Although he also had his own beliefs, he could never have imagined that fate would be on the side of a small company in China. God can't be that biased. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. News of the major incident in Luohua spread quickly. It's not just Ailey Pharmaceuticals that wants to see Luohua go bankrupt. The top-ranked pharmaceutical companies in the world all wish that all their competitors would go bankrupt and go out of business immediately. Because one less competitor means one more source of income. Pharmaceutical companies are not charities, profit is their ultimate goal. Therefore, Luohua's serious situation could not be concealed at all. The first thing to run into problems was Luohua's stock price. It plummeted, dropping from $85 to 60 cents. This kind of drop is simply a disaster. This stock market earthquake also taught Wall Street a valuable lesson. When you encounter a critical hit of this level, just accept your fate. You really can't stop this thing. If Luohua cannot overcome this crisis, then it's basically all over. While Wall Street people may be ruthless when it comes to speculation, they are exceptionally perceptive this time. Luohua is doomed. This news was quickly brought back to China. Luohua is finished. What exactly happened? Can anyone tell me why Luohua's stock price has plummeted like this? You don't even know about such a big event, and you're still trading stocks? I heard that Luohua recently suffered the biggest theft of research data in its history, resulting in heavy losses. Which bigwig is so ruthless? But even if they steal it, they can't use it, right? Luohua must have registered the patent long ago. Some netizens were more insightful and immediately pointed out the key point, but someone immediately responded, "Hee, that's the absurd part. Not only were the items stolen, but the patent also disappeared inexplicably, and someone else even registered it. Is it really that powerful? To be able to steal Luohua's patent? Are you kidding me?" Many people are still skeptical, finding the whole thing too absurd. Whether you believe it or not is not up to you. According to the rumors, this is indeed the case. This is probably just another excuse made up by people from Luohua. You say the patent has already been registered, how could it just disappear into thin air? Is the patent office made of paper? The key point is that this patent is not just in one country, but requires data modification globally. Who has the ability to do that? I heard that Luohua even stole all of its original research and development data, which is the most outrageous part. I think I saw someone mention the name Ali Pharmaceuticals. Could it be that they registered it by mistake? Some people have also noticed this key figure and raised questions. Soon, another response came. That's indeed what's circulating internally, but only the two parties involved know the truth of it. Didn't we previously report that Ali Pharmaceuticals claimed to have made significant breakthroughs in the fields of lung cancer and heart failure and filed patent applications? Is this the result of their recent patent squatting? Thinking about it carefully, it's quite frightening. It's incredible that Ali Pharmaceuticals has reached this level. Luohua was completely led by the nose. Just a few days ago, there were rumors that Luohua stole the technological achievements of Ali Pharmaceutical. Could this be their retaliation? A netizen's new perspective has reignited public opinion. This immediately drew a crowd of agreement. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, looking back now, it actually makes a lot of sense. It's clearly a retaliatory action by Ali Pharmaceuticals. But this is going too far. Even if Luohua bullied you before, it doesn't have to be this underhanded, humiliating the other party like this. That being said, weren't those small and medium-sized enterprises that were crushed by Luohua back then wronged? Retribution has come, it was only a matter of time. That's right, if you ask me, it's all their own fault. They ruined my family's factory. I support Ali Pharmaceuticals in squeezing every last bone out of them. It's clear that netizens harbor deep resentment towards Luohua, and many are using this wave of comments to take sides and express their opinions. Regardless of Luohua's situation, this time Ali Pharmaceuticals has truly risen to prominence. The Healthcare Security Administration issued a notice announcing, based on strong demand from numerous patients, and following an expedited approval process, Leeway has been officially included in the medical insurance catalog and meets the reimbursement standards. This announcement has once again sparked heated discussions across the internet. There are actually many reasons why the Medical Insurance Administration made this decision. First, there was a flood of messages from patients. Second, the Director of Health, Shi Chin-kuan, also secretly pushed for it. Some netizens initially misunderstood, mistakenly believing that the approval authority lay with the Department of Health, resulting in a flood of complaints being posted on the Department of Health's official Weibo account. When the news reached Xi Jinguang's ears, he immediately clarified the matter on the Department of Health's official platform and also contacted the Medical Insurance Administration, indicating that if possible, special consideration would be given. After careful consideration, the Medical Insurance Administration decided to make an exception and fulfill the public's wish to include White Guard in the medical insurance list. The news was met with great excitement from all the patients. The medical insurance system has really done a great job. Such an effective new drug should be added to the reimbursement list as soon as possible. Ali Pharmaceutical is really amazing. This medicine is reasonably priced and effective. My condition has finally stabilized. While Gleevec had some effect before, it was always intermittent, sometimes good and sometimes bad. Now that I've switched to Bulaway, it's much better. Now that Leeway can be reimbursed, I feel much more at ease, and the financial pressure has been greatly reduced. I thought that having leukemia meant the end of my life, but Leeway came and gave me hope, and my body is slowly recovering. I sincerely hope that Ali Pharmaceutical will develop more cost-effective new drugs so that we patients can really have access to medication. Let's see how you turn the tables this time. Ultimately, who is the happiest? Without a doubt, it's Eli Suesheo from Ali Pharmaceuticals. He wouldn't have gotten to where he is today without Luohua's help. However, when it comes to Luohua, Eli Suesheo has mixed feelings. Because if Luohua hadn't caused that mess back then, there might not be Ali Pharmaceuticals today. Although I don't have as many shares as before, the current momentum of the company's development means that the returns will be no less than before. So, sometimes bad things can turn into good things. The one who perseveres to the end is the true winner. F-22 is undoubtedly the answer, the evidence is conclusive. I saw it fly by with my own eyes, and there were several of them. Stop talking nonsense, just look at the pictures and see the truth. Another popular post has surfaced in the military enthusiast community, accompanied by a bunch of photos from the scene. Soon, netizens left comments claiming to have also witnessed the F-22, attracting considerable attention. Really? Stop talking nonsense and send me your location. I want to verify its authenticity myself. Yes, the person who posted that last time didn't even leave their coordinates and then disappeared. That's so irresponsible. I think that person in the building probably went for a medical checkup. You need to be careful, op. Maybe. That person hasn't been online since then. It should be fine, right? I just happened to see it on the street and took a picture. I didn't do anything too serious. After netizens analyzed it this way, the poster started to panic a bit. He further explained, didn't someone film the Ingenium 20 training before? And nothing happened to them. That makes a lot of sense. Even if we did manage to get a picture, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Yeah, we just took some casual photos, we didn't wander into the military zone, so there won't be any trouble. I also suspect that the person who was banned from posting probably did something they shouldn't have done. Some netizens offered words of comfort to the original author, which put the poster at ease. Stop beating around the bush, just send us the address and let's go. Yes, that works too. Just send me the exact location and we'll head out. I've never seen an F-22 up close in my entire life. Even if I'm given a medical exam, I still want to see it with my own eyes. Hurry up and give me a seat. I've already opened the flight ticket webpage and am just waiting for the departure city. Please note that there is a village about 300 kilometers north of Lanchinge. You can find it by searching for Nyugia village on your navigation app. Encouraged by others, the netizen grew bolder and revealed the approximate location where he had seen the fighter jets. It wasn't that he didn't want to provide more detailed information, but rather that the area was simply too remote. The map doesn't even show the exact address. He couldn't describe it very clearly either. The moment the location was announced, it caused an uproar. I support the original poster. I won't say much more. I'm already queuing at the station to buy a ticket. I'm not going to say anything more. I just booked my flight and I'm heading straight to Lanchinge. I plan to drive there overnight. According to the place you mentioned, public transportation is basically impossible to get there. That's right, I just checked the navigation, and the traffic there is really inconvenient. Don't even mention it, Nyugia village was emptied out more than 10 years ago, and now it's a completely deserted village. A word of advice to everyone: if you're going, be sure to make the necessary logistical preparations in advance. What's there to be afraid of? How could anything be more remote than Ali? I've already made it through, so this is nothing. Ghost Blue Team Intelligence Office. Report: there's been a surge of online activity regarding the F-22. Should we take measures to control it? A sergeant is reporting to a captain. This captain was the one in charge of the previous arrest of spies Yan Weiwen and said, all intelligence regarding the Ghost Blue Army was under his control. Don't interfere too much, the information that's meant to be revealed will eventually come out. Just don't have the official response. The leader's intention is to neither speak out nor deny it. In any case, as long as the officials don't tell the truth, the United States can't do anything to us. The current priority is to defend the base and not let a single mosquito in. Received. We must hold the outer defense line and not let a single fly in. The soldier immediately nodded in agreement and rushed back to his post to continue his monitoring duties. We will focus on strengthening security monitoring around the entire base. Any suspicious activity should be dealt with immediately. There's actually a chance. A large number of people gathered in the wilderness, where the location was marked as Nyugia village. Everyone held up cameras of varying lengths and took a flurry of photos of the fighter jets that had just passed by. It seems that the brothers in the military forum are all action-oriented. They put their words into practice immediately. Some people drove directly from home, while others flew to Lanzhou first and then rented a car to get there. They arrived at different times, but they had all been quietly waiting here for a long time. The result did not disappoint. Not only did they finally get to see the long-awaited fighter jet streak across the sky, but they also successfully captured high-resolution images. Some people even recorded a short video and uploaded it to the Douyin platform. The title is F-22 appears in Lanzhou. These unusual items are most likely to generate buzz on social media. The sudden appearance of the F-22 in China was already a shocking event. The news went viral immediately. Is it true? Judging from the footage, it looks like it's in a mountainous area. Maybe it's a test aircraft from another country. I don't think so. Where would so many Chinese come from? Is this really Lanchinge? But how could an F-22 appear in Lanchinge? It's still not certain if it's an F-22. The video is blurry, you can only see a few planes flying by. Yeah, they didn't film anything clearly at all. You just believe people who say it's an F-22? I think it might just be the Chi-20, our latest 5th-generation fighter jet. Why don't you check it out on a military forum? They've been discussing this a lot lately. The person who posted the video was naturally unhappy with being questioned like this, and immediately jumped out to ask everyone to go to the forum to see, trying to clear his name. I must say, military forums are incredibly popular right now. 9 out of 10 posts revolve around this issue. Confirmed, it is indeed an F-22. Here's a high-resolution image. It wasn't easy. To get clearer shots, I insisted on bringing that high-speed camera that costs over 500,000 yuan. This time, I managed to capture several close-up shots of the F-22. Why do you guys think F-22s are appearing in our country? The comments below were also densely packed. I'm a little uncomfortable. If American warplanes are flying all over our country every day, won't anyone care? Yes, all our air defense radars have malfunctioned? I don't think so. Think about it, we can detect other planes immediately if they get even slightly close to our territorial waters, so how could an F-22 fly for so long without anyone noticing? I think there must be another reason. What is it? Don't just say half of it. Can't you even figure this out? It's obvious that these F-22s are our own. Don't talk nonsense. The F-22 has never been sold to any other country, let alone to our China. At the scrap yard. It was lunchtime, and Yu Hongming and Yuan Daong were sitting at the table eating takeout. Even while eating, Yuan Daong couldn't stay still. He was enthusiastically scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. While eating, he casually asked, "Boss, have you heard that they saw an F-22 over in Lencheng? Is that true?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hongming, who was picking up food, paused for a moment upon hearing the word F-22. Cough, cough. He choked a little. "Are you all right?" Yuan Daong looked completely bewildered. "It's just a question, why such an exaggerated reaction?" It's nothing. After a while, Yu Hongming finally caught his breath, glared at Yuan Daong, and had a rather complicated expression. "What does it matter to you whether this is true or not?" He replied in a low voice. "Can't I even ask?" Yuan Daong put on an innocent face, but his gaze toward Yu Hongming held a strange quality. There was nothing that could be done. This guy was behaving very strangely today, and Yuan Daong had been paying attention to him for a long time. Don't chat too much while eating, it will affect your appetite. Although he knew Yuan Daong was changing the subject, he didn't say much. That's how it was the last few times. If you dare to say a few more words, there's only one outcome, you'll be immediately taken down by Yu Hongming. He plans to stay a little longer to play games. Most importantly, he recently overcame his psychological barrier and successfully got the plane airborne for quite a while, which made him incredibly excited. My confidence soared, and the addiction kicked in. It's like I can't stop. You can tell a lot by looking at the electricity bill. Lancheng, Ghost Base. In the conference room, a rally is being held right now. Base commander, you personally delivered a speech. Training for 1,000 days is for using troops for 1 hour. After 2 months of intensive training, it's time to test the effectiveness of the training. The higher command has just issued the exercise mission. Our opponent is the elite flight brigade, the Flying Eagle Brigade. The exercise took place 800 kilometers northwest of the base, requiring long-range strike operations, making the mission extremely challenging. I hope you can fight with courage and fire the first shot. Understood. Use me in the first battle, victory is assured. Before Commander Yu finished speaking, loud slogans immediately rang out from below. Everyone was excited, unable to hide their inner thrill. After all, piloting an F-22 fighter jet is an honor in itself. If we can completely defeat our opponent, that would be the perfect result. Of course, although everyone was full of fighting spirit, no one dared to let their guard down. After all, those present were all ace pilots selected from various military units, and they were very familiar with the strength of the Flying Eagle Brigade. This elite flight brigade is equipped with the Chi-20 5th-generation fighter jet, which has extremely strong combat capabilities. They are also equipped with the KK-2000 early warning aircraft, which works seamlessly with the Chi-20. However, this time it does not involve electronic warfare. The objective of this mission is simple, to test the difference in maneuverability between the F-22 and the Chi-20. Only by truly understanding the capabilities of both sides can we make the right response when encountering a real enemy in the future. The exercise will begin in 4 hours. Please allow 1 hour for everyone to arrive at the exercise area. Time is short, so please get ready quickly. Commander Yu issued a mobilization order. Yes. After the team members responded in unison, they quickly lined up and left the field. The entire Ghost Base started operating instantly, like a sophisticated machine. The pilots who participated in the mission returned to their dormitories immediately to change into their flight suits. Maintenance personnel also began checking the aircraft's condition to ensure it was ready for takeoff at any time. Bird control personnel also took action to prevent collisions with flocks of birds during flight. In short, the entire base has entered a state of combat readiness. Of course, some people felt very uncomfortable about it. Most of these people were eliminated in the first round of selection. It truly proves the old saying, be one step ahead, and you'll always be ahead. The first 10 pilots to pass the assessment have been undergoing combat simulation training for over a month. The remaining people have never even touched a plane and can only wait for the second selection opportunity. This time, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone was giving it their all to ensure a smooth passage next time. Not only did they stay up late studying theoretical knowledge, but the simulator was also constantly occupied and running. As soon as one person left, someone else immediately took over the operation. If it weren't for dedicated maintenance personnel monitoring the machine and performing regular shutdowns for servicing, if this continues, the equipment won't last 3 days. Boom! Just 3 hours before the conference was about to begin, the sound of engines starting could already be heard from the side of the runway. All 10 F-22s are ready, and the pilots are in their respective cockpits. It will take off as soon as the control tower gives the order. This is the control tower. The current temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. The sky is clear and the visibility is excellent. The wind speed is 8 meters per second. Please maintain a safe distance. You are cleared for takeoff. Control instructions came through the radio very quickly. All pilots immediately responded to confirm. 02 received. 03 understood. 04 confirmed. 11 clear. Commander, you personally sat in the control tower to direct the launch and issue the takeoff order. With about 40 minutes remaining before the scheduled time, the F-22's cruising speed exceeded 1,200 km per hour, allowing it to arrive at the exercise area on time. 02 received. Wingman 06, please follow me for takeoff. 06 understood, prepare to start. 2 minutes later, the first formation successfully took off. According to the original plan, 10 F-22s will form 5 formations. Each group consists of one aircraft acting as the main aircraft and another as a wingman. This is also a common combat mode. Even in actual combat, this formation tactic is widely used by various countries. Tower, this is 03, requesting takeoff. Tower, 07 requests takeoff. The first 2 crews had just taken off when the second one immediately followed suit with a request. But everything depends on the control tower's approval. Cleared for takeoff. With a command given, the control tower continued its dispatching operations. In less than 10 minutes, all 5 F-22 formations had completed their aerial assembly. This is 02. All personnel set cruising speed to Mach 1.25. Target, Exercise Area 1. Number 02 is both the first main unit and the flight squadron leader. He was in charge of directing the 10 F-22s. Yangcheng. This remote county town has a population of only about 3,000. Strictly speaking, it doesn't even have as many people as a slightly larger village. However, due to its vast area of 20 square kilometers, it was designated as a county-level administrative region. Such a vast area is almost deserted, making it ideal for setting up various training or testing areas. For example, the Ghost Blue Army's exercise took place in an open field 100 kilometers northeast of Yangcheng. Within a radius of 100 miles, there are virtually no signs of human habitation. Of course, there are also some adventurers who come here. Even the most remote areas cannot stop these kinds of people, let alone places like this. Furthermore, there is a military airport just 20 kilometers south of Yangcheng, and this elite flight brigade, the Flying Eagles, is stationed here. At 10:50 a.m., there were still 10 minutes before the official exercise. The viewing platform at the exercise site was already packed. This will be the first publicly disclosed simulated combat demonstration in history, a direct confrontation between America's most advanced F-22 and China's newly developed Xian-20. The event garnered unprecedented attention. All the leaders from the equipment department were present. The Air Force leaders also arrived. Navy leaders were also present at the scene. Moreover, the naval leaders didn't just come here for a casual visit. Since my country acquired aircraft carriers, the Navy has also possessed its own air power, commonly known as naval aviation. Currently, the main aircraft deployed on the aircraft carrier is the Xian-15, which can barely be considered a third-generation plus fighter jet. The main aircraft on the U.S. aircraft carriers are the F-22 and F-35, both of which are fifth-generation fighter jets. The Navy's top brass wanted to take this opportunity to understand how much their aircraft carriers' combat capabilities lagged behind those of the United States. One of the core standards for measuring the combat power of an aircraft carrier is the performance of the fighter jets it carries. Therefore, by comparing the performance of fighter jets, one can roughly see the overall gap. In fact, there was one person who didn't fit in among this group. He was dressed casually and looked quite young. This seems extremely out of place in a circle where everyone is at least a major general. It's just that everyone knows his background, and he's too young, so no one pays special attention to him. He was Yu Hongming, who was originally summoned by Vice Minister Chu at the last minute. To be honest, he came along willingly on his own. He was genuinely interested in watching such realistic air combat simulations. So he came. Boom boom. In the distance, the deep, resonant sound of an airplane engine could be heard. Everyone knew that fighter jets had already arrived in the exercise area. However, due to the distance, it was still impossible to tell which team they belonged to. However, some information can be roughly deduced from the direction from which it flew. The fighter jet that appeared at this time was most likely a Chi N-20 that took off from Yangchang base. It's only a little over 100 kilometers away from here, and at the speed of the Chi N-20, it can reach the exercise airspace in less than 10 minutes. As for the Ghost Blue team, they need to be remotely relocated, so the timing naturally won't be as precise. A few minutes delay is reasonable. Fortunately, there were still 3 minutes left before the scheduled start time, so it wasn't considered late. As expected of an elite flight brigade, their strength should not be underestimated. A fighter jet from the Flying Eagle squadron appeared in the airspace and quickly completed several difficult flight maneuvers, instantly attracting the attention of all the spectators. Exclamations of admiration rose from the crowd. Look at that cobra-like movement, it was done so swiftly and decisively. The Engine 20 is indeed impressive, it performs such complex maneuvers with complete ease. The new engine has indeed improved the maneuverability of the Chi N-20. I really don't know how much worse it is than the F-22. This statement wasn't actually anyone deliberately trying to undermine their own side. As a soldier, one must be realistic and face the facts squarely. The F-22's superior maneuverability has long been recognized worldwide. Otherwise, why would people always regard it as the most important treasure of the country? The F-22 has never been sold to any country, not even an export version. Buzzing. Another roaring sound came from another direction, and everyone immediately turned their attention to that direction. There's nothing we can do, no matter how good the Infinity G10 is, it's ultimately just one part of today's performance. Everyone has traveled such a long way just to see for themselves what the legendary F-22 is really like. Vice Minister Chiu, I heard that you were the one who brought these F-22s back. Do you have any extras? Could you send a few to our Navy? It was Commander Sun of the Navy who spoke, and he had quietly moved to stand next to Vice Minister Chiu at some point. Do you think this is like cabbage, something you can just buy whenever you want? Upon seeing that it was Commander Sun who spoke, Vice Minister Chiu couldn't help but smile wryly, but his eyes never left the direction of the Ghost Blue Army. He built this unit from scratch, and it can be said that he devoted a great deal of effort to it. The success or failure of today's exercise is not only related to the assessment of the troops' strength, but also to whether the Ghost Blue Team project can obtain further support. After all, it's impossible to spend so much money and not see results. Of course, to be honest, it wasn't that expensive. To establish an ordinary flight squadron, the purchase of fighter jets alone would cost at least tens of billions. Fifth-generation fighter jets are already quite expensive, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're made of gold. However, when forming the Ghost Blue Army this time, he managed to keep the most crucial expense down to 1 or 200 million yuan. It's safe to say that there's no other Air Force unit in the entire military that has a more economical budget than them. Although it didn't cost much, Vice Minister Chiu felt even more sorry for the team. We also have high expectations for its future. Contacts have begun between the two sides. As the Ghost Blue Force formation entered the exercise area, the Chi N-20 pilots, who had been performing demonstration maneuvers, immediately switched to combat readiness. They changed course and launched a rapid surprise attack on the enemy. The most intense confrontation has finally arrived. The exercise involved two teams engaging in a head-on confrontation. So we held nothing back and went straight to the point. The key to victory or defeat lies in two things: the aircraft's own capabilities and the pilot's skill. In terms of the driver's overall skills, the two sides are actually evenly matched. On one side is an elite force of the elite, and on the other side is a carefully selected group of experts. However, from an overall perspective, the Ghost Blue team is at a slight disadvantage. After all, they have only been training with the F-22 for a little over a month, and their experience is not yet very extensive. They are certainly not as familiar with the flight characteristics and tactical operation skills as the other side. Whoosh whoosh. Intense competition has already begun in the air. In the initial stages, the pilots on both sides engaged in tentative dogfights. As the pace of the battle quickened and the confrontation escalated rapidly, a series of highly difficult maneuvers were frequently performed, leaving the audience dazzled. The audience on stage were completely engrossed. At the same time, I was deeply moved by how thrilling the showdown between fifth-generation fighters really is. That's incredible. It completely exceeded my expectations. Target locked, fire. After a fierce back-and-forth battle, the first squadron of the Ghost Blue Force finally seized an opportunity, with the lead aircraft keeping a close eye on one of the enemy's Chi-20 aircraft. Immediately afterwards, he pressed the missile launch button. Beneath the wings of the F-22 fighter jet, 2 air-to-air missiles suddenly spewed out scorching flames, trailing long plumes of smoke, as they hurtled toward their already locked-on targets. However, the pilot of the Gan-20 was no novice. He reacted swiftly, immediately executing a highly difficult maneuver while simultaneously releasing flares. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too close this time, and no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. The tail fin of the Chi-20 was still hit. However, this was just a drill and did not have any actual combat capability. The ammunition used was just for simulation exercises. However, this Chi-20 had already been classified as battle damaged by the system and quickly withdrew from the exercise airspace. Less than 15 minutes into the formal engagement, the Flying Eagles had already lost 1 fighter jet. The expressions of the spectators in the stands immediately turned serious. The surrounding voices began to murmur. They took him down so quickly? The F-22 is truly deserving of its reputation as a world-class fighter jet. I used to think they were about the same, but now that we've compared them, I realize that our Chi-20 still has a lot of room for improvement. Just looking at the engine thrust, there is a clear difference. We still have a long way to go. Core technologies, especially the most advanced aero engines, are still in the hands of the West. I wonder when we will be able to completely break free from our dependence on foreign countries. Upon hearing these words, Vice Minister Chu quietly turned around and glanced at Yu Hongming, who was sitting in the back row. He secretly wondered, when will this situation be broken? That's easy to say, just ask him. Who is this person? Although Commander Sun of the Navy did not say anything, the slight movement he made out of the corner of his eye was caught by Deputy Minister Chu, who turned his head and cast a curious look at the young man in the back row. Despite his youthful arrogance, Commander Sun, a seasoned veteran, didn't believe a young man could get into such an event. Based on Vice Minister Chu's subtle expression just now, it's pretty much certain that this guy is hiding something extraordinary, and Commander Sun loves to dig deep into the backstory, so there might be a big surprise. No sooner said than done, Commander Sun made an excuse and quietly left his seat, moving silently to Yu Hongming's side. Young man, which company are you from? In this situation, Yu Hongming could only adjust his mindset and act like a junior. Not to mention that their ages and positions are indeed incomparable. Most of the people present are also influential figures in the military. Just as Yu Hongming was carefully observing the battle in the sky through his binoculars, a strange voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Who are you? Shouldn't I be the one asking you first? Who are you? What brings you here? Commander Sun smiled but didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked it again. Although I had seen some important figures with General Star epaulets before, such as Vice Minister Chu, Commander Gao, and Commander Zhou, but most of those were major generals, while the one in front of him was a powerful general with the rank of 3-star general, and his aura was completely different. This made Yu Hongming a little nervous, but he was still able to speak normally. My name is Yu Hongming. I'm from Feichen. I was invited by Vice Minister Chu. Are you referring to Minister Chu from the Equipment Department? To be on the safe side, Commander Sun confirmed the identity again, since there was more than one deputy minister with the surname Chu, especially since their navy had a deputy ministerial level leader with the surname Chien. Yes, that's him. After Yu Hongming finished speaking, he deliberately pointed to the back of Vice Minister Chu in front of him to show that he was not someone who made things up casually. He was also worried that if he mistook the wrong person for someone else, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the consequences would be severe if the leader mistook him for an infiltrator. At that moment, he regretted his decision to come and watch the spectacle. Isn't it nice to stay in bed at home? It's okay, don't be nervous. I just happened to be passing by and wanted to chat. Seeing that Yu Hong was somewhat reserved, Commander Sun immediately softened his tone and explained, fearing that the other party might get too excited and ruin the matter he wanted to ask for help with. I'm not nervous. Yu Hongming said calmly, but his hands kept rubbing together and his eyes wandered around. However, Commander Sun wouldn't care about these minor details at all. By the way, what is your relationship with Vice Minister Chu? Why did he bring you here? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Hongming slowly said, we've had some cooperative dealings, I suppose. I sold him some products. As for bringing me here, I think it's probably to let him experience a high-end training exercise. A cooperative relationship? This word caught Commander Sun's attention. His intuition told him there was more to this than met the eye, and he could investigate further. So his tone softened to be more specific. What are the main aspects of your cooperation? Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment, unsure how to begin, because speaking would mean that more people would know the secret. The more people know about it, the more dangerous it becomes. Although the person in front of him was a general, a very high-ranking official, Yu Hongming felt that his situation was not so secure. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret and won't tell anyone. Seeing his hesitation, Commander Sun quickly added his promise, trying to further dispel his concerns. Minister Sun, what are you trying to get information out of him? Just as Yu Hongming was at a loss for what to do, reinforcements arrived. Vice Minister Chu appeared beside him. Just moments ago, Vice Minister Chu was about to talk to Commander Sun about the new plan for the 4th aircraft carrier when he discovered that Commander Sun had disappeared. Looking back, he discovered that the cunning old fox had quietly slipped to the back row and was already chatting with Yu Hongming. Vice Minister Chu's heart immediately skipped a beat. This wouldn't do. He disregarded everything else and rushed over. Although Vice Minister Chu was not as high-ranking as Commander Sun, he was not afraid of the old general at all, because his department was the equipment department, which controlled the procurement of all the military's equipment. Who gets priority access to the newest and best equipment depends on what the equipment department says. Sometimes, in order to be the first to get good equipment, even Commander Sun had to bow down and deal with him. Old Chien, you're here. Facing Vice Minister Chu, Commander Sun remained calm and didn't take it seriously at all. This scene was utterly insignificant to the old fox. He also casually came up with a seemingly reasonable excuse. I saw that this young man was all alone here and seemed a bit lonely, so I came over to keep him company and talk to him. Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Chu was speechless. What kind of reason was that? Was he trying to coax a child? But the excuse was so convincing that it was hard to refute it. However, Vice Minister Chu is not someone who will easily back down. Yu Hongming is a guest I invited. Why would I need you to chat with him? You clearly have ulterior motives. He had barely finished speaking when his gaze turned to Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming, did he say anything to you that he shouldn't have? No. Yu Hongming immediately shook his head in denial. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare tell the truth. And thinking back, it seems there really wasn't a problem. Commander Sun remained calm, knowing full well what he had done. Since coming to Yu Hongming's side, he has never said a single unpleasant word, nor has he raised his voice at all. So he didn't look guilty at all. Instead, he looked at Vice Minister Chu with a hint of provocation. Look, I just thought he looked lonely all by himself, so I came over to chat. Now that I'm here, you don't need to worry about me anymore. Go back. Since he couldn't win the argument with Commander Sun, Vice Minister Chu simply gave him the order to leave. I plan to ask Yu Hongming a good question after Commander Sun leaves. He values cooperation highly and is unwilling to create any rifts because of a small misunderstanding. Commander Sun knew perfectly well that he had almost managed to extract the truth from him. If Vice Minister Chu hadn't intervened halfway through, he would have almost uncovered the crucial information. So how could he possibly be persuaded to leave with just a few words from Vice Minister Chu? He didn't argue with Vice Minister Chu, but instead turned his attention to Yu Hongming. He looked at the young man with a smile. Your name is Yu Hongming, right? Xiao Yu, I'm here. You don't mind, do you? Mind it? Please do as you wish. What could Yu Hongming possibly say no to? He still wants to live a peaceful life. My subconscious tells me I can offend anyone but a general. Seeing that Yu Hongming readily agreed, Commander Sun felt as if he had received a get-out-of-jail-free card. He gave Vice Minister Chu a disdainful look. See? The person in question has no objections, so why are you stopping me? Vice Minister Chu was at a loss for words. This time I truly experienced what it means to be righteously in the right but rendered speechless. Knowing that he couldn't get rid of this old guy in a short time, Vice Minister Chu stopped wasting his breath. So I simply turned my attention to Yu Hongming's affairs. How did you sleep last night? It's all right. In fact, Yu Hongming arrived here the day before yesterday afternoon. The main problem is that this place is too remote, and I'm afraid it would cause delays if I rushed here at the last minute. He regretted it as soon as he got there. This place is incredibly boring. There isn't even a civilian network. Although his phone could connect to the military network, it could only make calls and had no other functions. That night, he did only one thing: he made a phone call and talked to Yu Xingxin for 2 whole hours. The phone got incredibly hot and almost burned out. In the end, he had no choice but to give up this only form of entertainment. If you have nothing to do, then you can only go to bed early. But he was spoiled since childhood and couldn't sleep well in a different place. The same was true last night, of course. But not wanting others to think he was being too sentimental, he could only tell a white lie. Wasn't it incredibly impressive to see our exercise today? Vice Minister Chu didn't seem to mind and moved on to the next topic, even using some trendy terms. It's really quite shocking. When this matter was mentioned, Yu Hongming immediately perked up. This is the kind of feeling you'll never understand unless you come and see it for yourself. The effect on site is completely incomparable to that in a movie theater or on a game simulator. It is both realistic and impactful. And just now, a rather daring idea popped into his head, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I was still figuring out how to bring this up, but Vice Minister Chu took the initiative to initiate the conversation. This was a good opportunity, and of course he wouldn't let it slip by. Minister Chien, I have a request, but I can't bring myself to say it. This time, Yu Hongming didn't rush to get straight to the point. Instead, he took a roundabout approach first. Vice Minister Chiu, who was used to his straightforward and decisive manner, was a little unaccustomed to this situation for the first time. A sense of unease crept into my heart, and I thought that what Yu Hongming asked me to do might not be easy to accomplish. Although he had a bad feeling, Vice Minister Chiu couldn't just turn people away right away. That would be incredibly disrespectful. After all, Yu Hongming had helped a lot in the past, and now that he has made a request, he has been immediately rejected. This is not a fair thing to do. Yu Hongming, just tell me what's wrong. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely get it done for you. Left with no other choice, Vice Minister Chiu could only grit his teeth and agree, while still putting on a show of great generosity. Whether it can be done or not, we can only wait until he says it and then slowly figure out a way. That's right, a real man should be straightforward. Just say what you want to say. If Vice Minister Chiu finds what you need to do difficult, don't worry about me. Leave it to me, I'll arrange everything perfectly for you. Before Yu Hongming could even speak, Commander Sun jumped in and spoke first. She was even more proactive than Vice Minister Chiu, which completely stunned him. It's not some random mascot sitting here for no reason. If there's an opportunity, take it, it's a must. Actually, it's nothing. I just saw the fighter jets flying in the sky, and it was so exciting. It was much more fun than playing in a simulator. I just want to know, can I experience flying a real fighter jet? Don't worry, I'll buy the plane myself. Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Chiu's forehead instantly creased with annoyance. He stared at Yu Hongming with disbelief. Do you really not know how serious the problem is? Simulated operation and real operation are completely different concepts, okay? A broken model can be repaired, but a real fighter jet crashing is a major accident. Most importantly, aren't you afraid of not being able to come back once you go up? Although Vice Minister Chiu looked completely bewildered, he at least understood what it meant, while Commander Sun next to him was completely clueless. A look of utter confusion and bewilderment. They're talking about simulators, and they're saying you have to pay for your own flight. What are you even talking about? Is this the same emulator we usually think of? Is the real machine he mentioned the kind that flies in the sky? The most outrageous thing is that he even said he could afford a fighter jet? Does his family run a business? This barrage of questions left Commander Sun completely bewildered. His gaze sharpened as he scanned Yu Hongming from head to toe, as if trying to see through him. Yu Hongming, you can't do this, it's too dangerous. Before Commander Sun could react, Vice Minister Chiu began to persuade him. Of course we have to advise against it. How can we let people treat fighter jets like toys? Putting aside the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars per aircraft, a slight mishap could be a matter of life and death. Vice Minister Chiu couldn't help but sigh. Young people these days really aren't afraid of anything. If anyone else dared to bring up this, they wouldn't even be allowed to step inside. This person happens to be Yu Hongming, a key figure. If something happens to him, who will supply the goods? As for who is supporting him behind the scenes? After so many investigations, not a single clue has been found. That thing seemed to appear out of thin air, without any source or trace. Therefore, in Vice Minister Chiu's eyes, Yu Hongming's importance has become increasingly significant, to the point that no mistakes can be tolerated. Anyone can make a mistake, but he cannot afford to make even the smallest one. Moreover, he has personally instructed Commander Gao of the Feichin military region to further strengthen security measures on the existing basis to ensure that there are no loopholes. The number of people in charge of Yu Hongming has expanded from a platoon to a company, all of whom are from special operations battalions and have extensive combat experience. It's fine. I've been playing perfectly well on the emulator, and I haven't run into any problems in the past month. How can that be the same? Not crashing into a model doesn't mean it won't crash into a real plane. Vice Minister Chiu was not willing to back down easily and continued to reason with him. You can treat it as entertainment, but it's unrealistic to do it in a real fight. Wait, the flight simulator you mentioned, you mean the kind used by the Air Force for training? After a period of silence, Commander Sun finally couldn't help but interrupt them. Yes, that's right. Yu Hongming nodded in response. Seeing that Vice Minister Chiu seemed to be sticking to his own opinion, he wanted to try a different approach. This general might be the breakthrough point. Is there no problem? Are you talking about the real machine? Upon hearing this, Commander Sun was completely dumbfounded and blurted out. He understood a little bit from just a few words. This guy actually used the Air Force's training simulator as a toy? What kind of status does someone have to be to live such a luxurious life? What's even more outrageous is that the equipment is military specific. Not only ordinary people, but even regular officers don't have the authority to access it. Subconsciously, Commander Sun turned his gaze to Vice Minister Chiu. In his opinion, no one but the supervisor in front of him could get such a thing for a commoner. But isn't that incredibly audacious? How can the right to use such a high-level security device be given to just anyone? Seeing Commander Sun's expression, Vice Minister Chu understood that he was going to take the blame again. If the person raising the question is an unknown nobody, Vice Minister Chu won't even bother to pay attention to them. But the other party is Commander Sun, whose rank is more than one level higher than his own. So he could only explain, Commander Sun, why are you looking at me like that? I can say with certainty that the simulator Yu Hongming is using was not sent out by me. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Clearly, Commander Sun wasn't going to let Vice Minister Chu off so easily. This matter cannot end until the cause is clarified. After all, this is a major issue involving the safety of the military. We can't be careless in the slightest. Hey, you've really misunderstood me. What they have is an F-22 fighter jet simulator. It's a completely different system from what we use. Seeing that Lao Sun was about to lose his temper, Vice Minister Chu had no choice but to drop some bombshells. There are some secrets I shouldn't have revealed. The F-22s you just saw in the sky, Yu Hongming handled them all. Holy crap! Commander Sun, who was originally furious, suddenly froze as if he had been electrocuted, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. His eyes widened as he stared at Yu Hongming, and even his voice changed. No, I should call you Brother Yu. So the person I've always admired is actually you. It wasn't that Commander Sun lacked composure, it was just that this matter was too shocking, and no one could withstand it. On several previous occasions, Vice Minister Chu had brought back some particularly important equipment for the militaries of other countries. These included aircraft carriers, F-22 fighter jets, F-22 training aircraft, and B-2 bombers. Each one is incredibly impressive. I never even dared to imagine such a thing happening before. Others may not know, but Commander Sun, as a general, could not possibly be unaware of how valuable these things are. However, how those equipment were obtained remains a mystery. Those who know the inside story can be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, Commander Sun wasn't among those people, so he had always wanted to find out who the person behind it all was. However, due to discipline, he didn't dare to inquire casually. Now that I've suddenly met him in person, and he's my idol, of course I'm going to have such a big reaction. Furthermore, he went too far by calling him Brother Yu. This sound made Vice Minister Chu's eyes see stars. This was just too much. Not only was Vice Minister Chu stunned, but even Yu Hongming himself was taken aback. The other party was the commander of a major military region. Yu Hongming dared not accept such a title, fearing it would bring him bad luck and longevity. Upon hearing the phrase, "I have long admired you," Yu Hongming felt goosebumps all over his body. If a young girl had said that, it wouldn't have mattered, but these words came from the mouth of an old general with white hair, so it was impossible to pretend not to hear them. Please don't call me that, I can't accept it. That's right, Commander Sun, you've gone too far. Shouting like that is really going to scare the young people. Vice Minister Chu couldn't stand it anymore and quickly tried to smooth things over for Yu Hongming. Why are you so concerned about my business with Brother Yu, Lao Chien? Why are you meddling in all this? Clearly, the title Brother Yu has become an insurmountable obstacle in Commander Sun's mind. Even when refuting Vice Minister Chu, he kept this word in mind. After saying that, he turned to Yu Hongming and continued, "Brother Yu, don't be shy. From now on, we're family. If you need any help, just ask me. No need to be polite." Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming nearly coughed up blood, his face turning ashen. The tone made him feel like they were about to swear brotherhood by cutting their fingers on a dark and stormy night, the only difference being that the other person was a bit older. What's worse, what if Commander Sun then says something like, "We'll live and die together"? Should he agree or not? Just as he was worrying, Vice Minister Chu stepped forward and said a few words on his behalf. "Old son, you should know your limits. He's so young, that's going too far with how you address him." Yu Hongming really couldn't handle this situation. You can't really become sworn brothers with a general, can you? He wouldn't dare do that even if he had 10 lives. "I can call you whatever I want, what's it to you?" Sure enough, Commander Sun was not willing to give up on this new brother at all, and immediately retorted, then looked at Yu Hongming with a smile again. "Brother Yu, you don't mean you don't want to treat an old man like me as a brother, do you?" This pressure was too intense, leaving Yu Hongming no chance to refute. He quickly waved his hand and shook his head. "How could that be? That's not what I meant." Commander Sun immediately seized the opportunity and disobeyed. "Then we're best buddies." Yu Hongming's head was buzzing at that moment. Did this mean he was admitting it? He really wanted to post a question on the forum. What's it like to be pulled into a friend circle by a general and treated like a brother? An answer is urgently needed. "Yu Hongming, we're practically brothers now. I need your help with something, so please don't refuse." He looked bitter and speechless again. Isn't that a bit too direct? He knew it. You can't just recognize a brother for nothing. Before I even got a taste of the benefits, the work was already assigned to me. Most importantly, you can't refuse. If I had known this would happen, I doubt Yu Hongming would have agreed even if he had 100 lives. Then tell me, if I had just started to ask a general question when I was interrupted again. Don't call me Commander Sun. You should call me brother instead. I just wanted to ask about the specifics, but I was corrected before I could even finish a sentence. Commander Sun's persistence was unmatched. He would correct even the slightest mistake Yu Hongming made. His meticulousness was so intense that even Vice Minister Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes. There are many shameless people in the world, but I have never seen anyone so thick-skinned. Left with no other choice, he had to do as he was told. Brother Sun, just tell me what's wrong. I'll help if I can. There's nothing I can do about it. Faced with such a shameless and persistent Commander Sun, he could only be more careful with his words. What should I do if I accidentally agree to the wrong thing? So he made sure to give prior notice and leave room for maneuver, so that he could refuse in the future with a more legitimate reason. After all, nobody wants to be caught in a dilemma, right? Don't worry, as the eldest brother, how could I make things difficult for you? The old fox was well aware of his concerns and immediately gave him a knowing look. Then he revealed his true purpose. I would like to ask you to provide me with about 10 F-22s as well. Our Navy wants to set up a blue team specifically for training our carrier pilots. After listening, Yu Hongming thought to himself that it was quite simple, not as difficult as he had expected. So he nodded and said, "That sounds fine, but I have one request." The matter didn't seem too difficult, so he agreed. However, he also took the opportunity to make a condition. Go ahead and tell me what you need. Upon hearing Yu Hongming's agreement, Commander Sun was so happy he almost jumped for joy. Commander Sun's psychological defenses were once again breached. Now, no matter what request Yu Hongming makes, he is prepared to agree to it without hesitation. Brother Sun, it's about what I mentioned to Minister Chien before. I want to fly real fighter jets. Don't worry, I'll pay for the planes myself. Since Commander Sun was so agreeable, Yu Hongming naturally wouldn't hold back either. In fact, he has never been a reserved person. If it were in the past, Commander Sun would have agreed immediately. But now that he knows Yu Hongming is actually the mysterious figure behind it all, he has to carefully weigh the options. After all, Yu Hongming's importance to China is self-evident. If something were to happen to him, even if he were a general, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Brother Sun, you wouldn't refuse to help with such a small thing, would you? If you can't help me, then I'm sorry, I won't be able to provide what you need. Looking at Yu Hongming's confident demeanor, Commander Sun was speechless. This is tantamount to blatantly forcing him to agree. After hesitating for a while, Commander Sun finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth. It's not that I can't help you. Old Sun, you need to think this through. Seeing that Commander Sun was nodding, Vice Minister Chu, who was standing to the side, immediately became restless. His gaze toward Commander Sun also sharpened. I've thought it all through. Commander Sun didn't even glance at him before giving his response. Yu Hongming, don't listen to Lao Sun. You want to fly a real plane, right? I can arrange it for you, okay? Seeing that he could not persuade Commander Sun, Vice Minister Chu had no choice but to change his strategy and take the initiative. If I could keep Yu Hongming by my side, I would have more control over him. If Yu Hongming truly does not meet the requirements for flying, then Vice Minister Chu will not allow him to actually take to the skies no matter what. If all else fails, just find a two-seater plane and let him have his fun. Sure, it would be even better if Minister Chien agreed. Since Minister Chien took the initiative to speak, Yu Hongming naturally preferred to cooperate with someone he was familiar with. Old Chien, how could you do this? You have no morals at all. Now it's Commander Sun's turn to panic. He feels like all the good things he's about to do are slipping away. How can we tolerate this? Yu Hongming, don't listen to Lao Chien, come to me. Forward. To be honest, if he had a choice, Yu Hongming would prefer to go to Vice Minister Chu's side. After all, it's been a long-term partnership, so we have a pretty good understanding. But he found it difficult to refuse Commander Sun's enthusiastic invitation. Although Commander Sun had his own agenda, who in this world doesn't have their own motives? Sun Si. Brother Sun, don't worry. Although I can't go to your place this time, I will still keep my promise to you. Yu Hongming also knew why Commander Sun was so insistent. If there were no benefits to be gained, he probably wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. Oh, Yu Hongming, you're a true friend. It's just a bit of a shame, I was planning to treat you well when you came here. Hearing that the previous promise was still valid, Commander Sun's emotions indeed stabilized somewhat. But he said it was a pity, not because his wish to treat everyone to a meal was not fulfilled, but because he missed an opportunity he could no longer take advantage of the situation. Commander Sun, you're too kind. I'll definitely pay you a visit when I have the chance. You're welcome any time. But Yu Hongming, when are you going to give me that batch of equipment we agreed on? As expected, what Commander Sun cared about most was not the polite words, but the crucial item that was about to be obtained. However, Yu Hongming has no intention of competing with Commander Sun, which is a perfectly normal mindset. I'll let you know as soon as I get back and arrive at the destination. Okay, let's exchange contact information. Although somewhat anxious, Commander Sun also understood that such matters could not be rushed. That's an F-22, it's perfectly reasonable that it needs time to prepare. At the same time, Commander Sun also began to re-examine the capabilities behind Yu Hongming. This is absolutely amazing. Getting an F-22 and B-2 was one thing. Surprisingly, they were still able to get their hands on it, and it seemed quite easy. The Eagles lost so much important equipment, shouldn't they investigate? This is Commander Sun's biggest question. If this had happened in China, the truth would probably have been thoroughly investigated and revealed by now. No problem. And so, Yu Hongming and Commander Sun exchanged phone numbers. Minister Qian, may I go back now? Having just dealt with Commander Sun's matter, Yu Hongming had no interest in staying any longer. If he stayed any longer, he worried that a new character might appear who would pester him like Commander Sunday. Everyone here holds a high position, and Yu Hongming is somewhat nervous around them. If he had a choice, he would rather stay away from these people. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to take you back to camp. Vice Minister Chu did not agree to let Yu Hongming leave just like that, but he also hoped that the same thing would not happen again, just like what happened to Commander Sunday. In retrospect, he also began to regret inviting Yu Hongming to this place. If Yu Hongming hadn't seen anything today, he might not have had such a bold idea. They still dare to apply to fly a real fighter jet? They simply don't value their lives. Even now, Vice Minister Chu still cannot understand the thoughts of young people. Isn't it better to live a peaceful and safe life? Why do they all like to jump into the fire? After Yu Hongming left, the exercise must continue. Otherwise, Vice Minister Chu would have left with him. In order to get first-hand information, he had to personally supervise the exercise. What will be the result? Where exactly does the gap lie between domestically produced equipment and world-class equipment? This is the core issue that Vice Minister Chu is concerned about. Modern warfare is all about efficiency. The faster the troops are deployed, the greater the advantage. Moreover, in a battle between fifth-generation fighters, the outcome is often decided in a very short time. The exercise lasted for about 3 hours before it officially ended. The pilots from both sides flew their remaining fighter jets back to base one after another. The final result was that the Ghost Blue team had 3 F-22s left, while none of the 10 Qian-20s deployed by the Flying Eagle Red team survived. While the result was somewhat surprising, it also seemed to have been expected. The Qian-20's performance is acceptable, but it still lags behind in some aspects. The first to speak were the military leaders. This assessment is spot on, it succinctly captures the problems exposed by this exercise. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, the Qian-20 has seen significant improvements in recent years, especially in the power system. Yes, since we installed the engine that we developed ourselves, both the flight endurance and the time we can maintain supersonic flight are much better than before. In the past, there was no comparison, but now that we have a comparison, we have to admit that the gap does exist, especially in the field of engines, where we are still far behind others. Yes, we are making progress, and others haven't been idle either. This gap still objectively exists. Therefore, those of us in the tech field need to work even harder to narrow the gap as soon as possible. If we could bring over the Eagle's advanced engine technology, we could avoid a lot of detours. The speaker was an expert in the field of aero engines. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their attention to Vice Minister Chu. This is a subconscious reaction to the various events that have occurred recently. Although this sounds like wishful thinking, everyone present felt that it might not be entirely impossible. And everyone's true hope rested on Vice Minister Chu. I can try asking, but I can't guarantee there will be a result. Seeing so many people staring at him, Vice Minister Chu knew he had to give an answer. We all understand, but it's never wrong to give it a try. The military high command finally gave the final approval and summarized the exercise. Alright, we've seen everything we needed to see. Now that the problem is in front of us, everyone needs to be aware of it. We need to do more debriefing and rehearsals in the future. Our goal going forward is to do everything we can to close these gaps, both in terms of technical skill and tactical execution. I hope everyone will put in a lot of effort in these two areas. Understood, sir. We will do our utmost. We will arrange targeted training as soon as we get back. We will further increase our investment in scientific research to specifically tackle these problems. Everyone present responded and made a resolution. This exercise truly broadened everyone's horizons. This also made everyone truly realize the gap in strength. Even though the difference isn't significant, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. Moreover, everyone had already decided that they would immediately start more work upon returning and do their utmost to close this gap. They should even strive to surpass their competitors because those who cling to the status quo will never make any progress. Given the current circumstances, there is no excuse not to give it our all. Even if I don't succeed in the end, as long as I've done my best, I'll have no regrets. As a soldier, one must act with a clear conscience. That's why my time in the military wasn't wasted. As time went by, everyone gradually left the set. This military exercise can now be considered officially over. It's fair to say that some people are happy while others are sad. The Eagles' faces were practically black with rage. The Blues players, on the other hand, were all in high spirits. After all, this blue team called Ghost has only been formed for less than 3 months, so its performance is indeed something to be proud of. Set off. Where to? Find the Ghost Blue team. Upon returning from the exercise, Vice Minister Chu immediately went to find Yu Hongming. Since he had promised Yu Hongming, he wouldn't go back on his word, not to mention that he himself had requests to make to the other party. Otherwise, how could I live up to everyone's expectant gazes? Especially just before he left, the military commander specifically called him back and gave him some instructions, telling him to try his best to obtain the American engine technology. Vice Minister Chu was well aware of the significance of this matter. If this technology can be acquired, the Air Force's power capabilities will experience a leap forward, and the civilian aircraft sector will also benefit as a result. In the future, we will also be able to produce high-performance aero engines independently, enabling large domestically produced passenger aircraft to achieve complete self-sufficiency in parts. With this goal in mind, he would not back down. The facts cannot be changed, so we can only make more thorough preparations to ensure that Yu Hongming is absolutely safe, not just to ascend to heaven, but go straight to the heavens. You're leaving already? As the sky gradually darkened, Yu Hongming's eyes showed some hesitation. But Vice Minister Chu didn't care what he thought, and simply replied, "That's right, let's go to the airport first, the plane is ready." "Alright, let's set off now." Although Yu Hongming didn't quite understand what "the plane is ready" meant, he could only agree for the time being. In this unfamiliar environment, he had no other choice but to follow Vice Minister Chu's instructions. Then, they went to another base together. However, there is also a small airfield inside the base. It's not the kind used by public airlines, but specifically for military use. "Sir, is this where we board the plane?" "Yes." "You have a problem?" "No." What else could Yu Hongming say? There's nothing we can do. When you're under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head and obey. The SUV carrying them drove directly to a transport plane and stopped. It's not a small fighter jet, but a medium-sized Y-8 transport aircraft. The aircraft is not very large, but it can take off and land on various small runways. With only 2 passengers on the plane this time, it was clearly enough for them. As soon as I got out of the car, a pilot wearing a flight jacket quickly ran over, saluted, and reported. Reporting to the commander, "Everything is ready, we are ready for takeoff." Vice Minister Chu nodded and gave the order, "Get on the computer." Then he turned back and greeted Yu Hongming. "Let's go up." Yu Hongming responded softly. This was his first time on a transport plane, and while he felt a little nervous, he was mostly excited. After all, he came here to experience the real thing. How could he not be excited about equipment like transport planes that he rarely gets to see? But once inside the cabin, Yu Hongming felt a little disappointed. Reality isn't as cool as we imagine. The sense of drop is even more pronounced after the plane takes off. It's so uncomfortable. However, he did not regret it. Opportunities like this are not something everyone gets to encounter. To experience it firsthand is a special memory in one's life, making one's journey through life worthwhile. About an hour later, the plane landed again. This time, the landing location was clearly not a regular civilian airport. It was pitch black all around, with no bright lights, and it was obviously a military facility. "Where are we?" Yu Hongming couldn't help but ask. Vice Minister Chu replied, "The Blue Team's Ghost training base, the F-22s you acquired before are all stored here." "Oh, I see." Yu Hongming nodded, finally understanding where his target was. "That makes sense. If you're here to ride a real plane, where else can you go?" When he learned that this would be his starting point, his eyes became more focused and energetic. Seeing Yu Hongming's behavior, Vice Minister Chu felt it was time to issue a warning. He said to Yu Hongming, "You want to use the real machine? No problem, but we need to give you some training first. Only after you pass our test can you operate it in practice. Do you agree?" "No problem," Yu Hongming immediately agreed. Decisive and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Yu Hongming loves excitement, but he also has his bottom line and knows what he should do. Moreover, he sought out Vice Minister Chu specifically for the sake of his safety. Otherwise, he could have secretly found a place to test fly it himself. Who would still ask others for help? The plane came to a stop, and the cabin door opened. When the two stepped out of the cabin, there were already quite a few people standing outside. Waiting there were Commander Yu of the Ghost Blue Army Base and several officers in charge of its management. Upon seeing Vice Minister Chu emerge, Commander Yu immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Minister Chien, welcome back for your guidance once again." "Old Yu, why are you starting to use these polite phrases too?" Vice Minister Chu joked. In his eyes, Commander Yu was not like this before. Since becoming the commander of the Blue Team, he has also started to learn these etiquette rules. "Oh, Minister, please don't make fun of me. All I want is a few more F-22s. We're running out of them." "Ha, you think the F-22 is like a cabbage in the market, something you can just get your hands on any time?" Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Chu was both amused and annoyed, and even glared at Commander Yu. "That old Yu. They've only just started to achieve some results, and they've already become greedy, making such unreasonable demands. Is it so easy to get an F-22? But, after thinking about it, it seems that it might not be impossible." Actually, he wasn't just saying it offhand. Just recalling the relaxed tone Yu Hongming used when he agreed to Navy Commander Sun's request that day, as if he were casually saying okay, without showing any sign of difficulty. The more Vice Minister Chu thought about it, the more he felt there was potential in this matter. If he were to shamelessly bring it up again, he might actually get more. So, he started planning his next move. However, it's not entirely without a solution. "Do you know who I brought with me today?" After saying that, he winked at Commander Yu and gave him a meaningful look, signaling for him to cooperate with the performance. Anyone who can rise to the top position at a base in the military is definitely not stupid. Commander Yu instantly understood the meaning and immediately began to act. "Is it this talented young man?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand, looking at Yu Hongming with a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of fervor. "That's right," Vice Minister Chu replied. "Don't underestimate him just because he's young, he's a key figure in the formation of our blue team." As soon as he uttered those words, Commander Yu immediately realized that things were not so simple. A startling thought popped into my head. Could it be that all the F-22s the blue team has are from this young man in front of me? Only in this way can we explain why Vice Minister Chu trusted him so much. Commander Yu immediately understood his idea. This was an implication that he should cooperate with him and put on a show to see if he could get more fighter jets from this guy. For the sake of the base's development, he had no reason to hesitate. Commander Yu was also a first-rate actor, and he immediately began his performance. "Minister Chien, could it be that our F-22s were really brought by this guy?" "Yes. It was Yu Hongming who got it." "Old Yu, why don't you hurry up and thank him?" Vice Minister Chu seized the opportunity and played his part even more convincingly. "Don't mention it, from now on this guy is my brother. If you need anything, just come to me, I'll go to great lengths for you." Commander Yu cooperated perfectly, his exaggerated expression spot on. Yu Hongming rubbed his forehead, speechless. Even the most clueless person could see what these two were up to. It's all just pretense of intimacy and building rapport. All they really want is to get more F-22s from him. If it were something else, he might need to think about it before deciding whether or not to do it. But now, getting some F-22s is a piece of cake, no problem at all. Besides, that Navy Commander Sun, well, to be precise, shouldn't we call him Brother Sun? We've had similar needs before, and this one was just the right solution. It won't take much time anyway. In addition, he will be staying with the Blues for a while. Giving people a little something will make things easier for them in the future, won't it? If that's the case, why not do it? So Yu Hongming got too lazy to beat around the bush. "Alright, just tell me how many you want." "Really, any amount is fine?" Upon hearing this, Commander Yu's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Yu Hongming with anticipation. Seeing his appearance, Vice Minister Chu, who was standing to the side, became a little anxious. She quickly leaned close to his ear and whispered a reminder. "Old Yu, that's enough. These things aren't cheap." "Oh right, that's right." Commander Yu suddenly realized that he had indeed acted too impulsively. "I was being a bit presumptuous. Each Chien-20 costs several hundred million yuan, not to mention the F-22, which is definitely more expensive." The problem is that Commander Yu had no idea that the F-22s he had previously purchased actually only cost 10 million yuan each. Otherwise, he might have been even bolder and might have said something like, "Then let's get 20 more. Vice Minister Chu, however, was aware of the price. But he still had to remind people that one shouldn't be too greedy. It's already a great kindness that people are willing to help. How can one expect to have good luck all the time and have gold falling from the sky every day? The initial batch was only 10 million yuan per aircraft, that's right. But if we buy it now, who can guarantee that it will still be at that price? Vice Minister Chu is just a normal person, he can only consider issues according to ordinary logic. If you think too much, then you're just indulging in wishful thinking. How about we take 10? That would be just enough to form another flight squadron. Commander Yu asked Vice Minister Chu tentatively in a low voice. This amount is feasible. Vice Minister Chu pondered for a moment and felt it was worth a try. Since the 10 billion yuan that was prepared beforehand was not spent, it's not impossible to use that money again now. However, it seems he forgot one thing. Commander Sun from the Navy also wanted the F-22. That portion of the money still came from the equipment department. Although the importance varies, not a single penny should be wasted on what is necessary. "Brother Yu, we don't need much, we just have one request, help us get 10 planes back." With Vice Minister Chu's approval, Commander Yu got straight to the point and stated his needs. Although the quantity wasn't large, it was still a pretty good harvest for Commander Yu. Previously, the entire base only had a dozen or so aircraft, which seemed rather meager. If we can really get 10 F-22s this time, we can build a new flight squadron. That's what a real airbase should look like. Sure, Yu Hongming readily agreed. He doesn't have the habit of haggling. If it's something that can be done, just agree. There's no need to beat around the bush. Thank you so much, Brother Yu. You're so kind of me. Commander Yu was so happy he could barely speak, his voice trembled with excitement. Old Yu, leave the rest to me. Your most important task now is to train the pilots well. What if I get you the plane, but you don't even have a qualified pilot? That would be awkward. Seeing that Commander Yu was so happy he almost forgot the important point, Vice Minister Chu quickly added a word of advice. It's not that I'm worried about anything else, but I'm afraid he'll get carried away and forget his roots. I know, would I forget something like this? Commander Yu came to his senses and wasn't angry about it. He just pursed his lips in slight impatience, then added, I'll make those guys train like crazy. If anyone fails the exam next month, they can quit and be fired. Such a person is not suitable to stay in our army. Let's go, this matter is resolved, there are still important things to do. I brought Yu Hongming along this time, also for business purposes. Vice Minister Chu felt that he couldn't let Yu Hongming down and that he had to give him something in return. Not only should we not be indifferent, we should also show a positive attitude. What is it? Minister Chu, please speak frankly. Upon hearing this, Commander Yu immediately came to his senses. He had already guessed that Vice Minister Chu's solemn invitation to bring Yu Hongming over was definitely not just for fun. He has already received many benefits, so even if there are some inappropriate requests, he plans to grit his teeth and accept them. I'm fine, it's him who has the idea. As he said this, Vice Minister Chu couldn't help but glance at Yu Hongming. His face was filled with helplessness as he continued to explain. He said he wanted to experience what it's like to pilot a fighter jet, so I had no choice but to bring him here. Etc. Commander Yu thought he had misheard something and interrupted the other party. Brother Yu, please wait a moment. Regardless of whether Yu Hongming agreed or not, he simply pulled Vice Minister Chu aside. Minister Chien, are you serious? After walking to the side, Commander Yu couldn't help but ask, do I look like I'm joking? Vice Minister Chu shrugged and said with a wry smile, this is utter nonsense. How could you agree to this? Commander Yu asked incredulously, do you think I want this? Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Chu's tone turned serious. Didn't I already try to persuade him? But he simply wouldn't listen. If I didn't agree, he went to find Commander Sun of the Navy. Commander Sun? Commander Yu was stunned for a moment, still wondering if this person was the one he was thinking of. Who else could it be but him? But this is completely unlike him. How could Commander Sun agree to this? It's so unreliable. Commander Yu was still quite surprised, because in his impression, Commander Sun was the kind of old-fashioned person who couldn't tolerate any nonsense. How could I accept such an outrageous offer? Vice Minister Chu quickly gave him the answer. Because Yu Hongming told him that he would get him 10 F-22s. Commander Yu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Oh, that makes sense. Changing someone's mind is easy, just give them enough benefits and it's done. Even though Commander Sun is already a high-ranking general, but that's 10 F-22 fighter jets. For a high-ranking general, the appeal was simply too great. So it's not surprising that Commander Sun, who was usually quite cautious, readily agreed to such an unusual request. Now you know why I agreed, right? At this moment, Vice Minister Chu asked with a bitter expression. Not to mention him, even Commander Yu himself was in the same situation at this moment. Having just asked Yu Hongming to help him get 10 F-22s, even if Commander Yu had objections, he couldn't bring himself to say it now. It won't do if someone does something for you but you're unwilling to do anything in return. However, Commander Yu was still very hesitant. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Don't worry, I've already spoken to Yu Hongming. He'll be here for a period of assessment and training. If he doesn't meet the standards, he won't be scheduled to fly. Vice Minister Chu knew very well that if he wanted Commander Yu to accept this matter, he would have to come up with a plausible reason. And the things he had said to Yu Hongming before could serve as a reason. Of course, whether or not he ultimately agrees depends on Commander Yu's own decision. As the main person in charge of a local base, no one else can influence him. After hearing these words, Commander Yu finally felt relieved. Let's train him first and see. If he doesn't pass the test, I'm sorry, I will absolutely not let him take the risk. That's right. If he's really not suitable, even if you're willing to let him go, I'll be the first to disagree. If anything happens to Yu Hongming, I'll be the first one to suffer. At this point, Vice Minister Chu couldn't help but sigh. This is just like getting yourself into a mess. You get yourself into trouble even when you're not doing anything right. If not handled properly, Vice Minister Chu might lose his official position. Okay, I know what to do. Now that things have come to this point, What else can Commander Yu do? They could only send their best instructors to rigorously hone Yu Hongming's flying skills. Moreover, it must be carried out strictly according to the highest standards to ensure that even if Yu Hongming takes to the skies, there will be no mishaps. If training could discourage him from giving up right from the start, that would be ideal. After saying all this, Commander Yu and Deputy Minister Chu came to Yu Hongming. This time, it was Vice Minister Chu who spoke first. Yu Hongming, Commander Yu, and I have reached an agreement. You can stay here for training without worry. Once you pass the test, there will be no problem getting on the plane. Then thank you very much, Minister Qian and Commander Yu. Yu Hongming was naturally happy that his wish had been fulfilled. Of course, proper manners are also essential. But what he didn't know was that this joy might be premature. Everything he was about to face had already been meticulously arranged by Commander Yu. In other words, life is definitely not easy. You're welcome, brother. You don't need to be so formal. Let me take you to arrange your accommodation now. After speaking, Commander Yu raised his hand to signal, and led Yu Hongming toward the pilot's accommodation area. The best accommodations in this camp are reserved for pilots. Apart from superiors, only pilots are entitled to have private rooms. This arrangement is to ensure the quality of rest and avoid being disturbed by others. Flying is no small matter. Even a small oversight can lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, pilots must get adequate rest, eat nutritious food, and get enough sleep. Compared to training itself, physical condition is the most important basic guarantee. You can rest in this room tonight. Commander Yu personally led him into a dormitory room specifically reserved for pilots. Okay, thank you, Commander Yu. You're welcome, it's all part of the job. Not only that, Commander Yu also summoned the administrator and asked him to bring new bed sheets and blankets, as well as several sets of military training uniforms as soon as possible. Once you join the army, you have to look like a soldier, you can't wear any other clothes anymore. The military has its own rules. Although an exception was made for the 10 F-22s, some special treatment was given, but it shouldn't be too much. Some rules still need to be strictly followed. Commander Yu did not want one person to affect the image and order of the entire base. After settling Yu Hongming in, the two leaders left with their entourage. Instead of going back to rest, they found a quiet place to continue discussing Yu Hongming's next arrangements. In their view, this matter was more troublesome than conducting a live-fire exercise. After all, Yu Hongming's identity is special and of great significance. Absolutely no problems can be allowed to occur. If you lose the exercise, you can try again. But if anything happens to Yu Hongming, everyone will have to take the blame. Hey, did you hear? A new person moved into room 332. I saw it too, Commander Yu brought it in personally. Who is this person? Why is he so special? He must be no ordinary person, otherwise the selection period would have long passed. How could he still be able to get here? That means he must be very capable, otherwise why would he attract such high attention from the leaders? Yu Hongming's move-in sparked considerable discussion among the pilots. Because this area was originally reserved specifically for pilots. The fact that they were assigned a room means they must be one of Faye's members. Add to that the fact that Commander Yu personally escorted them. Such treatment was unprecedented, and even unimaginable. It's no wonder that everyone has developed a strong interest in him. Yang Ligong, you're a master of social skills, why don't you go and find out his background? No problem. When his name was called, Yang Ligong didn't hesitate at all. He held up one finger to indicate that everything was settled, and then walked out. He's always been a rather eccentric character at the training base, fearless and even joking around with the head instructor. But his own training results are undeniably impressive, giving him confidence. For example, in this exercise, Yang Ligong achieved the first kill record. In addition, he is very good at socializing and can get along with anyone, so it is reasonable for everyone to recommend him to step forward. Knock knock knock. Less than 2 minutes later, Yang Ligong had already knocked on Yu Hongming's door. A moment later, Yu Hongming's voice came from inside. Come in, the door's unlocked. Who is it? Yu Hongming initially thought it was the dormitory manager delivering training equipment. However, the person who came in was empty-handed, clearly not there to deliver anything. Besides, he had already met the dormitory manager once before, and he was certain that it was not the same person. As expected, Yang Ligong entered with great poise and confidence, showing no stage fright whatsoever. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Ligong, and I am a pilot in the flight squadron. Then, as if they were old friends, he patted Yu Hongming on the shoulder. You must be a pilot too, right? We'll be teammates from now on. Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Does he consider himself a pilot? However, there is one thing he is certain of. That is, he will never actually become the kind of comrade in arms the other party described. Because he was just there to take a look and experience military life, he had no intention of joining the army. If you're not a soldier, you can't talk about comrades in arms. Why aren't you saying anything? We'll all be teammates fighting together from now on, so we need to keep in touch and communicate more. Yang Ligong truly lives up to his reputation as a social butterfly. Before you can even process the previous sentence, the next one follows immediately, like a machine gun that just won't stop. Seeing that it wouldn't be appropriate for him not to respond, Yu Hongming simply told the truth. Strictly speaking, I'm not really your comrade in arms. He knew he couldn't hide anything, since he had been there for quite some time. People would find out sooner or later. It would be more straightforward to just get straight to the point. Not comrades in arms? Even the shrewd and worldly wise Yang Ligong was taken aback upon hearing this. The situation seems to be a little different from what I expected, but this only piqued his interest further, as if he had heard some major inside story. So what exactly do you do? I'm not a soldier. I'm just here for a period of training, and at the same time, I'm experiencing a special project. Yang Ligong suddenly felt that his brain was not working properly. The person in front of me isn't even from the military? But how did an outsider like him manage to infiltrate such a high-level classified base? Yang Ligong knew better than anyone about the security level here, so he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. How could a non-active duty personnel arrive at such a heavily guarded military location? What, then, is that so-called experience program? When did the military region start doing this service? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and his mind was filled with doubts. But then again, why would he be so foolish as to report it? Don't forget, this person was personally brought and arranged by Commander Yu. Going to report the person sent by the leader is just asking for trouble. By this time, Yang Ligong's casual demeanor had vanished, and his gaze toward Yu Hongming began to look strange. If it's convenient for you to tell me, what exactly is the project you'd like to participate in? Although he was curious, he didn't intend to press for details. If it's not appropriate to talk about it, then forget it. After all, even gossip should be done in moderation. There are some things he shouldn't know, knowing them would only make things dangerous, and Yang Ligong was well aware of this. Yu Hongming replied with a smile, "There's nothing to hide. I just got tired of playing video games at home, so I wanted to find something real to play." Game console? This left Yang Ligong completely bewildered once again. Is he referring to the regular game console you have at home? But my intuition told me that things weren't that simple. Suddenly, Yang Ligong seemed to understand something. An expression of disbelief reappeared on his face. He also subconsciously looked up and pointed towards the ceiling. "Big brother, you don't mean a real airplane, do you?" "Yes, just as you imagined." Yu Hongming nodded. Although he didn't say it explicitly, it was clear from his expression that it was indeed true. At this moment, Yang Ligong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Airplanes? The only aircraft capable of flying in the entire base is the F-22 fighter jet that everyone has been using for training recently. So, this person actually came here to fly an F-22? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? What kind of person can enjoy this kind of treatment? Jealousy, astonishment, and a whole host of other emotions surged up at once. There are still people queuing up for a chance to practice, but unexpectedly a player-level character walked in? He used to think that his family was rich and knew how to have fun, but now he realizes that his past ways were incredibly low-class. Bro, are you serious? Yang Ligong still couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. You have to understand that a real airplane isn't something you can just touch casually. What he found even more unbearable was that there were only a few aircraft at the base, and everyone was scrambling to fly them. Suddenly, an amateur enthusiast popped up and tried to cut in line. How could we accept that? Others would definitely find it even more unacceptable. Especially those novice pilots who haven't passed the test yet and haven't even touched an airplane cockpit. What do you think? Yu Hongming looked at him meaningfully, without offering any further explanation. Brother, you should rest first. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Upon receiving this information, Yang Ligong couldn't wait to go back and tell the others. He was certain that once the news got out, no one would be able to sit still. This is like someone running into their bowl and stealing their food. How could they possibly be calm? How about it? Did you find out what happened? Which unit is this person from? Could he be an ace pilot too? As soon as Yang Ligong walked in, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. There was no way around it. Life at the base was just too boring. There was nothing but training, nothing but training. There was absolutely nothing else to do. When a new person suddenly arrives, chatting about gossip becomes everyone's favorite thing to do. This news is absolutely explosive. I'm telling you, you'll never believe it. Yang Ligong looked mysterious as he spoke, slowly building up the anticipation. His opening remarks were spot on, really getting everyone's emotions going. Everyone started to get excited and eagerly asked questions. Tell us quickly. Stop keeping me in suspense, or I'll resort to torture. Yes, speak your mind directly. I hate people who beat around the bush. Or we could beat him up first, and he'd behave after that. That's a good suggestion. As soon as those last words were spoken, everyone responded enthusiastically, rolling up their sleeves and posing as if they were ready to take action. Upon seeing the situation, Yang Ligong immediately backed down. It's not that I'm really afraid of being hit, but being scratched a few times doesn't feel good either. No, I'll talk, okay. Even though I reacted quickly enough, the guy next to me still scratched me twice. He couldn't care less about being reserved anymore, afraid that if he was any later, his hands wouldn't have time to cover them. That person wasn't a soldier at all, let alone a pilot. Yang Ligong's words had a significant impact, at least temporarily escaping his bullied state, and leaving everyone else stunned, their minds blank for a moment. You're saying he's not a soldier? Yes, he admitted it himself. Yang Ligong nodded. How so? If you're not a pilot, why are you staying here? The key question is, he's not even a military officer, so how did he get into the base? Right, isn't this a classified unit? How could we let outsiders in? In the eyes of these soldiers, anyone who is a soldier is an outsider, and there's nothing to discuss with them. Hey, there's even more to come. Yang Ligong continued to keep everyone in suspense. His tone was full of suspense, which made everyone's hearts jump again. The crowd stared at him as if they wanted to hear the whole story, waiting for him to continue. Stop hiding it, just tell me. To be honest, I find it unbelievable even when I say it myself. Yang Ligong smiled wryly. This person isn't a soldier, nor does he practice technical skills like us every day, but he's here to test fly with us. Now everyone was once again in a state of confusion. Each word is understandable, but when put together, they form a complete mystery. Why would someone who is neither a soldier nor a pilot compete with him for a flight spot? Everyone looked at each other with suspicion, but no one dared to say that Yang Ligong was making things up, since no one would talk nonsense in this kind of situation. Old Yang, can't you just get straight to the point? Someone couldn't help but urge. I've been straightforward enough, it's just that you don't believe me. Yang Li was feeling helpless. Even he himself felt that this was a bit far-fetched, and that such a thing should not have happened at all, but it actually happened. You should explain more specifically. Yes, I was also worried that I had misheard. Although everyone had some suspicions, they still needed Yang Ligong to confirm it personally before they could feel at ease. All right. Yang Ligong sighed, then said, word by word. He said he was tired of playing games at home and wanted to try his luck here and touch a real fighter jet. Game. A real device. Everyone was stunned again, but slightly calmer than before. But how did these two terms get connected with competitive flight missions? Everyone was completely baffled. Yang Ligong, are you crazy? Can't you explain yourself more clearly? Don't understand? It's very simple, people are tired of playing games at home every day, so they come to our base to have some fun and fly an F-22 in the sky. Under pressure, Yang Ligong had no choice but to bite the bullet and lay out the whole story. Is he tired of playing games at home? You come here to fly F-22s? Everyone finally understood what it meant, but they were also shocked. This is insane. Is it possible to squander resources like this? Has the F-22 become a toy for others to amuse themselves? Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Someone asked, half believing. How could I dare to talk nonsense? Yang Ligong shrugged. Just then, someone walked in through the door. It was Captain Chien Duo who had just returned. This Captain Chien just returned from reporting to Commander Yu, so he naturally knows a little more, but that's about it. This was primarily a task personally assigned by the commander. He then put Yu Hongming under his command, without explaining anything else. Captain, you're finally back. Upon seeing Chien Duo, the other team members immediately saluted and greeted him. This is the rule, when a subordinate meets a superior, they must stand at attention and salute. Chien Duo waved her hand, alright, no need for formalities. Then someone couldn't help but ask, Captain, is what he said about stealing the test flight true? Chien Duo smiled and said, my understanding is actually quite limited, but one thing is certain, that guy is indeed competing for the opportunity just like everyone else. So, everyone, keep up the good work and don't let your guard down. He didn't try to hide anything and directly told what he knew. To be honest, he probably didn't have as clear a grasp of the situation as Yang Ligong. Everyone should go and rest, and go to bed early. Don't let your guard down. If you don't keep up with the training, it will be embarrassing if you fall behind. Chien Duo didn't say much and simply told everyone to go back to their rooms. But he himself didn't leave. Instead, he went to Yu Hongming's room. Starting tomorrow, he will be in charge of training Yu Hongming. To better prepare, he needs to meet with Yu Hongming beforehand and get to know him. Moreover, Commander Yu also emphasized, training can be rigorous, but the attitude must be respectful. We absolutely cannot let him get hurt or have any problems. He repeatedly emphasized that Yu Hongming was a crucial person and that his safety must be guaranteed. There was no room for error. But there was one thing that Chien Duo couldn't understand. If you value Yu Hongming's safety so much, Why expose him to such high-risk activities? This approach seems somewhat contradictory. However, the military emphasizes that obeying orders is their duty. Even if you have many questions in your mind, you have to follow the arrangements. We must follow orders. Knock, knock. The door creaked a few times. A few seconds later, Yu Hongming's voice came from inside the room. Please come in. Upon opening the door, he saw yet another unfamiliar face. Yu Hongming immediately asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Chien Duo, and I am the instructor sent by Commander Yu to guide your training." He had initially hesitated about whether to use the honorific Yu in his address, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Once the word Yu came out, it would be much more difficult to discipline him later. Furthermore, the thought of Commander Yu's expression when he mentioned that name made him even more cautious. How could Chien Duo, an ordinary soldier, dare to neglect someone even the commander valued? Chien Duo. Yu Hongming blurted out those words almost reflexively, without thinking at all. There's no way around it, this name is just too memorable. This is not my fault. My parents named it, so there's nothing I can do about it. Chien Duo was already used to other people's reactions. Therefore, I don't think Yu Hongming's statement was rude. Getting used to it is a kind of sadness, isn't it? At this moment, Yu Hongming realized that his tone was not very good. I quickly added, "I'm so sorry." Chien Duo waved her hand, "It's okay." Then he pointed to the bed and asked, "Have you packed your things?" Yu Hongming nodded, "There's nothing to tidy up." Chien Duo replied, "Then you should get some rest. We'll officially start training tomorrow." Yu Hongming nodded, "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Instructor Chien. We can't call him Chien Duo, meaning lots of money, can we? After all, he's his official instructor now. Calling him Instructor Chien is quite appropriate. The next day, before dawn, the reveille had already sounded. Everyone else got up one after another and quickly ran to the wash area. But one person was out of sorts, and it was obvious who it was. It must be Yu Hongming. He usually sleeps until 11:30. Is it realistic to expect him to change his sleep schedule overnight? As for the early morning assembly call, for Yu Hongming, it's no different from the wind blowing by. I can't wake him up at all. 6:10 a.m. A neat line of people stood downstairs in the dormitory building. As usual, they gathered here before heading to the playground for their morning exercise. Don't think that pilots can succeed just by having technical skills. Physical fitness is also very important. Good physical fitness is a prerequisite for flight missions. Chien Duo arrived at the meeting point on time, but he did not line up when he arrived. Instead, he scanned the crowd, searching for a single person. He didn't come. They went through everyone in the line one by one, and that person was clearly not among them. He sighed and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Sure enough, this guy is difficult to manage. Left with no other choice, he turned around at the meeting point and headed back towards his dormitory. Knock, knock. When he arrived at Yu Hongming's door, he knocked on it forcefully. In comparison, his attitude this time was relatively mild. If it were a trainee from the past, Chien Duo wouldn't have bothered to knock on the door. Kicking it in would have been standard practice. The problem is that Yu Hongming's status is special. Coupled with the commander's warning, Chien Duo had to control her temper and behave more restrained. However, even a mild-mannered type, which is rare among soldiers, doesn't mean they will be overly polite. "Who is it?" came a muffled reply from inside. Although Yu Hongming is a heavy sleeper, this does not mean he has poor hearing. The knocking was so loud it almost shattered the window. How could I not hear it? I just woke up and my head hasn't quite adjusted yet. The tone of voice was naturally not much better. "Comrade Yu Hongming, it's time for training." Chien Duo finally couldn't resist, pushed open the door and went in, her tone not too harsh. At this moment, he felt more and more that this task would not be easy to complete, and he felt extremely frustrated and annoyed, as if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. "Oh, right, I forgot about training." Yu Hongming finally came to his senses. He finally realized that this wasn't his home, he was here for training. He quickly added, "Instructor Chien, please wait a few minutes." After saying that, he immediately got dressed and got out of bed, rushing off to wash up. As for folding the blankets like tofu blocks, he had no concept of that at all. Chien Duo didn't have any expectations for this, so she simply helped him fold the quilt and put it away. Anyway, he's just here to experience being an amateur. It's normal if you can't teach it. It would be better to start training as soon as possible, get him on track early, satisfy his curiosity, and then send him away. This is the most important thing. 15 minutes later, Yu Hongming finally finished washing up and changed into his training uniform. Sigh. Chien Duo held her watch in one hand and stood waiting. The results proved that Yu Hongming's so-called very soon was completely different from a soldier's perception. By standard, washing and making the bed should be completed in 5 minutes, but his speed is incredibly slow. He doesn't even have basic manners, let alone act like a quasi-soldier. To be honest, Chien Duo was feeling particularly depressed at that moment. Let's go! Yu Hongming seemed quite energetic, smiling and beckoning Chien Duo to walk outside. Chien Duo could only sigh and follow. When we arrived at the playground, the others had already been training for more than half an hour. Chien Duo led Yu Hongming directly onto the track. Putting aside other training, physical fitness must be improved. Yu Hongming, let's train our physical fitness first. Okay, I'll do whatever the instructor says. At the beginning of training, Yu Hongming was too embarrassed to object. But deep down, he wasn't happy about it. He just wanted to experience what it was like to actually fly a plane, not to really join the army. Did he really need to take physical fitness so seriously? Anyway, he just came here to experience it. He's not really going to risk his life. Shall we run 10 laps first? 10 laps? Yu Hongming looked at Chien Duo with disbelief. He even pointed to the track and asked, "Do you mean the kind of lap that goes around the entire playground?" Nonsense, what other circle could it be? Yu Hongming's expression became even more surprised. How could there be no problem? Running 10 laps on an empty stomach in the morning? That's a life-threatening thing to do. I haven't even had breakfast yet, where will I get the energy? If Yu Hongming can run 2 laps without getting out of breath, he feels that he has performed beyond his usual level. Instructor Chien, how about we do something else? I think my stamina is pretty good, so I probably don't need to do any more physical training, right? Upon hearing this, Chien Duo felt utterly speechless. Chien Duo immediately understood Yu Hongming's little scheme. He was clearly slacking off. But even though he knew the kid was just messing around, Chien Duo couldn't do anything about it. He was already starting to regret taking on the mission. Serving such a master is really too difficult. Let's start running, run as far as we can, and take it one step at a time. Although Chien Duo verbally agreed, she did not actually fully agree to Yu Hongming's request. He also considered it for a moment. How could an ordinary person adapt to high-intensity training all at once? Therefore, they had no choice but to settle for treating Yu Hongming as a greenhorn, uncover his potential little by little. Ultimately, he himself had gone through the same ordeal. No one is born a flying ace. Everyone has a lot of hidden energy within them. As long as you are willing to practice, you can always unleash it. Alright. Yu Hongming had no choice but to accept the arrangement. Besides, we can't be too unrestrained on the first day. We should at least respect the instructor's opinion. Although life was tough before, I could still handle the hardships. I'll run with you. Realizing there was nowhere to hide, Yu Hongming stopped dawdling and started running. 1 lap passed. We haven't even finished 2 laps yet. To be precise, after running only 1.5 laps, I was already panting like a dog, and my legs were weak. Even Chien Duo, who was watching from the side, was shocked. You think this is all right? Despite his inner complaints, he still had to offer words of encouragement. Keep going. Almost there, just half a lap and we'll go get breakfast. This is already the bare minimum standard for Yu Hongming. It's only 800 meters, which isn't even up to the standard for a junior high school girl. Chien Duo refused to believe it. How could a grown man not even be able to endure this short distance? Run! I'll keep running. Hearing that there was food waiting for him, Yu Hongming's fighting spirit was immediately rekindled. Of course, it only lasted a little longer. For someone who rarely moves, he has already done his best. Finally, after giving it his last breath, Yu Hongming successfully completed the entire course 2 full laps. Alright, let's go eat. Having just completed the challenge, Yu Hongming immediately put his fatigue behind him and dragged Chien Duo to the cafeteria. He had never looked forward to breakfast as much as he did today. Sigh looking at the enthusiastic young man beside her, Chien Duo sighed helplessly once again. But he couldn't stop them. After all, every student's situation is different. Others might be easy to manage, but Yu Hongming is not one of them. Besides, he was worried that Yu Hongming might develop some health problems from hunger, which would be difficult to explain. So the two of them headed straight for the restaurant. Wow, the food here is really good. Upon entering the canteen and seeing the wide variety of food, Yu Hongming was clearly delighted. While eating, he remarked, "The breakfast is so sumptuous, no wonder everyone is eager to fly. With this kind of compensation, it's worth the effort." Upon hearing this, Chien Duo was speechless. If someone else had said that, it would have been fine. It just doesn't sound right coming from this guy. Why haven't I seen you compete with anything before? Then you should eat more, so you'll have the energy to continue training. Before the words were even finished, the pleasant mood that had just been felt was instantly shattered. Even the food in front of me doesn't seem so appetizing anymore. A pang of regret welled up in his heart. Why give up a comfortable life to suffer? But then I thought, let alone this opportunity, no one else can get it. My mindset has gradually calmed down a bit. No matter what, I have to persevere. Since I've decided to do it, I have to do it well. Eating more is better, at least I won't have the problem of low blood sugar during training. Immediately after the meal, Yu Hongming returned to his training regimen. He barely rested before the second round of training began, this time increasing the intensity to 3 laps. After the run, there are high diving platform practice and tightrope walking, which are mainly used to train courage and coordination. Fortunately, Yu Hongming doesn't have a fear of heights, and he managed to get through it, albeit with some stumbles. What gave him the biggest headache was the dizziness adaptation test, which was a hellish experience for a novice. After spinning around a few times, he felt dizzy and disoriented. I even felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fortunately, it was almost noon by then, and the contents of my stomach from early morning had already been used up. By the end, I could only vomit a few mouthfuls of water. After a day of intense activity, Yu Hongming suddenly realized something. The path to soaring through the blue sky is far more difficult than imagined. He naively thought that if the simulator could take off, it should be easy to capture and conquer in reality as well. Who would have thought that the basic training had already taught him a harsh lesson? However, given the circumstances, even after enduring countless hardships, he was unwilling to admit defeat easily. He'd already given it his all. How could he possibly give up if he didn't even get a chance to fly in the end? That anti-vertigo training actually involves continuous spinning. Yu Hongming was spun around 99 times before the nightmarish ordeal finally ended when the dinner bell rang. Lunch was as plentiful and varied as ever, and it was in no way inferior to those high-end buffets outside that cost 400 or 500 yuan. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Yu Hongming felt a lump in his throat, but he had no appetite at all for these colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes. He even felt that his stomach no longer belonged to him. Even if he were given dragon meat to eat, he would not be interested. The most crucial problem is that I really can't eat it. However, Qian Duo's next sentence dealt Yu Hongming a heavy blow. Eat something, or you definitely won't make it through the afternoon training. Yu Hongming looked helpless, his mind filled with nothing but despair, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. But after thinking it over, Yu Hongming decided to persevere. Well, I'll eat something. Gritting his teeth, he still picked up some food and put it on his plate. These are all high-protein, high-calorie foods. Since we can't eat too much, we should focus more on nutrition. As long as you eat enough nutrition and are full, that's fine. As for those tempting-looking but not so substantial delicacies, we can only give them up for now. Yu Hongming believes that one day he will regain his footing and taste all these delicacies. Lunch break is only half an hour. Yu Hongming managed to fill his stomach. Come with me. Qian Duo led him into a classroom. We'll have a 2-hour lesson first, and then we'll begin formal training. What should we learn? Yu Hongming was somewhat curious. He thought it was just physical training, but he didn't expect there would also be theoretical lessons. Don't worry, it's not one of those boring courses. It's about learning the aircraft's operating manual. If you want to fly a plane, you need to understand the function of each button and instrument, right? Oh, I've learned a bit about this before. Upon hearing that he would be studying the operation manual, Yu Hongming breathed a slight sigh of relief. Qian Duo looked at him with some surprise upon hearing this. You've studied this before? Are you sure it's this book? I have indeed studied it, but it may be a little different from what you are teaching. Yu Hongming took the handbook from Qian Duo, flipped through it, and then shook his head. This made Qian Duo even more curious. What's different? I read the Chinese version, yours is in English. A dark line appeared on Qian Duo's forehead again. Damn, this is the F-22's operating manual. Where did the Dragon script version come from? Does this guy not even think before he speaks? Yu Hongming, one should always tell the truth. If we haven't learned it before, we can take it slowly. There's no need to force ourselves. Qian Duo has begun to suspect that Yu Hongming is making up stories. Yu Hongming could not tolerate being questioned about his honesty. Instructor Qian, I'm telling the truth. You can test me if you don't believe me. He didn't forget to add a sentence. But I will only answer Longwen's questions. You can use that to ask your questions. Okay, let me give it a try. Seeing how confident Yu Hongming was, Qian Duo decided to give him a chance to prove himself. Ask anything. Yu Hongming said confidently, seemingly without any pressure. His confidence stems from his numerous successful flight experiences. Qian Duo didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started the test. He even brought out a diagram of a cockpit simulator to facilitate demonstrations and teaching. Those were teaching tools prepared in advance, not made for him alone. Which is the spirit level? Qian Duo started by asking the most basic questions. He was worried that the questions were too difficult and Yu Hongming would get stuck, which would be a bit embarrassing. After all, Yu Hongming was a talent that Commander Yu had his eye on, and he didn't want things to get too awkward. Here. Yu Hongming gently pointed to a spot on the screen. Where's the accelerator? Here it is. Yu Hongming quickly pointed out the answer. Where is the tail fin controlled? It's this one. Chien Duo was somewhat surprised. This guy actually knew. Moreover, every question was answered accurately. This made him realize that he could no longer use such a simple question. As the difficulty increased, Chien Duo was once again amazed. Yu Hongming answered fluently as always. While some answers may not be the optimal choice, they are generally correct. This almost made Chien Duo's jaw drop. They stared at each other in disbelief. Was what this guy just said not a lie? Did he really read the dragon text version of the manual? However, the question still lingered in my mind. First of all, where did this dragon language version of the user manual come from? Secondly, how did Yu Hongming obtain such professional materials? How could an ordinary person possibly possess such information? What's even more puzzling is, isn't this guy a bit too idle? While others are browsing the internet to read novels or play games, why is he looking at the user manual? This can't be explained by mere boredom, can it? Driven by curiosity, Chien Duo couldn't help but continue asking questions. Yu Hongming, are you saying you really have that dragon script version of the manual? Why would I lie to you? But where did you get it from? I asked Vice Minister Chu from the equipment department to help with the translation. I don't know if you know him. Chien Duo was once again so surprised that she couldn't speak. Did you specifically hire someone to translate? Or was it a deputy minister from the equipment department who personally helped? Although I don't have much of a relationship with this Minister Chu, his identity sounds very impressive. In an instant, Chien Duo's understanding of Yu Hongming's status rose to a new level. Then he recalled something he had overheard before, something about game consoles. Then an even bolder guess popped into my head. Once the idea popped into my head, I just couldn't shake it off. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Yu Hongming, you don't actually have an F-22 simulator installed at home, do you? You're absolutely right. I've been playing for quite a while now, and I think I'm pretty skilled at it. I haven't crashed the plane recently. Yu Hongming couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride as he said this. This is probably the only thing he can offer right now. At this moment, Chien Duo was completely stunned. Reality has slapped me in the face again. So there really are such people. The high-end simulators were desperately vying for training opportunities with their just home gaming devices to them. The difference is truly enormous. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Chien Duo's heart, and this was not the first time he had felt frustrated because of the difference in their status. But he's not the type to be easily defeated. If he hadn't been mentally strong and quick to adapt, he wouldn't have been able to become a top pilot. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Alright, I'll stop studying the training manual for now. I'll take you on a trial run first to see your actual skill level, and then we'll replan the subsequent arrangements. This time, Chien Duo truly experienced what it means for plans to fall short of reality. The training plan I made last night was all for nothing. It looks like I need to revise it drastically. Okay, I'll follow Instructor Chien's instructions. Finally, he had a chance to show off his skills and demonstrate his abilities. How could Yu Hongming refuse? What's more, they had been practicing all morning, but their results were still not ideal. He himself felt he was too weak, and even he was a little embarrassed. It's really frustrating if I can't find a chance to show my skills. Chien Duo led Yu Hongming to the simulation training hall. There are 4 flight simulators at the base over there. Apart from necessary maintenance intervals, they are almost all operating under high load. Those who hadn't passed the assessment were scrambling to practice. Reading a book 10 times is not as memorable as flying it once. Therefore, everyone is willing to come and try it out in real combat. Some who have already passed the assessment are not idle either, wanting to practice some tactics and high difficulty moves through simulators. Only by performing well in flight simulators can you be truly proficient in real flight. Chien Duo has special privileges, so she can quickly obtain the right to use the emulator without having to wait in long lines like others. This special access was precisely because of Yu Hongming's existence. I saw someone cutting in line. Moreover, he was an outsider who was neither a soldier nor a pilot, which immediately made the other people waiting in line unhappy. As expected, they're here to steal the opportunity. But cutting in line is going too far. I've already been waiting for 3 hours. I'm even worse off. When it was my turn to be next, a new person stepped in. This is utter chaos. They're letting people who don't know anything board the machines. Isn't this a waste of resources? That's right, it's no use trying to object. Don't you know who brought them? Don't rush, you'll definitely make a fool of yourself in a moment. You can only last 3 minutes at most. That's right, not just anyone can play this. Once he tries it out, he'll realize that connections won't work. Alright, the person is already on the plane, let's just wait and see the joke. Yes, a clown is a clown. Almost simultaneously, everyone's attention turned to the large screen in the hall. I wonder if the sergeant controlling the screen was also dissatisfied with Yu Hongming, and deliberately enlarged his screen. The screen displayed a continuous stream of operations, keeping viewers on their toes. It flew up. In less than 5 minutes, the previously chattering hall felt completely silent. Everyone's mouths were so wide open they could fit an egg. Everyone originally thought that Yu Hongming might not even know where the engine button was. Who could have predicted that this person would perform such a smooth and effortless maneuver, and the plane would actually take off shakily? Although the starting action was not standard, and even a bit rough, but this move directly shocked everyone, without exception. After all, he's just a beginner, an outsider who is not even a soldier, let alone a pilot. It took off successfully on its very first attempt. This talent stunned everyone. Of course, this is mainly because people are unaware that Yu Hongming's family also has its own simulator, which is why they react this way. If I had known this before, I probably wouldn't have been so shocked. Unless this guy has cheat codes and comes with expert driving skills right from the start. Otherwise, what normal person could do such a thing? The only thing that can rival it is probably Sapanwood tea, a peculiar variety. This guy has an almost superhuman talent. Yoan Daeon had already made an authoritative assessment of this point. I wish I hadn't given up my dream of becoming a pilot when I was young. Otherwise, it would surely have its own place in the blue sky. After a brief silence, the crowd began to whisper again. That's amazing. I never expected to fly on my first try. I thought he was just trying to take advantage of the situation, but he turns out to be a master. Although the technique is not up to standard, it is generally in place. You're saying this is a beginner? If you say this isn't a professional pilot, I just can't believe it. Various rumors are circulating, but no one seems to be considering the possibility that Yu Hongming's family owns a simulator. We can't entirely blame them. Fighter jet simulators are considered high-tech devices by most people. More importantly, these kinds of devices are usually classified items, so how could they possibly have fallen into the wrong hands? Who would have thought that an ordinary family could hide an F-22 simulator? However, these people do have a fixed mindset. They've never considered one question. How did they manage to get their hands on the F-22 training pod that the United States treasures? If you think about this carefully, you can probably imagine that Yu Hongming's home may have similar equipment, but this is just a possibility, because imagination really varies from person to person. Whether you can come up with a wild enough idea really depends on your talent. Just like writing a story, as long as you dare to imagine, there is nothing that cannot be achieved. I have to try too. This guy seems to have some real talent. Sigh, my flight time is going to be taken up again. I heard that another group of ace pilots will be arriving soon, and the base is preparing to form a second flight squadron. If new people come, shouldn't we, who aren't qualified, just pack up and go home? It's so difficult. If I fail the assessment and am eliminated, I won't be able to hold my head up high. Keep it up. Practice as much as you can before the new recruits arrive and try to get a perfect score on the next test. Chien Duo stood behind Yu Hongming, watching his actions, and was also shocked by what she saw. Although their skill level is not as high as those with professional training, their performance is still commendable. It would be impossible to perform such an operation without familiarity with the knowledge in the training manual. At this point, Chien Duo gradually began to understand Yu Hongming's motives for coming here. I especially recalled something Yang Ligang said a few days ago. I'm not satisfied with just playing games, I want to try out a real fighter jet. Shall we fly it one more time? About 10 minutes later, Yu Hongming successfully completed the flight and carefully landed the plane. Although the landing was somewhat dangerous, it was a success, at least there was no collision. Even so, in Chien Duo's eyes, this is already the best that a non-professional can do. No, let's stop here for today. Chien Duo waved his hand, indicating that today's training could end. Let's go, let's continue our training. Although Yu Hongming is quite good at playing flight simulators, basic training is still essential for actually flying a plane. The days that followed became the beginning of Yu Hongming's nightmare. This incident also taught him a lesson. Don't be too overconfident, some things can't be done casually. This round of special training taught Yu Hongming a valuable lesson. However, after a month, his physical fitness has improved significantly. My back doesn't hurt anymore, my legs don't ache anymore, and I feel like I've become many years younger, full of energy. This day finally marked the moment when Yu Hongming took his first independent flight. He was already dressed in his flight suit and sitting in the cockpit of the F-22. Yu Hongming gave a thumbs up to the ground, meaning that everything was ready. Soon, the tower's voice came through the headset. This is the control tower, 02, please respond. Received, this is 02. Shortly after Yu Hongming's response, the control tower sounded again. The weather is fine now, the temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, the visibility is good, the wind speed is 6 meters per second, and takeoff is permitted. 02 requesting takeoff. Cleared for takeoff. Upon hearing the instruction, Yu Hongming decisively floored the accelerator. Then the engine spewed out blue flames, followed by a deafening roar. Then another signal came through the headset, 02, this is 01, please confirm. 02 received, please speak. He had already slowly taxied the plane to the runway starting point, ready for takeoff at any moment. The voice in the headset continued to remind him, Yu Hongming, flying requires knowing your own strength. Try to avoid high-difficulty maneuvers. This 01 refers to Vice Minister Chiu. As the supervisor, he made a special trip here today to keep an eye on the scene because he was worried about things. Then another familiar voice came through, Yu Hongming, you must know your limits when doing things, remember that. It was Commander Yu's voice. Understood, don't worry. Yu Hongming replied calmly. He then accelerated. With a roar, the engine emitted an even more intense plume of flame, and the aircraft began to taxi rapidly. After more than 200 meters, he gently pulled the control stick, the nose of the aircraft rose, and the F-22 took off like a soaring eagle. It's completely different from the realism of flying in a simulator, it's a completely different experience. The three words fast, ruthless, and accurate best describe it. Shortly after Yu Hongming took off, a second F-22 arrived on the runway. This time, it was his instructor Chien Duo. He aligned the aircraft with the runway and immediately requested takeoff from the control tower, this is 03, requesting takeoff. Conditions are suitable, we can depart, the control tower quickly replied. Then he heard Commander Yu's reminder 03, keep a close eye on 02, don't let him do anything reckless. Understood, I will keep a close eye on it. In fact, Chien Duo knew very well what was going on. His mission was simply to prevent Yu Hongming from doing anything out of line. Without further ado, he pushed the throttle valve to its limit. The fighter jet unleashed its powerful thrust, and after skidding a long distance on the runway, it suddenly soared into the sky, chasing after the other aircraft. At this moment, Yu Hongming was like a colt that had just broken free of its reins, soaring freely in the sky. When he reached an altitude of 8,000 meters, he did a 360-degree somersault. The bursts of excited shouts and yells made the two senior leaders in the monitoring room so nervous that they kept sighing. That Yu Hongming, you tell him not to cause trouble, but he insists on doing it anyway. Isn't he afraid of scaring us into the hospital? I can only hope this whole ordeal ends soon. Hopefully he'll have had his fun and then stop, satisfied. Witnessing all of this, Chien Duo did not rush to approach him. This guy does have some flying skills. He nodded to himself, watching the agile movements in the distance. He knew that unless Yu Hongming was allowed to have his fun, he couldn't control him at all. Of course, he also knew that things were far from over. We can only send this old man home safely once he's had his fill of fun, right? It must be said that Yu Hongming truly had a talent for flying. Although he can't compare to those top geniuses, he's much better than the average person. Completing a solo flight test in just 1 month is not something an ordinary person can easily do. Moreover, the standards are even higher because of his special status. The ability to pass the exam so quickly is not only due to hard work, but also to the support of innate potential. So Yu Hongming danced freely, while Chien Duo watched from afar. The people in the monitoring room, however, were on tenterhooks, filled with anxiety and fear. However, the good fortune didn't last long. About 2 hours later, the news came that the fuel tank was running low. Unable to continue playing, Yu Hongming had no choice but to return and land. The moment he landed, he laughed and shouted, that felt great. A month of hard work wasn't for nothing. As it came to a smooth stop in the designated position, Chien Duo's fighter jet also landed beside him. On the other side, Vice Minister Chu and Commander Yu had already come down from the command center and were waiting for the two to disembark and meet. After returning to Feichen, life seemed to return to its usual routine. But he didn't sit idle. After experiencing the thrill of his first flight, he fought for several more flight opportunities, even in the face of the silent protests of several bigwigs. After all that effort, how can we give up so easily? We'll definitely have to fly a few more times to make the ticket price worthwhile. Of course, while having fun is fine, you can't be too reckless. Commander Sun from the Navy had called several times to ask when the goods could be delivered. They couldn't just keep people waiting, could they? Yu Hongming had no choice but to pack his things and go back. This time, he didn't take a military plane home. He took a commercial flight instead. In fact, although the Ghost Blue Team's base is located in a remote area, it is much better than during previous exercises. It's only about 100 kilometers to Lanchinge Airport. It should only take 2 or 3 hours. Yu Xingxin came to pick him up in person. After all, Yu Hongming had disappeared for a month, and she missed him terribly, wishing she could see him immediately. Yu Xingxin had no idea where Yu Hongming had been all this time, and she was quite surprised to see him like this. Yu Hongming, why are you so tanned? Where did you go? Is it dark? This is called a healthy wheat skin tone, don't you understand? Yu Hongming vehemently denies that he has become tanned and refuses to admit it no matter what. At most, you could only describe it as wheat-colored. That was his last line of psychological defense. Yu Xingxin didn't argue anymore. Okay, let's go with wheat color. That's right, that's exactly it. Whatever you like is fine. To be honest, having gotten used to his clean-cut appearance before, Yu Hongming looks quite different now. Moreover, his facial features became more defined. She looked more energetic and her posture was much better. In short, it can be summed up in one word: like a soldier. These subtle changes made Yu Xingxin want to find out what he had been doing for the past month. Let's go. Yu Hongming invited Yu Xingxin to get in the car and kindly opened the door for her. Thanks. Yu Xingxin always acted very gently in front of Yu Hongming. It doesn't quite match her decisive and authoritative image at the company. The driver took Yu Hongming directly to the scrap metal recycling station, but Yu Xingxin didn't leave immediately. Instead, she decided to stay a little longer. After not seeing him for a month, she was determined to see him a few more times today. Although Yu Hongming had been away from home for a month, the recycling station did not appear deserted at all, nor did it look like it had been unclean for a long time. Before he left, Yu Hongming specially arranged for Yuan Daong to have a cleaner come and take care of things regularly, so everything was normal when he returned. Please sit down first, I'll make you a pot of tea. Because Yu Xingxin often came over, she started preparing as skillfully as the hostess. She quickly brought over a pot of flower tea. I also brought some fruit platters and snacks. Once everything was in place, she got down to business and started to get the information out of people. Tell me honestly, what have you been doing for the past month? It's nothing, I just went to the military base to experience life there. Really? Would I lie to you? Just touch my work for yourself. As he spoke, Yu Hongming even showed off his thigh muscles. Yu Xingxin had to nod and admit that this guy's muscles were obviously much more muscular than before. However, she couldn't resist teasing him relentlessly. When did you suddenly realize you wanted to endure hardship? Alas, a moment of excitement led to a mistake. As the two were chatting and laughing, Yuan Daong suddenly appeared. It turns out that even when Yu Hongming was away for the past month, he still clocked in on time every day as usual. As the success rate of aircraft experiments increased, his enthusiasm was completely ignited. Every day is like going to and from get off work. I arrive at 8 a.m. sharp, take a short break at noon, and order takeout. I get off work and go home around 6 p.m. His parents thought he was working a normal job. In fact, he comes here every day. A model of filial piety in the standard sense, obeying rules, never being late, and never leaving early. Yu Hongming, you're back. Just then, Yuan Daong appeared. I just arrived. What time did you get here? 8 o'clock in the morning. Is it like this every day? Hearing this, Yu Hongming felt a jolt in his heart, thinking that the electricity bill must have exceeded the limit again. Where else can I go if I don't stay here? Faced with the innocent-looking Yuan Daong, Yu Hongming felt his blood pressure soar. Aren't you going to do anything about your company? Have they already forgotten about you? It doesn't really matter whether I go or not. Everyone at the company treats me like a decoration anyway. Yuan Daong shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. This is indeed his true thought. It's not that I haven't been back before, but I feel incredibly awkward even after just half an hour there. Later, he simply stopped going anywhere. If something truly important happens, Luan Hongfu will naturally come to him. In fact, Luan Hongfu had already given him a list last week to pass on to Yu Hongming. Unfortunately, Yu Hongming didn't show up during that time, so he could only keep it in his hands for the time being. Fortunately, the other party has finally returned, and the list has finally been located. Oh, by the way, a new list has been sent down from above. Take a look when you have some free time. Yuan Daong took out a piece of paper from his body and handed it to Yu Hongming, but he was too lazy to answer, and simply pointed to a spot on the table. Just leave it there, we'll talk about it later. Then be careful. He didn't want to be chased and pressured by his boss. After finishing his business, Yuan Daong finally noticed some changes in Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming, did you go to Africa this month? You're so dark-skinned. Upon hearing the word black, Yu Xingxin burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I go to Africa? Yu Hongming couldn't keep his composure any longer and jumped up and down in a panic. How can you call it dark? This is the skin tone of wheat under the sun, okay? That makes some sense. After his reminder, Yuan Daong found himself increasingly feeling that way. His more sculpted face is a particular plus. Even a man like Yuan Daong had to admire Yu Hongming. He really does look a few times more handsome now than before. You guys continue chatting, I'm leaving now. They reunited not long after separating, and the atmosphere was so sweet. He knew he should disappear on his own. I'm not even playing games tonight, for the first time ever, I'm planning to go home early. Hurry up. Yu Hongming couldn't wait for him to leave. That sweet atmosphere was completely ruined by this guy. You'd better not go out and see anyone for the next few days. Don't interrupt our conversation. Yu Hongming looked at Yu Xingxin with a smile. Yu Xingxin pouted. Continue? Is your brain filled with mush? Yu Hongming was furious. It was all Yuan Daong's fault, that troublemaker. He has never done a single reliable thing. But to Yu Hongming's surprise, Yuan Daong was just an opening guest. No sooner had Yuan Daong left than new guests arrived. Moreover, he couldn't possibly block the doorway at all. His parents, Yu Jiangguo and Liang Yining, came. He dares to turn them away? Unless he's got a death wish. Xin is here too. Where's my son? As soon as Liang Yining entered, she greeted Yu Xingxin warmly, completely ignoring Yu Hongming, whose skin had turned wheat-colored. Mom, I'm here. His mother looked around but didn't look at him, so Yu Hongming couldn't help but speak up to make his presence known. But the next second, Liang Yining's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Seriously? My son isn't that dark-skinned. Yu Hongming's heart tightened, and his face instantly showed signs of collapse. At this moment, Yuan Daong, while secretly amused, decided to step in and ease the tension. Auntie, this really is your young master, just a version with a different skin color. Hearing him say that, Yu Xingxin couldn't help but laugh out loud. She simply couldn't resist. Son. Liang Yining then began to stare intently at Yu Hongming. It's hard to believe that in just 1 month, my son has become so different that he doesn't even recognize his own mother. She used to look so clean and refreshing, but now she's completely black, which is far beyond her aesthetic standards. Mom, it's me. Yu Hongming looked helpless and could only confirm his identity again. Oh my son, how could you do such a thing? Then Liang Yining changed the subject and looked at Yu Xingxin. Xingxin, do you like this style? No, auntie, this really has nothing to do with me. Yu Xingxin quickly shook her head to clarify. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, she understood perfectly well, and she was determined not to take the blame. Actually, she also thinks the current version of Yu Hongming is quite good, but that's one thing, taking the blame is another. Yes, Mom, this was really my own decision, it has nothing to do with Xin. Yu Hongming understood what his mother meant and immediately stepped forward to explain to Yu Xingxin. He's the kind of person who never backs down when it comes to responsibility, and besides, he was the one who caused this whole mess. He got so sunburned from playing on an airplane, if his parents found out, they'd beat him to a pulp. Son, what happened to you? How could you do such a thing? Liang Yining asked another question. I just went to the military base to help out, the conditions there aren't as good as at home. Yu Hongming decided to tell a white lie. Anyway, I can't tell her that I secretly went to play with airplanes and that's why I ended up in this mess. If he were to reveal it, Liang Yining would probably grab something and beat him up. Don't be fooled by the fact that his mother is usually his biggest support and his father can't do anything about him. When a woman gets angry, she can be ruthless and won't care about anyone else's feelings. In short, never offend your mother. Early the next morning, Yu Hongming appeared at the food wholesale store where he had purchased goods a few days earlier. He has a lot scheduled for today and needs to get everything ready as soon as possible because there are a bunch of orders waiting to be shipped. We need to process all the demand lists, including those from Sumu Cha, the chip factory, and the one brought by Yuan Daong. The orders from the Navy commander and the Ghost Blue team need to be processed even faster. He felt bad that the other person had helped him for so long and he couldn't keep putting it off. Boss, you're here. What would you like to see? The shop owner's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Hongming. To him, this person was practically the god of wealth himself. Last time, he bought all the stock in the store in one go and never hesitated to pay. From then on, the boss looked forward to his return every day. They even stocked up on extra goods, just so that the god of wealth would come to visit often. He was right, Yu Hongming did indeed come to visit again. Enough with the small talk, let's pack everything up like last time, and deliver it as well. Is that alright? Yu Hongming has always been decisive and efficient in his work. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. I'll have someone load the goods onto the truck right away. The boss was extremely excited. Just send it to the same address as before. After saying that, Yu Hongming didn't linger and went straight home to wait for the goods to be delivered. This is quite efficient, the food was delivered to the warehouse in less than half an hour. Several movers got off the delivery truck and put everything in place in just over 10 minutes. He paid the money on the spot without any unnecessary formalities. The wholesaler was overjoyed upon receiving the payment notification and immediately suggested, from now on, whenever you need it, just give me a call and I'll deliver it to you, saving you the trouble of making the trip yourself. That's such a brilliant idea. No wonder this guy keeps making money so steadily. People with quick minds are sure to have good fortune. These words struck a chord with Yu Hongming, and he had no reason to object. Okay, then I'll just call you next time. Your boss is welcome to call any time. The owner of the food wholesale store left with a heart full of joy. After seeing his boss off, Yu Hongming didn't rest and went straight back to the warehouse. He's about to start work. A thought flashed through his mind, and Yu Hongming stored all the food in the warehouse into his system space. System, I want to make a deal with Sima Minghao. Okay, transaction partner selected, connecting. The system connected to the target very quickly, almost without any time. Yu Hongming immediately entered the trading space. He came out again in less than a minute. It reappeared in the system space. The 20 F-22 fighter jets promised to Navy Commander Sun and Ghost Blue Army Commander Yu have arrived. System, I want to make a deal with Liao Xiaoi. Okay, the trading partner has been confirmed, connecting. This time it went smoothly as well, and Yu Hongming entered the trading space in the blink of an eye. The process was the same as last time, but it took about 30 seconds longer. Yu Hongming successfully completed the transaction and obtained the equipment needed by Sumucha and other chip factories. System, I need to make a deal with Fujisawa next. Okay, target locked, connecting. This is not the first time Yu Hongming has collaborated with Fujisawa. These transactions were primarily for the benefit of import and export companies. Over the years, Fujisawa's life has become increasingly comfortable. Therefore, he did not delay Yu Hongming. After entering the trading area, Yu Hongming handed over the prepared list. Everything went smoothly, and the transaction was completed within 30 seconds. Yu Hongming then reappeared in the system space. But his mission wasn't over yet. The transactions had all been completed, but he hadn't tried the random transaction feature in a long time. It's time to start random trading and see if there are any new faces, and maybe even some interesting things to encounter. People always need to maintain a sense of novelty. Monotony is too boring. System, activate random trading mode. Okay, the random transaction channel has been opened. Please prepare, host. Initiating a random transaction never requires waiting. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hongming, carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles, entered the trading space once again. 2 boxes of instant noodles have become his standard equipment when making random trades. This time, a blonde man appeared with him. This person looks quite old. This is not common in Yu Hongming's past trading experience. After all, in a doomsday scenario, young people have a better chance of surviving. Moreover, the person in front of me was dressed neatly and cleanly, unlike many people who looked disheveled when they first came in. Of course, my first reaction upon entering was one of panic and helplessness. What do you want to trade? I buy all kinds of used equipment and production lines. Yu Hongming is a straightforward person who doesn't want to waste time and get straight to the point. But the other party didn't react with excitement after hearing this. Instead, they frowned. I don't have these things. Yu Hongming pressed further. Then what do you have? Or can you tell me what kind of work you did before the apocalypse? Seeing the somewhat reserved blonde man, Yu Hongming decided to guide the transaction forward. Before the apocalypse, I worked on Wall Street, the person said with a hint of pride. However, it quickly dimmed again. In this world, this once glorious identity has long lost its value. I only have some money and shares in many companies, but now they seem to be worthless. Hearing this, Yu Hongming couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. In a world like this, it's not easy to survive, let alone for anyone. I'll help if I can. It's okay, we can exchange stocks for things. Is it really possible? The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Yu Hongming with disbelief. For him, who had spent his entire life on Wall Street, it was simply incomprehensible that these things, which were originally worthless, could be exchanged for food. Of course, you can have shares in any company. These 2 boxes of instant noodles are yours, Yu Hongming said confidently. Time is limited, there's no need to beat around the bush. Okay, no problem. The old man was probably too excited, and he kept repeating these 2 words. Yu Hongming then asked him, by the way, what's your name? I'd like to do business with you again in the future. Although he didn't know if the deal would actually come in handy, he thought to himself that even if it didn't work, it wouldn't matter, it would be a lifesaver. It's not easy for an elderly person like this to have survived until now in this kind of world. Let's just do something kind. My name is Buffett, the old man replied after a few seconds of hesitation, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. I wonder if anyone in this world still remembers me. Unexpectedly, this name stung Yu Hongming instantly. He never imagined that this person was actually the legendary Wall Street tycoon. Although he himself was not in the investment industry, he had heard of this famous figure. He is most famous for filming a dinner opportunity once a year, which is very expensive, starting at several million US. Even so, wealthy people lined up in long queues to grab this spot. Are you really that Buffett? Yes, you still remember me? The old man asked, his voice tinged with surprise and delight. I never expected that 2 years after the apocalypse, someone would still recognize me. Just as Yu Hongming was about to have another chat with this legendary figure, the system notification suddenly sounded. He knew this was a system notification, the countdown had begun. Each reminder means you have 10 seconds left to leave. I'll trade you 2 cases of instant noodles. I'll use a share certificate. The 2 answered almost simultaneously. Then, the system's voice came again. Transaction complete. Both parties' items have been placed in their respective backpacks. Mr. Buffett, please take care. I hope we can meet again. Before leaving, Yu Hongming said one last encouraging word to him. People always need to have hope in their hearts to live a meaningful life. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. He always believed that he was someone who could bring hope to others. Thanks. Before Buffett disappeared, he also expressed his gratitude to Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming returned to the system space with mixed feelings. This was his first time dealing with a well-known and important figure in real life, so his feelings were naturally different from usual. It's normal to have some emotional fluctuations. Upon returning, Yu Hongming did not immediately leave the system space, but instead brought up the system interface. System, is the share certificate I just acquired the only one of its kind? Yes, host. Once you take this share certificate out of the system, all the original copies or duplicates will lose their effect. Only the one in your hand is the only real and valid one. The system responded quickly. Yu Hongming had actually anticipated this outcome long ago. Sure enough, most of the items obtained from the target person, apart from some very common and abundant items, met the requirement of being unique. From this perspective, the value of that shareholding is naturally extraordinary. That's incredibly valuable. Although Yu Hongming is indeed not short of money now, who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, he felt particularly pleased to be able to squeeze some money out of those rich people. After muttering a few words to himself, he successfully exited the system space. Also released was the shareholding certificate. He didn't intend to do anything with it, he simply wanted to take a look and see which company's shares the share certificate corresponded to, purely out of curiosity. After all, this Buffett is a legendary investment master who has never made a mistake. Every company he invests in is among the top performers in its industry. So, they have a keen eye for things, which is why people are willing to spend a lot of money to snag a meal. The name fruit caught Yu Hongming's eye and gave him a jolt. To be honest, although my English grades have never been great, I did graduate from a proper university, so I do have basic literacy skills. More importantly, that Apple icon is just too obvious. It's hard for people not to recognize her. Could it really be that fruit company? This thought flashed through Yu Hongming's mind, and this thought wouldn't go away. This company's stock is extremely valuable. I heard that its market value has already exceeded $2 trillion. The price per share hovers around $100. Here's the key point, those are real US dollars. If you convert it to a currency unit you're familiar with, that's tens of trillions. In comparison, his assets seem insignificant compared to this, so it's not surprising that they could tempt him. If Yu Hongming can earn some pocket money through this company, he will be one step closer to becoming the world's richest man. Shouldn't everyone who owns a system strive in this direction? Alright, let's put it away for now. Yu Hongming found a small drawer next to a table and casually put the share certificate inside. At first, I wanted to check how many shares were listed in the notebook, but I gave up as soon as I had the idea. With my English level, I'd be lucky if I could even understand the title, let alone try to understand a thick equity document. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Let's leave this to the professionals. In Yu Hongming's mind, Yu Xingxin was definitely one of the most suitable candidates. She is fluent in multiple languages and is also an expert in the investment field. Moreover, she was his girlfriend. In this situation, who could be more suitable than her? No one. Ring ring. Just then, my cell phone rang. Duan Zishan? In fact, the two have kept in touch. She was always the one taking the initiative, and he never responded. During this period, the two had less contact, and Duan Zishan may have realized something. After the call connected, Yu Hongming asked, "Is there something you need? Does it mean I have to have something important to say before I call you?" Duan Zishan asked softly. It seems she still can't let go. She has always been a stubborn person and is unwilling to give up until the very last moment. But she's not the type to force others, she believes in letting things take their natural course. What's meant to be yours will come to you, and what's not meant to be yours will not be yours to fight for. No, you're right. Faced with such a statement, Yu Hongming did not know how to respond. Although he had no feelings for her, he didn't want to make her feel too bad. Besides, Zishan had recently helped him at the scrapyard, so he couldn't bring himself to turn his back on her. At least you have some conscience. Duan Zishan gave a soft hum, but to Yu Hongming it sounded more like she was being coquettish. She didn't dwell on the topic, and immediately changed the subject. Actually, I really have something I need to discuss with you this time. What is it? Yu Hongming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that they had gotten to the point. As a straight man, what I fear most is encountering women's various hints or roundabout ways of getting things done. With limited time and energy, he really doesn't deal with too many emotional issues. He certainly lacks management skills in this regard. Not everyone can be as organized as some of these exceptional individuals. Unfortunately, he lacks the talent in this area. Zhou Tianyu has returned to China, and we're planning a welcome party so everyone can join in the fun. Who? Zhou Tianyu. It's him, do you remember him? Remember. Upon hearing this name, Yu Hongming was filled with emotion. Back then, the two were inseparable brothers, as close as Yu and Daeong is now. After graduating from high school, they each went their separate ways to pursue different futures. Yu Hongming studied at a university in the country, while Zhou Tianyu, from a wealthy family, went abroad directly. As time went by, distance not only widened the gap in their lives, but also caused their friendship to gradually fade. In the first year, we kept in touch from time to time. The following year, we contacted each other much less frequently. In the third year, there was absolutely no news of them. In the fourth year, they couldn't even get through to each other on the phone. After 5 years apart, Zhou Tianyu has unexpectedly returned. Surprisingly, the first person to tell him this news was not the person involved. The thought of it makes me feel a little awkward. Looking back on that period, Yu Hongming didn't really know how to face his former brother. However, one thing he was certain of was that it was impossible to start over. This also reminds us that some things, once missed, are truly missed and can never be recovered. Therefore, everyone must learn to cherish every friendship and every moment. Only those who truly understand the value of cherishing things will not easily lose the important things in their lives. When you regret it, you realize it's all too late. You'll come, right? Duan Zishan asked again over the phone. Okay, send me the time and place, I'll go. After much deliberation, Yu Hongming decided to keep the appointment. After all, they were partners who fought side by side through thick and thin. Although the situation is very different now, the sentiment remains. Perhaps this meeting will also mark the end of my lost youth. Okay, I'll send it to you right away, Duan Zishan replied. Then you can hang up now, I still need to contact other people. It's alright, you're busy. The moment the call ended, Zhou Tianyu's image kept appearing in my mind. The days of scrambling for food in the cafeteria, playing ball together until we were drenched in sweat, and staying up all night playing online games, these scenes flashed through my mind like a movie clip. There's nothing he can do, this is his youth. Youth is an irreplaceable part of everyone's memories. Minister Chien, what you requested is ready. Came a colleague's voice over the phone. 20 aircraft, ready for pickup. Yu Hongming did not dwell on his memories any longer and directly called Vice Minister Chu to inform him. Just as I was about to say something special. The goods have arrived, right? No problem, I'll be there now. Vice Minister Chu interrupted his series of replies and hung up immediately after speaking. Tisk. Hearing the busy tone indicating the end of the call, Yu Hongming could only sigh helplessly. I just hope the other person remembers my advice from last time and doesn't act so ostentatiously. We can't keep using tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters, such a commotion is too much and will easily attract trouble. The matter was almost over and no one knew about it, but this whole thing has been brought back to light, as if it were deliberately designed to attract attention. After sighing, he didn't stop working. We've recovered so much military equipment, we have to use it. Yu Hongming then made 2 separate phone calls, one to Sumucha and the other to Yuan Daeong, asking them to arrange for someone to pick up the goods the next day. After finishing his work, he finally had time to return to that state of idleness. While sitting in a chair drinking tea and basking in the sun, I suddenly felt a surge of emotion. I used to have to run around to the military base for a month and exhaust myself, but now I realize it was totally not worth it. The next morning, very early, Yu Hongming originally intended to adjust his sleep habits. The rhythm of life that I had worked so hard to establish was completely disrupted during this month of military service. But now, the adjustments have been disrupted as soon as they began. Who disrupted his plans? That's right, it was Vice Minister Chu and Commander Gao who did this. They don't care about these trivial details. As soon as they've got everything sorted, they set off immediately without saying a word. First came the sound of vehicles driving outside. The rumbling and booming vibrations were almost familiar to our ears. As expected, the scrapyard was once again surrounded by a large army, and it seemed to be escalating even further than last time. Even the helicopters circling overhead made several turns in the air, and Yu Hongming knew that this was no small event. Old Chien, you guys said you'd keep a low profile last time, so what's with all this manpower? Upon seeing the two for the first time, Yu Hongming made a sarcastic remark. Got it, I'll pay attention next time, the two replied almost simultaneously, then turned around and continued working. Well, Yu Hongming looked sullen. I've never seen anything like this before, they speak without any sincerity. Since they can't change their ways, they should figure out a solution themselves. Yu Hongming has already started planning to move the next transaction to a different location, at least to avoid being disturbed by noise again. The goods are all over there at the warehouse, just take them quickly. After pointing out the general location, he didn't bother to say anything more. He added a complaint, finish this quickly, or you'll disturb the neighbors and cause trouble. Don't worry, I guarantee it will be all moved within an hour. Commander Gao nodded in agreement and immediately went to organize the team to carry out the mission. Vice Minister Chu, on the other side, stepped closer. He mysteriously beckoned to Yu Hongming and said, Little Yu, where are the technical drawings I asked you to look up? The sudden action left Yu Hongming completely bewildered, and it took him a while to realize what he meant. Oh right. So he was referring to the engine blueprints. I'm with you. Come with me in a moment. Yu Hongming had already separated the document from the traded goods and stored it on a dedicated hard drive. Unlike a regular USB flash drive, this size is obviously not suitable for carrying around. Yu Hongming led his men to the reception room and took out the document that had been prepared in advance from the drawer, the hard drive that had been stored there along with the share certificates. The moment he received it, Vice Minister Chu's expression instantly became excited, and he handled it with utmost care, as if he were holding a precious gem. Although it didn't look heavy on the surface, it felt unusually heavy to him. Because the information it contains is of immeasurable value, it is something that money cannot necessarily buy. Thank you so much. Her voice trembled slightly. No need to say anything more, it's good that you've helped. It's just a few boxes of instant noodles, no need to make such a fuss. Yu Hongming waved his hand, quickly refusing to continue with this kind of talk. But the more casually he said it didn't matter, the more moved the other person became, as if the person in front of him was becoming more and more noble. The goods have been handed over. Everyone has worked hard. Now that the work is done, let's go home early. Don't wait for me for lunch. Seeing that Vice Minister Chu was almost moved to tears, Yu Hongming was a little overwhelmed and simply asked them to leave. Hearing those sentimental words makes my bones melt, he muttered to himself. Therefore, the signal to send the guests off was given without any ambiguity. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't rush off. Vice Minister Chu did not intend to leave immediately, as there was still an important matter to be dealt with. We haven't agreed on the price yet. What's there to worry about? Just do it the way we agreed before. What should we do with this thing? Vice Minister Chu waved the hard drive in his hand. He believed that the most important and valuable thing was actually it. Yu Hongming waved his hand. This won't be charged separately, consider it a small bonus gift. A gift? Vice Minister Chu was immediately stunned upon hearing this. He never expected that what he considered the most important and valuable thing would turn out to be a worthless freebie, given away for free. Isn't it common to get some supporting materials included with the purchase of equipment? Yu Hongming shrugged, speaking nonchalantly, and casually found a chair to sit down, too lazy to stand and waste his energy. Minister Chien. This person couldn't help but think to themselves, this is way too extravagant. Most of the gifts people give me are instruction manuals or user manuals. You've even reversed the priorities, making the side items more valuable than the main product. Is this a business transaction or a charity? Yu Hongming's actions made Vice Minister Chu feel embarrassed. Yu Hongming, you really don't need to do this. It's not that we can't afford it. Alright, stop nagging. I just like giving things away for free, and you can't control that. Yu Hongming decisively interrupted the other person, not wanting to listen any further. Okay, whatever you say. I'll be happy if you insist on delivering, since it will save us some money. Faced with Yu Hongming's explanation, Vice Minister Chu could only accept it with a sense of speechlessness and helplessness. I never imagined that this would happen. I was even refused when I offered them money. In the end, Vice Minister Chu knew that there was no point in saying anything more, so he could only keep the matter to himself and report it truthfully to his superiors later. Although Yu Hongming doesn't care about money, this favor should be repaid in some other way. Without saying another word, Vice Minister Chu took the hard drive, said goodbye, and left. The entire team also evacuated completely within an hour. The scrapyard fell silent again. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops and the chirping of birds and insects remained, and everything returned to calm. Now this feels like a place to live. This tranquility made Yu Hongming feel particularly at ease. Drinking tea alone, enjoying the scenery outside. These days are just right. Friday has finally arrived. Time flies by without you even realizing it. That's exactly the kind of person Yu Hongming is talking about. Without any particular premonition, the day arrived in the blink of an eye. We've finally arrived. Yu Hongming had mixed feelings about this day. I was a little nervous, but also secretly looking forward to it. After all, this gathering is to commemorate the good friends who grew up and went to school together. And when talking about those years, who wouldn't feel a little nostalgic? At 6:10 p.m., my phone rang. It was Duan Zishan calling. The dinner party wasn't until 7 p.m., and he was just about to leave. I was planning to leave in 10 minutes, and I arrived right on time. Have you gone out? Not yet. Then you'd better hurry, there might be traffic at this time. Understood, I'll head out right away. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hongming grabbed his car keys and went downstairs. He had two cars to choose from, a Rolls-Royce and a Lamborghini Viper. He always felt that sports cars were too conspicuous and did not suit his low-key personality, so he drove them less and less. On the contrary, Yoon Daeon loved driving these flashy cars, and he couldn't be bothered to ask where they were going. There is indeed some traffic congestion. As Duan Zishan had predicted, traffic began to slow down after the car entered the city. But it's not so serious that it's impossible to move an inch. It moved forward slowly at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, there was still enough time, about half an hour left. Even in the worst-case scenario, he can get to the scene in time. 6:55. Yu Hongming arrived at his destination for the day, the Grand Court Hotel. This is a luxurious 5-star hotel, considered one of the best in its class in the area. I came here a few times before, not for anything romantic, but simply to have a meal with Yu Xingxin. He parked the car directly at the main entrance. Welcome. As soon as the car stopped, staff members warmly greeted us. Having seen this kind of service before, Yu Hongming didn't say anything and simply handed over the car keys. He wasn't a novice who didn't know the rules. 5-star hotels usually offer valet parking services, so why would he bother to go around looking for a parking space himself? Not to mention that it's quite a distance to the gate from there. Mr. Yu, you've arrived. The lobby manager spotted him immediately and quickly walked over. Having visited this place many times, and being a friend of Yu Xingxin, Yu Hongming was naturally placed on the list of key guests. After all, what's the advantage of a 5-star hotel? Service. The services offered to VIPs are several levels above what's required. Actually, there was something else Yu Hongming didn't know. This hotel was actually owned by Yu Xingxin's family. However, it is not under her family's investment group, but one of the assets under the Alphabet Group, which was established separately by her parents. This group has a wide range of business interests, including real estate, healthcare, and chain hotels. Housing is just one of them. That's why the manager was so polite. Yu Hongming simply nodded, then asked, "How do I get to the royal mansion?" Large hotels typically have multiple restaurants, offering both Western and Chinese cuisine. The Imperial Mansion is the designated location for today. Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin usually chose to dine at the Western restaurant, so they naturally had no idea of the specific location. "Mr. Yu, let me take you there." Okay. Since there was someone to guide him, Yu Hongming did not refuse. As a lobby manager, knowing how to make small talk is one of the basic skills. "Mr. Yu, will Miss Yu be a little late?" "She's not coming today, I have plans with someone else." "Understood. Are you meeting a client?" "No, it was just a meal with some friends." "Oh, it's a gathering of friends. Enjoy your meal." As they were talking, the lobby manager led Yu Hongming to the royal mansion area and handed him over to the restaurant manager in charge of that area. Before leaving, the lobby manager gave a special reminder. This person was very likely to be the boss's future son-in-law, so he should be treated with extra care. Upon hearing that he was the future son-in-law, the restaurant manager immediately perked up. "Mr. Yu, did you and your friend book a private room?" "Lan Kui Ting." Yu Hongming directly stated the name. The restaurant manager immediately understood. "Mr. Yu, please come with me." He nodded and followed the footsteps into the private room. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the Lan Kui Ting private room. The most prominent figure in the crowd was Zhou Tianyu. After all, this banquet was, in essence, prepared for him. More importantly, among all the people present, Zhou Tianyu was the most successful, so he unconsciously became the focus of everyone's conversation. "Tianyu, it's been so many years, you've changed so much." "That's right. If we hadn't met here, I wouldn't have recognized you if we'd bumped into each other on the street." "Where do you work now?" "It must be something very important. Tell us about it, let us broaden our horizons." "It's nothing, just doing high-level investments at Goldman Sachs." Zhou Tianyu waved his hand, his tone very casual. But to everyone else, that sounded incredibly impressive. "Are you talking about Goldman Sachs, the Fortune 500 company? If there is only one Gaozhong in the world, it should be this one." One sentence once again brought the atmosphere to a fever pitch, and the mood was instantly lifted. "It seems you're even more capable than I thought. I never expected that one of our people would make it into the Fortune 500. And you're such a good catch, Tianyu. Are you still single?" These words, once spoken, exploded like a bombshell throughout the venue. The girls all perked up their ears and began to carefully observe this winner in life. "We haven't even had time to look for it yet." Zhou Tianyu smiled and said something with a hint of self-deprecation. But as he said this, his eyes remained fixed on Duan Zishan, clearly implying something in his mind. The other people in the room were no pushovers either. Seeing this, they basically knew what was going on. The girls' enthusiasm was immediately dampened, and they knew they basically had no chance. Only Duan Zishan herself was still lost in her own thoughts. What is she struggling with? Actually, she was wondering why Yu Hongming hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that he wasn't coming and was going to stand her up like some kind of ghost story? Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the laughter and conversation inside stopped. Everyone looked towards the door, wondering who had arrived. The door opened. Yu Hongming. Duan Zishan recognized the person at a glance, and her face immediately lit up with surprise. She stood up and walked over. Upon seeing this, many people in the room instantly gained a new understanding. Indeed, being handsome is truly invincible. And it's not just ordinary handsomeness, it's an astonishing kind of handsomeness. Women simply cannot resist that level of handsomeness. They had initially thought Zhou Tianyu was quite good, but now, upon seeing him, their admiration for him immediately wavered. He's so handsome. It looks even better than before. At this moment, all the girls except Duan Zixin couldn't help but stare at Yu Hongming with burning eyes. If gazes could actually generate heat, he would probably have melted under their gaze long ago. The men's eyes, however, had completely changed color, filled only with envy and resentment. Especially Zhou Tianyu, seeing Duan Zixin's enthusiastic welcome to Yu Hongming, felt his heart sink. His gaze toward Yu Hongming was incredibly complex. In fact, Zhou Tianyu had no intention of inviting Yu Hongming to this banquet. He had originally planned to take advantage of tonight's opportunity to confess his feelings to Duan Zixin and establish a relationship. But he knew very well that if Yu Hongming showed up here, his plan would most likely fall through. However, since Duan Zixin insisted on inviting Yu Hongming, he had no choice but to give up. Just as he had feared, Yu Hongming disrupted everything the moment he entered. He even began to anticipate that his confession tonight would most likely be in vain, so he simply gave up the idea and decided to look for another opportunity to make a move. At this time, Zixin had already pulled Yu Hongming back to her seat and unceremoniously settled him next to her. The scene quieted down a bit, and the people inside took turns looking at the two of them and Zhou Tianyu, curious about what sparks would fly next. Something terrible has happened. The restaurant manager standing outside the door was also deeply shaken. As he watched Duan Zixin warmly and intimately invite Yu Hongming to sit down, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Should we report this to the young lady immediately? He happened to have Yu Xingxin's assistant's number in his possession. Every time Yu Xingxin made a reservation, she would notify him directly through her assistant. In other words, he is able to relay messages. However, this was indeed a tricky situation. We couldn't just block the doorway of the private room and refuse to leave, could we? We had no choice but to come out and think of a solution. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. It seems the young lady will also be dining here tonight. Earlier that afternoon, the young lady's assistant had called to reserve a table. The restaurant manager quickly pulled out a small notebook, which contained detailed notes of all the important reservations for that evening. He found it very quickly. Kui Lai Yufang. Yu Xingxin had booked this private room. Her appointment time was 7:30 p.m. Since it wasn't time yet, the restaurant manager decided to wait for her near the main entrance. As soon as you see her, you must immediately report the unusual situation that just occurred. Lan Kui Ting. Now, the private room is lively again, as if nothing had happened. Yu Hongming also found a spot and started chatting with Zhou Tianyu. Long time no see. Yes. Hearing Yu Hongming say that, Zhou Tianyu's expression became somewhat uncomfortable. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye. Why couldn't I get through when I called later? Did you change your number? This question had been on Yu Hongming's mind for a long time, and he finally asked it this time. Yeah, I lost my phone and my number too. Yu Hongming frowned slightly. He knew very well that Zhou Tianyu's words were not entirely true. If you don't have any phone numbers, how do you contact other people? He had already realized one thing: Zhou Tianyu was deliberately avoiding him. But why? He hasn't figured that out yet. However, Yu Hongming was not the type to pry, so he did not continue to ask. You've graduated now, right? I graduated a long time ago. I completed my master's degree at Harvard Business School. In order to make everyone pay more attention to him, Zhou Tianyu decided to show off his most prized asset. If I don't mention some achievements soon, I'm afraid I'll soon become invisible in front of Duan Zixin. This trick actually worked. All eyes were once again on him, their eyes filled with envy. Even Duan Zixin's eyes changed. I never expected Tianyu to be a Harvard graduate. And he even has a master's degree. That's really amazing. I knew it. Tianyu can get into a Fortune 500 company. His academic qualifications speak for themselves. There's no comparison at all. I only graduated from a second-tier university. It's like comparing heaven and earth. Tianyu, you're awesome. To be honest, even Yu Hongming was intimidated. Zhou Tianyu, who used to always follow me around, actually got into Harvard and even earned a master's degree. Many people actually have some misunderstandings about Harvard University. Getting in isn't just about getting a high score. One way is to get in based on your ability and academic performance. Another option is to solve it with money. The threshold is immediately lowered as long as you donate a considerable amount of money to the school. This is a classic case of, if the results aren't good enough, make up for it with money. Of course, this method is not something that most people are familiar with. It's just so-so. Seeing Yu Hongming's surprised expression, Zhou Tianyu felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was a scene he had always fantasized about, overpowering Yu Hongming. Where do you work now? I work at Gaosheng. Have you heard of me? Oh dear, I'm so ignorant, I've never heard of them. What do they do? Yu Hongming smiled sheepishly. He had never heard of this company before. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with disdain and immediately stood up for Zhou Tianyu. Yu Hongming, you are so out of touch with the market, you don't even know Gao Sheng. Yes, that's a Fortune 500 company. A top-tier firm on Wall Street, exceptionally powerful. Besides Tianyu, who else could get into a company like this? Don't flatter me like that, I'm just a senior investor. Taking advantage of the buzz, Zhou Tianyu showed off again. His timing was perfect, no one present could match his skill level. After finishing that, he went on to talk at length about the topic. To be honest, I don't think I'm anything special. What I truly admire is one of my senior classmates. She also graduated from Harvard and worked at Kaohsiung in her early career. However, he left the company 2 years ago to start his own business, an investment company called Use Investment. As a result, within 2 years, the asset size reached 30 billion. I really can't compare to that ability. That's amazing? Zhou Tianyu's words instantly ignited everyone's interest. After all, the figure of 30 billion is simply too eye-catching. Your senior sister's surname is Yu? Is she from China? When Yu's investment is mentioned, everyone naturally thinks of the surname Yu, which is a common surname in China. Zhou Tianyu nodded, which was taken as tacit agreement. Yes, they are people from our dragon country. Your fellow villager? We are from Feichen. At this point, Zhou Tianyu revealed a smug expression. Being from the same place, being alumni, and even having worked together at the same company, this connection makes one feel genuinely proud. Yu Hongming looked helpless as he listened to everyone talking about his girlfriend. The senior sister he was talking about, isn't that Yu Xingxin? The Yu family's investment, 30 billion yuan, and their origins in Feichen, all make perfect sense. He felt a little embarrassed by how much people were praising his partner. But there was also a hint of regret, as he knew less about his girlfriend's past than outsiders did. He needs to catch up on his studies when he gets back. Ask Yu Xingxin about everything and write down every single detail. At the entrance of the Imperial Mansion, 9:20, Yu Xingxin finally appeared, accompanied by her assistant. Upon her arrival, the restaurant manager immediately came forward to greet her. Good evening, young lady. Take me to the private room. Yu Xingxin simply responded with a faint yes and didn't say anything more, gesturing for them to lead the way quickly. Okay, this way please. Knowing he couldn't let her linger at the entrance for too long, the manager quickly nodded and led the way. The two of them didn't say anything more along the way and went straight to a private room. Kui Lu Fang. After settling her down, the manager spoke hesitantly. Young miss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. What is it? Tell me. She replied casually, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. She's been to this store quite often, and she's met the manager many times. But today was clearly different from usual. You could tell something was wrong just by looking at his expression. So she couldn't help but become curious. Miss, I just saw the young master. Son-in-law? Yu Xingxin's face showed a surprised expression. That was indeed a bit unexpected. In an instant, Yu Xingxin hasn't fully gotten used to being called son-in-law yet. However, she quickly realized what was going on. You mean Yu Hongming, right? Yes, that's the son-in-law. Oh, he's here too. Yu Xingxin unconsciously revealed a somewhat meaningful smile. She had already told Yu Hongming where he had gone, but it's explained very simply. I just mentioned that an old classmate had returned to China and I wanted to meet him. As for where to meet? Who were present? He didn't say much. I never expected to run into you here. Yu Xingxin never expected it to be such a coincidence. Yes, and... The restaurant manager looked hesitant, as if he wanted to speak but dared not. To be honest, it feels a lot like tattling on someone behind their back. As a manager, he himself felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Why are you stammering? Speak up. Seeing the manager like this, Yu Xingxin became even more interested. Although she was curious, she wasn't worried at all about whether Yu Hongming would run into any trouble. Having known each other for so long, she knew Yu Hongming better than anyone what kind of person he was. This person, except when he was with her, almost always stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. With a personality like that, how could she possibly cause any trouble outside? She had absolutely no reason to worry. Miss, I just saw a very beautiful woman, and she seemed to be behaving quite intimately with the young master. Intimate? How so? Hearing this, Yu Xingxin was somewhat surprised. This is not something Yu Hongming would do. When they go out together, even if he sees a pretty girl on the street, he won't give her a second glance. Why are you getting so close to other women now? Who made the first move? It looks like that woman. Oh. After listening, Yu Xingxin nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, in her heart, Yu Hongming was still the reliable person she knew, and that wouldn't change. He would never take the initiative to get close to other women. If that really happened, it could only mean that the woman was too enthusiastic and took the initiative to get close to him. Which private room? I'd like to see it. It's in Lan Kui Ting. Shall I take you there? Although the manager was somewhat puzzled as to why Yu Xingxin wasn't angry at all, he still told her the name of the private room in detail and offered to show her the way. Then I'll trouble you. Please lead the way. Since someone was willing to help lead the way, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Yu Xingxin didn't waste any time and immediately stood up to prepare to leave. The restaurant manager quickly opened the door and led the way, intending to take Yu Xingxin to Lan Kui Ting. Just as she reached the door, her guest arrived. Chairman Yu, where are you going? Oh, Chairman Li is here. Upon seeing Mr. Li, the chairman of Huilun Crystal, arrive, Yu Xingxin immediately stood up to greet him. He even gave an apologetic smile. Excuse me, Mr. Li, please have a seat inside for a while. I have an acquaintance here, and I need to say a few words to him. I see. Mr. Yu, please feel free to do as you please. Running into acquaintances is such a common occurrence that Chairman Li didn't pay much attention to it. He nodded in understanding. Actually, he came to our door this time looking for investment. The company has been developing too fast recently, and has added 2 new production lines, so our cash flow has suddenly become tight. Unlike Shengming Optoelectronics, Huilun Crystal is not financially powerful. It's not even a publicly listed company. They don't even have the backing of a bank. Therefore, the avenues for making money are very limited. Institutions like Use Capital naturally became their primary targets for fundraising. Although it hurts a little to give up the shares, it's still much better than going out of business. Mr. Li had to beg to arrange the meeting several times before Yu Xingxin finally agreed. Therefore, Chairman Li dared not complain at all about Yu Xingxin having to chat with acquaintances for a while. Not only that, even if he had to sit and wait all day, he would still have to smile and keep him company. Otherwise, reality will immediately teach him a lesson: not every entrepreneur can act recklessly. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. After Yu Xingxin finished speaking, she smiled at Chairman Li and followed the waiter out. Stop looking, let's go inside. After Yu Xingxin walked away, Chairman Li glanced at his son, who was still staring blankly at the door, and couldn't help but whisper a rebuke. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. I brought my son here today hoping to give him a chance to connect with Yu Xingxin. I never expected my son to be such a coward. He was completely out of his mind the moment he saw the person. Not only does Yu Xingxin look down on this kind of person, but Chairman Li himself also feels ashamed. This kid is hopeless. Okay, Dad. He gave a perfunctory reply, but Li Ran's eyes kept glancing towards the door. His face was full of reminiscence. Dad, you absolutely had to help me set up with Chairman Yu. Once inside the private room, Li Ran immediately began urging her father to help her build connections. He had previously been quite resistant to this blind date arrangement, but now that he saw Yu Xingxin's face, he had completely forgotten his previous attitude. What are you thinking? I think you two are really not a good match. Let's leave it at that. Chairman Li waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent, and glared fiercely at his son. Although I don't want to discourage my son's enthusiasm, there are some realities we have to face. The most important thing right now is to secure financing opportunities. If Chairman Li is worried that his son might offend someone by saying something inappropriate, even this important matter will fall through. How could it not be suitable? Li Ran frowned and pressed on, unconvinced. What I say goes. Chairman Li said seriously, you either sit here quietly as a decoration, or pack your bags and go home now. The message is clear, the son must be made to behave. Otherwise, if things get out of control and cause trouble, everything could fall apart. After all, money is the most important thing right now, everything else has to take a back seat. Inside a luxurious private room at Lan Kui Ting, a lively atmosphere could be heard as a group of people enthusiastically praised someone whose name was being mentioned repeatedly. Even more outrageous is that the central figure they were talking about wasn't even there. Many people have never even seen what she looks like. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, Yu Hongming did indeed feel a little uncomfortable. What was supposed to be a class reunion, meant to be a chance to catch up and chat, turned into a meal where everyone took turns praising Yu Xingxin. Just as he was feeling incredibly awkward, there was a knock on the door of the private room. However, this did not stop everyone from praising Yu Xingxin enthusiastically. A chorus of praise continued to echo. As the door slowly opened, it was Yu Xingxin herself who entered. The noise stopped abruptly. All eyes were drawn to the woman who entered through the door. No one could ignore her presence, neither men nor women could take their eyes off her. Even Duan Zixin, who considered herself to be quite attractive, felt a sense of loss the moment she saw Yu Xingxin. There's no way around it, she's not just exceptionally beautiful, but the aura she exudes from within is also unmatched. Of course, the only exception was Yu Hongming, who was sitting in the middle. However, he himself was also surprised. According to his memory, he had never told Yu Xingxin which private room the party was held in. How did she end up here? More importantly, everyone was just talking about her like crazy, and now she's actually here? The more Yu Hongming thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Before he could even stand up to greet Yu Xingxin, a figure had already rushed towards the door ahead of him. The visitor was Zhou Tianyu, someone who had never met her idol but admired her immensely. Even though he didn't understand why she suddenly appeared, he was still so excited that he couldn't help but go up and say hello. Hello, senior sister Yu. Who are you? Hearing the title senior sister, Yu Xingxin was slightly puzzled, but quickly realized what it meant. The young man in front of her immediately began to introduce himself, his words tumbling out incoherently but brimming with enthusiasm. I'm your Harvard alumnus, my name is Zhou Tianyu, and I've admired you for a long time. His emotions were completely on full display. It's rare to meet someone in person, and I can't contain my excitement. Yu Hongming, standing behind, sighed helplessly. He was already imagining what Zhou Tianyu's expression would be when he found out that the woman in front of him was his girlfriend. This scene was clearly unavoidable. Now that everyone's here, we can't pretend we don't know each other anymore. Even if he is willing to let it go, Yu Xingxin probably doesn't intend to let this meeting go. Yu Xingxin casually answered Zhou Tianyu, who was still in an excited state, but her gaze had already been subtly directed at Yu Hongming's position not far away. She would steal glances at Duan Zixin sitting next to her from time to time, her eyes filled with probing and curiosity. She wanted to see what kind of girl was trying to get close to Yu Hongming, but after she saw Duan Zixin's appearance, Yu Xingxin's last bit of concern vanished. The threat is really not that great. Yu Xingxin was quite confident in this. This confidence stems from both his understanding of Yu Hongming and his self-acceptance. She firmly believed that, given her qualities, very few women could steal a man from her. There are probably only a handful in the whole world, you could count them on one hand. Zhou Tianyu got more and more excited as he talked, and Yu Xingxin's last bit of patience quickly ran out. Senior Zhou, how about we talk another day? I need to say a few words to my boyfriend and leave right away. Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, not only was Zhou Tianyu stunned, but everyone present also showed expressions of disbelief. Just now, everyone thought she was a representative of single women, a true diamond-level rich and beautiful woman. Who would have thought that she would have a boyfriend in the blink of an eye? Furthermore, everyone noticed a crucial detail. Was Yu Xingxin's trip originally intended to find a boyfriend? So here's the question, who is her boyfriend? Apart from Yu Xingxin and Yu Hongming, everyone else in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. They all began scanning the room with their eyes, hoping to find the target person. Actually, there's no need to guess anymore. Yu Xingxin walked straight to Yu Hongming's side. The sharp aura she had just exuded had vanished, replaced by a gentle and considerate demeanor. Yu Hongming, I never expected to run into you here. I didn't expect this either. Yu Hongming gave a wry smile. It's obvious that her purpose in coming today is to show off her connections. Aren't you going to introduce me to everyone? Cough. All right then. Yu Hongming hesitated for a few seconds. There's no going back now. Since she's already come forward, let's just go with the flow and admit it. He felt no guilt, since he hadn't lost face himself. So he said directly, this is my girlfriend, Yu Xingxin, who is also the owner of the investment company you were just talking about. A brief silence fell over everyone present. They glanced at the two of them with complicated expressions, their faces showing disbelief. So the person everyone was praising was actually Yu Hongming's girlfriend? What's even more surprising is that Yu Hongming listened to all the praise without making a sound. This is a bit awkward. Isn't this just blatantly watching the show? For a moment, everyone felt like a joke actor. The one who is most upset is Zhou Tianyu. He started this topic, and he was the one who talked about it the most enthusiastically. In the end, it turned out that the important person he was talking about was actually his rival's girlfriend. He had hoped this party would be his highlight moment, but it turned into a social disaster. If there were a crack in the ground, he would want to jump into it immediately. What are you doing here? Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat dull, Yu Hongming shifted his attention and asked a question. Yu Xingxin didn't hide anything. I had arranged to meet a client here, and I just happened to run into you. I see. Is the other person male or female? Yu Hongming asked a strange question with a serious expression. A man. You're not going to object, are you? Yu Xingxin asked with a smile. It's alright, I brought Lily with me, Yu Hongming replied easily. I never said I didn't trust you, Yu Hongming quickly added, then changed the subject. By the way, what does this client do? The chip manufacturers are a bit tight on funds, so they came to us to discuss cooperation. She knew Yu Hongming was a man of many thoughts, so she simply didn't hide anything from him. You're also involved in the chip industry? Yu Hongming asked, intrigued. I've never done this before, but the chip industry in China is developing very well now, and some people are willing to approach me. If it's suitable, I'll invest a little. You should have said so earlier. Yu Hongming laughed, his tone quite confident. I have a lot of influence in the chip industry, and nobody doesn't give me face. Here we go again, all you do is brag. Yu Xingxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Not only did she not believe it, but everyone else present also looked like they were questioning the meaning of life. Although they don't know much about the chip industry, they know it's an industry with extremely high barriers to entry and huge costs. Yu Hongming is just an ordinary college graduate. No matter how capable he is, he couldn't possibly master this field so easily, right? Everyone looked at Yu Hongming with complicated expressions. No wonder he was able to win over a beauty like Yu Xingxin. This guy is not only sweet-talking and good-looking, but his bragging skills are also getting better and better. What, you don't believe me? Yu Hongming noticed her perfunctory attitude and was a little unconvinced. No matter what you lose, you can't lose face in front of your girlfriend. Tell me the company name, and I'll make a phone call right now. That person will have to hand over the shares to me. I'm not taking it seriously, so don't be so serious, Yu Xingxin gently advised him not to act impulsively. But the more she tried to persuade him, the more agitated Yu Hongming became. How do you know I can't do it if you don't even let me try? Okay, my client is the CEO of Huilun Crystal, Yu Xingxin finally relented. Okay, I'll call now, Yu Hongming said as he picked up his phone and started dialing. Sumucha always took Yu Hongming's calls very seriously, answering them within 10 seconds of each ring. Brother Ming, what can I do for you? Is Huilun Crystal on our supplier list? Ming Ge, did the Huilun Crystal make you angry? Sumucha immediately asked nervously. My heart was already pounding. Yu Hongming never contacts him on his own initiative, but today he went straight to the point with a phone call about Huilun Crystal, so there must be something wrong with this. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is still hard to say. They didn't offend me, I just need to talk to them about something. Just tell me if they're on the supplier list. Yes, we just delivered a batch of equipment to Huilun Crystal a couple of days ago, with a total value of about 300 million. I heard that they are a bit short of funds right now, and the final payment may take some time to settle. Perfect, let's convert this debt into shares. Ask them if they're willing. If they are, have their representative come see me immediately. I'll only give them 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Da Flamingo. Sumucha initially thought it was a good thing, but upon hearing that the time was so short, she immediately panicked. It feels like they're making people do the impossible. What can you do in 5 minutes? You haven't even left the house yet. The key issue is that Huilun Crystal is not located in Feichen. Even if Chairman Li had wings, he couldn't catch up. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for people? Don't ask any more questions, just do as I say. I'm waiting for him in the private room at Lan Kui Ting now. Yu Hongming didn't give Sumucha a chance to hesitate at all, interrupting him directly with a very firm tone. And he reiterated, I'll only wait 5 minutes. If it's past the allotted time, there's no need to come back. Okay, I'll contact Mr. Li of Huilun Crystal right away. Since Yu Hongming had already put it this way, Sumucha dared not delay. Despite being full of questions, he quickly dialed the number of the CEO of Huilun Crystal. The call was answered very quickly. Without further ado, Sumucha repeated Yu Hongming's words verbatim without any pleasantries. Finally, he added out of curiosity, Chairman Li, where are you right now? In a hotel in Feichen. Then you should quickly ask the hotel front desk if there is such a place as Lan Kui Ting. My boss has already said that if they don't come within 5 minutes, then it's over. Okay, thank you, Brother Mucha. But you have to tell me who that important person on your end is? And how should we address them when we meet? Although Chairman Li was anxious, he remained calm. Reminded by him, Sumucha realized, oh, he is Yu Hongming. You can just call him Brother Ming. Understood. Thank you so much, Brother Mucha. I'll go find Brother Ming right away. If things work out, I'll definitely thank you properly for your kindness. Before the phone call was even over, Chairman Li had already rushed out of the hotel private room and ran towards the nearest waiter. He knew this matter couldn't be delayed. Once the deal is reached, the company's debt burden will be reduced by more than half. More importantly, if one could connect with that mysterious big shot through Sumucha, it would be the start of a meteoric rise to success. Who doesn't know how much influence Sumuti has in the entire Chinese chip industry? No one wants to miss this opportunity, but everyone is a little afraid. The risk is too great, no one dares to take it. Excuse me, how do I get to Lan Kui Ting? The waiter quickly responded, please follow me. The efficiency of the 5-star hotel was indeed impressive. They immediately arranged for someone to guide Chairman Li. At that moment, everyone present heard a series of hurried footsteps. Then someone burst in, shouting Brother Ming repeatedly. Everyone instinctively focused their attention on Yu Hongming. Who would have thought that Yu Hongming's phone call would actually bring someone over? However, it is still uncertain whether this person is truly the owner of Huilun Crystal as they claim. Yu Xingxin knew the answer. Because she had just met the CEO of Huilun Crystal outside. The person standing before me now was none other than that person. She couldn't help but look at Yu Hongming with astonishment. Yu Hongming's actions this time have once again broadened her understanding. To be honest, anyone with eyes could tell that the atmosphere at the scene was strange. not to mention the rather strange-sounding nickname Ming Ge. Yu Hongming didn't even need to guess to know that Sumucha must have taught him this way of addressing people. It can basically be locked. He secretly decided that he would definitely train Sumucha properly next time he had the chance. I never wanted to be the boss, especially since these guys look pretty old. You must be Ming Ge? Chairman Li was no pushover either. Seeing that everyone was looking at Yu Hongming, he knew that the person in front of him must be the main character. However, to confirm, he had to ask a few more questions. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if I made a mistake. Did Sumucha send you? That's right, it was Brother Mucha who sent me. Upon hearing these 3 words, Yu Hongming smiled bitterly to himself. It turns out that Sumucha is the source of people's distorted thinking. Please, everyone. Yu Hongming stopped rambling and got to the point. You should understand why I'm looking for you now, right? Understood. Thank you so much, Ming Ge, for helping me this time. As Chairman Li spoke, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, demonstrating impeccable manners. The scene suddenly became a bit comical. If one hadn't already heard about his status in the industry, they might have thought this was some kind of jianghu, a term referring to the underworld or a social circle gathering. It's Ming Ge again, and he's bowing deeply again. The style is too intense. Well, Yu Hongming sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. He had only one thought in his mind: he had to resolve this matter as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. After saying that, he glanced at Yu Xingxin standing next to him, then turned to Chairman Li and asked, "Do you recognize who this person is?" I recognize him. It's Chairman Yu of Yu's capital." Although he didn't understand why Yu Hongming suddenly mentioned Yu Xingxin, Chairman Li still answered cautiously, "This is my girlfriend. You can discuss the shares directly with her, is that alright?" No problem. While nodding in agreement, Chairman Li secretly glanced at Yu Xingxin, his eyes filled with astonishment. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. Fortunately, the previous issues haven't been addressed yet. If Yu Hongming, the mastermind behind the scenes, found out that I actually dared to make a move on his girlfriend, that would definitely end in a very ugly situation. Moreover, he will probably have no place in China's chip industry from now on. The first thing I did when I got back was to give my son a good scolding. We need to make him completely give up on this idea. Chairman Li isn't afraid of anything else, but he's afraid that his son will agree verbally but then secretly do something wrong behind his back. To be on the safe side, let's beat them up first. Alright, you can go back now. We'll wait for Chairman Yu to contact you. With the matter resolved, Yu Hongming didn't waste any more words and simply sent Chairman Li away. Okay, I won't bother you any longer. I'll wait for Chairman Yu's message. Even though Yu Hongming's tone was harsh and he didn't give Li any face, Chairman Li didn't dare to show the slightest displeasure. Not only did they dare not resist, they didn't even dare to show the slightest emotion. Those who don't know him might think Yu Hongming is just an ordinary rich man. In fact, Yu Hongming is a very important figure in China's chip industry. Even his subordinate Sumucha was avoided and fawned over by people in the industry. Not to mention Yu Hongming himself, the behind-the-scenes big brother. In the past, no one knew his identity, so they could only keep their distance. Now that I've finally met him in person, it's already quite impressive that Chairman Li was able to stand firm without his legs buckling. How could anyone dare to show any disrespect? Chairman Li left the scene without saying a word. Then, without stopping, he returned to the private room, grabbed his son, and quickly left. The longer that kid stays here, the greater the risk becomes. Just to be on the safe side, it's best to take him back and give him a good talking to so he'll remember his lesson. Inside the private room, as everyone watched Chairman Li's departing figure, their gazes towards Yu Hongming underwent a subtle change. If what just happened wasn't fake, then Yu Hongming's claim that he holds a high position in the chip industry seems to be true. Some people even secretly investigated who the chairman of Huilun Crystal was. Sure enough, the photo shows the same Mr. Li who was bowing and scraping before Yu Hongming just now. The information found shows that although the company is not listed, its market value has long been over 10 billion. The way people looked at Yu Hongming changed completely. For a long time, people have seen Yu Hongming as nothing more than a guy who was good looking but had mediocre talent. Just looking at his undergraduate degree, I thought he was nothing special. But reality is truly unexpected. Unexpectedly, this guy not only married a strong woman, but he himself is no ordinary person either. It's unclear what exactly he did, but you can tell how capable he is from what just happened. What are you planning to do? Yu Hongming had already dealt with Yu Xingxin's clients, which was why he asked this question. I'll do as you say. Yu Xingxin replied with a smile. Then he turned to his assistant and said something. You should go back to the company first. Okay, Chairman Yu. Assistant Lily knew she was no longer needed and didn't insist on staying. After all, rejecting Yu Xingxin under these circumstances would not be a wise choice. She packed her things, turned around, and left. Let's sit down and have a meal together. We can talk about whatever it is while we eat. Yu Hongming invited Yu Xingxin to sit down, and then looked around at everyone. You guys don't have any objections, right? No dash. Everyone waved their hands in unison, responding simultaneously. I knew none of you would object. Xin, sit down quickly. Yu Hongming smiled and invited Yu Xingxin to take her seat again. The atmosphere afterwards was completely different. No one spoke up, and there was no boasting or small talk. Eating was as tasteless as chewing dry firewood. The party ended early at 8:30 p.m. The planned second round of karaoke was never mentioned again. Goodbye, Yu Hongming. Let's keep in touch. Yes, we must keep in touch. Yu Hongming, have a safe journey. As they parted, everyone became exceptionally warm towards Yu Hongming. It was nothing like the previous indifference or hostile attitude. In fact, this attitude has been cultivated since middle school. There was no way around it. Wherever Yu Hongming appeared, he became the center of attention. The girls were all staring at him, naturally ignoring the other boys. His 3 years in high school were the period with the lowest dating rate in the entire school's history. Even the school's moral education director felt it was a great pity, as it would be difficult to fill the void left by such a student's graduation. Little concubine, shall I take you home? After seeing Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin leave, Zhou Tianyu felt that he might have a chance to emerge. Good. Duan Zixin looked in the direction Yu Hongming had left, sighed softly, and then agreed. She has accepted reality and knows that there will be no future for her in Yu Hongming. Perhaps this is her final farewell to her youth. Inside the National Museum. What happened? What if we get caught? The curator sat in his office, filled with doubt. There have been no new donations for over a month. That mysterious philanthropist vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This has never happened before. In the past, precious cultural relics or documents would be delivered at least once every 2 weeks, and sometimes as short as once a week. This time, however, there has been no news for over 40 or 50 days. This made the curator very uneasy. Many netizens are also paying attention to this matter online. The official account's comments section became the discussion hub. Where have all the philanthropists gone? Could they really have been arrested? There's been no news for over a month. Something serious must have happened. If you walk at night often, you're bound to fall into a hole sooner or later. A suspected Good Samaritan is in trouble. Please dispatch special forces to rescue him. How could that be? How could something happen to someone so capable? Perhaps that philanthropist just wanted to take a break. Yeah, not to mention him, the collectors on Euler's side are probably exhausted too, living in constant fear. That's right, it's time to give these people a few days off. Actually, at first only 3 or 5 people were talking about this. But once it was brought up, the topic quickly became popular. There's no way around it, the term philanthropist has become a code for generating traffic. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but click to take a look. This inexplicable event suddenly topped the trending search list. A kind-hearted person has suddenly gone missing. Moreover, it rose to the top spot very quickly. Everyone clicked in excitedly, only to find out they had made a mistake. I thought something had really happened to him. Me too, I thought something really serious had happened. I was worried that my idol had been kidnapped. Thankfully he wasn't. Are people all so free these days? Even a guess can make it onto the list. The trending topics are getting more and more outrageous. They made me nervous for a long time. As people watched and discussed, the comments section gradually veered off course and turned into a fan-driven urging for more content. The philanthropists they spoke of became the dragon in the eyes of netizens. Hurry up and show your face, otherwise we'll all think you've been kidnapped. If we don't say something soon, everyone will start to have all sorts of wild ideas. It's been a month since we last heard from him. It's about time he came back. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting in vain. Yu Hongming, everyone online is calling for you to show up. Yoan Daong, who was having a late-night snack with Yu Hongming outside the museum, suddenly blurted out this sentence. What? Yu Hongming was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. This statement was too abrupt. What do you mean? Aren't you that legendary philanthropist? You haven't been out for so long, so everyone's been missing you. Yoan Daong put down his chopsticks and excitedly told Yu Hongming about the trending topics and comments online. After hearing the whole story, Yu Hongming finally realized what had happened. He calmly nodded and said, "All right then, I have a few more boxes in my warehouse. You can choose a suitable one and send it to the National Museum." Another whole box? Actually, sending 2 items as a token would have been enough. Upon hearing that Yu Hongming was going to donate another large box, Yoan Daong felt a pang in his heart. Even though the item didn't belong to him, judging from his expression, he seemed as distressed as if he were paying for it himself. Because everyone knows that Yu Hongming's box never contained fakes, it was full of rare national treasures. Any one of these items is priceless, but he always gives them away in whole boxes. Yoan felt sorry for him. It's fine, it's just a waste to leave it there anyway, giving it to someone who understands it is the best home. Yu Hongming said calmly. Fine, you're awesome, your happiness is the most important thing. After thinking about it, if the person in question doesn't care, why is he feeling sorry for himself? This is simply needless worry. Let's go, let's move things. Yoan Daong acted immediately after speaking, not wanting to waste any more words. The main idea was to slap those people online who were making wild guesses about a good Samaritan going missing in the face. Yu Hongming didn't refuse, and casually picked out a box, dragging it out with Yuan. Immediately afterward, he contacted the previous escort team. Brothers, come quick, we have a mission. The next day, 3 o'clock in the morning, the National Museum, which should have been closed and dark, was brightly lit at the time. The curator's mood changed from anxiety a few days ago to joy, because the kind person he kept talking about actually brought him something. This left the museum owners somewhat dazed. It seems there really are people who can get back just by reciting. So he made up his mind on the spot. From now on, he would mutter the name of that kind person every 2 days, praying for good luck. Even if he only gets one item a day, he'll be satisfied. As long as he can keep going, he'll have fulfilled half of his life's wish. The curator's dream is very simple. That is, during his tenure, he brought back important cultural relics that had been scattered overseas to the motherland and placed them in this museum. If he can really achieve this, then his life will not have been in vain. He also knew that he would leave a significant mark on the museum's history. After all, such a feat of collectively returning cultural relics to the country is unprecedented in history. Vice President Miao, thank you for personally escorting the vehicle this time. Upon seeing his old acquaintance, Deputy General Manager Miao, arrive late at night once again, the curator sincerely expressed his gratitude. To come over in the middle of the night, that kind of thoughtfulness isn't something everyone does. You're welcome. I couldn't sleep tonight, so I just came to check on you. Vice President Miao waved his hand gently. Actually, he didn't have to come this time. All it takes is a phone call to explain. But when he heard that it was another box full of antiques, he realized it was full of them again. His mind cleared up considerably, and there was no way he could fall asleep again. I remember the experience of opening the box last time very clearly. The collection of paintings alone was enough to amaze the entire audience. So today he decided that he must see with his own eyes what the new treasure was. Even though Vice President Miao is very knowledgeable, every time they meet, he still feels a sense of novelty, as if he were a fellow villager who had just arrived in the city, ever since he came into contact with the things that Yu Hongming brought. Excitement, curiosity, and anticipation were written all over his face. The curator couldn't help but ask him, what was sent this time? Although the answer would be available soon, the curator was as anxious as a cat scratching itself. Unfortunately, Vice President Miao didn't know either. He asked Yuan several times, but the answer I got was always, I haven't opened it myself. Vice President Miao shook his head. I'm completely baffled too, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Then let's open the box and take a look. After the large box was successfully moved into the museum's special appraisal room, Vice President Miao immediately gave the order. The person in charge of unlocking it was still Yuan Daong. The key was in his hands. He didn't refuse and stepped forward to unlock it. This process is much more complicated than I imagined. Biometric fingerprints, mechanical locks, and electronic passwords are being used in turn. It took a full 10 minutes to finally open the box door completely. Several staff members tacitly gathered around and worked together to lift the heavy lid. Then almost everyone couldn't help but shout, damn, another box of good stuff. When the box was opened, everyone was once again speechless with surprise. Although the previous box of calligraphy and paintings was already impressive enough, this one still made people stare wide-eyed once again. This time it's bronze? Probably. Judging from the things displayed there, they could roughly guess what was going on. The curator squeezed in at that moment, holding a small flashlight in his hand. He wanted to examine the contents of the box to see if it was truly a bronze artifact. After watching for a while, the curator turned off the flashlight. That's right, they're all bronze artifacts. After he finished speaking, he turned to his secretary and said, quickly call the bronze artifact appraisal team and tell them to come over immediately. Director, it's already 3 a.m., isn't this a bit inappropriate? Could we wait until daytime to talk about it? The secretary looked troubled. Although he was also amazed by the box of treasures, he knew that now was not the right time. It's so late, it's no wonder they'll yell at you if you call. He has no interest in being scolded. No problem. Just tell them that a kind-hearted person has sent a batch of treasures, a whole box of them. They'll understand as soon as they hear that, and they'll definitely come. The curator is very confident about this. He was no stranger to the enthusiasm of experts before. There's no need to think about this so much. Okay, I'll get on it right now. The secretary couldn't refuse the curator, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and make those calls. 15 minutes later, the secretary returned. Director, I've notified them all, and the experts from the Bronzeware group have agreed to arrive immediately. See? I told you they'd come. The secretary was speechless, feeling utterly miserable. As the curator predicted, not a single person refused. But the process was a bit tough. Every time I answered the phone, the other party would start cursing at me. If it were just one of them, that would be fine. But everyone is like that, and the secretary almost burst into tears on the spot. That feeling of injustice is something only those who have experienced it truly understand. We're not too late. Where is it? The bronze artifact appraisal team was quite efficient. They started arriving in less than 20 minutes. Moreover, as soon as they arrived, they hurriedly asked about the location of the cultural relics. This shows how eager they were. This is normal. The term philanthropist carries too much weight in the community. Although this donor had never donated bronze artifacts before, it did not diminish everyone's enthusiasm and anticipation for him/her. They're all in this big box. The curator pointed with his hand. Everything inside was neatly arranged. Because the experts hadn't arrived yet, no one dared to make any rash moves. It's not that I'm afraid of anything else, but I'm afraid that if I accidentally damage these national treasures, the loss would be enormous. Those who work at the museum know how precious these items are. Is this a bronze Zun wine vessel? The first expert to arrive carefully took an item out of the box. He couldn't help but shout it out after just one glance. Immediately afterwards, a series of exclamations of surprise rang out from all around. Is this a bronze pot from the Western Zhou dynasty? Is this a bronze vessel inlaid with gold and silver? This is a bronze bell unique to our country. Is what I'm holding a gilded bronze mandala-shaped artifact? Could this be a gilded statue of Shakyamuni Buddha? Amidst excited shouts, the experts quickly found their workstations. A detailed identification process has begun. The curator and the others stood quietly and watched, looking at these precious cultural relics that have finally returned to China after going through many twists and turns. Each one is so rare, they are all priceless treasures. These cultural relics have finally returned home. The curator himself was also very excited. As the head of the National Museum, bringing back national treasures lost overseas to the motherland is one of his most important responsibilities. Therefore, he knew some details about many cultural relics that had been lost overseas. Although specific appraisal is not his forte, he can still tell which item is the most important and which is a top-tier treasure just by hearing its name. It was precisely because he knew the significance of these cultural relics that he was so unable to remain calm. Each one is a national treasure. With such a large number of achievements, this accomplishment is enough to make a significant mark on his work resume. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the first bronze artifact was tested. The National Museum's official Weibo account immediately posted a piece of good news. Latest update: thanks to the generous donation from a kind-hearted individual, the bronze statue, a representative cultural relic, has returned to its homeland. The moment the message was released, the internet exploded. What time is it? Can we still have another wave? Netizens have amazing power. They can even summon philanthropists. Aren't those who speculated that philanthropists had been arrested now feeling the sting of their faces? Exactly. Why do some people keep staring at others? Maybe they're secretly doing something good. So don't talk about people behind their backs, or you'll easily get slapped in the face. I'm sorry, my face is indeed swollen from being hit. Did everyone think that was the end of it? However, the official Weibo account of the National Museum of China began to flood the feed with updates. Good news, our museum has received a new gift from a kind-hearted person. A Western Zhou bronze pot has returned to its home. Good news, our museum has received a new donation from a philanthropist. A bronze vessel with gold and silver inlay has been added to our collection. Good news, our museum welcomes a donation from a kind-hearted individual. An ancient bronze bell from China returns home. Good news, our museum is honored to receive a gilded bronze mandala artifact into our collection. Good news, our museum has added a new item to its collection, a golden Shakyamuni Buddha statue, donated by a kind-hearted individual. He posts several Weibo posts every hour. It's insane. The entire online community was in an uproar. Even collectors around the world couldn't sit still. As a result, the phrase philanthropists once again went viral on the global internet. Wherever there is internet access, you can almost always hear people talking about this topic. At the entrance of a second-hand store. Why are you here at this hour? Yu Hongming was a little surprised to see the girl walk in. The person who arrived was Yu Xingxin, but it was lunchtime, and he had never seen her come over at this time before. I brought you lunch. Yu Xingxin shook the lunchbox in her hand, looking smug. Thank you, Miss Yu, for bringing the food. Yu Hongming accepted the food and didn't find it particularly strange. Have you got a meal yet? Not yet. Let's eat together then. Okay. Yu Xingxin nodded in agreement. She traveled all this way to deliver food just so she could spend more time with Yu Hongming and enjoy that warmth, right? How could I possibly refuse? Please sit here. Yu Hongming asked her to sit next to him. Yuan Daong is not here? As Yu Xingxin sat down, she couldn't help but glance towards the door. Yu Hongming shook his head. He went to the capital last night, and we don't know if he's back yet. Oh, I see. Yu Xingxin immediately understood. The doubts in my heart were also resolved. No wonder I didn't see anyone. It turns out he went on a business trip, but every time she came, Yuan Daong would always appear as if he had a premonition. However, he was quite sensible and knew to avoid her as soon as she arrived. Dinner's ready. Yu Hongming opened the lunchbox and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Thank you. Yu Xingxin took the chopsticks and first put a piece of braised pork rib on Yu Hongming's plate. These ribs are delicious, you should try them. You should eat more too. Yu Hongming returned the favor by throwing a piece of spicy chicken at him. When two people eat together, they certainly won't just sit there and eat in silence. Soon, Yu Xingxin brought up the topic. Yu Hongming, did you see the news this morning? What content? Yu Hongming had just finished his fifth piece of pork rib when he casually asked a question. Honestly, he's only been up for a short time. She arrived right after I washed my face and changed my clothes. Who has time to watch the news? Normally, the first thing he does after getting up is wash up, get dressed, and order takeout, and only then does he have time to browse his phone. You can easily find any new updates by simply browsing the page. This is also his main way of getting information from the outside world. That philanthropist who was often discussed by netizens before has taken action again, this time targeting the art collecting community in Euler's area. Isn't this normal? With everyone so clamoring for him, shouldn't he at least show up? That makes sense. Yu Xingxin agreed with him. He continued, don't you think he's always watching the comments section? Otherwise, why would he show up as soon as someone mentioned him? Probably not, Yu Hongming smiled. Maybe it was forwarded to him by his friend. Maybe. Yu Xingxin nodded again. Then his tone became serious, but this mysterious philanthropist is really amazing. I barely mentioned him online, and in the blink of an eye he'd stolen everything. Last time they specialized in stealing calligraphy and paintings, this time they've switched to stealing bronze artifacts. They treat Euler's collection like their own warehouse, taking whatever they want. That's incredible. That's really impressive. Yu Hongming thought about it and realized it was a bit of an exaggeration. However, he himself did not realize that when he said that, it sounded a bit like self-praise. After realizing this, they quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. You mentioned that chip company the other day. Huilun something? Have you contacted them? Several days later, he could hardly remember the name of the company. Anyway, he's just a minor character, so there's no need to make a special effort to remember him. Yu Xingxin filled in the gap for him. It's Huilun Crystal, we've already discussed it. How many shares did they give you? Approximately 23%. After Yu Xingxin finished answering, her interest actually increased. She stopped eating, put down her chopsticks, and stared intently at Yu Hongming. Are you currently manufacturing chip equipment for China? That's right, they're mostly second-hand. He was still picking at the rice in his bowl when he casually responded. Can he not eat it? This meal is equivalent to 2 meals, breakfast and lunch, so it can't be taken lightly. So, are you the one behind it all? The mastermind behind all the trouble that's causing the International Chip Alliance so much chaos? She had kept this question in her heart for a long time. As an investor, she has been exposed to a lot of things in the technology industry and is very sensitive to these trends. She had a suspicion back after the last incident, when the company suddenly gave away shares for free. Once this guess surfaced, it wouldn't go away from her mind. That's the real reason she came to see him unexpectedly at noon. If this issue isn't clear, it will affect her work performance. What black hand? I just sold some equipment. Nothing else has to do with me. Yu Xingxin looked at Yu Hongming's face and was speechless for a moment. She had actually expected it, but when she heard Yu Hongming admit it with her own ears, she was still a little taken aback. So, the incredibly powerful background mentioned in all those rumors was actually her boyfriend himself? This is outrageous. Let's eat first, and I'll give you something after you finish. Noticing that Yu Xingxin was a little distracted, Yu Hongming picked up a piece of braised pork rib for her in an attempt to ease the tension. What is that? Yu Xingxin couldn't help but stare at Yu Hongming a few more times, her eyes filled with curiosity. The tactic worked, and Yu Xingxin finally picked up her chopsticks and ate the rib. The two didn't say anything more and silently finished their meal. However, Yu Xingxin has a small appetite, so she only eats a few bites as a symbolic gesture. The remaining dishes were all eaten by Yu Hongming alone. After the food was cleaned up, Yu Xingxin walked up to Yu Hongming again, spread her hands, and asked, "Where's the food?" "Oh, just a moment, I'll go get it right away." Yu Hongming got up decisively, found the drawer and took out the share certificate he had previously stored. The gesture when handing it to Yu Xingxin was also very natural. What is this? Yu Xingxin had expected him to give her a gift today, but to her surprise, it was a document. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face for a moment, but she quickly recovered. She realized she had been overthinking things. You'll see for yourself. Yu Hongming didn't intend to explain further, and simply let her figure it out herself. To be honest, he wasn't entirely clear about the specific contents of the document either. If I say something wrong, it will be difficult to handle the situation. Okay, I'll take a look myself. Yu Xingxin didn't pay any attention and took the document to look through it carefully. At first, she didn't feel anything special, but after glancing at it a few times, she was shocked. Share transfer agreement? Is it from a fruit company? Muttering to herself, Yu Xingxin eagerly turned the page. I want to see exactly how many shares the fruit company owns. A short while later, I found the key page. The numbers before her eyes took her quite a shock. Even people who are extremely sensitive to numbers need to double-check before they can believe it. Yu Xingxin subconsciously took out her phone and opened the calculator. She needs to know roughly how much these shares are worth. Although the final amount cannot be confirmed yet, she knows that it is definitely not a small sum. The nearly 891 million shares of the fruit company, priced per share in US dollars. The total value is approximately $1.2 billion. Converted into dragon coins, the figure reaches nearly 800 billion. Such an astronomical figure left even someone like Yu Xingxin, who had seen a lot, speechless. If this transfer agreement is genuine, then Yu Hongming, with such wealth, would definitely rank among the top on the rich list. He's definitely in the top 5 globally. However, looking at the data on paper alone, Yu Xingxin found it difficult to believe it all immediately. Even if Yu Hongming is incredibly talented, suddenly producing such a large piece of paper still makes people feel uneasy. After closing the document, she held up the agreement and waved it gently, then looked at Yu Hongming. You're not going to tell me this is true, are you? Of course it's real. Do you think I would try to scam you with counterfeit goods? Yu Hongming smiled and replied to her. Then he continued, would I be so bored as to joke about a fake agreement? But Yu Xingxin had many questions but didn't know where to begin. On the one hand, he looked very serious, but on the other hand, the impact was so strong that it's only natural that he couldn't accept it. If an ordinary person suddenly had so many priceless items in their possession, it would be strange if they didn't question their existence. There's no buts about it. You'll know if it's true or false once you find a way to verify it. Before Yu Xingxin could finish her question, Yu Hongming interrupted her. After hearing this, Yu Xingxin could only nod in agreement. She does have the ability to verify this information. As an investor, I am already very familiar with these procedures. The authenticity can be verified by taking the documents to the relevant department for confirmation. I'll go back and take care of this now. Remember to pick me up from get off work tonight. Holding this heavy document in her hand, she simply couldn't sit still. She gave him a final word of advice before leaving the office in a hurry. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep all night. Although Yu Hongming did not directly point out her eagerness, he still agreed and watched Yu Xingxin's hurried departure. Upon returning to the company, Yu Xingxin immediately called her assistant, Lily. Lily, please go to the United States on my behalf on this business trip. Okay, Chairman Yu. Without much hesitation, Lily immediately agreed. They were already used to this type of task, so there was no need for any extra questions. What you need to do is this: your destination is the United States, where I will arrange for a professional equity lawyer to be hired in advance. Take this share transfer agreement with you when you fly over. Afterwards, a lawyer will guide you through the relevant procedures to register the listed shares under the name of the designated person. I will send you the detailed list later. You'd better book your plane tickets right away. Okay, I understand. Without saying much, Lily quickly logged off to book her flight and prepare to leave. I never imagined how tumultuous and exciting her journey would be. Once everything is settled, she probably won't want to come back again. Meanwhile, Yu Xingxin was also busy organizing Yu Hongming's various identity information. As long as all procedures are completed smoothly and the transfer agreement is genuine, the shares will officially belong to him. Yu Xingxin herself was not short of money, and her motivation for liking someone was never for financial gain. Although she was somewhat excited and tempted by the additional share agreement, she didn't have any ulterior motives. She just wanted to handle these things that belonged to Yu Hongming peacefully. She did all this just to make herself seem a little more useful in front of Yu Hongming. Don't let him feel that she can't help at all. Be careful on the road. Before Lily left, Yu Xingxin personally saw her off on the flight to the United States. Lily wasn't alone on this trip abroad. Yu Xingxin arranged for 2 bodyguards to accompany her. In addition, the reception and itinerary in the United States were all arranged in advance. Even a professional lawyer, Yu Xingxin, has already been found so that she can be contacted as soon as Lily lands. In a place like Wall Street, without a professional lawyer to accompany you through the procedures, many things become incredibly difficult. This experience is a summary of Yu Xingxin's many years of work experience on Wall Street. With a lawyer paving the way, many things will go much more smoothly. Okay, I'll definitely be extra careful. Lily answered Yu Xingxin in a relaxed tone, then turned and walked into the security checkpoint. But deep down, she was already feeling uneasy and anxious. There's no other way, I've never needed bodyguards when I went on business trips before. Moreover, they sent 2 people this time, which looks rather intimidating. Furthermore, the documents Yu Xingxin gave her were specially placed in a high-end box that required fingerprint unlocking and even had a physical lock. Based on these unusual details, Lily herself could deduce that this matter was by no means trivial. Even though she was very nervous, she didn't dare to refuse the task assigned by Yu Xingxin. After all, getting into Yu's investment is something many people would fight for. She's currently working as the chairman's assistant, a very prestigious position. She didn't want to miss out on such a great opportunity because of her hesitation or backing down. Only after watching Lily and her 2 bodyguards pass through security smoothly did Yu Xingxin turn around and leave with peace of mind. She firmly believed that the truth would soon come out. After a full 13 hours of flight, Lily and her 2 bodyguards arrived at their destination, the beautiful country of New York. This city is a world-renowned financial center, where Wall Street is located. Lily's destination for this trip happened to be the Wall Street Stock Exchange. As soon as she got off the plane, she immediately contacted Grant, the local lawyer whom Yu Xingxin had arranged for her in advance, and made an appointment to go to the stock exchange the next day. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, she arrived at the hotel she had booked in advance. The accommodations have been significantly upgraded this time. This hotel is right next to Wall Street and is a 5-star luxury hotel. It was convenient for Lily to handle errands nearby during her free time, and safety was also an important consideration, because the information she possesses could be worth hundreds of billions. With such a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, Yu Xingxin naturally dared not take it lightly. She originally wanted to go in person, but she estimated that Yu Hongming might not allow it, so she ultimately decided to have Lily run the trip in her place. Furthermore, Yu Xingxin did not want to take any risks before confirming the authenticity of the share certificate. If something goes wrong, it will be very embarrassing. Therefore, I can only trouble someone else to do it. After all, Lily is a minor character who doesn't receive much attention, so even if she fails, it won't have a significant impact. Yu Xingxin is different. Although she has been away from Wall Street for more than 2 years, she has already made a name for herself in that industry. Even though she has been developing her career in China for a long time now, she is not 100% sure that everyone has forgotten about her. The next morning at 10 a.m. was the time I had arranged to meet the lawyer, and the location was set in the hotel lobby. Lily arrived at the scene right on time. Lawyers here charge by the minute, so she couldn't afford to waste even a minute. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the lawyer, Grant took Lily and set off towards their destination. They've already been paid, so their efficiency is naturally extremely high. As for minor details like direction, Lily doesn't need to worry about them at all. She can just be a decoration and cooperate. When you're visiting the Wall Street Stock Exchange floor for the first time and are unfamiliar with the area, relying on a local to show you the way is the most reliable option. It was less than a 5-minute walk from the hotel to the exchange entrance, but Lily and her group reached their destination in 7 or 8 minutes. At that moment, the stock market had just opened, so the doors were naturally wide open. Without saying a word, Attorney Grant led Lily directly into the equity transfer registration window area. Once you're here, all you need to do is hand me the transfer agreement and provide the transferee's relevant information. I'll take care of the rest. Okay, just a moment. Lily also opened the box decisively and efficiently, took out the complete set of documents, and handed them to Attorney Grant. The lawyer we hired this time was very efficient. After receiving the materials, he went straight to the point. We are from a law firm and we need to process the equity transfer. Hearing that it was a legitimate legal team, the staff didn't dare to be negligent. After all, in this country, no one dares to easily offend a lawyer. No problem, please show us the relevant agreement and the transferee's details first. Grant handed over the materials without hesitation. The staff member quickly proceeded with the review process, but the moment he opened the document, his expression suddenly changed. What company? A fruit company. He immediately flipped to the last page, wanting to know who had signed the transfer agreement, and when he saw the name, he was almost stunned. My God, this is Buffett? And finally, there's the Berkshire Hathaway Company seal? As an employee who serves clients year-round, how could I not know the legendary Wall Street investor, Patrick Barnett? However, he also had some questions. Are these kinds of transactions usually completed by reducing one's holdings? Why is a written transfer required? He then turned to check the section on the number of shares transferred, and what he saw next left him speechless with shock. He thought he was seeing things. 891 million shares of a fruit company. Isn't this the total number of shares in the fruit company held by the Babette Foundation? In other words, this transfer involved the complete disposal of all of his shares in one go. He stared wide-eyed at the document in his hand, and finally, he slowly closed the share transfer agreement, his face grave. Then, with an indescribable expression, he looked at the lawyer standing opposite him. Sir, can you confirm that this share transfer agreement is genuine and valid? Is something wrong? Lawyer Grant was not a rash person. His professional experience told him that the most important thing in any situation was to handle it calmly. Have you read the contents of this agreement before? Is there something wrong with this agreement? As he said this, Grant's hands were not idle either. He took the share transfer agreement and carefully looked through it. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. The lawyer was stunned after just one glance. Although the contract was thick, someone with his professional background could immediately see the key points. The most crucial information, the number of shares transferred and the names of the signatories, was enough to shock him. Miss Lily, is this agreement really real? Grant asked Lily with an incredulous look on his face. Although doing so was somewhat contrary to the professional ethics of a lawyer, he couldn't help but speak up. There was no way around it. Grant had handled countless cases, but I've never seen such a bizarre situation before. This sudden news stunned Lily for a moment. She asked in a low voice, is there something wrong with this agreement? Miss Lily, you just need to tell me whether it's true or false. After regaining his composure, Grant immediately resumed his professional demeanor. Once he confirmed that the agreement was genuine, he knew what to do next. The exact number of shares transferred and who the buyer was were not his concerns. It's true. Absolutely true. Lily answered firmly. She was so certain because she had absolute trust in Chairman Yuzingson. She believed that if the chairman didn't really want to do this, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to arrange bodyguards and hire lawyers. I certainly wouldn't make her travel all that way to do this herself. If Yuzingson knew that Lily had such confidence in her, would she feel a little guilty? Or, if Lily knew that she was merely a tool to test people's hearts in this deal, would she completely change her opinion of the relationship? But there aren't that many what-ifs in the world, so Lily could only passively play this role. Understood, I will handle it. Grant nodded, indicating that he understood. He then turned around and handed the contract to the staff member. The paperwork is in order, please begin the workflow. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Hearing what the opposing lawyer said, the staff stopped arguing and immediately began to handle the matter. Whether it's genuine or not, as long as the documents are complete and the materials are legal, then it's genuine. Other subsequent disputes are for other people to worry about. He's just a lowly employee, there's no need for him to get involved so much. Before long, the staff completed the review process. Although his expression still showed some doubt, he still had to do his job and transfer the corresponding shares to the transferee in accordance with the contract. At the same time, a share registration certificate was handed to Grant. Sir, all the formalities have been completed. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. After receiving the registration certificate, Grant immediately handed it to Lily. Miss Lily, everything has been completed as you requested. Please keep this share certificate safe. Thank you, Mr. Grant, for your hard work. Lily accepted the share certificate and quickly expressed her gratitude. Once the formal handover is completed, the lawyer's task is considered finished. But Grant's intuition told him that this was far from over. Miss Lily, if you have any questions or difficulties, please feel free to come to me. I am happy to provide you with professional advice. Okay, I'll contact you if necessary. Although Lily didn't understand the meaning behind the lawyer's words, she still nodded politely in agreement. After all, who can predict what will happen in the future? If something goes wrong, whether or not she can find a lawyer to help is not something she can decide. Unexpectedly, things went smoothly, and Lily quickly called Yuzingson to report on the progress. Despite being in different time zones, the call was quickly connected because Yuzingson was waiting for her message. Did you get the item? I got it. I already have the share certificate in my hand. Very good, then leave there as soon as possible and come back soon. Understood, I'll book my flight back right now. After hanging up the phone, Lily quickly booked 3 return tickets online. The nearest flight had a departure time of only 3 hours, so her time was very tight. We still need to check out, pack our luggage, and head to the airport. We must make the most of every minute and second, otherwise we might miss our flight. The next flight won't be until 2 days later, and we'll have to waste another day here in between. Lily certainly didn't want to delay any longer. As an assistant, making efficient decisions has become a habit for her. Unless there's an emergency, 3 hours is more than enough. 3 hours later, Lily and her 2 bodyguards boarded the plane smoothly, and the plane took off on time. We are expected to arrive in Feichen in 13 hours. At the same time, the events that occurred at the exchange were also exposed to the outside world. It's impossible for such a large equity transaction to go unnoticed. The media widely reported on this matter. A mysterious figure appeared at the New York Stock Exchange and, with just a contract, transferred all the shares of a fruit company formerly belonging to the Babette Foundation. Is the Eliminate Waste Foundation liquidating its stock holdings? What is its true intention? Is this fruit company starting to decline? Have they even given up on it? Why this strange move? Why sell a large number of shares through a negotiated transfer? Not only did the media become aware of this, but how could the astute financial giants on Wall Street miss this shift in the political climate? It's important to know that Buffett's investment moves have always been regarded as a guiding light by countless investors. The whole of Wall Street is talking about it. What? Mr. Barry actually sold all his shares in the fruit company? No way? Such a big move, how come the stock price hasn't moved at all? This is a negotiated transfer, so there's no fluctuation visible to outsiders. Could it be that the special Buffett doesn't have a high opinion of the fruit company? That's not necessarily true. After all, he's a stock market guru, and his decisions always have a reason. Is it because of Vida's influence? I heard that in China, even Apple phones are being defeated by Vida. China is the most crucial market for the fruit company. If things don't go well there, the fruit company will probably decline as well. Mr. Buffett's insight is too accurate, he must have already noticed the problem. Ever since Vida solved the chip problem, their momentum has been too strong. We need to find a way to deal with them, right? Yes, if this continues, many of our high-tech companies will be threatened. That's right, it's time to make a move against them. Berkshire Hathaway, CEO's office. Mr. Buffett, something terrible has happened. The secretary rushed into Buffett's office. What's up? Buffett asked in his usual calm tone, just like always. He's over 90 years old and has worked on Wall Street for decades. What kind of situation hasn't he seen? Nothing could make him panic. It's been spread that you've sold all your shares in the fruit company privately through the NYSE. Fake. Buffett's expression remained unchanged as he gave a brief and clear reply. He knew perfectly well whether he had sold those shares or not. How could he not know? But, it's in complete chaos outside now. The secretary hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Although rumors are common on Wall Street, she sensed that this time was a little different. Having followed Buffett for so many years, her intuition told her that there was more to this news than met the eye. Don't worry, just check our current holdings records. Okay, I'll go check it out right away. The secretary knew that overthinking was useless, investigating was the only sensible thing to do. She hurried toward the asset management department, only to bump into Minister Mallory at the door. Mallory looked anxious, as if he had something extremely urgent to do. Mr. Mallory, please wait a moment, I also have something important to discuss with you. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy, I was just about to go and talk to Mr. Buffett. Is it also about shares in the fruit company? Upon hearing this, the secretary's heart tightened. She felt that their goals were actually aligned. Mallory's heart sank after hearing this. I have a growing feeling that something is wrong. Let's talk as we walk. Okay. Lucy nodded, and the two hurried back to Buffett's office together. On the way, Lucy couldn't help but ask, Mr. Mallory, are the fruit company shares still in our accounts? I've checked, the shares are gone. Mallory sighed, then asked in return, it shouldn't have been Mr. Battersea who handled it himself, right? I don't think so. Lucy immediately shook her head in denial. Her judgment was based on Buffett's previous reaction. He seemed genuinely unaware of the matter. This makes things strange. Could it be that the information from the NYSE is incorrect? Or perhaps Buffett is too old and has misremembered? Both scenarios are possible, and this is the only explanation Lucy can think of. So she took Mallory back to the boss's office. She saw that Buffett was dozing off against the back of his chair, so she quickly and quietly woke him up. Mr. Battersea, Mallory is here. Oh? What brings him here? Buffett looked surprised, as if he had already forgotten what had just happened. Seeing this, Lucy frowned, her suspicion that Buffett's memory was weakening growing stronger. She had to remind them again, it's about the shareholding situation of the fruit company. Oh? Our shares are still safely in the account, right? Buffett maintained his unhurried tone. Lucy shook her head. No, they're all gone. Mr. Batter, please think carefully, is it possible that they were sold off privately? Impossible. This time, Buffett finally showed a hint of surprise, but after thinking for a while, he gave an uncertain answer, it seems, not. After all, a person is 92 years old, and even the sharpest mind will gradually decline. Even Babbitt cannot guarantee that he remembers every single detail. Seeing this, Mallory suggested, should I go to the NYSE to check the original transaction records? Bring a lawyer with us, it'll be more formal. That makes sense. Once transaction information is registered, it leaves a trace, making it easy to tell whether it's genuine or fake. Buffett nodded in agreement, then let's go, the sooner the better. This matter must be clarified. Understood, Mr. Buffett, I'll get to it right away. After Mallory agreed, he left the office. Once outside the room, he couldn't help but shake his head. Judging from his boss's current state, the company's prospects were truly not optimistic. The future is hard to predict. But one thing is certain, Berkshire Hathaway is beginning its decline. Even so, Mallory decided to finish the work and immediately headed to the New York Stock Exchange. Berkshire Hathaway and the NYSE were on the same street, not far apart. The journey was smooth sailing. Even though the NYSE didn't give Barnett any special treatment, they still had to cooperate because of the lawyer's involvement. The process went smoothly, and Mallory quickly obtained the original documents from the NYSE and even made a copy to take back with him. He took the documents to Buffett again and handed them to him. "Mr. Batter, this is the share transfer agreement filed with the NYSE. Let me see." Buffett put on his reading glasses, took the document, and began to look through it. But he only looked at a few key things, such as the number of shares transferred, his own signature, and the company seal. These are the parts he particularly wanted to confirm, especially the signature section, since he knows best whether his handwriting is recognizable. "It looks like my own signature." After carefully examining the area where he had signed for a while, Buffett began to waver. He knew his own handwriting all too well. Because he was so familiar with it, he had to admit that the signature did indeed resemble his own. The problem is that he has no recollection of signing this document. Buffett couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Am I really getting old? Even if he is a legend on Wall Street, he must accept the reality that he is getting old. Let's get the documents authenticated. In the end, Buffett had no choice but to make this decision. At this point, he began to doubt his own judgment. The only way to confirm the truth is through technological means. The testing was done very quickly, and Mallory returned with the results soon after. In addition, the company's lawyer was also invited. Regardless of the truth of the outcome, Buffett wanted to hear the lawyer's opinion. What was the result? Batter looked at Mallory with a weary expression, completely lacking his previous energy. The expert report was already in his hands, but a hesitant expression appeared on his face. But he finally spoke up. He knew that running away wouldn't solve the problem. "Mr. Buffett, after professional comparison, the signature is indeed yours, and the official seal is indeed the company seal. Therefore, the agreement is legal and valid." "Okay, I understand." Actually, Buffett had a premonition, so his face didn't show much emotion. The older he gets, the more he cares about how much life he has left. No matter how much he loses, he will never allow himself to fall into a physical or mental crisis. Then, he looked at the lawyer beside him. "Kelly, what do you think we should do now?" "Mr. Buffett, I regret to inform you that the agreement is now confirmed to be in effect, and it is virtually impossible for you to reclaim your shares. All right, you can all leave now." Everything was going as expected, so he didn't waste any more words and simply told them to leave. "No matter how much you say, it's useless, it won't change the facts." Since that's the case, Buffett didn't want to waste any more energy. After everyone had left, his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. This incident served as a reminder to him once again. I really am getting old. He couldn't even remember when he made such a big mistake. He could vaguely sense that his own time of reckoning was drawing ever closer. On Wall Street, secrets are never kept for long. News of the sudden crisis at Berkshire Hathaway spread quickly. This caused an uproar throughout the financial world. Was Mr. Buffett deceived by someone? The fruit company's shares, worth hundreds of billions, just vanished like that. I have to say, the old man is really not doing well anymore. Is this once invincible legend also bidding farewell to the stage? This is outrageous. How dare they try to fool the god of Wall Street? That's ruthless. I heard it was done by someone from China. The source is reliable, the transferor is using a Chinese passport. It's outrageous. Is there not a single decent person in China? They're all liars. We on Wall Street can't tolerate this. We have to teach these people a lesson. Why don't we join forces and short all the concept stocks related to China, and show them our strength? People on Wall Street are known for their explosive drive. Once the idea was proposed, it received a constant stream of responses. In some critical moments, their unity is stronger than anyone else's. As a result, the stock market reacted violently. Stocks related to the Dragon Kingdom plummeted. Alibaba fell 9%. Each group's share dropped by 8%. Jingtong fell 9%. Pinduoduo fell 7%. The overall trend was so disastrous it was unbearable to look at. The most dramatic stock plunged 62% in a single day. This news quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Major listed companies received the news immediately. In a luxury mansion by Westlake, Brother Ma was full of questions when he received the report. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Meanwhile, in the headquarters building of each regiment in Beijing, Huang Xing stared at the graph on the screen with disbelief, wondering, what's going on with this sharp drop? Similar chaotic scenes were simultaneously playing out in the executive offices of several US-listed companies. But they soon discovered a problem. It wasn't just one company that fell, almost all of them declined. The only reasonable explanation is that someone is deliberately suppressing all concept stocks related to the Dragon Kingdom. While similar operations do occur occasionally, such a large-scale operation is rare, so all parties are investigating what happened. The news was already causing a huge uproar on Wall Street, and the information was quickly uncovered. The news then spread rapidly online. Stocks related to the Chinese nation concept plummeted. Breaking news has been leaked. Wall Street has teamed up to short our side. There's no inside story here. They've been discussing it like crazy over there for a while now. What exactly caused this sharp drop? The news is that a Chinese person tricked Buffett. Really? Is it true? Can anyone really fool a god? The incident immediately caused an uproar among netizens. Who is Buffett? He is an idol figure respected by stock market investors all over the world. Anything related to his name never lacks attention. Now, such a legendary figure has been tricked by someone, and the other party is Chinese? This kind of event is unprecedented. How could it be that no one would come to watch? Holy crap, that's incredible. What did I get scammed out of? They said they swindled all the shares of the fruit company under the Buffett Foundation. That's too ruthless. How vast must their assets be? At least hundreds of billions of dollars? That translates to nearly 800 billion dragon coins. The number is unimaginably large. Is Buffett really going to just admit defeat like this? It is said that the guy obtained the equity transfer agreement through legitimate means. An authoritative test was conducted afterward, confirming that the signature and seal were legitimate. As expected, people change with age. Such a large family fortune was swallowed up so easily. Buffett is 92 this year, isn't he? How can he not be old? But this guy is really something else. Not only did he dare to try to take down Buffett, but he also succeeded. Is Wall Street retaliating against Buffett Salem this time? But won't this whole operation drag down a lot of innocent people? Are those stocks that have some connection with China also caught in the crossfire? Yes, it's really a huge injustice. However, these people on Wall Street are arrogant and like to pick on the weak. What's so strange about that? It's just their usual tactic over there. Scrap yard. XIN, is something the matter? As Yu Hongming was leisurely brewing tea and enjoying a rare moment of peace in the afternoon, Yu Xingxin called. Without much hesitation, he answered the phone. Yu Hongming, have you seen the news about Wall Street? I saw it, so what? Actually, he had just casually glanced at this topic while scrolling through his phone, but he didn't really understand it, found it uninteresting, and just swiped past it. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Yu Hongming asked her, somewhat puzzled. He guessed it, something must have happened on Wall Street again, and it might even be related to him. However, it didn't seem to make him too nervous. Sigh, those Wall Street guys all say you're a fraud, and they're even planning to short all the related stocks of China to get back at you. Let them say whatever they want. They can't produce any evidence anyway. The shares we hold aren't going to fly away, Yu Hongming said casually. Then he chuckled again. As for shorting concept stocks? If we really want to play the hedging game, we can definitely do it. How do we do it? Although Yu Xingxin has a net worth of 30 billion, this kind of approach is still too advanced for her. After all, most of her assets are tangible assets like houses and land, and her liquid assets are only a few billion. It would be too risky for her to go head-to-head with the entire Wall Street. It's very simple. Don't we still have shares of the fruit company? We can use them to short sell. Yu Hongming immediately offered his answer. The stock certificates that Lily brought back are now in his hands, including the account that can be operated remotely. But wouldn't that result in a significant financial loss? Yu Xingxin immediately realized the crux of the problem after hearing this. Doing this would be a considerable loss for you. It's fine, it doesn't matter how much I earn, I'm just killing time anyway, might as well have some fun. Yu Hongming still maintained an indifferent attitude. These stocks were acquired for free with just a few boxes of instant noodles. They didn't cost any money, so they wouldn't feel bad about losing them. So, are you going to arrange the specific procedures, or should I coordinate with people? I'll do it myself. I'm bored anyway. You just need to call 2 people who are familiar with this to help out, Yu Hongming replied readily. He's a night owl, and nighttime is when he's most alert. If it were morning, he honestly doesn't know if he could even get up. When do you need it? The US stock market opens at 9:30 p.m. Then let everyone arrive half an hour early, just in time to get ready to enter. Yu Hongming set the time immediately, without any hesitation. Before hanging up the phone, Yu Xingxin agreed to have a meal together before starting the fight. Meanwhile, Yu Hongming was also busy. After careful consideration, he realized that relying solely on a fruit company to fight against Wall Street seemed a bit too weak. So they decided to make another deal in the post-apocalyptic world. However, before that, we need to restock. After all, since we're planning to buy up all the stocks held by the waste collectors this time, we should bring more supplies with us. Stocking up on more food will also allow the elderly to live a more peaceful life, which is a way of fulfilling our responsibilities. Yu Hongming made a phone call, asking the wholesaler to send over 10 tons of dry rations. Not long after, less than an hour later, the other party delivered the goods on time. After unloading the goods, Yu Hongming settled the bill on the spot. He then took the goods into the system space and made a connection. System, I need to connect with the waste removal team. Okay, object locked, connecting. Since they had just made their last transaction, they hadn't finished eating what they brought. Plus, given their advanced age, they certainly couldn't be expected to spend every day scavenging for food among the zombies. So this time the communication was established quickly. Both sides appeared in the system space. As soon as Buffett saw Yu Hongming, his previously dull eyes immediately lit up, and he became much more energetic. Sir, it is my honor to meet you. Me too, Mr. Battersea, it's a pleasure to see you again, Yu Hongming replied. Buffett tentatively asked, are you here to continue discussing the shares? That's right. Yu Hongming nodded. This time I've brought 10 tons of supplies. I want to buy all the remaining shares at once. What do you think? Okay, no problem. Buffett was extremely excited and agreed almost immediately. In fact, the small safe zone where Buffett lived was not just inhabited by him alone, his family members were also there. Originally, this shelter could only accommodate a maximum of 5 people, but because there were so many family members, even if only the core members were left, the number still far exceeded the limit. With a large population, the first problem is resource scarcity. These supplies were originally enough for 5 people to last for 5 years, but now there are so many more people, and in just 2 years, the reserves are almost depleted. Just when everyone felt desperate and hopeless, Buffett suddenly brought out 2 boxes of instant noodles. This was a ray of light in those desperate days, igniting hope in everyone. Everyone was filled with confidence once again. Following this transaction, Buffett hopes to continue their cooperation in the future. Of course, he wasn't just looking to profit for himself. He is old and doesn't have much time left. In addition, the past 2 years since the apocalypse have taken a heavy toll on my health, making it much worse. Buffett was not afraid of the possibility of leaving at any time, but he was worried about his juniors. He hoped they could persevere until truly good days came. The only way to achieve this is through trading to acquire more resources. The system voice sounded again, transaction complete, items exchanged between the 2 parties. Until we meet again, Mr. Buffett. Before leaving, Yu Hongming said goodbye to Buffett, waving his hand in a serious farewell gesture. He's got everything this time, and he probably won't go looking for Buffett again. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last time we work together. But Yu Hongming didn't hold back either, doing everything he could, providing a full 10 tons of supplies. This batch of items should allow Bai Fei to live a longer and more peacefully in his old age. Back in reality, Yu Hongming took out the documents he had received in exchange, intending to take them with him when he picked up Yu Xingxin on his way. Just like last time, have her company send someone to the United States to cash out those shares. With these things, we can directly challenge the entire Wall Street. The time is 5 p.m. Yu Hongming set off carrying a large box. The destination was the International Financial Center building, where Yu Xingxin's company headquarters was located. Since it was still before the end of the workday, the journey was quite smooth. We arrived at our destination in just over half an hour. He parked the car directly in a familiar spot, which was his usual route. He carried the box into the elevator and went straight to the 89th floor. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and he stepped out, heading straight for his office. No one dared to stop him. People on other floors of the building might not know who he is, but everyone on this floor knows Yu Hongming. To exaggerate a bit, you can recognize it at a glance. Everyone treated him with great politeness and respect. The reason is simple: anyone who isn't blind can tell that this person is very likely to be the future boss. What is this? As Yu Hongming carried the box into the room, Yu Xingxin couldn't help but show a curious expression. Open it and see for yourself. He didn't answer, he just put the box on the table. Without saying a word, Yu Xingxin stood up, walked closer to the box, and picked up one item at random to check its contents. The next second she looked incredulous. His gaze shifted back and forth between him and the documents several times. Then, as if he had thought of something, he simply lowered his head and began to quickly rummage through the materials in the box. He was quickly dumbfounded. This is shocking. If that were true, the world's richest person would have been someone else long ago. It is no exaggeration to say that with these shares in his hands, Yu Hongming could easily sit on the throne of the world's richest man. Not to mention that once it's exposed, Wall Street will probably be shaken up. She stared wide-eyed, her face full of suspicion. You mean these things are all real? Yu Hongming did not answer directly, but instead smiled and asked in return, what do you think? Although the answer didn't directly confirm it, the meaning couldn't be clearer. Unless you're mentally challenged, you wouldn't be able to understand what it means. But Yu Xingxin's astonishment did not diminish at all. In fact, it became even stronger. Where did you get it from? I'm going to exchange some things with the waste removal specialist. What is this thing? How can it be exchanged for so many shares? She still looked unconvinced. He even suspected that this was probably fabricated by him, since no one would be willing to exchange these shares for anything other than money. Yu Xingxin didn't believe that the shrewd old man was a sucker. Yu Hongming, however, did not care about her reaction and continued to explain, "What is worthless to me is very important to Buffett. As for the specifics of what he's thinking, he can figure it out himself." Although Yu Xingxin still had some doubts, she didn't ask any more questions. He then posed another crucial question, "So what are you going to do with it?" Yu Hongming answered without hesitation, "Of course, we will transfer them all back to China. They are my main weapons in the war against Wall Street." Hearing this, Yu Xingxin's face darkened. She had actually thought of this, but she didn't expect him to be so crazy as to be prepared to confront her head-on. But once those words were spoken, it was as if Wall Street was doomed, and the outcome will definitely be a complete defeat. "Okay, I'll go arrange the formalities." After she finished speaking, she called Lily over. She also performed admirably last time and completed the task well. Therefore, she is still the most reliable candidate this time. However, this task is more important, and the amount of documents is also greater. For safety reasons, we need to add more security personnel. 3 hours later, under Yu Xingxin's guidance, Lily embarked on her journey. Unlike before, the number of guards dispatched this time has increased from 2 to 8. The level of transportation has also been upgraded, with passengers traveling directly by private jet. The assistant also had a rare opportunity to experience high-end features. Not only were there bodyguards by his side, but he also traveled on a private jet. The pomp and circumstance expected of a big boss was all present when he traveled. Yu Hongming returned home after having dinner with Yu Xingxin. He was about to begin preparing for the impending global stock market war. He even gave this operation a resounding name, the War of the Angels. At exactly 9 p.m., the people Yu Xingxin had arranged arrived. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were veterans in U.S. stock trading. They belonged to Yu's investment team, which also has a U.S. stock sector. However, this area is not very large yet. What's truly impressive is their investment in the real economy, especially in high-growth companies and their investments in pre-IPO shares. "Everyone's here." Yu Hongming greeted them. "Welcome everyone to join us. From today onwards, we are partners fighting side by side." Yu Hongming said a few simple words, and that concluded the welcoming ceremony. It was just a casual greeting, nothing substantial. "Mr. Yu, the US stock market will open in about half an hour. We need to hurry and make arrangements," someone immediately reported. "All right, everyone take your positions. Let me know if you need anything." Yu Hongming nodded in response. Come on, hurry up and set up the equipment." These people didn't come empty-handed. They brought all their utensils with them. This was something Yu Xingxin personally instructed her to do. She knew all too well the situation Yu Hongming was in. They didn't even have the most basic stock trading equipment, a decent computer. How could anyone trade on a mobile phone when facing a battle of the scale of Wall Street? Therefore, the most basic thing is to equip yourself with a high-performance computer. Professional traders have only 2 requirements for trading platforms. First, the internet speed must be fast enough. Second, the computer's performance must be high. Because in the financial battlefield, every second is priceless. If a system lags due to network or machine issues, the losses could be incalculable. No professional trader would tolerate such a risk. Around 9:20, all equipment had been fully tested and adjusted. The 3 traders also approached Yu Hongming, preparing to hold a pre-battle meeting. For these experts, every order is a head-on confrontation, leaving no room for carelessness. Holding a pre-battle analysis meeting to clarify the objectives of this mission is crucial. After all, when things really change on the battlefield, you need to have a leader in mind beforehand so that you can be well informed and act freely. "Mr. Yu, may I ask what our mission is specifically this time?" Before they left, the chairman specifically instructed them to follow Yu Hongming's arrangements, which is why the 3 of them asked this question. "Our task is simple," Yu Hongming said calmly, "to bring the entire US stock market to a standstill." Upon hearing this, all 3 traders were speechless, thinking to themselves, is this guy crazy? The idea that 3 people could suppress the entire Eagle stock market sounds absurd. Why don't you just tell us to bomb the stock exchange instead? But considering Yu Xingxin's repeated instructions, none of them showed any dissatisfaction on the spot, nor did they say anything to question her. "Mr. Yu, how much funding do we have?" The 3 decided to stop worrying about the direction and instead focus on asking practical questions. After all, you need money to do things. If you don't have that foundation, there's no point in wasting your time. "We don't have the funds," Yu Hongming replied decisively. "What?" The 3 traders were completely dumbfounded. This person seems to have completely lost control. Saying such outrageous things, even a madman would feel a bit inadequate. In all their years in the industry, the 3 of them had never heard such an unbelievable statement. With no funds and 0 budget, are they supposed to rely on their willpower to fight against those financial giants on Wall Street? Although they were internally screaming with frustration, they still tried their best to keep their emotions in check. He continued calmly, "So, What method does Mr. Yu intend to use to deal with this? Don't worry, I currently have 890 million shares of a major technology company, which you can use as you see fit. He said, there's only one ironclad rule: its stock price must plummet. 89 billion shares? Are you serious? One trader exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this number, the group could no longer remain calm and finally blurted out their shock. That's right, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Yu Hongming nodded. If I didn't have the resources, I wouldn't have invited you here. Then he countered with, can you do it? It's not impossible to do, but we might lose money. The other party said somewhat hesitantly, losing money is fine, as long as the US stock market collapses. After those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent for 3 seconds. None of them could believe their ears. That's a huge amount of money invested in shares. Even a slight fluctuation would amount to an astronomical figure. What exactly is this person after? More importantly, is it really worth it? If you held so many shares, who wouldn't want to live a peaceful and comfortable life? Several traders were thinking to themselves, these rich people these days are really incomprehensible. But since the boss had given a firm order before we came to carry out the mission, we had no right to meddle. Just do what you're supposed to do. Asking any more questions is just a waste of time. Mr. Yu, please give us your account password. We will handle the rest. We will do our best to complete the task while minimizing losses, a trader concluded. I'll say it again, the loss is not the point, Yu Hongming interrupted. This time, there is only one core mission: we must terrify those people on Wall Street. Seeing that the other party was still worried about the compensation issue, Yu Hongming had no choice but to reiterate his position. To bolster his confidence, he was willing to reveal more information. Go ahead and do it. There's more than just these shares you can use. I have many other shares that will arrive in the next few days. When the weapons are upgraded, we'll equip them with heavy gear and completely crush our opponents. The three of them were speechless and no longer doubted Yu Hongming's statement, because they had just received the account and checked it. It is indeed a real shareholding account of the giant company with 890 million shares, not a simulated game account, but a real identity with operational permissions on the NYSE. Since these assets are genuine, it makes sense that this person possesses even greater hidden strength. It's not an exaggeration, it's perfectly acceptable. If that's what Mr. Yu says, then let's go for it. That's more like it. I really don't know much about investing, otherwise I would have started doing it myself long ago. Upon hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but secretly roll their eyes. If he were to operate it himself, none of the three could imagine what kind of trouble would occur. However, one thing is certain: the situation will not be good. Without further ado, everyone got right to work. Several mainstream market data software programs were opened, and the division of labor was clearly defined: who monitors the market, who is responsible for trading, and who collects information. Holding a large number of shares in fruit companies, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Furthermore, the stock price of fruit companies has always been an important indicator of the technology sector on the NYSE. If it crashes, it will inevitably trigger a series of reactions, dragging down the entire tech stock market. If it triggers panic, it could even drag down the overall market. But it's hard to say about the latter point, as there are many uncertainties. No one can guarantee 100% success when it comes to stock trading. Being able to exit the market safely is already quite an achievement. The US stock market officially opened at 9:30 p.m. Chinese concept stocks continued their sharp decline from the previous day. However, the decline has slowed down. Alibaba fell 6%, Meituan fell 4%, JD.com fell 5%, and Pinduoduo fell 6%. It didn't fall as badly as it did the day before yesterday, but these are all companies with market capitalizations of several $100 billion. Even a drop of just 5 or 6 percentage points is a significant move, because that represents the evaporation of billions of dollars in market value. Billions of dollars might not be a particularly staggering figure in the United States, but it's a huge sum in China. However, as soon as the stock market opened, not only did Chinese concept stocks fall, but the stock prices of fruit companies also plummeted. Thousands of sell orders followed one after another, and most of them appeared within 2 minutes. Such heavy selling pressure naturally led to a sharp drop, plummeting by 13% in one go. Unless there's a major stock market crash, I've never seen a fruit company stock drop this much. The sudden plunge in the fruit company stock price quickly spread to the entire technology sector. The real-time charts for major tech stocks have all turned downwards. Only leading companies like Microsoft and Amazon can hold on. Other small and medium-sized technology companies have already started a diving competition. The fact that each stock has fallen more sharply than the last demonstrates just how important fruit companies are within the broader tech stock sector. At this point, Wall Street was completely dumbfounded, and everyone was in an uproar. What on earth happened? Aren't we focusing our firepower on shorting Chinese concept stocks? Why are fruit companies involved? Who did this? This is incredibly unethical. Are they trying to break ties with the entire Wall Street? Currently, no one on Wall Street knows who is behind this, and everyone assumes it's a troublemaker within the industry. This is their usual way of thinking. They control the financial industry, and they have always bullied others. No one has ever dared to mess with them. This logic is simply utterly arrogant and domineering. That's why they didn't even consider Yu Hongming. In fact, many people on Wall Street know this in their hearts. Recently, a person from China has acquired a large number of shares in a fruit company. But these self-righteous people, influenced by a robber mentality, automatically filtered out this situation. This sharp drop has also raised new concerns among many people. Could there be a problem with the fruit company itself? It's possible that its situation in China is worse than we imagined. I don't think the financial reports for the next 3 quarters will be any better, and that might be the trigger for this sharp drop. Speaking of which, isn't this just kicking someone when they're down? That's right, this is just adding fuel to the fire when we're focusing all our efforts on dealing with Chinese concept stocks. The fruit stocks I hold in my account are currently showing huge unrealized losses. I hope this crash is only temporary, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to investors. Don't worry, the fruit company's leading position in the industry is unshakable, and this decline is only temporary. Just then, someone said, "Wait, didn't I tell you to suppress the US stock market? These stocks were all down before, how come they're all up now?" Yu Hongming was originally just an observer, but he got anxious when he noticed more and more stocks turning red. Although Yu Hongming doesn't usually pay much attention to this field, he knows that in China, red indicates an increase and green indicates a decrease. His original plan was to suppress these stock prices, but now they are all rebounding against the trend. How could he not be anxious? He even suspected that the people Yu Xingxin introduced were incompetent. Upon hearing this, the 3 traders immediately stopped what they were doing and stared at Yu Hongming with disbelief. If they weren't afraid to mess with the other party, they would have already given them a look that said, "Look at him, he's such an idiot. Don't you have any common sense?" Despite having a lot to complain about, they didn't dare to say a word and had to act very patient. One of them explained, "Mr. Yu, in eagles, red means a decline, while green indicates an increase." Yu Hongming's face was filled with embarrassment. "I was so embarrassed I was practically smoking." He couldn't understand why the rules were different when everyone was playing the stock market. It's actually a completely opposite set? Isn't this just making things incomprehensible and causing a laughingstock? At that moment, Yu Hongming felt like an old illiterate man who had just entered the classroom. But he has always been the kind of person who is stubborn and refuses to argue, even when it's embarrassing. "Oh, I see. I misunderstood you all. I apologize." After saying that, he stared at the curve on the screen again. This time, he didn't ask questions rashly as before, but asked in a slightly hesitant tone, "So, can we say we've succeeded now? You could say that we've initially achieved our goal." The 3 traders remained calm and showed no sign of taking credit. They are well aware that the current situation may only be a temporary period of stability. Once Wall Street discovers that they orchestrated these actions, they will inevitably launch a fierce counterattack. All the hard work you've put in before could vanish in an instant. One of them cautiously suggested, "Mr. Yu, why don't you have a cup of tea and rest for a while before we continue?" Another person added, "It's already 11 o'clock, time to prepare a midnight snack." Yu Hongming wasn't stupid, he knew perfectly well that these people clearly felt he was getting in the way. However, he was too lazy to argue about it. "Alright, I'll go and get everyone some food." After all, only when they're well fed can they have the energy to work. It was exactly 3 a.m. The fruit company's stock price has shown some signs of recovery, slowly stabilizing from its downward trend. The decline narrowed from -13% to -10%. The 3 also realized a problem: Wall Street's counterattack had begun, but it was still in the exploratory stage. Years of experience have taught them that in such situations, the only option is to immediately curb the momentum of the counterattack. So the 3 of them tacitly began placing orders to sell their stocks. Each order started at hundreds of thousands of shares. As soon as 4 or 5 large orders are released in a row, the 3% rebound that had just begun is immediately pushed back down. What's even more ruthless is that the 3 traders kept adding to their sell orders. With a barrage of selling pressure, the fruit company's stock price was driven down by another 2 points. If Wall Street still doesn't understand what's going on at this moment, then they shouldn't be in the financial industry. In fact, they have used special channels to track down the accounts behind those sell orders. This may be difficult for ordinary people, but it's child's play for these seasoned veterans who have been roaming the market for years. It just needs some time to confirm. That's outrageous. How could this happen? He really dares to do that. Is he trying to take on the entire Wall Street by himself? They're really courting death. The entire Wall Street seemed to be provoked, and the air was filled with a restless and violent atmosphere. Despite the intense emotions, few people took it seriously. Even if this Chinese man holds 890 million shares of a fruit company, he is still a nobody compared to the power of Wall Street. Everyone agreed that the previous setback was simply because they hadn't gathered enough intelligence, and this person had gotten away with it. But things are different now. The information is already crystal clear, and the situation is under our complete control. With the power and resources of Wall Street, they could easily crush this layman with just a flick of their little finger. These Wall Street people are always efficient and decisive. At a single command, a large amount of funds was immediately mobilized. The strength of Wall Street lies in its abundance of money. It is the world's financial center. If all else fails, the printing presses can be run at full capacity, and someone else will naturally foot the bill for the other problems. There are quite a few people like this, scattered all over the world. Of course, their cooperation was not voluntary, they were simply being forced to comply while being held hostage by shares in the fruit company. This is the most common saying on Wall Street right now. Everyone was working together to absorb the massive sell orders that were pouring in. As it turned out, Wall Street was no pushover. They might have been somewhat conservative at first, but now they were frantically buying up shares. After a series of actions, the fruit company's stock price rebounded again. Although the rise was not rapid, the market reaction showed that buying power was increasing rapidly. At this moment, the three people at the scrapyard couldn't help but sigh. Although it was just a small fluctuation at the beginning, they all caught the danger signal. That's right, Wall Street has made its move, and it's coming on strong. Sure enough, this road was not as easy as I had imagined. In fact, none of the three initially thought they could swallow Wall Street whole. That's something you probably couldn't do even in your dreams. If it were that easy to defeat, Wall Street wouldn't have its current reputation. Has our plan failed? Not only did the three traders vaguely sense the change, but even Yu Hongming, an outsider, understood it somewhat. Unfortunately, the index, which had just turned red, has turned green again, a change so obvious that even a novice can see it. That's basically a fair assessment. The three of them maintained a very high level of professionalism and did not attempt to cover up any problems. Numbers are numbers, and facts are facts. This is an old habit they've developed over many years of experience in the market. Can't we try again? Yu Hongming was born with a competitive spirit and always felt that giving up halfway was like an unfinished result. After hearing this, the three traders looked at each other for a while, and finally decided to be honest and lay their cards on the table. It's not impossible, but the risk is indeed a bit too high. Risk? Yu Hongming didn't even frown. I've said it so many times, there's no need to consider the losses. Just go for it. The three of them smiled wryly after hearing this, and after looking at each other, they wondered to themselves, who exactly is this deity? Who is this person? They're not afraid to spend money at all. These few hours of trading have already cost us $700 or $800 million, which is no small amount. An ordinary person wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Every time they pressed the execute button, their hearts trembled. It was an action that could wipe out hundreds of millions of dollars in the blink of an eye. However, the issue is no longer just about how much money was lost. The real key is that Wall Street has fully woken up. A single stock, like the fruit companies, is probably no longer enough to cause a major upheaval. Continuing like this would be tantamount to handing the opponent a target to be used as a pawn. The three men were well aware of this, and therefore had to remind Yu Hongming to face reality. Mr. Yu, let's get straight to the point. Based on the current situation, even if we continue to short sell, we can only suppress the stock price. As for the ripple effect, there is almost no hope of it happening. Therefore, we suggest suspending the operation and waiting for a better opportunity to launch another attack. When will the right time be? Yu Hongming was still somewhat unwilling, feeling that giving up this time would be a regrettable waste of all his previous efforts. That was a situation he absolutely did not want to see. After hearing this, the three looked at each other again. No one expected Mr. Yu to be so persistent, even somewhat stubborn. To be honest, in their eyes, it was nothing more than a pipe dream for a mere three people to confront the mighty Wall Street head-on. If it were that easy to bring down Wall Street, it wouldn't be known as the strongest fortress in the financial world. Ultimately, they were just three ordinary traders, perhaps not even as skilled as a rookie trader on Wall Street. They think they can beat Wall Street? That's a pipe dream. I wouldn't even dare to fantasize like that when I'm asleep. It's completely unrealistic, pure fantasy. Although it was almost impossible to do, the three men knew that they had to answer the questions Yu Hongming had asked. Not only do they have to answer, but they also have to tell the truth clearly so that Yu Hongming will back down on his own. Mr. Yu, this matter depends on timing and resources. First of all, it would be best to deal with it if the stock market crashed. Alternatively, one must have a sufficiently large amount of financial support. If we really want to shake up the entire structure of Wall Street, we'd need to come up with at least $1 trillion. Or it could be holding a large number of different stocks in major eagle companies. Only by shorting the stocks of these large companies simultaneously could a chain reaction be created, thereby triggering a general decline in the US stock market. These are the only three solutions we can think of right now. But we also hope that Mr. Yu will think it through carefully. After all, the money you lose is your hard-earned cash. The first method is a bit out of control. Secondly, I don't have that much money on hand. As for the third method, it doesn't seem like it's entirely hopeless. At this point, Yu Hongming had already carefully analyzed the practical feasibility of these three methods in his mind. He immediately ruled out the first and second options. The more Yu Hongming thought about the third point, the more promising it seemed. Once Yu Xingxin has finished dealing with her stocks, Yu Hongming will be able to control a number of different US stocks, all of which come from large companies. Alright, let's stop here for today. You all go back and get some rest. Yes, Mr. Yu, then we'll take our leave. The three traders didn't think much of it, assuming Yu Hongming had given up, so they packed up their tools and prepared to leave. But Yu Hongming stopped him. Don't touch these devices yet. Come back in a few days. I have a surprise for you. Goodbye, Mr. Yu. Although they didn't quite understand what Yu Hongming was thinking, the three traders didn't dare to argue and could only leave without taking anything with them. Goodbye. After seeing the three of them off in the car, Yu Hongming went to sleep. He's always been a night owl, but it's already past 4 a.m., which is exactly his rest time. Besides, having just experienced a fierce competition, the mental pressure is actually very high. At the same time, on Wall Street, technology stocks are experiencing a significant rebound. Apple's stock price also stopped falling and began to recover. The atmosphere was festive. Did we win? The other party hasn't made any moves for a long time. They probably couldn't hold on any longer and withdrew. I knew it. Anyone who wants to go head-to-head with Wall Street will be defeated. This guy should finally understand now, he's really lost out big time. This can be considered as getting revenge for Buffett. If this guy dares to come to our door again next time, we'll make sure he can never recover. 10 hours later, Lily had already stepped into Wall Street. It was the same hotel I'd stayed at before, but this time the service was even better. Although the hotel didn't change, the room was upgraded from a standard room to an executive suite. Yu Xingxin's arrangement was certainly not for Lily to enjoy anything. It's just for safety reasons. Because of the first incident, Yu Xingxin had to be careful that Lily might be targeted if she reappeared. Since it was evening when she arrived in the United States, the market was unlikely to be open. So Lily arranged to meet the lawyer at 10 a.m. the next day. He invited an old acquaintance, Grant. When Grant received the call, he thought it was another lawsuit against Barrett. Unexpectedly, the actual content was just something like share transfer registration, which doesn't require much legal skill and the fees aren't high. There was one thing that Grant had always been puzzled about. Why is there no response from the other side of the BAFITE, a nickname for a person? Grant had once suspected that the previous agreements might actually be genuine. It's possible that Trump was thinking of using this method to quietly divest all his Apple shares. But Grant also understood that these were things he shouldn't be worrying about. His primary focus should be on providing customers with higher quality, more professional one-stop services. The next day, at 10 a.m., Grant arrived early in the hotel lobby. Lily was not late either, and she arrived on time to meet him. Dear Ms. Lily, it's a pleasure to see you again. Me too, Mr. Grant, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Lily responded politely as well. Despite the change in her attire this time, she didn't feel that her status had been elevated, because she knew very well that once she returned to China, everything would go back to square one. I went back to that assistant position and was busy every day. All of this is just a brief interlude now. Mr. Grant, let's go. Okay, Miss Lily, please come with me. Just like last time, Grant didn't say anything unnecessary and led Lily toward the exchange. However, he also noticed a phenomenon. The employer's bodyguard arrangements have been further enhanced. There are at least 5 or 6 that are visible to the public. There might be even more lurking in the shadows, he had no idea. However, Grant only paid attention to it and did not investigate further. In the United States, hiring 10 or 8 private bodyguards is very common. Wall Street, in particular, is full of big bosses. Every day, you can see bodyguards running around the clients. The group entered the trading hall, but when they reached the processing window, only lawyer Grant, Lily, and a bodyguard carrying their suitcases remained. The window Lily walked from was the same one she had seen last time. The staff member inside was the same familiar one. The man quickly recognized Grant and Lily. After all, that memory was incredibly profound for him. Given the short time interval, it's not easy to forget. After a moment of surprise, the staff quickly recovered. In Wall Street, you simply can't survive if you don't have the ability to withstand pressure. The staff member looked at Grant and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "Come here to process the equity change and transfer registration." After saying that, Grant quietly nodded to Lily. Lily immediately understood, turned around and nodded to the bodyguard who was carrying the boxes. "Please put it on the table." "Yes, Miss Lily." The bodyguard responded immediately and then placed the box steadily on the desk. They even proactively opened the box to make it easier for the clerk to quickly retrieve the materials inside. Are these all? Upon seeing the box piled high with documents, the clerk looked up in surprise and gazed at lawyer Grant. Yes, that's right. Grant nodded, paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal and responded. To be honest, he felt much the same way the clerk did. It was only at this point that he truly realized how many shares were involved in this transfer, enough to fill an entire large box. After their initial surprise, the clerk began to look through the documents one by one. Because there were so many files, the entire processing took more than 3 hours. Sir, all the formalities have been completed. Finally, the clerk handed Grant a thick stack of share registration certificates. Thanks. Grant was momentarily stunned when he saw the stack of papers in his hand. Don't blame him for being so shocked, anyone would be stunned in this situation. Each registration certificate represents a large number of shares of high value. This made the stack of notebooks in Grant's hands seem exceptionally heavy. He knew these documents were of extraordinary value, but he was even more aware of his duty to simply hand them over to the client and the task would be complete. Miss Lily, all the formalities are complete. He turned around and handed over the thick share certificate. Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. Lily took it and carefully put it away. Not long after I left the Wall Street Stock Exchange, the news of what had just happened spread like wildfire, faster than ever before. It can't be true, right? Thousands of share transfer documents? That's impossible. It's definitely fake. How could it be Mr. Buffett? I suspect this guy is making up a story. He wasn't actually scammed at all, he's just trying to cash out and run away. But why would he do that? Those are valuable assets he owns. Perhaps it's really because I'm getting old and feel that it's time for me to retire. Is this his farewell performance at the height of his career? At this moment, Berkshire Hathaway was in complete chaos. The first person to learn of this news was Mallory, the head of the asset management department. Where did the company's shares go? He was stunned the moment he heard the news. Then, recalling some previous details, his heart skipped a beat. The thing I feared has finally happened, and it could very well be a fatal blow. If the lost shares cannot be recovered, Berkshire Hathaway will have no chance of recovery. Others gradually heard about it. The first reaction was disbelief. The entire company's work order was disrupted, and the employees all gathered together to discuss this sudden and devastating news. There's no way to avoid discussing it, it directly relates to everyone's future and destiny. In addition, their daily work is basically centered around those assets. Now that all my assets are gone, what kind of work can I do? Babbitt himself kept asking himself, am I really getting old? Why do I have absolutely no memory of it? He also began to doubt his own judgment and question whether he had really done all of this himself. I've confirmed that I did sign the document, but I can't recall the circumstances at the time. Could there be something wrong with my brain to forget something so important? But there was one strange thing that puzzled him, he remembered everything else very clearly. He can recall details like the birthday celebration for his granddaughter a few months ago, and what he ate for dinner last night. I just can't remember the contents of these agreements. Having run out of ideas, Buffett had no choice but to ask Mallory again to personally go to the trading market to find out the situation, although he no longer held much hope. After all, I've had similar experiences before. Once a vulnerability is discovered for the first time, a host of other problems will likely follow. Hiken International Airport. The flight that had just arrived in Feichen from New York slowly pulled into the airport. It took a total of 15 hours from the time Lily obtained the share certificate. Having successfully completed her mission, she has set foot on native soil. Welcome back. Yu Xingxin made an unprecedented move by personally coming to greet them. But Lily knew perfectly well that she was just a figurehead. The person who would actually come to pick her up was the batch of share certificates that she was in charge of. Thanks, Mr. Yu. She promptly handed the suitcase to the other person. Yu Xingxin carefully took the box, her movements unusually cautious. Instead of opening the inspection box immediately, they gestured for her to get in the car and discuss it further. It is unwise to display valuables in public, a fact that Yu Xingxin understands. Once in the car, Yu Xingxin slowly opened the trunk lid and carefully examined each of the certificates in her hand. JP Morgan Chase, Coca-Cola, Eagle Express, Verizon Telecom, Moody's. Each company contributed a substantial share. This time, there's probably going to be a big show. Yu Xingxin reorganized the documents, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. The driver then gave Lily a ride home. She also arranged for Lily to rest for a few days before going back to work. Then, she asked the driver to take her directly to the scrapyard. At this moment, Yu Xingxin was already impatient and wanted to hand the information to Yu Hongming in person. Even though it was still several hours before the US stock market opened that evening, she was in a hurry to deliver the items to Yu Hongming. She had no intention of going home tonight. She wanted to stay with Yu Hongming and face the impending global war with him. Yu Xingxin was also confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wall Street would definitely be caught off guard this time. With so many stocks being shorted on such a large scale simultaneously, even the most powerful people on Wall Street would probably be unable to withstand it. She was confident in her judgment. This confidence comes from more than a year of hard work on Wall Street. Of course, she also felt a little sorry for him. Even if Yu Hongming does manage to severely damage Wall Street this time, his personal losses could be staggering. A rough estimate suggests that the loss may far exceed her entire fortune. Think about the wealth you've worked hard to accumulate over several years. It's not even comparable to Yu Hongming's overnight success. For a moment, she began to question the meaning of life. What was the point of all her hard work? This wasn't the first time such a thought had crossed my mind since I met Yu Hongming. I feel that no matter how hard I try, I can only ever be his assistant. Although she felt confused, she was actually happy more than anything. Having such an amazing boyfriend is something I could dream about. 3 p.m. Yu Xingxin has arrived at the recycling station, and they sent the driver back. I'm just going to stay here today, I don't need a private car. Xin, what brings you here? Seeing Yu Xingxin carrying a small suitcase as she walked in, Yu Hongming immediately went to greet her. They even took the bag from me. This level of thoughtfulness is practically the embodiment of the legendary devoted boyfriend. I brought you something. Yu Xingxin smiled and handed the box to Yu Hongming. What is this? Yu Hongming stared at the box with great interest. It's obvious without even guessing that the good stuff she brought is probably inside. But what exactly is it? Unless he can see through things, he has no way of guessing. Share registration certificate. Yu Xingxin didn't keep them in suspense and answered directly. He personally helped Yu Hongming open it and take a look. Indeed, a stack of shareholding documents was neatly arranged inside the box. I had seen him before, so I recognized him at a glance. The ammunition is all ready. Tonight will be another tough battle. Looking at the box full of vouchers, Yu Hongming immediately became excited. This reaction was exactly what Yu Xingxin had expected. She turned around and made a phone call to the company's securities department. Tell them to bring over everyone who knows how to trade US stocks tonight. Such a large-scale financial game cannot be handled by just 2 or 3 people. The more people there are, the safer it is, and the more efficient it will be. Fortunately, the company has quite a few experts like this. Call them all, no problem at all. Please notify the 3 people who came last time and ask them to come again at 9 o'clock tonight. 3 aren't enough. Yu Xingxin glanced at Yu Hongming with a light laugh. Don't worry, I've already made the call. I've asked the entire department to come over tonight. We must win this battle. That's right, you're still the most reliable. Yu Hongming gave a thumbs up and said something heartwarming. Women all like to be flattered. Despite Yu Hongming's seemingly straightforward nature, he still understands this basic principle. Good that you understand. These words made her feel quite comfortable. Yu Hongming asked, shouldn't you go back to the company and take a look? She smiled and said, I'm not going back. I want to stay with you today. Yu Hongming smiled, his eyes narrowing, including tonight? His tone was more teasing. Yu Xingxin smiled mischievously, yes, I'm not leaving tonight. There was a mischievous tone in his words. Really? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming's eyes lit up considerably. He looked expectant. But then, Yu Xingxin's words pulled him out of his reverie. Didn't they say they were going to face off against Wall Street tonight? How could I be absent at such a crucial time? That's all? Yu Hongming was instantly disappointed. His initial high expectations vanished in an instant. Yu Xingxin glared at him. What else do you think we're going to do? I didn't think much of it. Yu Hongming scratched his head and answered awkwardly. The initial enthusiasm had faded, and I felt somewhat discouraged. For the rest of the time, she stayed by Yu Hongming's side, drinking tea. Enjoy a rare moment of leisure. At 6 o'clock in the evening, he took her out for dinner. We didn't go too far and found a farmhouse restaurant nearby for a quick bite. There's nothing else in this suburb, but there are farmhouse restaurants like this everywhere. He usually gets his takeout delivered from these stores. It was almost 9 o'clock, or to be precise, just past 8:30. Her colleagues arrived one after another. Just like last time, no one came empty-handed. They were all carrying their own combat supplies, several laptops, monitors, and the like. Moreover, almost everyone brought multiple monitors, with some having 4 screens mounted on a single stand. It looks very professional. Yu Hongming even suspected that these people had simply packed up their office computers and brought them with them. This time, the core leader has naturally changed to Yu Xingxin. After all, these colleagues are all her people, so it's more appropriate for them to follow her orders. Yu Hongming was happy to relax and just sit on the sidelines as an audience member. Aren't all real leaders like this? Why would I need to personally manage the overall situation? All you have to do is sit quietly backstage, be part of the atmosphere team, and wait for the results. If the results are good, praise them, if not, criticize them. That's what a true leader should do. Night, 9:15. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Good evening. Our goal today is simple: to take down those arrogant and conceited guys on Wall Street. All the shares I currently hold are available for anyone to use. Don't worry about losses, I'll cover any losses, no matter how much. I have only one condition: that the US stock market completely collapse. Yu Hongming delivered a mobilization speech, which was done at the behest of Yu Xingxin. The words were few, but the meaning behind them was profound. Wow, these are real rich people. That's so cool. Looks like something big is going to happen tonight. Are the old men on Wall Street ready to tremble? Tonight may be the night that ends the decade-long bull market in US stocks. Yu Hongming's words immediately stunned everyone Yu Xingxin had invited. Of course, nobody thought he was bragging, because everyone just saw the share registration documents in his hand and went into his stock account to take a look. I was quite surprised at the time. In fact, they are not entirely unaware of the situation on Wall Street. After all, they deal with US stocks, so they are naturally very sensitive to every move there. Moreover, they also have their own information channels. If anything major happens, you can usually find out immediately. For example, they couldn't possibly be unaware of something as significant as the sudden liquidation of all of Buffett's shares. But they never expected that the person who took down the holdings in the hands of the bastard was actually the boss's boyfriend. At first, everyone thought that the boss must be a pretty boy who makes a living off his looks, since he found such a handsome man. This wasn't just the opinion of a few individuals, it was the first impression of most people within Yu's investment. After all, Yu Hongming's face is certainly enough to spark imagination. Being too good-looking can easily lead to misunderstandings. But at that very moment, the share certificates on the table and the number of shares in their account slapped them in the face. It's only now that I understand what a truly wealthy person is. Of course, they would never believe that Yu Hongming obtained these assets from Yu Xingxin, because these values already exceed Yu Xingxin's net worth by several times. Just pick up any registration certificate and look at it. The market value of the stocks listed on it already far exceeds all of Yu Xingxin's assets. Anyone with a little common sense knows that this is something that cannot be obtained through connections. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's gaze toward Yu Hongming has undergone a complete 360-degree change. From looking down on them to being full of admiration. That's right, it was respect mixed with fear. Here we go. Please remember our mission objective. After Yu Hongming finished speaking, Yu Xingxin also announced the official start of the operation, urging everyone to focus on preparing for the battle. At this very moment, on Wall Street, traders from major financial companies are all ready and waiting for the stock market to open. Once it was past 9:30, the numbers on the software started jumping rapidly. However, contrary to many people's expectations, the market had just opened up. Many popular blue-chip stocks began to fall rapidly. It was like a three-tiered waterfall cascading down. To borrow a line from an ancient poem, the waterfall plunges 3,000 feet. Market indices are also plummeting. The problem is obvious at a glance. Wow, what's going on? What happened? At this moment, the two questions that are most frequently heard on Wall Street are these. Without exception, every trading floor was in an uproar. The entire Wall Street was thrown into chaos. What situation do financial professionals fear most? This is the kind of sudden, widespread crash that happened without any warning. Such a situation is most likely to trigger a chain reaction, leading to further collapse. In more serious cases, it could even trigger a financial crisis. If that were to happen, people would probably be standing on the rooftops. Faced with this sudden change, traders have two choices. The first option is to cut your losses and exit the market as soon as possible to minimize your losses. If it really turns into a financial catastrophe, it will be too late to sell, and people might actually have to go for a walk on the rooftop of a building. Another option is to hold onto your chips and wait and see how things develop. But we can only hope that this is just a minor fluctuation caused by misinformation. Otherwise, it would truly be a terrible sight. If you unfortunately encounter a systemic crisis, you don't need to do anything else, just go through the motions. Right now, the entire Wall Street is immersed in speculation and panic. Without any warning, how could the market collapse as soon as we opened this morning? I can't understand this chart. I have absolutely no idea which direction it's heading. All major indicators are falling sharply, which means that someone is definitely selling like crazy. I thought the drop in fruit company stock price was a coincidence before, but now, it's completely different. Is this the start of another major stock market crash? The Eagle bull market has lasted for 10 years, and now the bubble is huge. We can't rule out a stampede. I think so too. The current stock market activity in the Eagles is just superficial. It doesn't need much stimulation to completely collapse. I hope it's not like that. I've already suffered heavy losses, but I really don't dare to sell. I reacted quickly and exited the market in time to cut my losses. I considered the small loss a profit. At this moment, inside the scrapyard, it has fallen. The fruit company's share price has dropped by 5 percentage points. Bank of America dropped 8 points. Coca-Cola fell 4%. American Express Bank dropped 6 points. Verizon Communications stock price plummeted by 9 percentage points. Moody's also dropped 7 percentage points. Less than 10 minutes after the market opened, members began reporting their respective achievements. The atmosphere at the scene began to liven up, as joyful as if it were Chinese New Year. Because this is only the beginning, it has already delivered such a dazzling report card, which is worth celebrating. The overall US stock index was forced down by 3 percentage points due to their combined attack. Such a magnitude of decline has only occurred during stock market crashes in the past. But now, they have it all in their hands. They have enough to brag about for a lifetime because of this battle. It can be said that there is no one like it before or since. How about it? How are my men? Yu Xingxin walked up to Yu Hongming and spoke with a smile, clearly intending to show off and claim credit. There's nothing I can do about it. I did such a great job, and it's hard not to feel a little proud of myself. It's not bad, but it's too early to draw conclusions. We still need to be careful that someone might turn the tables later. Yu Hong was clearly much more cautious and not overly optimistic. He remembered his previous experience. The initial momentum was promising, with everything looking very positive. As a result, they were quickly counterattacked, their gains were wiped out, and they returned empty-handed once again. Yu Hongming, who had only a superficial understanding of finance, felt uneasy, fearing that history would repeat itself. A comeback? Yu Xingxin chuckled lightly, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Yu Hongming may not understand these things, but Yu Xingxin knows them very well. A counterattack? Absolutely impossible. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, they'll nip it in the bud. If only a few individual stocks experience a sharp drop, there is still a possibility of a turnaround. But now that thousands of stocks have plummeted together, even the big shots on Wall Street would be dumbfounded, let alone ordinary traders. Is this a talk of a counterattack? That's simply a fantasy. Okay, let's see how things go. Of course, Yu Xingxin wasn't 100% certain that there wouldn't be any changes. After all, nothing in this world is 100% certain. Especially in the financial market, information changes every second, and no one can predict what will happen next. Especially on Wall Street, unpredictability has long been the norm. Yu Xingxin didn't say anything more and immediately returned to combat mode to start commanding and coordinating. The rest of the team recovered from their brief excitement and resumed their operations, continuing to expand their winnings. Just as Yu Xingxin predicted, Wall Street was repeatedly stunned and almost lost all will to resist. The stock index dropped another 2 points. At this point, Wall Street was on edge. What happened? Is today April Fool's Day? It's still falling. It's never going to end. It's over. It's really all over this time. This is definitely a stock market crash. The stock index plummeted by 5 points, instantly shattering the psychological defenses of all traders. Everyone gave up struggling. Many people have only one thought in their minds: which rooftop is the most convenient? Every time a stock market disaster strikes, a large number of people who have lost all their hard-earned money end up on that path of no return. Such a big event couldn't possibly go unnoticed by the media. News reports about it quickly flooded the internet, one after another, and the entire social media platform was flooded with them. US stocks collapse, a black swan event. US stocks suffer biggest drop in a decade due to unexplained plunge. The decade-long bull market has come to an end. Is this a harbinger of a bear market? Yesterday's booming US stock market has plummeted by more than 5% today. Completely insane. A complete market crash, fruit companies down 12%, stock index down 5.3%. Who is the mastermind behind this? The answer is about to be revealed. Did he do it? The experts on Wall Street are no pushovers. After the market closed, they followed the clues and uncovered some suspicious activity. Because of Yu Xingxin's involvement, the stocks under Yu Hongming's name have been split into hundreds of small accounts and dispersed. It is easy to control and also confuses the enemy's vision. However, a careful investigation can still uncover some clues. Wall Street did indeed discover a crucial clue: the accounts that initially dumped large amounts of stock all originated from China. Further analysis revealed that these accounts actually belong to the same company called Yueshi Investment. These things are very difficult to fake unless you have more sophisticated technology. While Wall Street may not have many other resources, data analysis teams are readily available everywhere. By comparing data with that of the exchange, they even obtained detailed information about the very first few sell orders. Then they were surprised to find that the stocks that were first sold off were actually very similar to the holdings previously held by the Pfizer Foundation. It was based on this discovery that they raised a series of questions. Has he gone mad? This guy is a cancer. It wasn't enough that he stole Mr. Buffett's shares, he even went so far as to short sell them. How could he possibly do something that would result in a lose-lose situation? He'll definitely lose a lot of money doing this, won't he? What's in it for? As always, it's full of robber logic. They didn't seem to realize that when they joined forces to suppress Chinese concept stocks, they hadn't considered similar consequences. It seems that they only have this idea in their minds: I can only use tricks to manipulate others, but I will not allow others to manipulate me in return. Now, on the Dragon Kingdom side, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first light of dawn. Many people in the financial world have already gotten up and started collecting all sorts of information. They were paying particular attention to the information coming back from Wall Street. After all, the overnight performance of US stocks often directly affects the opening market that day, and everyone pays close attention to this matter. Did the US stock market crash? What happened? Is it a stock market crash? People were stunned as soon as they saw the market performance. The stock index fell by a full 5.6%. The most outrageous thing is that the fruit company's stock price plummeted by 17%. This is unprecedented, it's absolutely insane. What else could this be but a major collapse? After further investigation into the sources of the information, everyone was once again shocked. That can't be right. Am I seeing things? This was actually done by people from China? Which expert could possibly do that? Use investment? Incredible. Almost everyone who knew the situation couldn't believe what they were seeing, as if they were still living in a dream. How could that be? The force behind the sharp drop in US stocks, causing the index to plummet by 5%, turned out to be a small team from China. Moreover, all the evidence points to Use Investment Company. What is the background of this company? How can it be so powerful? The news quickly went viral among the public, and social media platforms also began to share this explosive news. Am I hallucinating? That's incredible. Who exactly is behind this? According to inside sources, the investment was reportedly made by the Yu family. Just how much power does this Use investment have, and how can it accomplish something like this? Someone has already checked. This company was only established 2 years ago, but its market value has already reached 30 billion. So young and already so amazing? Really? Although people were extremely shocked by this event, some remained rationally skeptical. There are quite a few of these people. Yes, it's only 30 billion. How could it possibly affect the entire US stock market? It's simply impossible. I also checked the data. Although the market value is 30 billion, most of it is fixed assets such as real estate. It's hard for this type of asset to have such a big impact on the market. This news must be fake, right? I don't think Use Investment could possibly do that. You're not an expert on this. I suspect that Use Investment is just a front, or rather, just a gopher. Don't doubt it. According to information from Wall Street, Yu is just a tool, and there must be someone manipulating him behind the scenes. So who exactly is this mysterious figure? Hearing that there was a big boss behind the scenes, everyone became even more interested. Yes, who exactly is this formidable character? How rich must this person be to be able to shake up the entire Wall Street? Even billionaires like Jack Ma and Pony Ma couldn't do that, right? The inside story is that this bigwig has reportedly cleared out all of Buffett's holdings. It is said that the reason why the entire US stock market was able to be stirred up this time is because that mysterious expert disregarded the losses and used those stocks that he got from Buffett. If 3 trillion yuan worth of stocks were dumped at once, even a god couldn't withstand it, right? If this is done, wouldn't the mastermind behind it all suffer a huge loss? Wall Street had already estimated that his move would cost him at least $30 billion. The 30 billion figure has once again caused an uproar in the group chat. Unfortunately, 30 billion US dollars is an unattainable concept for most people. This boss actually lost all his money in just one night. The impact was absolutely phenomenal. 300 billion, and in US dollars? Don't blame me for being naive, but I was really shocked when I saw this number. How insane must someone be to do something like this? They're practically throwing money away. I've been working my butt off every day and achieved a small goal, thinking I was getting closer and closer to the world of the super rich, only to find out that I'm just a clown. The world of the super rich is something that ordinary people like us can't understand. Brother, please accept my humble offer. I'd like to shine your shoes. Boss, do you need any henchmen? I just want to be a low-ranking subordinate. If you don't mind, I can even wear women's clothes. Ding dong. At 10 a.m., the doorbell of Yu Hongming's scrapyard rang. But the doorbell rang for a long time, and no one answered. Yu Hongming stayed up until 5 a.m. last night, even later than usual, and is now sleeping soundly. The mere sound of the doorbell wouldn't wake him. Moreover, after being woken up by the doorbell once before, Yu Hongming found it extremely annoying that the doorbell could be heard in the living room. So without saying a word, he cut the doorbell cord in the living room. Now that it has been dismantled, it will naturally no longer make any noise. Forget about the doorbell ringing, it hasn't made a sound at all. They didn't wake Yu Hongming, but they did alert Yuan Daong. As usual, this guy arrived on time. Even when they come, they won't meddle in other people's business, they'll just focus on playing games. Ever since Yu Hongming played with a real airplane, he has completely lost interest in game simulators. After all, the difference between the two is not small. So Yuan Daong monopolized that large game machine. He enjoyed it immensely. He is especially happy to make new progress every day. In fact, Yuan Daong's skills are indeed getting better and better. He proved one thing with his perseverance: even if you don't have enough talent, you can still improve as long as you are willing to work hard. Who are you looking for? Seeing two unfamiliar soldiers standing outside the door, Yuan Daong looked them over carefully for a few moments before asking a question. However, I've met the soldiers a few times recently, so I'm not that nervous anymore. I'm Yu Hongming's older brother. I'd like to see if he's here. The visitor was none other than Navy Commander's son. He had obtained the address from Vice Minister Chiu, so there was no mistake. He didn't come here specifically to see Yu Hongming this time. It was just on my way. His real destination was the Feichen Naval Base for routine inspections. Every year he visits major naval bases. I took this opportunity to visit an old friend. Big brother? Upon hearing that a man with a full head of white hair claimed to be Yu Hongming's brother, Yuan Daong was immediately stunned. When did Yu Hongming suddenly become a big brother? He's clearly an only child. And look at this guy in front of you, he could be Yu Hongming's grandfather, calling Yu Hongming big brother? You must be kidding. Even when facing a soldier, Yuan Daong couldn't help but retort, "Old man, isn't it a bit inappropriate for someone your age to call someone big brother? How dare you speak to our leader like that?" Before Commander Sun could express his opinion, the communications officer standing nearby was the first to voice his dissatisfaction. This communications officer had been with the commander for several years and had never seen anyone so rude. "Shut up, it's none of your business to interrupt here." However, he was immediately stopped by Commander Sun as soon as he opened his mouth. "It's a misunderstanding. We've met. Yu Hongming and I share similar interests," Commander Sun hurriedly explained to Yuan Daong. However, he realized halfway through his explanation that he had misspoke and quickly corrected himself. "Sorry, I misspoke. I meant we were friends despite our age difference. He's the younger brother, and I'm the older brother. Is it really impossible to fake it at all?" Yuan Daong still looked unconvinced. Seeing that the other party was not cooperating, Commander Sun became anxious and simply brought up Yu Hongming. "If you don't believe me, just ask him later." Alright, come in and sit down first. I'll go wake Yu Hongming up." The other party was, after all, a military person, and seemed to hold a high position, so Yuan Daong didn't dare to refuse to let him into the house. After leading the two into the reception room, Yuan Daong quickly walked towards Yu Hongming's bedroom. He pushed open the door and unhesitatingly pulled back the blanket covering Yu Hongming. Although Yu Hongming was sleeping soundly, he was not completely unconscious. Yuan Daong's commotion naturally woke him up. "What are you doing, Yuan Daong? What's wrong with you?" Seeing that it was Yuan Daong who woke him up, Yu Hongming immediately got angry and yelled at him. No one is in a good mood when they are woken up while they are sleeping soundly. But Yuan Daong seemed completely unconcerned, and even joked around with a grin. "Wake up, your big brother is here to see you." "Big brother? As long as you get out of my way now and let me go back to sleep, you're my real brother." After saying that, Yu Hongming pulled the blanket up to cover his head and prepared to continue sleeping. As a result, Yuan Daong ruthlessly exposed it again. "Wake up! You really have an older brother waiting for you outside. Who is it?" Upon hearing that someone had indeed come looking for him, Yu Hongming quickly tried to open his blurry eyes. "I want to confirm if I'm still dreaming. How did a big brother suddenly appear in broad daylight? He knows his own situation best, right? He doesn't have the habit of making friends with other men outside the family. Where did this big brother come from?" However, Yuan Daong soon revealed the answer. "A soldier who is old enough to be your grandfather, who immediately claims to be your brother, is someone I've never seen so bold as to claim kinship." It was only here that he dared to say a few words of complaint. If he were to actually tell Commander Sun, he probably wouldn't dare utter a sound. "An old soldier who could be my grandfather?" In an instant, a vague image appeared in Yu Hongming's mind. He only met him once, and it was a long time ago, so his memory of this person was already somewhat hazy. But this person's name was the only one that remained deeply etched in his memory. There was nothing they could do. After all, this was a commander who insisted on recognizing Yu Hongming as his brother. He could never forget something so outrageous. "Alright, I know who it is." Yu Hongming then lazily sat up. After all, the other party was no ordinary person. He was a senior naval commander, and he couldn't ignore him for too long. Seeing Yu Hongming like this, Yuan Daong couldn't help but come over and ask, "Remember who it was? More or less. Who is it?" Yuan Daong's curiosity was about to explode. Yu Hongming simply pursed his lips, showing no intention of explaining. Anyway, you don't know him, so there's no point in telling him. After saying that, he ignored Yuan Daon's astonished expression. He walked straight out of the house. I guessed right. Even without meeting him, just hearing the familiar voice from afar confirmed Yu Hongming's judgment. He sighed helplessly and could only step into the house. Brother Yu, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Upon seeing Yu Hongming enter, Commander Sun immediately stood up from his seat and warmly greeted him. His enthusiasm and energy made it impossible to tell that he was a dignified naval commander. It was more like meeting family. Their faces were full of excitement and warmth. Brother Sun, it's been a long time. As before, Yu Hongming still felt that this form of address was particularly awkward. What he found most unacceptable was having to call a completely white-haired man brother. That strange feeling is hard to describe. Brother Sun, what brings you here? Yu Hongming had no other thoughts but to quickly find out Commander Sun's purpose in coming and then send him away. Of course, he also knew that a person of this caliber wouldn't be visiting him casually. They came prepared, that's for sure. Yu Hongming just wanted to know, what exactly was he after? It's been so long since I've seen you, I missed you, so I came to see you. Commander Sun's words are always fluent and truthful. Unfortunately, no matter how sincere he pretended, Yu Hongming wouldn't take it seriously. If it were a cynical young master saying this, he might believe it to some extent. But if these words came from the mouth of the naval commander, then it's basically nonsense. Brother Sun, can we get to the point? Yu Hongming's eyelids were drooping, and he was getting sleepy again. He didn't want to beat around the bush with him at all. Didn't sleep well last night? Commander Sun had good eyesight and immediately noticed the problem. Yu Hongming forced himself to lift his eyelids slightly. I just finished a tough battle last night and didn't get to bed until 5 a.m. Do you think I could sleep well? Fight. Upon hearing those two words, Commander Sun's eyes lit up and he became alert. The excitement on his face was impossible to hide. That's definitely the instinctive reaction of a tough soldier. At this moment, Commander Sun also got excited and grabbed Yu Hongming to ask him questions. Fight. Where did you get a taxi? Did you win? We won. Mentioning this, Yu Hongming immediately perked up, even becoming somewhat proud. The intense scenes from last night flashed through his mind once again. That's what you call a real battle. The game in the stock market is as thrilling as war. That's right. That's normal, you guys are already very strong. Upon hearing that they had won, Commander Sun was overjoyed and couldn't stop talking, but he himself didn't realize that the two of them were talking about completely different things. Yu Hongming was talking about the financial battlefield, while Commander Sun was thinking about the actual combat battlefield. There was no way around it. Judging from what Yu Hongming's team had produced, Commander Sun simply didn't believe they couldn't handle such a major task. They readily flaunt the combat capabilities of aircraft carriers and fifth-generation fighter jets. As long as they don't provoke military powers, who can stop them? Therefore, he had no doubt that they would win. Speaking of which, who were you facing back then? Beautiful country. Wow, you guys are amazing. Upon hearing that the opponent was actually the United States, Commander Sun gave a thumbs up without hesitation, becoming more and more excited as he listened. The United States has always been hostile towards the United States. Conversely, China naturally also regards the United States as its biggest potential rival. There was no way around it. The opponent was simply too strong, and you couldn't afford to be careless. Commander Sun, as the naval commander, felt this most acutely. Every year, there are no fewer than dozens of military exercises targeting the United States. Even so, Commander Sun was still clear in his heart that there was still a certain gap between China and the United States. So at first, he never dreamed that Yu Hongming and his team would dare to confront such a powerful country head-on. However, these ideas are all just Commander Sun's own interpretation. In reality, Yu Hongming never said those things. It was Commander Sun who overthought things. It's just so. Hearing this, Yu Hongming was quite pleased with himself. Ever since he heard from Yu Xingxin that he was the first person to influence Wall Street and cause a major drop in the US stock market, he has become a little arrogant. Who wouldn't get cocky in that situation? Yu Hongming himself has always considered himself an ordinary person, and anyone would get a little arrogant when faced with such a moment of glory. Then explain in more detail how the whole process works. At this point, Commander Sun also became interested and couldn't help but want to hear how these people had managed to defeat the United States. More importantly, there might be some useful experience hidden in this. If you can truly understand it, you might find it useful in the future. Sure. Commander Sun's question roused Yu Hongming. Then she began to recount at length the exciting financial showdown of the previous night. We officially launched our attack at 9:30 p.m. last night. We concentrated our firepower and bombarded the other side, completely stunning them. Yes, the tactics are correct. At the very beginning of the battle, we must suppress the enemy's momentum and disrupt their formation when they are unable to stand firm. Commander Sun immediately interjected with his comments. After listening, Yu Hongming gave Commander Sun a thumbs up. Brother Sun, it seems you're the real expert. Of course, I'm not a naval commander for nothing. Commander Sun accepted the praise readily, and was quite pleased with himself. Of course, he also urged Yu Hongming to continue. Go on, keep talking. Just as you said, after a fierce attack, the United States collapsed completely and offered no resistance at all. In the end, the market dropped by more than 5 percentage points. We could say we won decisively. Wait, you just mentioned an index? What index? Commander Sun suddenly realized something was wrong as he listened. While recalling what had just been said, he kept asking Yu Hongming if he had misheard. Yes, that index in the stock market. Yu Hongming paused for a second, not quite understanding why the question had to be repeated. However, he immediately realized that people involved in military affairs don't necessarily play the stock market, and it's normal for them not to understand stock indices. He patiently explained, Brother Sun, the index is a data point that reflects the overall performance of the market. Whether the market goes up or down depends entirely on it. At this moment, Commander Sun looked at Yu Hongming, his face almost turning black. When he finally realized what had happened, he was speechless. He had been misunderstanding for so long. They weren't even at war. He had previously thought that Yu Hongming had utterly defeated the United States on the battlefield. To my utter surprise, they were referring to the manipulation of the capital market. The difference between the two is enormous. Even Commander Sun, who was usually thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush this time. Once he realized that this was just a financial exchange rather than a real confrontation, he lost interest in the topic. For a soldier, only real battles where he leads troops into battle are exciting and intense. The stock market battlefield, which is just a numbers game, is too unrealistic for him. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about something else. This time, Yu Hongming became the one who failed to manage his expression. I was extremely puzzled. Why did we agree to talk about it so well, but suddenly we're not allowed to talk about it anymore? Especially since I was talking about the most exciting part. Once my interest waned, drowsiness immediately struck. My eyes felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. It was difficult to even lift them. Alright, since you want to change the topic. So, Brother Sun, what serious business is it? I really can't delve into any issues in my current state. Seeing that Yu Hongming was indeed very tired, Commander Sun didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. I came here today for two main reasons. First, to see how you are doing. Second, to see if you can help me get some information. What type of information? Yu Hongming cut straight to the point and asked the key question. It contains technical data related to the nuclear-powered engines used on aircraft carriers. Commander Sun answered in one breath, and then began to complain, we are still far behind the United States in terms of nuclear power applications, especially in the technology of miniaturized reactors. I heard that their aircraft carriers use nuclear power plants that can be refueled only once every 50 years. So I wanted to ask if you have any connections to get your hands on the relevant technical documents. Sure, I'll ask about it later. Although he nodded in agreement, Yu Hongming did not make any definitive statements. He himself wasn't sure if that person possessed these things. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Upon hearing this, Commander Sun's face visibly lit up. I had previously heard Vice Minister Chu say that as long as Yu Hongming gave his approval, the matter was basically settled. It's just a matter of time. In that case, I'll take my leave now, so as not to disturb your rest any longer. Having achieved his objective, Commander Sun did not linger. Mainly, seeing that Yu Hongming looked so sleepy, he felt embarrassed to linger here any longer. When you see a guest off, no one will try to stop them from staying. It's alright, please take your time. I won't see you off. It's good that you remembered it. Before leaving, Commander Sun made sure to give him a few more instructions so he wouldn't forget. Don't worry, just go back and wait patiently. Although the other party meant well, Yu Hongming still found it a bit annoying to hear these words too often. He could only nod and say a few perfunctory words, hoping to get rid of him as soon as possible. Commander Sun also understood that some things only needed to be said once, and there was no point in saying more. So he didn't linger and took his leave. Yu Hongming can finally go back and catch up on his sleep. He slept soundly until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up, he didn't delay and immediately carried several boxes of instant noodles into the system space. These boxes of instant noodles were his last reserves. He had originally kept them specifically for emergencies. As soon as he entered, he said to the system, I want to make a deal with Sima Minghao. Okay, target confirmed, connecting. These old trading partners are becoming increasingly easy to contact. The connection was established almost instantly. The next second, Yu Hongming appeared in the trading space. Sima Minghao happened to appear on the opposite side. Upon seeing Yu Hongming, he appeared exceptionally happy. Sir, it's so good to see you again. Me too. After giving a polite reply, Yu Hongming got straight to the point. I'll cut to the chase and just tell me, do you have any technical data on aircraft carrier nuclear reactors? An aircraft carrier nuclear reactor? Sima Minghao was taken aback. He thought for less than 3 seconds before shaking his head and replying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I probably don't have that kind of information." But he didn't completely rule out the possibility. "However, I can ask other survivors and give you an answer next time. Thank you for your help." Hearing that he didn't, Yu Hongming was somewhat disappointed. But upon further reflection, it becomes understandable. Having weapons doesn't necessarily mean someone understands how to manufacture them. They are two different things. "Sir, is there anything else I can help with?" Yu Hongming waved his hand to indicate that it was over. But Sima Minghao was a little anxious. "Sir, I don't have those technical documents, but I do have a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier here. Would you like to take a look?" He was afraid the deal would fall through. More importantly, he had his eye on the boxes of instant noodles that Yu Hongming had brought. Although he currently has a relatively abundant supply of resources, in the apocalypse, no one would feel that there is too much food. Everyone wants things that are both edible and can be exchanged for resources. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? These words surprised Yu Hongming. Since we can't find the data, it's better to bring back an existing aircraft carrier. Even if the blueprints are never found, the aircraft carrier can still be considered an alternative solution to complete the mission. We need to give Commander Sun an explanation. If he's still not satisfied, then there's really nothing more to say. After all, he had done his best. "Alright, then I'll switch to an aircraft carrier this time." After thinking for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. "Of course, I also felt a little guilty. I only brought these things. Is that enough to exchange?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Sima Minghao agreed immediately, happily giving an okay sign. Someone once traded half a bottle of water for something, let alone several large boxes of instant noodles. In Sima Minghao's view, things like aircraft carriers and fighter jets are just scrap metal. Exchanging a pile of scrap metal for precious food resources is a win-win situation for him. The transaction has been completed, and both parties have put their items into their backpacks. With 11 seconds left on the countdown, the system's voice sounded again. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from the trading space. After returning to the system space, Yu Hongming did not rush to log out. He then spoke to the system, "System, please enable the random trading function for me. I calculated the time, the random transaction should be ready by now." He's been relatively free lately and hasn't been using this feature much. As expected, the system quickly responded, "The random trading function has been activated. Please prepare accordingly." In an instant, Yu Hongming was teleported back into the trading space. Besides him, 2 boxes of instant noodles were also present at the scene. This was also part of his stockpile. He had specifically set aside some food for himself. In addition, there was a new face, a middle-aged man with naturally curly, brown hair. "Hello, welcome to the trading space." When encountering newcomers, Yu Hongming has long been accustomed to taking the initiative to welcome them. This phrase has almost become his fixed opening line. "Hello, hello," the man named What replied, sounding slightly nervous. People are bound to feel a little nervous in unfamiliar environments. It's especially easy to be scared in places that sound mysterious and mysterious. Having seen this kind of reaction many times, Yu Hongming wasn't surprised. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. "Let's not waste any more time and start the transaction. Please introduce yourself first, such as what you did before, or what resources you have, so I can see if there's anything I need." "My name is What. I used to work in medical device sales at Siemens. I didn't have much, just some medical equipment." The man hesitated for a few seconds but answered truthfully. He was willing to cooperate not because he trusted Yu Hongming, but because he was intrigued by the 2 boxes of instant noodles. After hearing the introduction, Yu Hongming felt a little disappointed. However, he didn't show it. He also knew that he wouldn't always be so lucky. "I wanted to get a machine tool before, and it took me several attempts to find the right resources." Even so, he had no intention of giving up the deal. "Okay, let's do it this way." "Okay, thank you so much." What nodded repeatedly, so excited that he didn't know what to do with his hands, and he couldn't stand or sit still. "Sir, I have integrated Pet/Mr. machines, as well as separate MR and CT equipment. Which one would you like to switch to? Which one is the newest?" Yu Hongming asked a question that required no brainpower whatsoever. Is there even a question? Of course, we want the most advanced one. He could have had it all, but he felt that doing so would be too greedy, and even a bit unfair. Taking away someone's entire possession with just 2 boxes of instant noodles is tantamount to stealing their business opportunity. Yu Hongming wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, he doesn't even know what these devices are for, so there's no point in replacing them all. Why not leave the other person with something to look forward to, and exchange it later if needed? This all-in-one machine is currently the most advanced medical imaging equipment in the world. Then let's choose this one. Yu Hongming made the decision without any hesitation. Besides, there were only 10 seconds left on the countdown, and there wasn't enough time for them to choose slowly. Okay, thank you for your kind support. In What's Mind, Yu Hongming's offer of food in exchange for any of his items was a timely and invaluable help. This is the apocalypse. In his view, apart from food and water, nothing else has any value. Especially those medical devices he has, who would still use them in the apocalypse? The energy supply alone is a dead end, almost impossible to solve. Not to mention the professional doctors who can operate the machines, most of them are probably no longer alive. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, who has time to care about these physical problems? Those who couldn't withstand the pressure from the beginning were eliminated long ago. The transaction has been confirmed and completed. Both parties' resources have been stored in their respective inventory. The system's voice sounded when the countdown reached 7 seconds. If I need anything else later, I will come back to you. I hope you will be safe and sound then. Before leaving the trading space, Yu Hongming waved goodbye to What, and at the same time gave him something to look forward to. That would be an opportunity for future collaboration. After leaving the system space, Yu Hongming returned to reality. The harvest was meager, we returned empty-handed. But there's nothing we can do about it. It's impossible for every operation to go smoothly, right? When faced with a task that yields no results, you can only accept your fate and try your luck again. Yu Hongming checked the time and realized it was almost 5 o'clock. He called Yu Xingxin to ask if she was at home or already at the company, and planned to invite her to dinner. She stayed with him until after the US stock market closed last night before leaving. Yu Hongming suggested that she stay and rest for the night, but she declined and insisted that the driver take her home. Since she was unwilling to force herself, he naturally wouldn't force her either. During the call, I learned that Yu Xingxin had already returned to the company. What a workaholic. Yu Hongming took the keys and headed to Yu Xingxin's company, Ali Pharmaceuticals. Have all approvals been granted? Looking at the 38 documents in his hand, Eli Suesheo asked again with a look of surprise. Having experienced something similar before, he was somewhat prepared this time. Although I wasn't as surprised as I was the first time, it was still somewhat unexpected. After all, 38 applications were submitted this time. The fact that such a huge number of approvals were granted at once suggests that the driving force behind it was considerable. Of course, he knew that this power did not come from himself. In Eli Suesheo's mind, this energy should have come from Yu Xingxin, or perhaps it was provided by the company's behind-the-scenes boss. As a member of the company's management, how could he not know that there was a powerful figure behind the company who had never shown his face? All of the company's drug data was provided by this mysterious figure. He was already completely in awe of him. Moreover, this tycoon owns 99% of the company's shares. After a batch of new patents were subsequently released, the company's equity structure was adjusted again. Yu Hongming's shareholding rose to 99%, Yu Xingxin had less than 0.8% left, and he had even less, only 0.2%. However, although the number of shares has shrunk, the assets in his possession have become more valuable. Therefore, Eli Suesheo signed the agreement without hesitation. Of course, even if he didn't want to sign, he wouldn't dare say no. He believed that if he raised even one more question, Yu Xingxin would immediately kick him out of the company. He was very clear about this. To be honest, his position in the company is not secure right now, he's practically dispensable. What the company lacks most is not a technician who understands R&D, but a qualified manager. Eli Suesheo knew that he was far from being an excellent manager. If I hadn't spent so much energy on scientific research in the past, I wouldn't have been robbed of my work. However, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on him alone. But things are different now. He no longer needs to study prescriptions, he can focus on management. Ali Pharmaceuticals' official Weibo account updated. Good news, Ali Pharmaceuticals' new drugs for the treatment of lung cancer, heart failure, multiple sclerosis, and asthma are about to be launched. Patients will soon be able to purchase our medication at major pharmacies. We solemnly promise that our products are not only the most effective, but also the most affordable. It's at least 30% cheaper than similar products. We will continue our efforts to include it in the medical insurance list as soon as possible, so as to benefit more people. Thank you all for your support and attention. This message appeared on the official Weibo account just 1 hour after Eli Suesheo received the approval documents. Although Ali currently only offers one drug for chronic myeloid leukemia called Bilaway, Ali Pharmaceutical has received a high level of attention due to its cooperation with Manhwa. The official WeChat account has over 8 million followers, all of whom are real and active users, and daily interactions easily reach hundreds of thousands of people. If they were to actually sell products through live streaming, each order should easily generate over 100 million in revenue. Therefore, this message immediately attracted countless comments and reposts after it was released. I've been waiting for you guys to come online for so long. This review was incredibly fast, so efficient. With so many new drugs coming out all at once, Ali Pharmaceuticals is really impressive. The previous product from Ali Pharmaceuticals, Belaway, was particularly effective. I hope it won't disappoint us this time either. The key is that Ali Pharmaceutical genuinely cares about the people, and its drugs are of good quality and reasonably priced. With Ali Pharmaceuticals now, we'll be able to buy cheaper medicine. I hope these new drugs will be included in the medical insurance list soon, then things will truly be perfect. It shouldn't take too long. The Medical Insurance Bureau acted quite quickly last time too. I'm not going to say anything more. I'll leave a message on the Medical Insurance Bureau's official website and urge them to make arrangements as soon as possible. Let's go together. More people means more noise, maybe it will make a difference. Luahua, Dragon Country Branch. In fact, Talafu's secretary had already been paying attention to Ali Pharmaceuticals' official Weibo account. However, this was not her own idea, but a task assigned by President Terry Fu. The purpose of doing this is to understand Ali Pharmaceuticals' every move as soon as possible. The secretary really did her best to complete the task, checking the official Weibo account every 2 or 3 days. Therefore, she was the first person to know about the new information just released by Ali Pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing the news, the secretary immediately ran into the president's office to report the situation. They were extremely respectful and dared not utter a single extra word. She succinctly stated the main points of Ali Pharmaceuticals' announcement. Mr. Talafu, Ali Pharmaceuticals has released the latest update. Several new drugs for which they had previously applied for patents have all been approved and will soon be launched on the market. They have also promised that the price will be 30% lower than similar drugs. They've all been approved and are listed on the stock exchange. Talup's tone carried a hint of disbelief. He stared at the secretary for a while, as if recalling some terrible scene. Then he pressed further. You mean, their drug prices will be 30% lower than the market price? That's right, Mr. Talafu. Seeing the president state, the secretary was so nervous that her hands were trembling. He had witnessed Talup's rage several times at the company during this period. Every time, they managed to smash the office to pieces, creating a truly terrifying scene. She was really afraid that one day she would be affected as well. As she watched Talafu's face contort, she grew increasingly panicked. But to be honest, she could understand why Talup was so devastated. Logically speaking, it's not hard to understand. Ever since Ali Pharmaceuticals launched Belaway, its sales have soared and been unstoppable. In contrast, Gleevec, produced by Luahua itself, was completely overwhelmed by White Guard and had no chance to fight back. Even though Luahua reluctantly lowered the price of Gleevec by 30%, sales still dropped by a full 80%, and there is even a trend of further decline. What's even more alarming is that Ali Pharmaceuticals continues to launch new products, almost all of which are similar to the products that Luahua originally planned to launch. Currently, Luahua can be said to rely entirely on its old products to survive, and this remaining capital seems to be gradually being depleted. No wonder Talup's emotions were constantly out of control. A sigh suddenly rang out. To the secretary's surprise, this time Talup neither threw anything nor shouted. He simply sighed and slumped back into his chair. The secretary also noticed that Talup's eyes had become much vacant, as if he had lost his original sharpness and confidence. The feeling of being a loser was written all over his face. The secretary couldn't bear to say anything more and silently left his office. Back at her workstation, she turned on her computer and opened the long-forgotten resume, her own resume. She had a strong premonition that Luohua's days might not last much longer. She was extremely pessimistic about the prospects of the Longguo branch, in particular. With the continuous entry of new drugs from Ali Pharmaceuticals into the market, this space for survival would be further compressed. The reason is simple: their drugs are updated and replaced quickly, have fewer side effects, are more effective, and most importantly, are more affordable. Furthermore, this is Longguo, the home base of Ali Pharmaceuticals, giving it a perfect advantage in terms of timing and location. What gives Luohua the right to fight back? Is it through sheer force? Obviously not. This is why the secretary felt that the Longguo branch would eventually have to close down. It's perfectly normal for people to prioritize their own survival in a crisis. It's not just Luohua's Chinese branch that's facing difficulties. Similar situations are unfolding in the Chinese branches of other multinational pharmaceutical companies. For example, Johnson & Johnson. Their ibrutinib, used to treat chronic myeloid leukemia, has also suffered a severe blow. Ibrutinib was originally one of Johnson & Johnson's latest star drugs. In terms of effectiveness, it is similar to the white venom drug launched by Ali Pharmaceutical. But the problem is it's way too expensive. A bottle of medicine containing 90 tablets costs as much as 18,900 yuan. Ibrutinib had decent sales due to its high price and limited improvement in efficacy, but everything changed after the emergence of Levitra from Ali Pharmaceuticals. Compared to Gleevec, which had been used for over a decade, Ali Pharmaceuticals has been ruthless enough it has directly halved the price. But in comparison, Johnson & Johnson's new products seem ridiculously expensive. When Vibuvir entered the market at a price only one-fifth that of ibrutinib, its sales began to collapse rapidly. Johnson & Johnson initially refused to adjust prices, resulting in increasingly poor sales, eventually leading to almost no sales at all. Ultimately, they had no choice but to concede and lower the price. Thanks to the hard work of the marketing team, sales have barely recovered, but they are no longer what they used to be. For this reason, senior executives at Johnson & Johnson's Chinese branch are also closely monitoring news and developments at Aili Pharmaceuticals. They conducted a detailed investigation, and the results were shocking. It turns out that a large portion of the new drug patents applied for by Aili Pharmaceuticals are highly similar to Johnson & Johnson's current flagship or upcoming new drugs. One drug, WhiteGuard, has already caused them a lot of trouble. Recently, news has surfaced that many similar drugs are waiting in line to hit the market, which has made Johnson & Johnson executive Barton uneasy. He lived in constant fear, never knowing what tomorrow would bring. Faced with this situation, Barton was helpless and could only hope that the drug approval process at Aili Pharmaceuticals would be slow. That way he can barely hold on for a while longer. However, while the wish is beautiful, reality is often cruel. Patton originally thought he could manage for at least another 6 months. But to everyone's surprise, just 1 month later, all of Aili Pharmaceuticals' audits were approved, and it could be officially launched to the market. Such a fast approval process left Patton feeling not only envious but also deeply powerless. He knew that Johnson & Johnson's days in China were probably about to become difficult. Before long, the company's development space in China will be severely squeezed. Even whether they can maintain their foothold in China is questionable. Centralized procurement? Just as Eli Suesheo was busy pushing for a new batch of drugs to be included in the medical insurance catalog, he received a notification that the National Healthcare Security Administration had invited Aili Pharmaceutical to participate in this round of centralized drug procurement bidding. Eli Suesheo knew a bit about centralized procurement. In simple terms, centralized procurement refers to a method of centralized bidding and procurement of drugs organized by the National Medical Insurance Department. This approach can significantly reduce drug prices and alleviate the burden on the medical insurance fund. This will also crack down on irregular practices in the pharmaceutical sales process and save patients money. However, Aili Pharmaceuticals is currently almost entirely supported by one product, Bailaway, and this product is currently making a decent profit. If we join centralized procurement, our revenue will definitely be severely compressed. In addition, Eli Suesheo is only an executive-level person. He had no right to make such a crucial decision. As for the big boss behind it all, he couldn't get in touch with him, so he had no choice but to ask Yu Xingxin for advice. After making the call, Eli Suesheo stated his purpose directly. Chairman Yu, the Medical Insurance Bureau has invited us to participate in this year's centralized procurement. Do you want to join? Centralized procurement? What does that mean? Although Yu Xingxin has been running a company, her understanding of the medical industry has always been somewhat superficial, and she is relatively unfamiliar with this term. Eli Suesheo quickly explained centralized procurement means that medical insurance institutions conduct unified large-scale bidding and procurement. After explaining, he didn't stop there, he also listed in detail the pros and cons of participating. The advantage of this is that sales will be guaranteed, but the disadvantage is that we will make less money. Okay, I understand. I'll go ask President Yu behind the scenes and get back to you. Even though she understood, Yu Xingxin didn't want to make the decision alone. She has always been very clear that Aili Pharmaceuticals' success today is due to Yu Hongming's abilities, and that he still holds the majority of the company's shares. Therefore, in her view, such important decisions must take into account the opinions of the actual boss. Okay, then I'll wait for your message. Eli Suesheo was not surprised that Yu Xingxin needed to consult the big boss. Such decisions that influence company strategy should be made this way. Just wait for my reply. Yu Xingxin also hung up the phone decisively. Ring ring. After hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed Yu Hongming's number. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. It's already 11 o'clock. She glanced at the time and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Through long-term interaction, she had already figured out Yu Hongming's lifestyle habits. In fact, she had noticed a problem long ago. If you try to contact Yu Hongming before 11:30 a.m., whether by phone or text message, you will never receive a response. Even if someone replies, they usually don't respond until after 11 p.m. 1 or 2 times might not seem like a big deal, but if it happens every day, it's impossible to say there's nothing going on. Once, she arrived at Yu Hongming's house ahead of time and actually caught him there. He was still sleeping in bed. Never mind. She stopped making calls and simply put her phone away. I picked up my bag and left the office. After calling the driver out, I left the company. Her destination was the scrapyard where Yu Hongming usually stayed. However, she didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he had the driver take the car to the Houting Hotel to pack some food before setting off to find Yu Hongming. She arrived at the perfect time, just in time for Yu Hongming to finish his meal. By 11:40 a.m., she had already walked into the recycling station with her lunchbox. As for the driver, she casually arranged for him to go out for a meal. "Why are you here?" Yu Hongming, who had already gotten up, was taken aback when he saw Yu Xingxin. Yu Xingxin smiled, not revealing the fact that he had just woken up. He waved the food box in his hand and said, "I came to see you and brought you some food." "Great. I knew you were the best." Yu Hongming immediately took the lunchbox and even took the opportunity to say a sweet word to it. Yu Xingxin was quite pleased with such compliments. A sweet smile appeared on her face. "Come sit down and eat." After the food box was placed, Yu Hongming invited her to sit down next to him. "I'm going to wash my hands first." Yu Xingxin casually put her bag aside and went into the tea room, but quickly returned. "After sitting down, I took the chopsticks and prepared to eat. Try it. I specially asked them to make your favorite braised pork ribs. You should eat more too." The two sat side by side as they ate, creating a particularly relaxed and warm atmosphere. She felt incredibly content at that moment. There's no backstabbing or intrigue in the workplace, no oppressive atmosphere in meeting rooms, only the comforting taste of home-cooked meals. A simple yet incredibly real warmth. She has no memory of eating like this at home since she was a child. "My parents are busy all year round, so it's not easy for them to see each other, let alone sit down and have a proper meal together. Even if they occasionally manage to have dinner at home, it's always a quick affair, with everyone eating separately in silence, the only sound the clinking of cutlery echoing in the room. 8 out of 10 conversations at the table revolve around company matters." Because of these experiences, Yu Xingxin cherishes the feelings she has now even more. "Yu Hongming, I need to discuss something with you." After a pleasant lunch, Yu Xingxin revealed the main purpose of her meeting. She came to see Yu Hongming not just to invite him to dinner, but also to seek his opinion on the matter of centralized procurement. "Go ahead and say it." Yu Hongming responded casually while sipping his tea. Yu Xingxin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Here's what happened. Eli Suesheo from Eli Pharmaceuticals told me that the National Healthcare Security Administration invited them to participate in the centralized procurement project, but he couldn't make the decision, so he came to me for help." Centralized procurement? What's centralized procurement? Yu Hongming frowned as he looked at Yu Xingxin, his face full of confusion. Neither of them were familiar with the word JK, so they were naturally completely confused. Centralized procurement is. Yu Xingxin immediately realized the problem and patiently explained the specific meaning of centralized procurement, while also analyzing the benefits and risks of the plan. "Oh, I understand." Yu Hongming nodded after hearing Yu Xingxin's explanation. Then, with a relaxed expression, he said casually, "You can decide this kind of small matter yourselves. But if I had to give advice, I'd say just do it. Since this is helpful to the patient and not a bad thing, why not participate? Moreover, once you decide to participate in the bidding, don't hold back, do everything you can to win the bid. Even if the bidding is at cost price, I would still support it." "I understand," Yu Xingxin said, not at all surprised. In her view, Yu Hongming was a person who valued relationships and didn't care much about personal gain. He always strongly supports anything that can help others, and is even willing to sacrifice some of his financial gains for it. This is one of the reasons why Yu Xingxin thinks Yu Hongming is so outstanding. "Alright, I've finished this business. I'll be going now." Having accomplished both tasks, Yu Xingxin didn't plan to stay any longer and prepared to get up and leave. She still has a ton of work to do, so it's already quite an achievement for her to find time to come over for a meal. Before she left, Yu Hongming personally saw her off at the door and watched her leave. On her way back to the company, Yu Xingxin had already called Eli Suesheo to tell him Yu Hongming's clear stance and convey his intention to allow bidding at cost price. After receiving the notification, Eli Suesheo dared not object to anything. He knew all too well that it was pointless to raise objections on this issue. They quickly responded to the Healthcare Security Administration, stating that Eli Pharmaceuticals was willing to accept the centralized procurement project tender. Time flies, and before we knew it, the day of the official bidding had arrived. Eli Suesheo, representing the company, arrived at the National Healthcare Security Administration venue ahead of schedule. Besides him, attendees from major domestic and international pharmaceutical companies also gathered together. No company wants to miss out on such a large-scale tender. Although the unit price is a bit low, the profit will naturally be reflected when the sales volume increases. More importantly, many drugs can only be included in the medical insurance reimbursement catalog if they are included in the centralized procurement list. For pharmaceutical companies, this is an extremely important market channel. Therefore, everyone will give it their all. When Eli Suesheo appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. There's no way around it, Eli Pharmaceuticals has been getting too much attention lately. No one can ignore this. The onlookers' gazes were a mixture of emotions, admiration, interest, and also anger and hostility. The representatives from Los Angeles and Johnson & Johnson were particularly vocal, because their market share was almost entirely taken away by Ali Pharmaceuticals. Both companies had long considered this company a thorn in their side. You dare to come here? Upon seeing Eli Suesheo appear, Luo Hua's Talifu walked over angrily, looking like he wanted to cause trouble. Not to be outdone, Johnson's Patton followed closely behind, his face practically steaming with anger. You're qualified to come in, why can't I? Eli Suesheo didn't buy it at all and coldly retorted. This disrespectful attitude only added fuel to the fire. How dare you be so arrogant, you little unknown company? Talifu raised his hands and pressed forward as if he were about to fight. They really don't know their place. Patton rolled up his sleeves and took a few steps closer. However, the pharmaceutical company representatives around them were no longer silent bystanders as they had been before. Instead, many people rushed forward to protect Eli Suesheo. These people aren't trying to make things worse. To be honest, most domestic pharmaceutical companies in China support Ali Pharmaceutical, this dark horse. Previously, domestic pharmaceutical companies were long subject to the suppression of multinational giants and could not make their own decisions. We can only follow behind them and enjoy the leftovers. The sudden and strong rise of Ali Pharmaceuticals was like a timely rain after a long drought, giving its peers a jolt of energy. It not only suppressed those old hegemons, but also gave many small and medium-sized enterprises a sigh of relief. Do you want to resort to force? If you can't win in competition, do you want to solve the problem with your fists? When it comes to ruthlessness, nobody's afraid of anyone. The person at the front retorted without hesitation. People have endured this for too long and are no longer willing to suffer indignities. Because they understood a principle: weakness solves nothing, only by becoming stronger can one earn respect. The current Ali Pharmaceuticals is undoubtedly a role model. Upon seeing so many people rushing out of the crowd and surrounding them, Talifu and Patton instantly lost their courage and quickly braked and backed away. They retreated while keeping their distance, terrified that the other party would attack. Even his colleagues couldn't help but laugh. All talk and no action, but when it comes to actually fighting, he chickens out even faster. Eli Suesheo was also somewhat moved, never expecting that a group of strangers would be willing to stand up for him in such a situation. Thank you all. He quickly expressed his gratitude to the group of friends standing in front of him. He then glanced at Talip and Barton, who were fleeing in a disheveled state, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. These two gangs are used to being arrogant and domineering. Do they really think this is their territory where they can act tough? Today, we'll show them the unity and spirit of our local pharmaceutical companies. After Eli Suesheo finished speaking, a chorus of agreement immediately rang out from the audience. That's right, these people are just too arrogant, thinking they are superior to others. Don't you even know where you are? How dare you be so arrogant? You never learn your lesson. If they dare to make a move, my fists will not be polite. You think you're so great? You just wait, we'll settle the score with you. Although Talip was a little guilty, he still spoke tough words. You're all so cocky now, but you'll see how powerful we are when our revenge comes. Patton was also very proud and refused to back down verbally. He wanted to use a few threats to maintain the situation and regain some dignity. This method has never failed before. Unfortunately, this time is different from usual, and Patton is likely to be disappointed. His words were met only with ridicule and disdain. Since the rise of Ali Pharmaceuticals, both Lova and Johnson & Johnson have lost their former glory. This also makes everyone understand a principle: no matter how powerful a company is, it can be brought back to its original state if it is surpassed in a certain field. Influenced by the success of Ali, many pharmaceutical companies have recently established departments for independent drug research and development, and have invested a lot of money to focus on the research and development of new drugs. What exactly do you want? At this time, the health department staff also arrived. They stood between the two sides in the conflict to prevent the situation from escalating further. If a fight really breaks out here, it will make headlines and cause a huge embarrassment. Therefore, the staff were very agitated. Do you know where this is? Is this place for you to take action? If you don't want to participate in the centralized procurement, then just leave here. I'm warning you, if you continue like this, don't blame us for disqualifying you from participating in centralized procurement. After uttering these harsh words, the staff member left. They are very adept at handling these kinds of situations. As long as the threat is delivered effectively, everyone will back down. Because no one is willing to easily give up this opportunity for centralized procurement. You just wait, you'll see what happens during the bulk purchase. After the staff walked away, Talip couldn't help but utter another harsh remark. But he didn't do anything else rash, he just returned to his original spot, looking rather sullen. Barton did the same. After glaring fiercely at a few people, he silently sat back down. Thank you all for your support. Eli Suesheo expressed his gratitude to everyone around him. You're welcome. We should all stand up and say something. I've been annoyed with these people for a long time, and today I finally got my revenge. Of course, we are all compatriots, so we should stick together as one." Everyone waved to indicate that no further words were needed, and then returned to their seats. Eli Suesheo and his team sat in their seats, quietly waiting for the centralized procurement bidding to officially begin. This centralized procurement involves a wide variety of drugs. For each type of drug, a special session will be arranged for bidding and price negotiation. Eli Suesheo participated in the bidding for a total of 39 drugs. In other words, all of Eli Pharmaceuticals' products participated in this centralized procurement. Soon, the first round of centralized procurement began. The bid for this product is omeprazole sodium, a drug for the digestive system. This is a common drug, so the results were quickly revealed. Luohua won the bid with a price of 26 yuan for 40 milligrams. The second round of centralized procurement then focused on the antimicrobial drug oseltamivir phosphate. Johnson & Johnson secured the contract at a price of 11 yuan for 45 milligrams. The third round targets the hormone-based drug pioglitazone hydrochloride. Luohua won again. In the fourth round, Johnson & Johnson won the project. In the fifth round, Luohua won the bid again. Seeing these two established giants secure orders time and time again, everyone could only watch helplessly. It's not that we don't want to compete, but that we simply can't compete. First, you need to have the corresponding medicine on hand. Second, in order to win the bid, Luohua and Johnson & Johnson practically fought tooth and nail to lower their prices. Their prices were almost at cost. But pharmaceutical companies aren't charities, everyone's counting on this to make money. If we sell medicine at this price, we simply can't afford to lose money. Eli Suesheo had remained inactive because the drugs currently up for tender were not in his product portfolio. He couldn't even fight back if he wanted to. Next, we will enter the 21st round of centralized drug procurement. This time, we are bidding for a drug to treat chronic myeloid leukemia. Interested companies, please follow us to meeting room number 3. Just as Eli Suesheo was anxiously waiting, the staff finally announced the new round of bidding information. Whenever Eli Suesheo saw the smug looks on Luohua's Talafu and Johnson's Barton, as if they were invincible, he would feel a surge of anger. Not only him, but everyone else was also holding back. But upon hearing the news that this time the medication was for chronic myeloid leukemia, everyone's spirits instantly lifted. Eli Pharmaceuticals became famous overnight thanks to the outstanding performance of this product. This bombshell left the once glorious Luohua and Johnson utterly powerless to fight back. So everyone was waiting for this moment, hoping to quickly put the other side's arrogance to a minimum. As expected. Holy crap! When Lauate's Talafu and Johnson's Barton heard about the contents of this procurement, their expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. His eyes revealed deep anger and resentment. If looks could kill, Eli Suesheo would probably have been killed 1,000 times over. Johnson's Patton, in particular, harbored immense anger towards Eli Suesheo. Their chronic myeloid leukemia drug ibrutinib was not originally required to be included in the centralized procurement, because it has always been expensive, sells well, and has strong market demand. However, since the launch of Eli's by Liwei, the sales of this once popular product have plummeted. Left with no other choice, Patton had to ask his superiors for permission to include ibrutinib in the list of drugs to be procured in this round of centralized procurement. The only way to change the current situation is to strive to be included in the centralized procurement, which would give us a chance to regain a portion of the market. But he was also very uncertain about the outcome, completely unsure of what would happen. With a disruptive company like Eli Pharmaceuticals involved, Barton couldn't guarantee that he would win the bid for this drug. What troubled him even more was that there were several other drugs that overlapped with those of Eli Pharmaceuticals. If Eli Pharmaceuticals truly has no bottom line, Johnson & Johnson may suffer a crushing defeat in this centralized procurement. The resulting losses are probably incalculable. The people around them were still egging them on, as if they were afraid the situation wasn't big enough, and one after another they walked up to Eli Suesheo. Moreover, they were all very outgoing and could say anything presidently. Let's see if you can make us look good this time. Your white guard has always been able to suppress Luohua's Gleevec and Johnson's ibrutinib, so don't let us down this time either. Luohua and Johnson's group were really too arrogant just now. So what if they won a few bids? It's time to teach them a lesson. Charge! Let's trample all of Luohua and Johnson's people into the ground. Okay, everyone wait for my good news. Eli Suesheo also stood up with full confidence. If you put a black cloak on him, everyone would think a big shot has arrived. That aura is so strong. He waved to everyone and led the way toward meeting room number 3. Lauate's Talafu and Johnson's Barton could only follow behind, looking dejected. After entering conference room number 3, representatives from Eli Pharmaceutical, Talafu from Luohua, Barton from Johnson & Johnson, and all other companies involved in this centralized drug procurement bidding took their seats. On one side sat delegations from various pharmaceutical companies, arranged in a row. On the other side, the staff from the Medical Insurance Administration responsible for this centralized procurement were also seated. The two groups sat facing each other. Sitting in the middle of the staff is the head of the Department of Health's negotiation team, who was in charge of the centralized procurement selection. Because the procurement task was very demanding, the team leader didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. You can start filling in the dosage and price now. We will select the two with the best overall performance to proceed to the next stage of negotiations. Apart from Lee Suesheo, the others had attended this kind of centralized procurement meeting before and were very experienced. Upon hearing the instruction, he immediately began to write. A murmur of discussion and the rustling of writing filled the room. Although Lee Suesheo didn't have much experience, he specially brought someone familiar with the process to help him this time. With the guidance of professionals, he was able to start filling out the forms smoothly. However, I hesitated slightly when it came to filling in the price. He was really unsure about this. Should he have pushed the price down very low from the start? But when he thought about his boss's requirements, he immediately made up his mind not to waver. He added 2 yuan to Bai Liwei's cost price and simply filled it in. Regarding the cost price, we had already arranged for someone to repeatedly calculate it before we arrived. I only quote a price when I'm certain I won't lose money. He was quite satisfied with what he had written. There was a small profit, almost close to the cost, which fully met the instructions from the back office. 10 minutes later, everyone submitted their bids. Next comes the bidding and evaluation process, where a decision is made on the spot as to who can stay for the next stage of negotiations. As expected, only 2 teams made it to the final round. One of them is Ali Pharmaceuticals, whose product is Bailaway. The other company is Luahua, whose representative product is Gleevec. As for the ibrutinib offered by Johnson & Johnson, the price was too high and it was rejected outright. How is that possible? My price was already low enough. Johnson's patent was incredulous after learning that he had lost the bid. He felt he had already lowered his offer to the absolute minimum. The price I've set is already half the original price. Originally priced at 19,800, now only 280. He believed that this was already the lowest price, and any lower would be disrespectful to Johnson & Johnson. In reality, the 280 he quoted was already the bottom line that headquarters could accept. He also doesn't have the authority to adjust it any further. Surprisingly, even at this price, they couldn't even get to the final negotiations. He knew very well that this meant Johnson & Johnson was essentially going to lose the entire Chinese market. Companies that were not selected, please leave first. Selected companies, please stay here and prepare for the next round of negotiations, the staff member announced. Well, the companies that were not selected could only sigh and get up to leave the venue. As they left, Johnson's patent glared fiercely at Lee Suesheo, but could only follow the crowd out of the venue. He has no right to act wildly here. As soon as I returned to the lobby, I was met with a barrage of teasing remarks. The Johnson & Johnson people must have been taken down too. He thinks he's so great. Ha ha ha, you've made a fool of yourself this time, haven't you? Patton could only silently curse in his mind. But given the current situation, with the other side gaining momentum, we have no choice but to admit defeat. The reason he dared to yell and curse before was mainly because he was only facing Lee Suesheo at the time, and Luo Huetalifa was backing him up. Later, when he saw that someone on the other side had stepped forward to defend him, he immediately softened. He's an expert at reading people's expressions and demeanor. Meanwhile, in meeting room number 3, the host asked, "Now we'll officially begin negotiations. Lee Suesheo, Talafu, do you still have a chance to revise your offer?" After everyone had left, the team leader questioned the 2 individuals according to procedure. In the normal procedure, the remaining 2 bidders can adjust their quotes one more time. Ultimately, the cheaper option will be selected as the final winner. The highest bidder is eliminated, and the lowest bidder remains. Of course, it also depends on whether it can meet the official requirements. "I've decided to make changes," Lowattery said after much deliberation. "We at Lowattery are willing to set the price at 4.5 yuan per 100 milligrams. This is a desperate gamble. If it cannot be included in the medical insurance catalog this time, Gleevec will basically have to withdraw from the market. The drug's efficacy has been surpassed by new drugs, and if it's not covered by medical insurance, no one will buy it." When they heard that it cost 4.5 yuan per 100 milligrams, a smile involuntarily appeared on the faces of everyone in the medical insurance team. This is the lowest price ever. Although its effects are not as good as the newly developed levofloxacin and ibrutinib, some things can be weighed in the face of its huge price advantage. The goal of centralized procurement is to make medicine more affordable for more people and reduce the burden on the medical insurance system. Therefore, pricing is the most crucial factor. The group leader then turned his attention to Lee Suesheo, clearly looking on with anticipation. If Ali Pharmaceuticals also produces similarly impressive figures, then the outcome is not hard to predict. After all, if the price is the same, everyone would prefer to use the newer drug that has better efficacy. but everything ultimately depends on the price offered by Eli Suesheo. We'll adjust as well, Eli Suesheo replied without hesitation. The figure he gave was 3.8 yuan per 100 milligrams. It's much less than 4.5. It's almost the same as their actual cost. There was almost no profit to be made, in fact, it was practically a loss. Upon hearing Leg Zucheo's offer of 3.8 yuan per tablet, the smiles on the faces of all the negotiation team members immediately crumbled. However, everyone tried their best to hold back their emotions. The team leader turned to look at Talafu. Does Lua Wan need to adjust the prices? No need to change it. Talafu lowered his head and shook it dejectedly. It's not that I don't want to change, but I really don't dare to push it any further. If we lower the price any further, we'll probably lose money. Luo Hua would rather not take the order than make a loss. He glared at Eli Suesheo for a moment, then left conference room number 3 without looking back, because he understood that the outcome was irreversible, and there was no point in staying any longer. Isn't this someone from Luo Hua's side? Why do they look so lost and dejected? Needless to say, they've definitely been suppressed by Eli Pharmaceuticals again. I used to think it was something amazing, but it turns out it's nothing special. Haha, today was really great. When Terry Fo returned to the main conference room, he immediately encountered the same situation as Johnson Barton. A barrage of sarcastic remarks came crashing down on me, but Talib wasn't as cowardly as Patton. He directly retorted, Eli Pharmaceuticals only won the bid for one drug, what's there to be proud of? I won several bids at the same time before. He even made a harsh statement, Eli Pharmaceuticals still has 38 drug tenders to come, and I'll make sure they don't get a single one. Yes, if Eric wants to win the bid, he'll have to ask Johnson & Johnson if they're willing. With Terry Fu from Laowa leading the charge and stirring up trouble, Patton also emboldened himself and jumped out to continue fanning the flames. He was jumping around happily, looking like a clown. In the past, others might have been somewhat wary of them, but after Eli Pharmaceuticals emerged, these words lost their offensive power. People have long stopped taking these words seriously. Just as someone was about to retort to Talib and Patton, a particularly forceful voice suddenly came from the doorway. Who said that? Did you ask Eric for his permission? There was no need to guess, everyone knew who had arrived. You could tell from the venomous looks in Talib and Barton's eyes that it was Eli Suesheo who had arrived. The other listeners also got excited and joined in the counterattack, offering their own opinions. Yeah, now that you dare to be so arrogant, who's backing you up? All you do is talk the talk, you don't even ask if Eric is willing. You won before because you hadn't faced Eric, but this time it's different. As long as Eric is here, you can only wait to lose. That's right, from now on, wherever Eli is, you won't get a chance to stand out. Upon seeing Eli Suesheo appear, Talafu coldly snorted, extremely annoyed, but said nothing more, simply sitting back in his seat. In the past, Talib would not have let it go so easily. But since Eli Pharmaceuticals entered the market, all the rules have changed. He had to restrain himself. After glaring at Eli Suesheo a few times, Barton returned to his seat without uttering a word, not even daring to fart. A new round of bidding has begun. Now we will proceed with the 28th round, which is a tender for lung cancer drugs. Companies that have already registered, please follow me to meeting room number 5. Let's go. Eli Suesheo glanced at Talafu and Barton with a smile, then beckoned the team to head towards meeting room number 5. Watching Eli Suesheo's departing figure, Talafu couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Although he was very annoyed, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, stand up, and walk out. Even though the situation is not optimistic, we must not give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. If you give up, you'll have no chance at all. As ordinary people, we all know how to make choices. More importantly, Talib has a mission on his shoulders. If this bidding goes wrong, it will be difficult to explain when we get back. The atmosphere at headquarters has been very tense lately, with everyone afraid of being implicated. He was also afraid of becoming a scapegoat. If this bid fails, his situation could be very dire. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose these bidding rounds. In contrast, Patton, though not under the same pressure as Talib, dared not relax in the slightest. Because the lesson learned from the ibrutinib incident is still fresh in our minds. The thought of Ali Pharmaceuticals launching 38 new drugs made his heart race. They fear that older products with overlapping coverage areas will also be dragged into the same abyss. To be honest, this is really hard to understand. Original drugs are not simple entities. Every drug requires a huge investment of human and financial resources from research and development to market launch. Often, only 1 out of 10 will successfully enter the market. Given these barriers and risks, how can prices be lowered so easily? And by such a large margin? Isn't this a classic case of picking a fight with your own people? You've clearly crushed your competitors, but you've also suffered significant losses yourself. Although I don't quite understand this approach, what's coming will come. Since others had done this, Patton couldn't just sit and wait to be beaten, especially with ibrutinib serving as a stark and tragic example. Patton dared not risk letting the products he was in charge of repeat the same mistakes, so he disregarded everything else and personally came to the bidding site. In the past, he would have avoided such situations if he could. After all, Johnson & Johnson releases only the most innovative drugs on the market. No matter how high the price, they never lack buyers. China has a large population base, with a significant number of high-end consumers and relatively little competition. Even at high prices, demand still exceeds supply. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for China to participate in centralized procurement to lower its own value. But things changed after Aly Pharmaceuticals emerged as a disruptor. If Johnson & Johnson doesn't proactively make adjustments, failure is all that awaits it. 20 minutes later, the 28th round of centralized procurement negotiations has just concluded. As expected, Aly Pharmaceutical won the bid with a price of 3.8 yuan per tablet. Round 32. When it was Aly's turn to play, he won the bid again. Round 38. Round 43. Round 56. Every batch that Aly was involved in completely suppressed Luo Hua and Johnson & Johnson. Seeing that Eli Suesheo was ruthlessly driving down the price to rock bottom, Luo Hua's representative Talafu and Johnson's representative Barton could only watch helplessly. In the end, this centralized procurement project came to a successful conclusion. The whole process was truly a mix of joy and sorrow for some. The most excited ones were not the pharmaceutical companies, but the National Healthcare Security Administration. The director of the Healthcare Security Administration was even very proud of the decision to invite Aly Pharmaceuticals. To be honest, with Eric joining this time, the bidding enthusiasm of major companies has increased significantly. More importantly, they now have a competitor like Aly, a hidden master among unsung heroes. Previously arrogant multinational pharmaceutical companies have had to lower their stance and participate in centralized procurement. Moreover, the price reduction this time is unprecedented, much lower than the price previously anticipated by the Medical Insurance Department. This is especially true for some innovative drugs that were originally very expensive. In the past, these types of drugs almost never participated in centralized procurement, and even when they did, their prices remained high. But this time, after Eric appeared, the situation changed. The prices of these drugs have been driven down to the edge of cost. Even so, Aly still completely outperformed Luo Hua and Johnson. Aly submitted a total of 39 drugs this time, and all of them were successful in the bidding. Of these 39 drugs, most are innovative drugs. In other words, Aly forcefully tore off this high price label. It stomped hard on the ground and ground it. Although Aly achieved brilliant results this time, Eli Suesheo did not show much joy on his face. This was just a way to vent my anger and incidentally complete the task assigned by the boss behind the scenes. After all, the bids for each winning product were almost all at a loss, with minimal profit. In other words, it's about losing money to gain publicity. Therefore, in Eli Suesheo's eyes, there was not much reason to be happy. He had originally planned to make some money after the next 38 drugs were launched, so he could get a better office environment. However, this wish is probably difficult to realize at present. But he was not discouraged. Although he may not be able to move into a high-end office for the time being, his personal value has been truly demonstrated. In his early years, he gave up a stable life to devote himself to research and development, not just for the sake of making money. Rather, it stemmed from resentment and anger. Whenever I see patients around me helplessly facing exorbitantly priced imported drugs, forced to endure the pain, he was always indignant at those pharmaceutical companies that were only interested in profit, and he also lamented that his country's innovative drugs were lagging behind. Driven by a sense of pride, he resolutely resigned from his job at a Fortune 500 company and rented a dilapidated factory in the suburbs to conduct research day and night. The result was team defection and a near collapse of the funding chain. At a critical moment, the boss behind the scenes appeared in time to help him, giving him a chance to regain his footing and allowing him to vent his anger. Therefore, he never complained about this mysterious big shot, and only felt grateful. A major showdown. Aly Pharmaceutical shatters the myth of high-priced innovative drugs. News of the end of the centralized procurement quickly spread. Such a topic, which has generated explosive buzz, has naturally attracted widespread attention. Various media outlets subsequently reported and followed up on the story. High prices are no longer a label for innovative drugs. Aly Pharmaceuticals has brought about a disruptive change. A startup has broken the ceiling on centralized procurement pricing. A fledgling local company chose to return the profits to the people. A company with a century-long conscience is born, and even once unapproachable big-name pharmaceutical companies are now being crushed. As the media rushed to report on the story, online discussions also followed. Aly Pharmaceutical really did a great job this time. It should be the top domestic pharmaceutical company. This pharmaceutical company is truly a beacon of hope for patients. In the future, we will not only be able to afford new drugs, but we also won't have to worry about our wallets. Thinking back to how cancer drugs used to cost tens of thousands of yuan a month, now they cost less than 200 or 300 yuan a month. It's really running out of money. This time, Eric has shattered everyone's expectations. International giants suffered a setback, and it's time to experience how ruthless local forces can be. I only hope that this company can produce more good medicines and make high-priced drugs a story in the history books forever. Of course, there were also many dissenting voices. A significant portion of these comments came from industry insiders. Ailey's approach made patients happy, but it's a blow to companies that develop original research. The high prices of previous innovative drugs also demonstrate the large investment they received in research and development. That's right, if the research and development costs weren't high, the price wouldn't be so high. If we wipe out all the profits of these pharmaceutical companies now, who will be willing to invest heavily in developing original drugs in the future? Of course, the industry isn't entirely in favor of one side. There are also those with differing opinions who have voiced their views. This represents more of an observer's perspective. The reality cannot be ignored. Those drugs were indeed overpriced. Moreover, this high price is mainly set for the Chinese market. The reason we gritted our teeth and endured it before was because we had no other choice. The technology was in their hands. Now that we have Ailey, the era of high prices specifically targeting us is probably over. This shock will have a far-reaching impact, and the future market for original drugs will also undergo significant changes. The scrap yard. Yu Xingxin appeared here once again. Having just finished the bulk procurement and received a report from Elise Suesheo, Yu Xingxin rushed over to share the good news with Yu Hongming. However, announcing the results wasn't the most important thing. What she really wanted to do was check on Yu Hongming. Ever since discovering how capable her boyfriend was, and seeing Yu Hongming living a leisurely life every day, Yu Xingxin began to feel a little envious, even mixed with a trace of jealousy. Therefore, I don't know when it started, but Yu Xingxin became different from before. She's lost that workaholic spirit she used to have and has started to slack off. However, her laziness didn't involve doing anything else. She just started visiting Yu Hongming more frequently. You're here again. Yu Hongming had long been accustomed to Yu Xingxin's frequent visits. He's run into her quite often these days, so Yu Hongming is slowly getting used to it. Yu Xingxin found a seat and gave a brief reply. Yu Hongming couldn't help but ask, has your company been very busy lately? He'd actually been holding this question in for a long time. I haven't asked yet because I'm afraid of seeming too concerned. It's nothing special, you know what the situation is like normally. Yu Xingxin responded casually. Yu Hongming then asked, then why do you often come to my place during work hours? That's not like you at all. I'm the chairman now, and no one can stop me from going wherever I want. At this point, Yu Xingxin couldn't help but show a hint of pride on her face. Then, looking at Yu Hongming teasingly, she asked, you don't mean you don't want me to come, do you? How could I dare? Yu Hongming waved his hands repeatedly. This place is your home. You can come whenever you want. He spoke very sincerely. To be honest, he wished Yu Xingxin would move in with him. Of course, he could only think about it. After spending a long time together, Yu Hongming had come to understand Yu Xingxin's personality quite well. Despite her glamorous appearance, she is actually quite traditional. He absolutely dared not think about some outrageous things. There's a high chance it won't happen before marriage. So far, the most intimate gestures they've had together have been holding hands and kissing. Of course, this was Yu Hongming's own idea. That's more like it. After hearing Yu Hongming's answer, Yu Xingxin nodded in satisfaction. As her relationship with Yu Hongming deepened, she gradually began to feel that she was part of this junkyard. Every time she comes here, she feels as at home as if she were back in her own house. These days, besides her company and home, the place Yu Xingxin visits most often is this scrapyard. After sitting down, Yu Xingxin didn't stay idle. She also talked to Yu Hongming about the group procurement. This centralized procurement has concluded. What was the result? Yu Hongming was rather curious about the outcome. After all, he felt very pleased to be able to throw cold water on those foreign pharmaceutical companies. He would also like to see this benefit more patients. It can both suppress foreign monopolies and do practical things for the people. The outcome of this test will determine whether the goal can be achieved. Not bad, all 39 drugs we tested were successful. That's pretty good. A 100% success rate. Yu Hongming was pleasantly surprised. The result was better than he had expected. However, the price was driven very low, almost to the cost price, which means we didn't make much money. Yu Xingxin sighed. She works in the investment industry, so naturally she values profits highly. This kind of work, which loses money but gains publicity, is not in line with her usual work style. But she understood that Yu Hongming liked it, so she didn't say anything more. Moreover, most of the shares of Ailey Pharmaceutical belong to Yu Hongming, and she is only managing them on his behalf. It's okay, making money isn't important. Yu Hongming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't care. He was telling the truth. Money is no longer an issue for him. He had a huge amount of savings in his account, so much that he couldn't even count it all. Moreover, the number of shares they hold is immeasurable. The equity held by Shengming Optoelectronics alone is worth trillions of yuan. Therefore, in his eyes, this Ailey pharmaceutical company was nothing at all. Even if I lose everything, I won't feel bad. Moreover, we're only breaking even now, not losing money yet. As long as you're happy. Hey, I don't think I've asked yet how many shares I own in Ailey Pharmaceuticals. Yu Hongming suddenly remembered something and immediately asked. 99%. Although I found this sudden question a bit strange, I still answered it truthfully. Yu Hongming nodded slightly after hearing this, looking thoughtful. How about I cover the losses? I'll put 10 billion into Ailey Pharmaceuticals to be used as profit? Yu Xingxin was speechless for a moment. Now I finally understand why he suddenly asked about the shareholding ratio? So it turns out they didn't want the interests of minority shareholders to be harmed. But he can casually mention 10 billion. Even she, this so-called nouveau riche, was taken aback. This also led her to reassess Yu Hongming's true financial strength. How much money does someone need to say something as easily as $100 without batting an eye to dare to say that? Even the most conservative estimate would be at least hundreds of billions. Otherwise, who would dare to casually mention 10 billion? Did we invest a little too much? In fact, Yu Xingxin also supports continuing to invest in Ailey Pharmaceutical. Previously, we were hoping that the company could turn a profit after the new drug was launched, replace that dilapidated office. But after this centralized procurement, all the original beautiful plans were completely shattered. Prices have already been driven down to near cost, so there's no possibility of improving profitability. If the original plan doesn't work, we'll have to keep investing money. As the largest shareholder, one cannot only consider one's own interests and ignore the interests of minority shareholders and employees. Even an investor like Yu Xingxin wouldn't do something so harmful to others and herself. At first, she thought that investing a few $100 million would be enough to improve the company's environment. Unexpectedly, Yu Hongming asked for 10 billion. It's not too much, this number is just right. Yu Hongming nodded firmly, his attitude very clear. In fact, Yu Hongming had his reasons for doing so. Since the Huilun crystal incident, a lot of content about Ailey Pharmaceuticals has started to circulate online. Many people are recounting online the shocking incident that Ailey Pharmaceuticals committed nationwide. Some people even went back to the source and uncovered the true state of the company today. Dilapidated offices, remote factory site. Despite these challenging conditions, the company still insisted on returning profits to patients. This naturally evoked a strong emotional response from the public. Some netizens even started a crowdfunding campaign to provide this conscientious pharmaceutical company with a more dignified workplace. To Yu Hongming's utter surprise, a large number of people responded enthusiastically. It seems that Ailey Pharmaceuticals' actions this time have indeed touched the hearts of many people, but the owner of this company is himself. How could he let others help him crowdfund a new office building? Besides, the whole thing was started because of him. Is he short of money? So he made up his mind not to let this crowdfunding campaign actually go ahead. This is why he took the initiative to propose injecting 10 billion yuan into Ailey Pharmaceuticals. Once he decided to invest, Yu Hongming never hesitated. Fine, you decide. Yu Xingxin had nothing more to say. Although she was a little speechless, she still joked with a smile, "You're so generous, did you spend all my money for my future wedding? Marriage? You mean the bride price?" Yu Hongming raised an eyebrow at her, a half smile on his face. Is 1 trillion enough? Yu Xingxin was speechless on the spot. To be honest, she was quite shocked by this astronomical figure. The key point is that Yu Hongming's expression was extremely calm when he said this, as if he were talking about 10,000 yuan as casually as if he were talking about it. That completely indifferent attitude was something that even someone as wealthy as her couldn't help but admire. She had to admit that he had once again thoroughly outmaneuvered her. Although she didn't say it, she still didn't quite believe that he was really that rich, thinking that he was just teasing her. So he teased again, "You can talk so much without thinking, but when did you become so nonsensical?" Yu Hongming squinted at her, as if he had become interested. "You don't believe me, do you?" Of course, we should broaden her horizons. But it must be explained again that Yu Hongming does not usually like to flaunt his wealth. This time it was entirely out of necessity and due to circumstances. He took out his phone, scrolled through the banking app, opened a text message, and then handed it to her. "Take a look at your future husband's financial situation." Looking at the scene in front of her, Yu Xingxin was filled with mixed feelings of laughter and tears. Everyone was just joking around, why take it so seriously? But she couldn't help but reach out and take it. Actually, she's not short of money. Her family owns a well-known conglomerate, and once her father retires, those shares will naturally be hers. So she was just curious and didn't have any other intentions. However, when she looked down and carefully saw the string of numbers, her heart shattered. The saying, "curiosity killed the man," is indeed true. People like Yu Xingxin, who are used to dealing with data, almost get dizzy just counting all those zeros. But what truly shocked her was that the number completely overturned her understanding of how much savings an ordinary person could have. Who could have 2 trillion yuan in cash in a bank account? This was completely beyond her comprehension. Yu Hongming, how could you possibly have so much money? It took her a long time to recover, and after holding it in for a while, she finally asked the question. But an even bigger question lingered in his mind. I won't be able to sleep at night until I find out the answer. Yu Hongming smiled. He had long anticipated her reaction. And he didn't forget to add insult to injury. Do you think my title of Pillar of China's chip industry is just for show? Upon hearing this, Yu Xingxin fell silent. There was nothing she could do. She lost completely again this time. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of Yu Hongming's influence in the industry. He was far more powerful than she had imagined. Since the last chip scandal, she had been constantly raising her estimates, but she never expected that she would ultimately underestimate it. Yu Hongming is clearly a figure who transcends all expectations. Okay, I know you're amazing, she could only say with a wry smile. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. What exactly motivates us to work so hard every day? Now it seems that it's not so important anymore. Why make yourself live such a hard life when you have a boyfriend who can make a lot of money? I've always been just as good as you are, you're only just realizing it now. Yu Hongming couldn't help but add insult to injury. Yu Xingxin was both amused and exasperated by his smug look. Not wanting to argue, she changed the subject. Oh, right, my dad wants to meet you. She suddenly remembered something. The two should have officially met long ago. As a result, her father kept making excuses to postpone it, which is why it has been delayed until now. Yu Xingxin knew very well that her father was probably not very satisfied with Yu Hongming, his prospective son-in-law, which was why he had been reluctant to make arrangements. After all, Yu Hongming was too ordinary back then, and did not meet Yu Tianquan's standards for an ideal son-in-law at all. In addition, their blind date was also arranged by her mother without his knowledge. Later, it was too late for him to object, because his daughter's heart was already completely with him. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. At least they should meet in person. Sure, any time is fine. Yu Hongming readily agreed. Since it's something we'll have to do sooner or later, let's get started as soon as possible. After all, only by getting past Yu Xingxin's parents could he marry her sooner. How about tonight? Yu Xingxin looked at Yu Hongming nervously. In fact, Yu Hongming was already anxious, but Yu Xingxin was even more anxious than him. Because only by getting my father to meet Yu Hongming as soon as possible can my father's misunderstanding of him be resolved sooner. Yu Xingxin had been praising Yu Hongming to her father, but her father didn't seem to believe her. But after seeing the bank account on Yu Hongming's phone, she became even more eager to make this meeting happen. Just show Dad the account balance and see what he has to say. With the image of her father's shock flashing through her mind, Yu Xingxin was filled with anticipation. It's not impossible, but I haven't prepared a gift yet. Yu Hongming readily agreed, but raised some concerns. After all, this is the first time meeting the parents, so it wouldn't be appropriate not to bring something, right? Going empty-handed is simply unacceptable. Yu Hongming would never do something like this. We still have time, right? We can go buy it first. Yu Xingxin glanced at her watch and realized there was still plenty of time before evening, so she quickly made a suggestion. Hearing this, Yu Hongming had no reason to refuse. Please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Yu Hongming did not set off immediately, but suggested that he change into a more formal outfit first. For something this important, I can't just wear any clothes, can I? 10 minutes later, he reappeared, dressed neatly and appropriately. Although he was a little more formal, he wasn't overly serious, as if he were going to negotiate. Let's go. Yu Xingxin didn't say anything, and took Yu Hongming's hand as they went out. In her eyes, Yu Hongming looked handsome no matter what he wore, and he was pleasing to the eye. She didn't see the need to change clothes if Yu Hongming disagreed. It looks good no matter how you look at it. They got into the Rolls-Royce parked in the garage and headed to their destination. Since this is a meeting with elders, I naturally need to choose a stable and dignified car to drive. Since buying this Rolls-Royce, I've hardly driven that bright and flashy Lamborghini at all. Despite his name sounding like a high-profile figure, Yu Hongming is actually very low-key. Especially amidst the turbulent changes in the chip and pharmaceutical industries, he has managed to live a peaceful and stable life, completely unaffected by the upheavals. Many outsiders had long suspected that there must be big shots behind these two events, otherwise those previously insignificant companies could not have suddenly become industry giants. No one could believe that such an outcome would have occurred without backing from above. But who exactly is behind this? Nobody knows. It's so mysterious. Otherwise, how could Yu Hongming still be living such a comfortable life? If someone discovers that he was the one who did all of this, he will probably be in endless trouble. Forget about any protective measures. If those interest groups are really provoked, they'll resort to any ruthless means. 30 minutes later, Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin arrived at Feichen Square, one of the largest shopping malls in Feichen City. What should we buy? Yu Hongming looked at the densely packed shops in the mall and hesitated. After all, this was the first time he had met the woman's parents. Yu Xingxin's parents are not ordinary people, a simple fruit basket would not be appropriate. He didn't want to lose face because the gift was insignificant. Leave it to me, Yu Xingxin reassured her, taking over the task. Who knows my parents' preferences better than me? She didn't want this to affect her father's impression of her. Therefore, they acted very positively. Let's go. More than half an hour later, she had finished making her selection. Although he bought quite a lot, Yu Hongming was still worried that the quantity of these items was not enough. He looked at Yu Xingxin with some suspicion and asked, "Isn't it a bit too little?" "I think it's enough." She shook her head in disagreement. "These items were all chosen according to my parents' tastes, and they were very expensive, costing over 1,000,000 yuan. In her opinion, it was already quite good. However, after considering it for a while, Yu Hongming shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's take another look." After saying that, he pulled her along and continued walking forward. Yu Hongming wasn't wandering aimlessly, he headed straight for the center of the mall. There's usually a large wayfinding map there that clearly shows the location of each brand on each floor. Sure enough, after looking for a few seconds, he locked onto his target. There was a Patek Philippe boutique on the 3rd floor. "Let's go take a look." As he spoke, he led Yu Xingxin toward the elevator. There are quite a few elevators here, and we quickly took one to the 3rd floor. Although she didn't know where Yu Hongming wanted to go, Yu Xingxin still followed closely behind. She knew that she would appreciate his thoughtfulness, no matter what he planned to buy. Besides, Yu Hongming is so rich, there's no need to stop him from buying things. When they reached the 3rd floor boutique, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you buying a watch?" Yu Hongming nodded and said, "Let's go in and check the situation first." She smiled and followed him into the shop. She appeared relaxed while smiling, but she didn't actually have high hopes. Others might not understand this, but she knew it perfectly well. Most Patek Philippe watches are made to order. You have to pre-order to receive them. You can't just buy it whenever you want. If someone like Yu Hongming comes in without any preparation, he will most likely end up empty-handed. However, one shouldn't be too definitive in one's statements. If a customer happens to cancel their appointment, the store might have extra watches. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" As soon as they entered, a staff member greeted them warmly. There was no snobbish attitude. Besides, Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin don't seem like people without ability. Yu Xingxin's prediction was correct. This place does indeed primarily serve customers with appointments. However, not having an appointment doesn't mean you can't come in and take a look. However, you can't immediately find the watch you want. We need to wait. How long it will take depends on the store's inventory and arrangements. "I didn't make an appointment," Yu Hongming replied. He had no idea what situation he was about to face. However, Yu Xingxin certainly wouldn't stand idly by. She stepped forward and spoke for him. "Do you have any watches in stock?" After listening, the waiter didn't give a direct answer, but instead asked, "What price range are you looking at?" The meaning of this sentence is quite obvious. Whether there is stock available depends on whether your budget is suitable. If your price range matches, then it's available. If there's no match, then there really isn't one. After all, while Pataliputra is a high-end brand, its price range is quite wide. Prices range from tens of thousands to millions, and some even reach tens or hundreds of millions. Therefore, this rhetorical question is not unreasonable. The specific price isn't a problem. "If possible, I'd like to choose a more expensive one," Yu Hongming said first this time. He wanted to give this gift to his future mother-in-law and father-in-law, so naturally he didn't want it to be too shabby. Giving gifts is also a way to express one's status, right? This is also why he was not very satisfied with Yu Xingxin's last purchase. Something worth tens of thousands of dollars really doesn't do justice to his feelings. "Yes, sir." Just as the waiter was about to continue introducing the styles in the 400,000 to 500,000 yuan range, a man who looked like a manager suddenly rushed towards Yu Xingxin. Amidst surprised glances, the manager politely confirmed with Yu Hongming, "Sir, are you here to look at watches?" "Yes." Although Yu Hongming was a little surprised that the other party was in such a hurry, he still nodded. He had no idea that the manager's enthusiasm stemmed from the watch on his wrist. It's fine if ordinary customers don't recognize it, but the manager could tell the significance of the watch at a glance. He had the good fortune to have seen one of the same kind numbered 9527. That was a limited edition commemorating the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe, with only 8 pieces made worldwide, each worth over 17 million. Someone who can wear such a watch would never dare to be negligent. After confirming Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin's surnames, the manager politely said, "Mr. Yu, Ms. Yu, please come with me to the VIP room. I will give you a detailed introduction to our current watch models." "Okay, let's go." Yu Hongming agreed readily. "Please come this way." The manager respectfully led the two into the VIP room and thoughtfully had someone bring them exquisite snacks and tea. "Mr. Yu, may I take a look at the watch you're wearing?" After everything was arranged, the manager did not immediately get into the sales topic, but instead asked questions with a mixture of caution and excitement. He is a true watch enthusiast. He found those rare, high-end limited editions particularly irresistible. Although it was a bit presumptuous of him to make such a request, he couldn't help but ask. "No problem." Yu Hongming didn't refuse and casually took off his watch and tossed it to the manager. "Mr. Yu, be careful." The manager was so frightened that his face turned pale. Yu Hongming's throw was truly frightening. If he hadn't caught it and something had gone wrong with the watch, he probably wouldn't have been able to explain himself for the rest of his life. Thankfully, he managed to catch it safely in the end. However, the shock lingered in my heart for a long time. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yu Xingxin also understood why the manager had suddenly become so attentive. It turns out it was all because of the watch on Yu Hongming's wrist. She had actually seen Yu Hongming's watch several times before and was well aware of its value. So she felt it was normal for the manager to have this attitude. "Mr. Yu, this is your watch." After admiring it for a long time, the manager finally returned the watch to Yu Hongming with utmost respect, but anyone could see the lingering reluctance in his eyes. Yu Hongming, of course, also noticed it. However, he was there to buy something, not to trade second-hand goods, so he took the watch back without saying a word and put it back on his wrist. Then he looked at the manager. "Would it be convenient for you to introduce your watch to us now?" he added. "We don't have much time." Of course, the manager nodded hurriedly in response. Since the other party was so generous in letting him admire their treasure, he naturally had to repay them with even more attentive service. "Our brand was founded 183 years ago." "Wait," Yu Hongming interrupted, "I'm not interested in any of these. Please just bring out the most expensive watch in your store that you can take away right now." The manager was originally going to talk about the historical background, but Yu Hongming had no patience to listen. He was pressed for time and didn't want to waste time on unnecessary things. After all, this is the first time I'm meeting my girlfriend's parents, so I can't be late. If I'm late, even the most expensive gift won't seem sincere enough. Yu Hongming's purpose in coming here was very clear: to buy a watch. The reason he only had time to come now was because his free time was limited, but he could still make it in time. "Okay, Mr. Yu, please wait a moment, I'll get the watch for you right away." Without further ado, the manager left the VIP room. 5 minutes later, he returned with a waiter, carrying a neatly arranged tray, clearly ready to serve. It's not hard to guess that the watch has already been delivered. The waiter gently placed the tray on the table. "Mr. Yu, this watch is a classic model from our brand, Battle Phi." The manager was interrupted just as he was about to make his introduction. "No need for so much explanation, just tell me the price." 2.3 million. The manager could only give a number helplessly. Yu Hongming looked dissatisfied. "Do you have anything more expensive?" The manager wasn't surprised, he'd seen too many clients like this. They might spend tens of millions to buy a watch normally, so why would they be tempted by a watch worth 2 million? So he took out another watch. "Mr. Yu, this one, worth 10 million, is from our 6301P series." After he finished speaking, he wanted to continue with some historical information, but Yu Hongming didn't listen at all and instead turned to look at Yu Xingxin. "Xin, what do you think of this?" Yu Xingxin looked at his domineering yet slightly rough manner and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Every time Yu Hongming spends money on something, he acts like a nouveau riche, throwing his weight around like a tycoon. But to be fair, he didn't make any mistakes this time. In such a high-end brand store, if you have the money, just choose the most expensive one, nothing else matters. "Sure," Yu Xingxin said without much hesitation. "Let's settle on this." She didn't look at it closely and readily agreed, mainly because she really didn't have time to dawdle. Moreover, Yu Hongming is not short of money, he can accept any choice. Having received her approval, Yu Hongming didn't waste any more words. "Then this one will do." After a pause, he added, "Are there any watches that women wear? After all, once you've bought things for your father-in-law, you can't forget about your mother-in-law." "Yes, this one is priced at 8.6 million, and it's our store's top-of-the-line women's model." The manager handed over a women's watch. This time he was smarter and only mentioned the price, without adding anything else. Yu Xingxin nodded even more readily than before. "Okay, I'll take it." Yu Hongming didn't ask any further questions and simply accepted the result. The manager didn't say much. "Please wait a moment, I'll arrange the formalities right away." After saying that, he took the two watches and went out to handle some business. He could tell who the real decision-makers were here. After completing all the purchase procedures, the two quickly left the mall. It was exactly 5:30. Even taking into account minor traffic congestion on the way, arriving around 6:15 should be just right. The vehicle entered the residential area where Yu Xingxin lived, which is one of the high-end villa areas in the city center. The residents here are all rich and powerful, and it is not a place that ordinary people can live in. In the past, Yu Hongming wouldn't have dared to even step through the door, let alone marry Yu Xingxin. Now, he drives a Rolls-Royce and openly welcomes her in. All of this is thanks to that omnipotent system. As soon as the car came to a stop, Yu Xingxin smiled and led him out of the car to the door. "Are you nervous?" She teased him on purpose. "Nervous," Yu Hongming said, feigning composure. "Who else could I be afraid of? Actually, who wouldn't feel nervous when meeting their parents for the first time?" Yu Hongming tried to sound tough, but his legs were trembling slightly. If there's absolutely no reaction, it means they don't care about the relationship. When Yu Xingxin said to go in, Yu Hongming nodded, but his heart tightened. As soon as the door was opened, a distinguished lady with an outstanding demeanor walked in. You can tell at a glance that this must be Yu Xingxin's mother. Her skin is in excellent condition. If she doesn't pay attention, she looks like someone the same age as Yu Xingxin. Fortunately, she is an only child, otherwise, Yu Hongming would probably have made a fool of himself. He was a little puzzled as to why such an elegant and refined mother could chat so happily with his own mother, but he didn't ask any further questions. At this moment, the most important thing is to greet people politely. "Hello, Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you." "Don't mention it," she said with a smile. "Just make yourself at home and come visit often." The initial impression of this future son-in-law was quite good, and coupled with the daughter's satisfaction, there was naturally no reason for her to dislike him. Seeing Yu Hongming carrying a pile of gifts, Yu Xingxin's mother gently reminded him, "Don't bring these things next time you come." "I understand," Yu Hongming nodded in agreement. Though he said it aloud, he knew in his heart that there was nothing he could do about it. We'll see what happens in the future. Show up empty-handed? That's practically impossible. How could Yu Hongming possibly go to meet his future mother-in-law empty-handed? "Yu Hongming, please have a seat. I'll go call your father-in-law." Yu Xingxin's mother led Yu Hongming into the living room, then turned around and walked to the stairwell, shouting upstairs, "The person has been brought, come down quickly." Although there was no response, footsteps could be heard. She was clearly used to this rhythm, and without saying much, she walked back to Yu Hongming's side. Seeing that he was still standing there, she began to complain about her daughter. "You're just going to let your boyfriend stand there like that? Aren't you going to offer him anything? Okay, sit down." Yu Xingxin glared at Yu Hongming with dissatisfaction, feeling quite wronged. But Yu Hongming hesitated. Because the footsteps upstairs were getting closer and closer. He felt it would be better to wait a little longer. Otherwise, if you sit down now, you'll have to get up again later. When his future father-in-law arrives, how could Yu Hongming possibly sit still? Of course you should stand up to show respect. Since that's the case, it's easier to just stand and wait. Fortunately, Yu Xingxin's father, Yu Tiancheng, didn't make things too difficult for him, and he came out quickly. As Yu Tiancheng approached, Yu Hongming quickly stood up straight to greet him. "Hello Uncle Yu, sorry to bother you." "All right, sit down." Yu Tiancheng carefully examined Yu Hongming and did not continue to put pressure on him. He simply waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down. "Thank you, Uncle." Yu Hongming didn't stand on ceremony and obediently sat down. After all, this was the first time meeting the elders. After sitting down, he was a little unsure of what to do. What embarrassed Yu Hongming the most was that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were both staring at him intently. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yu Xingxin was there. Seeing her parents like this, Yu Xingxin couldn't bear to watch any longer. "This is a gift that Yu Hongming prepared for you." As she spoke, she handed the gift to her parents, hoping to distract them from Yu Hongming. He muttered a few words under his breath. "Why are you staring at them like that?" As she spoke, she shook the gift box in her hand. "Why don't you look at the gifts instead of staring at Yu Hongming? Let's put it aside." Unfortunately, Yu Xingxin's words had no effect. Yu Tiancheng merely glanced at the box in her hand. Then the focus returned to Yu Hongming. "It seems like I absolutely have to see through this person." This made things particularly difficult for Yu Hongming. He finally understood. Meeting the parents turned out to be not as simple and easy as he had imagined. "Dad, take a look. What's so interesting about this? You must have bought these things, right?" Yu Tiancheng looked at his daughter with disbelief and said, it was as if he knew everything. "Dad, Yu Hongming bought the things. I just picked them out." "I understand, just put it aside." Yu Tiancheng didn't bother listening at all, and shut his daughter down with a single sentence. In his view, those things were either bought by the daughter, or by the man who coaxed her into buying them with sweet words. He thought so from the first moment he saw Yu Hongming. Yu Tiancheng stared at Yu Hongming and asked, "What do you do for a living now?" This question almost choked Yu Hongming. He himself was wondering what exactly he was doing. Are they considered unemployed or homeless? That doesn't count. At least I have some work to do. After thinking for a long time, Yu Hongming finally found a suitable explanation for himself. But seeing that Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment and did not answer, Yu Tiancheng pressed on relentlessly. He pressed on with several questions. What, are you too embarrassed to say this out loud? Can't you even remember what you were doing now? Or are you saying you don't have a job at all? Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm in the business of trading second-hand international equipment. Used international equipment trade? Yu Tiancheng repeated the name in a low voice. Then he immediately frowned. Stop using all these fancy terms, it's just collecting scrap metal, isn't it? Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment, and really couldn't refute that statement. Indeed, what he does now is similar to collecting scrap. It's just that they collect high-end items. But in that environment, those things were indeed only worth the value of scrap metal. Just as he was pondering how to explain further, Yu Xingxin once again stepped forward to plead for him. Dad, what do you mean by collecting scrap? Yu Hongming does more than just ordinary junk. Can't you just be quiet for a bit and let me have a proper talk with him? However, this time he was interrupted by Yu Tiancheng as soon as he opened his mouth. That glance carried a hint of sternness. Yu Xingxin has been terrified of that look ever since she was a child. Seeing this scene, Yu Hongming couldn't help but feel speechless. Things didn't seem so easy to resolve. At this moment, Yu Tiancheng turned his gaze to Yu Hongming. What are your thoughts or plans for the future? It's nothing. Yu Hongming thought for a long time before stammering out those 3 words. He had earned enough money and didn't lack anything in his life, so he really couldn't think of any other good plans. Or rather, what is your plan? Does getting married and having children count? However, he really didn't dare to say those words, for fear of getting beaten up. Hearing Yu Hongming's answer, Yu Xingxin was a little disappointed. But her disappointment wasn't because Yu Hongming lacked ambition, she simply didn't believe that someone with 2 trillion in a bank account could be lazy. She knew her father's temper, this answer would definitely not satisfy him. She was annoyed that Yu Hongming was too honest, and couldn't he be a little more tactful? You're so young, with no plans or goals, how can you be worthy of my daughter? Yu Tiancheng's eyes turned cold, and his tone became aggressive. Anyone with a normal mind could tell that he was angry. The type of person Yu Tiancheng hates most in his life is someone who has no goals and just drifts through life. He was so strict with others, so his requirements for his future son-in-law were naturally even higher. Yu Hongming was still pondering how to explain himself. Meanwhile, Yu Xingxin was also nervously thinking about how to deal with the situation. Unexpectedly, Yu Tiancheng's attitude suddenly took a dramatic turn. Then how about you consider becoming a son-in-law and moving into the family home? Yu Hongming was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't they be looking for a son-in-law who will live with the woman's family? How did it become a case of marrying into another family? Not to mention he was stunned, even Yu Xingxin was a little taken aback by what he said. She never expected her father to bring up this question. Her gaze revealed a mixture of complexity and astonishment. Yu Tiancheng's meaning was very clear, he wanted Yu Hongming to marry into the family. Of course not. Yu Hongming realized that something was wrong and it was time to reveal his hand. Uncle Yu, actually I can afford to raise Yu Xingxin. How will you support yourself? With the meager wages you make from collecting scrap metal? Although Yu Hongming did not directly refuse, Yu Tiancheng instinctively interpreted it as an unwilling choice, and his expression immediately became even more unpleasant. This is his bottom line, his willingness to accept Yu Hongming as an adopted son-in-law is already the biggest concession he can make. If he hadn't failed to persuade his daughter, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that the other party is still unwilling, he has even less reason to be polite. Uncle, Although reluctant to boast, Yu Hongming decided to lay his cards on the table. But before he could finish speaking, Yu Xingxin interrupted him. She simply couldn't bear to watch her father and boyfriend continue arguing like this. In her view, if her father continued to act this way, he would be the one who would suffer in the end. Dad, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't act so superior. When it comes to money, you may not be more confident than Yu Hongming. A garbage collector is richer than me? Yu Tiancheng was amused after hearing this, and gave his daughter a reproachful look. He felt that she had abandoned all basic principles in order to side with her boyfriend. He actually lied without even opening his mouth. Yu Xingxin could tell that her father didn't believe her, but she wasn't worried at all. She had a trump card up her sleeve. This trick will silence Dad on the spot. Yu Hongming, can I borrow your phone for a moment? What? Although Yu Hongming was completely confused, he still obediently handed his phone to Yu Xingxin. Yu Xingxin didn't explain, but simply took the phone and quickly unlocked it. The key information was quickly found, a bank balance reminder. Then, she shoved the phone back into her father's hand. Dad, take a look for yourself. After you've seen it, ask yourself if you still have that same imposing presence. Alright, let's see what surprises you guys have in store. Yu Tiancheng glanced at it disdainfully, taking the phone while making sarcastic remarks. Deep down, I already knew this was just a formality. How could someone who started out collecting scrap metal be more wealthy than him? What can you trust about a broken cell phone? He had no expectations at all. However, since it was a request made by her own daughter, she couldn't directly refuse. I'll just glance at it briefly to get by. Wow, what I saw almost made my jaw drop. It turned out to be a bank notification text message. That's not the point. What's truly shocking is the long string of balance numbers that follows. Yu Tiancheng felt a little dazed. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. It's not that there's dust in your eyes. It was to double-check whether it was just my imagination. After checking it 3 times, Yu Tiancheng finally saw the numbers clearly. Even after figuring it out, I still found it hard to believe. More than 2 trillion. This amount sounds like a joke. How could an ordinary person have so much savings? The more successful a person is, the more they understand the importance of cash flow. Yu Tian's achievements are precisely those of someone who deeply understands this principle. On the surface, it looks glamorous, but in reality, most of its assets are tied up in fixed assets. The working capital is barely enough to keep things running smoothly. Even having 200 million yuan in one's personal bank account is considered quite a lot of money. Moreover, most of the company's operating funds are frozen. He really couldn't understand what was going on with the message in front of him. Even the wealthiest people wouldn't display their assets like this on their books. Is this thing fake? It's definitely fake. This was also the first thought that popped into Yu Tianken's mind. So his expression changed again, becoming extremely grim. Do you think I'd believe a random text message you've just made up? Then he couldn't help but yell, if you're going to lie, can you at least make it believable? 2 trillion? Do you think I'm blind? Uncle, I need to make this clear. If it were anything else, Yu Hongming could tolerate it. But once he's labeled a liar, he really can't get over it. Uncle, give me your phone. Yu Hongming took his phone back from Yu Tiancheng, quickly opened the bank app, and was immediately redirected to the account balance page. Then, he handed the phone back to Yu Tiancheng. Uncle, please take a look for yourself. Although he didn't know what tricks Yu Hongming was playing, Yu Tiancheng still took the phone, intending to find out. But what he saw startled him. Surprisingly, the screen displayed an official bank app. And the balance is even more astonishing. The data is exactly the same as the one shown in the text message. Could this be true? Yu Tiancheng began to doubt his previous thoughts. Text messages can be forged, but can bank apps be fake too? From a practical standpoint, counterfeiting an app is far too costly and difficult. Yu Tiancheng simply couldn't understand why his daughter would go to such lengths to deceive him. But the figure of 2 trillion in deposits was something he simply couldn't accept. What normal person has that much money in their account? The more I think about it, the less real it seems. It's a bit like a scene from a novel. Where did you get this money? Yu Tiancheng remained silent for a long time, looking Yu Hongming up and down several times before finally uttering those words. Seeing her father's reaction, Yu Xingxin was not surprised, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She was shocked when she first saw the money. Although her father is rich, she believes that even he can't withstand the impact of these 2 trillion this time. Yu Hongming was also confident. Once you reveal your hand, no one can hold your ground. Seeing his future father-in-law stunned, his confidence slowly returned. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "It's exactly what I said, I earned it by collecting scrap." Puff dash. I'm sorry, Yu Xingxin really couldn't hold back anymore. She loved Yu Hongming's sharp retort. It was a brilliant move. Cough cough cough. Yu Tianken's situation wasn't so easy, he almost choked. After all, he's a seasoned veteran in the business world, and his skin is incredibly thick. I quickly regained my composure. Are you kidding me? You can make 2 trillion by collecting scrap? Dad, you don't understand. Yu Hongming is very capable, okay? Before Yu Hongming could answer, Yu Xingxin interrupted. Yu Hongming was not in a hurry. Of course, it's more comforting to hear this kind of thing said than to say it yourself. It always feels a little strange to praise yourself. Having someone else speak for you not only makes it seem more authentic, but also more convincing. Just how powerful is it? You know about that big event in the chip industry recently, right? Yu Xingxin seemed to have found her confidence, and instead of answering her father directly, she asked him a question in return. No. Yu Tiancheng nodded. Although he wasn't in this industry himself, he did know a little about it. It's just for fun. Do you know who the big boss behind the chip industry is right now? Who is it? Yu Tiancheng was once again ensnared by his daughter. He glanced at Yu Xingxin with a hint of speechlessness. If there's a problem, just say it. Why make things so complicated? So he's your future son-in-law. It's him? Yu Tiancheng looked incredulous, his eyes repeatedly scanning Yu Hongming and his daughter. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Yu Xingxin looked at her father with a smug smile. Yu Tiancheng shook his head helplessly. Can you convince me? I knew you wouldn't believe me. No problem, just wait a moment, I'll show you some evidence. Yu Xingxin knew that just talking wasn't convincing, but she had already prepared her trump card. She took out her phone, opened the Tianyancha app, and searched for Shengming Optoelectronics. The results came out quickly. She handed her phone to her father. Here, the answers are all in there. What is that? Yu Tiancheng took it and asked a question. When he saw the words Shengming Optoelectronics, he was stunned for a moment. This company has been the most talked about in this chip controversy. Almost everyone in the industry knows him. Yu Tiancheng also heard that Shengming Optoelectronics had secured its position as the #1 player in China's chip industry thanks to this wave of benefits. Just as Yu Xingxin just said, it is already the industry leader with no rivals. However, he still didn't quite understand what his daughter wanted him to see. But Yu Tiancheng believed that the real key was in this information, and it was up to him to find it. Sure enough, after only a few seconds, Yu Tiancheng spotted the key information, the shareholder information section. The first name listed is Yu Hongming, holding 73% of the shares. Upon seeing this line of text, Yu Tiancheng was stunned and couldn't help but read it aloud. Is this young man in front of me really the actual controller of Shengming Optoelectronics? Yu Tiancheng immediately looked up at Yu Hongming. Are you a major shareholder of this company? Yes, that's right. Although Yu Hongming doesn't remember the exact number of shares he owns, he does indeed hold a controlling stake in Shengming Optoelectronics. So he nodded to confirm everything. After hearing the answer, Yu Tiancheng was stunned again. Is all of this real? This is unbelievable. To be honest, he really thought this was outrageous. What kind of devilish man did my daughter marry? In his early 20s, he already had a net worth of over 100 million yuan and was the owner of a company with a market value of over 1 trillion yuan. Even more unbelievable is that there are still 2 trillion in the account? Thinking about his attitude just now, Yu Tiancheng felt ashamed. Standing before him was a billionaire, and he actually expected him to come and become his son-in-law? If this got out, his peers would laugh their heads off. Yu Tiancheng couldn't help but glare at his wife, his eyes full of reproach. Wasn't it agreed that this family was a scrap metal collector? But now, Yu Tiancheng didn't know what words to use to describe the current situation. But upon closer reflection, what my wife said doesn't seem to be wrong. As Yu Hongming himself just mentioned, he works in the waste recycling business. However, this waste recycling seems to be different from Yu Tiancheng's understanding of waste recycling. Moreover, the amount of money they earn is frighteningly high. Even if Yu Tiancheng was unwilling to admit it, he knew that Yu Hongming's career was much more successful than his own. Putting everything else aside, his entire net worth is less than a fraction of other people's account balance. However, Yu Tiancheng had been in the business world for many years, and his mental fortitude was not to be underestimated. He quickly regained his composure. He even apologized to Yu Hongming for his attitude earlier. Yu Hongming, right? I'm sorry, I was a little impulsive just now. Even if the other party was his future son-in-law, Yu Tiancheng didn't feel ashamed at all for bowing his head and apologizing to a billionaire. In his heart, he had to hold on to this son-in-law tightly. It's worth it to make sacrifices for yourself. It's all right, uncle, don't worry about it. Yu Hongming quickly waved his hand, stopping him from apologizing. There's no reason for Yu Hongming to make his future father-in-law apologize to him. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Yu Hongming's reaction also pleased Yu Tiancheng. The ensuing conversation became much gentler. That previous stern and serious demeanor was completely gone. The voice of Yu Xingxin's mother came from the direction of the dining room. Come on, everyone, let's eat and chat. Hearing his wife's greeting, Yu Tiancheng reluctantly ended the conversation. He then patted Yu Hongming on the shoulder with a warm smile and took him to eat. But Yu Hongming felt somewhat helpless. Actually, from the beginning until now, it's been Yu Tiancheng talking all by himself, and he's just listening. The content was mostly about business topics, but he really didn't understand any of it and was completely confused. He would only speak up when Yu Tiancheng asked for his opinion. Unexpectedly, even at the dinner table, his prospective father-in-law still wouldn't let him off the hook. But since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and pretend to be happy as he sat down. Sitting at the dinner table, Yu Hongming was seated next to Yu Tiancheng, thanks to Yu's enthusiastic arrangement. What comforted him somewhat was that Yu Xingxin was right beside him. Yu Hongming, don't be shy while eating. Yu Xingxin's mother smiled and invited him to serve her some food. Thank you, auntie. You're welcome. After saying that, Yu Hongming didn't stand on ceremony and quickly ladled out a bowl of rice, ready to start eating. He wouldn't pretend to be polite. He firmly believed in one principle. Being able to eat your fill is the most important thing. No one will pity you if you let yourself go hungry. But before he had even taken a few bites of his food, Yu Tiancheng spoke up again. Yu Hongming, what do you think of the medical industry in our dragon country? Uncle, are you referring to pharmaceuticals or medical devices? Yu Hongming suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and carefully replied. Although he is now one of the big bosses of Ali Pharmaceuticals, he really doesn't know much about the pharmaceutical field. I can only barely answer questions based on a superficial understanding. Let's talk about medicine first. You know that Ailey Pharmaceuticals company, right? What do you think of them? Yu Tiancheng pressed on with further questions. Puff. Sorry, Yu Xingxin almost burst out laughing. She could have remained calm if her father had mentioned other companies, but now he was asking for Yu Hongming's opinion on Ailey Pharmaceuticals. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. What's wrong? Yu Tiancheng looked at his daughter with a blank expression, not understanding what he had said wrong or why she was reacting so strongly. He hadn't noticed at first, but there was nothing he could do. Yu Xingxin's laughter caused quite a bit of rice to spray out, and some even splashed onto his face. Yu Tiancheng could neither see nor hide it anymore. Dad, there's something you probably don't know yet. Yu Hongming is the actual controller of Ailey Pharmaceuticals. Yu Tiancheng immediately felt a black line flash across his forehead. What a coincidence. You randomly pick a company, and it turns out it belongs to him? The person behind the recent uproar in the pharmaceutical industry is actually her own future son-in-law. Yu Tiancheng felt his cheeks burning again. However, this time it was more of a shock. Does this future son-in-law of mine have too many trump cards up his sleeve? He made a lot of noise in the chip industry before, and now he's in the pharmaceutical industry too. A question suddenly popped into Yu Tiancheng's mind. Actually, he had questions for a long time, but he couldn't find the right person to ask. Now that the real person is right in front of us, of course we can't let him go. Yu Hongming, Ailey Pharmaceuticals' approach has indeed garnered a lot of support and done a lot of good deeds. But if things continue like this, won't they be able to make much money? Uncle, I don't think we need to worry about making a little extra profit. Yu Hongming smiled slightly and responded calmly. Yu Tiancheng sighed deeply, then gave a bitter smile. There really are people in this world who are never short of money. The money in their accounts has already exceeded astronomical figures. With a starting point of 2 trillion, is it meaningful to talk about this little bit of profit? To be honest, Yu Tiancheng finally realized that he had been faked again. After a brief silence, he decided to change the subject. If I continue the conversation, I'm afraid I'll hurt my self-esteem. When do you think our country will be able to catch up with the world's top level in the field of medical devices? In fact, Yu Tiancheng did not ask these 2 questions casually. Because the Eiffel Group, the company behind Yu's family, has its largest business in the medical field. Although this group primarily operates hospitals, it does not focus on the research and development of pharmaceuticals or medical devices. However, during the annual operation, a large amount of money is spent on imported medical consumables and equipment alone, which is a major headache for management. This is especially true for high-end private hospitals like Eiffel Tower, which are even more dependent on imported drugs and equipment, and some products have no substitutes. When patients see a doctor, their first reaction is to ask for the best medicine and the most advanced equipment, which is almost a given. And these so-called best products are basically all from foreign countries. Every time Yu Tiancheng sees these situations, all he can do is sigh. But he also knew that he was powerless to solve this problem. There is still a long way to go to completely reverse this situation, but the emergence of Ailey Pharmaceuticals gave him a glimmer of hope. That's why he mentioned this company earlier. Yu Tiancheng's renewed mention of the medical equipment issue is actually driven by a bit of wishful thinking. Yu Hongming has already created miracles in the chip and pharmaceutical industries, so can he create another surprise in the medical device field? With this expectation in mind, Yu Tiancheng began to have a premonition. Perhaps it was not impossible. What reason do you have to doubt someone who can create miracles one after another? As expected, Yu Hongming did not disappoint Yu Tiancheng. He casually tossed out a sentence, "No problem. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you." These words were so powerful that Yu Tiancheng was stunned for a moment. But after thinking about the chips and Ailey Pharmaceuticals, he felt that the whole thing wasn't so outrageous after all. "Can you help me get the information on those high-end devices?" "No problem, I can get you anything that exists in this world. How about we work together on a new medical device project?" Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into Yu Tiancheng's mind. Then they even figured out the division of labor. "I'll provide the funding, and you provide the technology and equipment, how about that?" "Sure, uncle, you're in charge." Yu Hongming had no objections and readily agreed. After all, as long as his future father-in-law is happy, money is not a problem for him at all. How will the shares be divided? Based on his long-standing business habits, Yu Tiancheng naturally thought about the distribution of profits. After all, we often hear the saying, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Moreover, Yu Hongming is only a prospective son-in-law, so this needs to be made even clearer. "It's up to uncle to decide." Yu Hongming responded with an indifferent attitude. His idea remained the same as before as long as his father-in-law was satisfied. That was all that mattered. "How about we each take half?" After thinking for a long time, Yu Tiancheng proposed a compromise. Giving him too much wouldn't be worthwhile for him. "If I give too little, I feel like I owe the other person something." After careful consideration, he finally decided that a 50-50th split was the most cost-effective option. Yu Hongming continued to act very casually. Whatever you say. As for my share, let's just put it under Yu Xingxin's name. Yu Tiancheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. It turns out that after all the twists and turns, it was still their family that benefited. Yu Hongming, however, seemed completely unconcerned. But after thinking about it again, he suddenly understood. Do people with 2 trillion in their bank accounts really care about a small share? Yu Xingxin was overjoyed. This behavior certainly made her look good. What she cared about was not the equity itself, but whether Yu Hongming was willing to do this for her. In the subsequent conversation, Yu Tiancheng continued to discuss some details of the cooperation, but her daughter, Yu Xingxin, took over the task halfway through. Finally, Yu Hongming could eat a meal in peace. 9 p.m. Yu Hongming had just returned home. Buzzing. He had just finished showering when the phone rang. The caller was his mother. Logically speaking, Liang Yining wouldn't bother him this late unless it was something urgent. Therefore, Yu Hongming dared not delay and immediately answered the phone. Mom, what's wrong? I heard you went to meet the girl's parents tonight? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming's head instantly went blank. It seems that my nervous actions just now were completely unnecessary. The reason my mom called was actually because of this kind of gossip. And who would be the first to reveal the news? The answer is obvious, it would definitely come from the wife's family. Even though he was speechless, he still had to answer his mother. Yes, that's right, I just got back. Do they have a good impression of you? It should be good, I think they are quite satisfied with me. As Yu Hongming spoke, he recalled the entire meeting that day. At first, my father-in-law had a misunderstanding, but he was shocked by the amount of money in his account, and then his parents-in-law were so enthusiastic that it almost made me feel embarrassed. After much thought, if this isn't satisfactory, what else could it be called? As long as they are satisfied. Have you discussed how much the bride price will be? In fact, this is exactly what Liang Yining cares about most. The more she learned about her in-laws' background, the more she felt an invisible pressure. Although Yu Hongming is indeed rich, the fact that he transferred 200 million yuan to me in one go proves it. But Liang Yining had no idea that his account actually held a staggering 2 trillion. Therefore, she always had concerns about this wedding. Yu Hongming felt a chill run down his spine once again. He really couldn't understand his mother's way of thinking. The first time I visit my family, they bring up the bride price? But thinking about his mother's past ways of doing things, he couldn't help but smile wryly. That hasn't been said yet. So how much do you think we should prepare? Clearly, Liang Yining was unwilling to let the topic go and pressed for further details. The amount doesn't matter, how about around 10 million? Yu Hongming originally wanted to report the amount of 100 billion, but he was interrupted before he could even open his mouth. My mother's tone immediately became worried. Did we prepare too little? Mom, don't worry, I've arranged everything. I promise I won't let you or the family lose face. Yu Hongming naturally knew what his mother was worried about, and casually offered a reassuring remark. To put it bluntly, wasn't she just afraid of losing face in front of Yu Xingxin's family? Fine, I don't care anymore. Liang Yining readily agreed as soon as she heard her son say so. Actually, she wasn't feeling too comfortable either. There's nothing I can do, I'm broke, so I can't really assert myself. Moreover, she gradually realized that she seemed to be becoming less and less helpful. Aside from bringing his son meals, there's nothing else I can do. It's over. Yu Hongming wanted to say a few more words, but the call was cut off. He didn't take it to heart. He turned around and went back to his own important business. The next day. Boss, the usual way? Is that all right? After getting up, Yu Hongming immediately called the small boss of the food wholesale department. Asking him to deliver the goods was, of course, to prepare for the transaction. After all, this was for Yu Xingxin's father, so we couldn't be careless. The small business owner was very cooperative and responded very readily. They even used a trendy phrase, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hongming ordered 2 more takeout meals. Why order 2 portions? Because that busybody is coming over again today. He's gotten into the habit of coming over for a free meal every day. Sure enough, a while later, Yuan Daong appeared on time, ate lunch, and then hurriedly returned to his arcade. Then, the shop owner delivered the goods to the door. After the goods were unloaded, Yu Hongming paid the full amount immediately. After seeing the small business owner off, he took the goods and entered the system space. System, I want to make a deal with what? Okay, connecting you with a trading partner. Because the last transaction had just taken place and what still had some instant noodles left, the connection was quickly established. Connection successful. Please prepare, host. The moment the system notification sounded, Yu Hongming had already appeared in the trading space. Also present was Wat, whose hair was slightly brown. Wat's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Yu Hongming. That kind of excitement is like thinking about the taste of delicious instant noodles. He asked impatiently, "Sir, what do you want this time?" "I need the production line and technical data for your equipment. Can you get them?" Yu Hongming speaks very directly, without any beating around the bush. After all, the transaction time is only a few tens of seconds, so there's no time to waste. To make his point more convincing, he pointed to the supplies behind him and said, "As long as what you give me satisfies me, these are yours." "Yes, sir, I happen to have quite a few production lines and technical drawings." What, as if afraid of missing an opportunity, quickly answered. Actually, even without Yu Hongming's reminder, his eyes hadn't left the goods the moment he entered. He also took the initiative to introduce the resources he had. "I have equipment production lines such as PET/MR integrated machines and 3.0T nuclear magnetic resonance machines, and I also have a complete set of technical documents." "Then let's do it this way." Yu Hongming nodded and said, "Give me the most advanced one you have, along with the relevant information." To be honest, Yu Hongming has little knowledge of medical devices and can only make such a rough request. But he was also cautious and reminded the other party, "Don't try anything funny. I hope we can work together again next time." "How could I dare? I'll definitely give you the best." What quickly replied. The reminder worked. Fearing Yu Hongming might change his mind, he was very proactive. "All right, I'll trust you this once. Please rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." What assured him again? The system's voice followed immediately. "Both parties have confirmed the transaction, and the items have been placed by their respective parties." The transaction was successfully completed, and the two people in the space disappeared. Yu Hongming did not take out the supplies on the spot, but exited the system space directly. "We can't just take out so many things without discussing it with Yu Xingxin first. Otherwise, they'd just pile up in the scrapyard warehouse, and there wouldn't even be room to put them." After leaving the space, he immediately dialed Yu Xingxin's number. The call was answered quickly, and Yu Xingxin's familiar voice came through. "Yu Hongming, what's up?" XIN, I've got what your dad wanted sorted out. When are you going to send it over?" Yu Xingxin was speechless for a moment. How can they be so efficient? It was just mentioned yesterday, and nothing's even confirmed yet. He actually prepared everything? In comparison, I do seem to be a bit slow to warm up. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Yu Hongming urged, "Should I give these things to you, or should I give them to your uncle directly?" "I'll handle it," Yu Xingxin said without hesitation. In fact, after Yu Hongming left, she had a detailed talk with her father. "If you're going to do it, you have to get it done. Didn't Yu Hongming previously say he would invest 10 billion yuan to advance this project? Yu Xingxin plans to use this funding to build a large medical park. Ailey Pharmaceuticals and the newly established medical device company will both be located in this park. This perfectly aligns with Yu Xingxin's long-held wish to create a large pharmaceutical company that can compete with the world's top pharmaceutical companies. Okay, just let me know whenever you need this money." Yu Hongming readily agreed without hesitation. After they finished talking, Yu Hongming added that he would pick her up that evening before hanging up. Beep dash. Just as I was about to put down my phone, it rang again. "It's Mom again?" Yu Hongming was somewhat surprised, wondering why his mother was calling again today. "Didn't we just talk on the phone last night? What are they planning to do this time?" Although he found it strange, he still pressed the answer button without thinking. "Mom, is something wrong?" "Hongming, it seems like something's happened with Uncle. We're going to check on him. Would you like to come along too?" "Okay, I'm coming right now." Although his mother didn't explain in detail, Yu Hongming wasn't stupid and immediately realized that this was his mother's true intention. Of course, regardless of whether she said it or not, given his uncle's usual concern for him, he had no reason not to go. Speaking of this uncle, he always held a very important place in Yu Hongming's heart. From childhood to adulthood, every time I visited his home, I would give him the best food and toys. Yu Hongming was genuinely close to him. Now that he's in trouble, he has to lend a hand no matter what. "Where are you now? Do you want me to meet up with you?" "No need, we're already on the highway, you can come by yourself." "Okay, I'll set off now." Without hesitation, Yu Hongming immediately made a phone call and packed his bags to leave. He was still driving the same Rolls-Royce Phantom with license plate number HA99999. As soon as he left the junkyard, he headed towards the nearest highway entrance. This time, his destination was Huixian, a small county town under Feichen. It's a bit far from the city center, it takes at least an hour to drive there. Yu Hongming didn't dare to delay along the way, and he was almost always running at the speed limit. We arrived in Huixian City in less than an hour. Reaching the county level does not mean the end. My uncle lives in the village, which is about 20 or 30 kilometers away from the county seat. In addition, the village roads are narrow and have many bends, so this journey took quite a while. After driving for about 20 more minutes, Yu Hongming finally arrived at his uncle's village. Upon entering the village, Yu Hongming skillfully drove the car to the vacant lot closest to his uncle's house. From a distance, he could already see his dad parked in that BMW X5. so he parked the cars side by side. After getting out of the car and locking the door, Yu Hongming walked straight towards his uncle's house. In his opinion, although his uncle's family lived in the countryside, they were doing quite well. I used to do some farming projects and accumulated some savings. They weren't extremely wealthy, but they were comfortably well off. Before long, he arrived at the door of the 3-story building. The door wasn't locked, so Yu Hongming pushed it open and went inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as I went in, I saw my uncle busy at work. He immediately greeted him, "Uncle." "Oh my, Hongming, what brings you here too?" Upon seeing his nephew suddenly appear, Uncle Liang Yanqiang was overjoyed. He quickly put down his tools, hurried forward, and patted Yu Hongming's arm. There was a hint of reproach in his tone. "Your mother is really something, making you come all this way for such a trivial matter." "My mom did nothing wrong." Yu Hongming offered an explanation on behalf of his mother. Then she began to persuade her uncle. "Uncle, if you're really having trouble and don't tell me, doesn't that mean you're treating me like an outsider? It was my oversight." After being told off by his nephew, Liang Yanqiang readily admitted that he was wrong. "I was also very touched. It's truly gratifying to have such a nephew." "Uncle, what's going on?" Before the matter was fully understood, Yu Hongming quickly seized the opportunity to press for answers. "My mom only gave a general overview and didn't go into the specifics." Yu Hongming thought to himself that only by understanding the truth could he truly help, right? Moreover, considering my current conditions and abilities, he can usually resolve any issue that doesn't involve loss of life. Well, when his nephew asked about this, Liang Yanqiang sighed and slowly said, "This matter is related to your cousin. He has more ideas after graduating from university. We support you if you want to find a partner outside of your marriage. But who would have thought that the girl he brought home would come from a troubled family?" "You mean, your cousin's girlfriend looks down on you too?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming frowned and pressed for an answer. He even thought his cousin was ungrateful. "If it's true, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind when I get back. However, the reality is not so." Liang Yanqiang quickly shook his head. "That's not how it is. That girl is actually quite sensible and reasonable. The problem mainly lies with her parents." The uncle hesitated for a few seconds before adding, "To be precise, it's your cousin's parents who are extremely snobbish and look down on us rural people." "Oh, if that's the case, then I can't blame you and your cousin. It's really not your fault." Upon hearing the whole story, Yu Hongming immediately defended his cousin. He had previously complained about others behind their backs, so now that he had heard the situation, he naturally wanted to make amends. "Well," my uncle sighed again. He himself knew he shouldn't blame his son, but ultimately, he was the one who brought this trouble upon himself. If not the son, then who can be blamed? Can you blame yourself for coming from a rural background? That's impossible. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. So their first thought was to ask their family for help. But what they didn't expect was that not only did their mother come, but Yu Hongming himself also rushed over. "What do they do at home?" Yu Hongming asked, observing the situation. He understood that to deal with the enemy properly, he needed to know the enemy well. He understood this principle very well. Therefore, he wanted to find out about the other party's background before making any further plans. "It seems to be a factory, but I'm not sure what industry it's in." Just then, Mom came out of the house. Upon seeing his mother come out, Yu Hongming quickly stopped talking and replied. It turned out that he had been chatting with his uncle outside for a while when his mother happened to come out and ran into them. "I just arrived, and I happened to run into my uncle outside, so we exchanged a few words." Mom nodded, then called out to Uncle, "Come in quickly too." So Yu Hongming had no choice but to go inside with his mother. Once inside, I found that several relatives were already sitting there: my dad, aunt, cousin, and little cousin. As soon as Yu Hongming entered the room, everyone present, except his father, stood up and surrounded him to greet him. "Yu Hongming? What brings you here too?" Auntie exclaimed in surprise. Before Yu Hongming could react, his mother interjected. "I asked him to come. My uncle's family is in trouble, so he should come and help out." Having no other choice, Yu Hongming could only greet her, "Hello, Auntie." That was just a perfunctory exchange of pleasantries. My cousin smiled and said, "I didn't expect to have bothered you." Yu Hongming waved his hand. "My uncle had something to do at home, so I just happened to come and visit." "Cousin, you've really become more handsome this time," the little cousin chimed in. Yu Hongming replied with a smile, "My little cousin is getting prettier and prettier too." Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, a voice came from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Hongming couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. It's true what they say, enemies meet on a narrow road. The person who came did not disappoint him. He walked directly toward Yu Hongming. "Hey, cousin Yu Hongming, you're here too?" Yu Hongming's lips curled slightly. "Aren't you here too, cousin Yi Weixin? My mom heard you came home and took over your dad's scrapyard. How's business?" It's all right," Yu Hongming replied briefly. He could naturally understand what Yi Wexin meant by those words, but he didn't want to argue. After all, Yi Wexin was just that kind of person who loved to compare himself to others. Although he's not a bad person, he just likes to go against him. Yu Hongming certainly knew why. Sigh, it's just because he's too handsome, which makes people jealous. This time, however, Yi Wexin didn't keep staring at Yu Hongming while talking. Instead, he turned and went to his cousin. Cousin Liang Ruja, has your village really gotten rich? What's going on? My cousin looked at Yi Wexin with a blank expression. When I parked just now, I saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby. It was a customized version. Did someone in the village buy one? Absolutely impossible. I don't believe I haven't seen it before. My cousin immediately shook his head in denial. How expensive are those cars? My little cousin asked curiously. That thing is very valuable. The cheapest one starts at over 10 million. His is a custom-made one, so it can only be more expensive. It might even be worth hundreds of millions. Wow, so expensive? My little cousin's eyes lit up immediately. After all, for a high school student who usually only spends 300 yuan a month, this amount is simply astronomical. My boss also has a car like that, but it's not the top-of-the-line model. It's around 10.89 million. I've sat in it before. It's really super comfortable. As Yi Wexin reminisced, he spoke excitedly, not forgetting to bring up his boss to bolster his image and continue showing off. He's a hot commodity at the company now. The boss even takes him with him when he goes out. Now, even Yi Wexin's mother, who is also Yu Hongming's aunt, joined in praising him. Yu Hongming was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Why was it that every time he showed off, the criticism always turned against him? As expected, the aunt went to Yu Hongming's side and started to ask him for help. Yu Hongming, you're in college now, but you're running that second-hand goods station. What kind of future do you have? If you really can't find a job, I'll ask Yi Wexin to help you find one. No need, auntie. I'm doing just fine now. There's no need to trouble cousin Yi Wexin. Yu Hongming could only reply politely, forcing himself to be polite. He was helpless. He couldn't very well argue with his elders, could he? My mom, who was listening nearby, probably felt uncomfortable, and my dad couldn't stand it anymore. Yu Hongming, that Rolls-Royce, you drove it here yourself, right? Dad spoke up directly, instantly clearing up all the questions. My mom doesn't know much about cars, but my dad does. Yu Hongming does own one of these luxury cars. It's unclear whether it's custom-made or not, but the brand is definitely his. Yes, I drive it. Yu Hongming nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the whole room changed after he said that one sentence. Apart from his mother, who looked completely calm, everyone else stared wide-eyed at Yu Hongming in shock. Are you really serious? You're not joking, are you? Yi Wexin immediately showed a disbelieving expression. Even his aunt was taken aback. Yu Hongming, it's okay if you're not doing well right now, but you don't have to lie, do you? Yu Hongming didn't lie. Just ask him to take out the key and we'll know. Before Yu Hongming could even explain, his father stepped in to help him out once again. Having no other choice, Yu Hongming could only obediently do as he was told, and took out the car keys to show them off. Actually, he didn't want to appear too high profile, but being constantly pressured to respond, he had no choice but to keep a low profile. How is that possible? As he said this, Yi Wexin snatched the keys from Yu Hongming's hand. He examined it closely, trying to find a flaw to prove that the item was a fake, or it could simply be a small gadget that looks like a lighter. But judging from Yi Wexin's increasingly disappointed expression, these were just his attempts to comfort himself. This key is most likely genuine. The others stared at the key with surprise in their eyes, clearly unable to accept reality for the time being. Everyone already knew that Yu Hongming had returned home to take over the scrapyard, so everyone has always thought he was the worst off among these young people. Who would have thought that the person they once looked down on the most would now be driving a luxury car worth millions or even tens of millions? Hey Yu Hongming, are you dating some rich woman? Yi Wexin had a wild idea and asked this question directly. Moreover, he seriously believed that Yu Hongming's best way out was to marry a rich woman. Otherwise, with that face alone, it would be a complete waste of resources. Upon hearing Yi Wexin's question, the group of people all looked at Yu Hongming with strange expressions. Although these words are a bit offensive, they seem to have struck a chord with many people. There are quite a few people like Yi Wexin who speculate about this in private. He's not the only one who thinks this way. Long ago, a tacit consensus had formed in everyone's mind. With Yu Hongming's appearance, he certainly wouldn't end up in a bad situation. However, he later surprisingly returned to his hometown to take over the scrapyard, which shocked everyone. I really can't understand why, when there's an easy path available, they choose the most difficult one. What are you thinking? Do you think my son needs to be raised by someone else? Before Yu Hongming could speak this time, his father jumped out again to refute him on his son's behalf. He had an air of righteous indignation. Didn't he have his doubts when Yu Hongming came back before? But now he's acting all protective of his own. Even her own father had this thought. No wonder everyone would speculate like this. If we have to blame someone, it's probably only because Yu Hongming's face is too suggestive. They are born with an aura of being pampered and supported. And he's no longer in the scrap metal business, he's now involved in international trade and has made quite a bit of money. International trade? Everyone was stunned, completely unexpected that Yu Hongming had actually turned his life around and become a boss. That sounds pretty plausible. Otherwise, just by looking at this car, one can conclude that unless one is a kept man, how could one possibly afford a Rolls-Royce? Hongming, what kind of business do you mainly do now? At this point, Liang Ruja finally came to his senses and began to chat with him. There was even a hint of anticipation in Liang Ruja's eyes. He knew that his girlfriend's family was making things difficult for him because he came from a rural background. Actually, family background is secondary, ultimately, it's because they think he's poor and lacks connections. But now, he actually has a cousin who drives a luxury car. Liang Ruja immediately felt that things had taken a turn for the better. I mainly act as a second-hand goods agent, I find whatever my customers want. So you're still just running around doing sales and collecting scraps. Yi Weixin seemed to have found some leverage, and his previously suppressed low mood was immediately reignited. Well, Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment when he saw his sudden agitation. However, he was used to this kind of situation and didn't bother to make a fuss about it. I might as well pretend I didn't hear it and let him guess whatever he wants. Even if they're just collecting scrap, they're making way more than you. What are you so smug about? The uncle, who had entered at some point, chimed in, instantly defusing the awkward situation for Yu Hongming while also giving Yi Weixin a piece of his mind. The uncle was speechless. Why did Yi Weixin always find fault with Yu Hongming? Anyway, every time I see him bullying someone, I can't help but help him. This time was no exception. One sentence left Yi Weixin speechless. He was already afraid of his uncle, so he didn't dare to say another word in his defense. Seeing his uncle step in, Yu Hongming felt much more relaxed. He knew that as long as he was present, Yi Weixin wouldn't cause any trouble. Wow, Hongming, that's amazing. You can already afford those big cars that cost millions. I told you, you never disappoint. After suppressing Yi Weixin, the uncle turned to Yu Hongming and smiled with satisfaction. My uncle used to worry about what would happen if Yu Hongming couldn't find a job. I had expressed my disagreement when I initially tried to persuade him to take over the scrapyard. Unexpectedly, Yu Hongming actually succeeded in making a comeback in a short period of time. This is indeed what makes the elderly most proud. Ha ha, it's not as exaggerated as you say, it's just passable. Facing his maternal uncle, Yu Hongming remained humble. There's no need to be so extravagant in front of family, right? However, Liang Ruja, the cousin on the other side, fell into deep thought. When he heard that Yu Hongming was still in the recycling industry, his last glimmer of hope shattered. I was actually thinking of taking her out to show off. The result was that he was in charge of acquisitions. Isn't that tantamount to exposing his own flaws? Just then, Yu Hongming's cell phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, he understood something had happened. I was in such a rush to get here that I forgot to tell Yu Xingxin. The other party probably called because they couldn't get any news. Ignoring the current atmosphere, Yu Hongming immediately answered the call and quickly apologized. XIN, I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you that I went to my uncle's house in Yangcheng. I probably won't be able to have dinner with you today. Has something happened? Yu Xingxin keenly sensed something was wrong and immediately pressed for answers. Unless something major happens, Yu Hongming would never have left without saying a word. Although Yangcheng is under the jurisdiction of Feichen City, it is too far from the city center, and in the eyes of the locals, it is definitely a foreign place. Conversely, when people from Yangcheng go to the city, they will say that they are going to the provincial capital for a stroll. There was a small problem, so I rushed over to handle it, Yu Hongming explained simply. Do you need my help? She was willing to fully support him no matter what. This shouldn't be a problem, I can handle it myself. What exactly happened? Yu Xingxin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Yu Hongming didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. It's a pretty awkward situation. My cousin found a girlfriend, but her family doesn't approve of him because he comes from the countryside. Oh, I see. Then it's easy to solve. You can just help your cousin. That's what I think too, but I'm not really sure how to help me. I feel a bit embarrassed to just give them money directly. In fact, this issue has always troubled Yu Hongming. He is not short of money, but he was afraid that people would feel their dignity had been hurt. What could he possibly offer in return? Besides money, he couldn't think of anything else. To put it bluntly, he was so poor he only had money left. He also felt a little uncomfortable. Should I handle this? Yu Xingxin felt this was a good opportunity. Firstly, it would be helpful to him, and secondly, it would be a good opportunity to get to know the Yu family's relatives and friends. She wanted to make an appearance in front of everyone and, incidentally, gain recognition as the future daughter-in-law of the Yu family. That's why she was so enthusiastic. Sure, but aren't you busy? It's okay, it won't cause any delays. Yu Xingxin responded casually. He then urged, send me the location, and I'll arrange for a driver to pick me up. Okay, be careful on the road. Since Yu Xingxin was being so proactive, Yu Hongming naturally had no reason to refuse. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hongming immediately sent the location information to Yu Xingxin. At the same time, Yu Hongming had just gone out to answer a phone call. The uncle then turned to talk to the mother. Is Yu Hongming particularly busy lately? No, it was his girlfriend who called just now. The mother replied, watching her son's departing figure. Girlfriend? The three words immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. My uncle's eyes lit up immediately. Yu Hongming has a girlfriend? When did this happen? We met through a blind date about 2 or 3 months ago. Blind dates? Yu Hongming needs blind dates to find a partner? My little cousin opened her mouth wide in surprise, looking completely incredulous. The others were equally surprised to hear this. They always thought that someone like Yu Hongming could easily find a girlfriend, and they would all be of exceptionally high quality. How could there possibly be a need for blind dates? This is absolutely unprecedented. Does that mean I have even less hope of finding a partner? Liang Yining playfully pinched her little cousin's nose and said with a smile, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll realize that getting married and finding a partner isn't so easy these days. My little cousin was clearly very interested in Yu Hongming's girlfriend, and she took the opportunity to put her arm around her and ask, Auntie, tell me what Yu Hongming's girlfriend looks like? Is she pretty? Everyone in the room looked unexpectedly, eager to hear what had happened. After all, everyone felt that the person standing next to such an outstanding man should also be quite stunning. Liang Yining did not disappoint everyone, nodding and saying, she's very beautiful, simply a fairy-like beauty. Wow, when can we bring them to meet you? I can't wait to see them. Liang Yining smiled and explained, I can't really say for sure, because she's usually very busy and I'm not sure if she'll have any free time. Even the uncle became interested and asked, what kind of work does this girl do? It's so hard. She's the boss of a big company, and she says she's quite capable. Although it sounded a bit boastful, Liang Yining couldn't help but tell the truth. But auntie, the threshold for becoming a company is so low now. You can register and become a boss with just 30,000 yuan in registered capital. A man named Yi Weixin suddenly interrupted, his tone clearly sarcastic. He had been suppressed for so long, and now that he finally had a chance to refute, how could he let it go? However, Liang Yining was already used to his little tricks and naturally wouldn't stoop to his level. He simply replied, this girl is different. Her company is really powerful, worth over 30 billion. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Everyone, including my little cousin, was so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. They were stunned, as if they had been put on pause. Auntie, are you sure you're telling the truth? 300 billion isn't a joke, is it? Even Yi Weixin, who always likes to compete, couldn't stay calm this time. He simply couldn't accept reality. Could it really be that a girl with such qualities became Yu Hongming's girlfriend? I don't know exactly how much cash 30 billion would amount to, but I can say for sure that this is not a joke. This is what the girl herself told me about her identity. Liang Yining answered with a smile, seemingly confident. Yi Weixin frowned, searching for a way to retaliate. So you're saying you're not worried that this girl is deceiving you? Unwilling to give up, he continued to try to question it. Liang Yining smiled slightly, preparing to teach him a lesson. Why don't you check it out yourself? That girl said she's the heiress of the Eiffel Group and the founder of Yu's investment company. She took out her phone, showed him a group photo, and said, I have a photo of her and my aunt here. Compare them and see if they are the same person. Okay, auntie, let me take a look. Yi Weixin excitedly took the phone and quickly searched for and compared relevant information. However, a few minutes later, he slumped there, seemingly devoid of all vitality, because it turned out he had completely lost. The online search results were exactly the same as the photos on my aunt's phone. If it were just a personal photo, he might suspect it was fake. But this is a group photo, and it features Liang Yining in it. Even the most naive person could guess 7 or 8 parts of it. As for the others, they didn't even need to wait for the results. They could tell what had happened just by looking at Yi Weixin's expression. It seems Liang Yining was right. Yu Hongming's partner really is a 30 billion yuan tycoon, and the heiress of a company worth hundreds of billions. Now everyone understands why Yu Hongming can drive a Rolls-Royce. Well, after Yu Hongming's girlfriend appeared, almost everyone reached a consensus he was destined to be a kept man. They even thought it was only natural. Being a kept man is the perfect fit for him. If we took any other route, it would be a real waste. Well, actually, Yu Hongming had already returned long ago, right when those words were uttered. But his mother was talking, as if she was showing off, so he didn't interrupt. When she suggested that Yi Weixin investigate Yu Xingxin's background, Yu Hongming couldn't help but sigh softly. This sigh was for Yi Weixin, because he knew that the outcome of this matter was already decided, and Yi Wexin would only be in an even more embarrassing situation. He was considering whether to arrange a psychological consultant for Yi Wexin in advance. Otherwise, if he hurt someone too much, he felt he would feel guilty. "Yu Hongming, are you done making the call?" Just then, his uncle noticed that he had returned and immediately invited him over. It even carried a hint of reproach in its tone. "You didn't even tell us about such a big thing as finding a girlfriend? Don't you consider me family anymore?" "No, that's not what I meant. I've just been a bit busy lately and haven't been able to get away," Yu Hongming quickly explained, afraid of causing his uncle to misunderstand. Then it was mentioned that Yu Xingxin was coming over soon. "Uncle, Xin just messaged me. She said she's coming right away and is already on her way." "Great, you really are the most filial. I, as your uncle, have not spoiled you for nothing." Uncle was quite happy to hear that Yu Hongming's girlfriend was coming. "My heart is also full of anticipation." Of course, the uncle's happiness wasn't because the woman was particularly wealthy. He was genuinely happy simply because Yu Hongming had a girlfriend, regardless of whether she had money or not. "Is Xin coming?" Upon hearing that the other party was on their way, Liang Yining was also somewhat surprised and turned to look at her son to confirm. Yu Hongming nodded in response. "She just happened to hear that I was here today, so she stopped by to see me." "Sure, we were going to meet sooner or later anyway, so come on over." In Liang Yining's view, this is not a problem. After all, it was almost a done deal for Yu Xingxin to marry into the Yu family, so it would be natural for her to get to know the elders. Upon hearing that his partner was coming, Yi Wexin unconsciously glanced at the doorway. His every move showed that he already had the idea of running away. "I really can't stay here any longer. Even if you force yourself to continue sitting, it will only make you feel more uncomfortable. You all sit down first. Xiao Lian, come and lend a hand while we go make dinner." My uncle was so excited he couldn't sit still and immediately called his wife to go out and prepare dinner. After all, this was the first time she had formally received Yu Hongming's partner. He valued her no less than he did when his son brought his girlfriend home. This shows how fair and just he is in treating younger generations. "Let me help." Yu Hongming's mother was also uneasy knowing that Yu Xingxin would be coming. This is her family home, so she's practically a housewife here. In addition, since the person who came this time was her future daughter-in-law, Liang Yining naturally couldn't treat her carelessly. "Me too. My aunt, who was sitting next to me, didn't want to sit alone either, so she followed me into the kitchen." Soon, only men remained in the living room. As for the little girl, she's too young, so we'll ignore her. Right now, she is looking at Yu Hongming with eyes that are shining brightly. "Cousin, is your girlfriend really worth 30 billion? "Probably." Yu Hongming nodded slightly. "So, cousin, you're rich now?" Maybe." He gave a casual reply, leaving room for interpretation in his tone. He dared not tell the truth at this time. What if I tell her and scare her? No matter what, Yu Hongming would never do anything to harm a child. "Could you lend me 1,000 yuan first? I'll pay you back as soon as I earn it." The little guy blinked his eyes and made a request with an innocent look on his face. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. So she came here to borrow money. But Yu Hongming didn't find this strange at all. After all, her uncle's family wasn't well off, so he probably wouldn't give her much pocket money. Prices have risen sharply recently. A regular cup of milk tea now costs over 10 yuan. Which little girl doesn't love this kind of drink? This was also the second time she had asked Yu Hongming for help. Previously, the amounts were only small, around tens or hundreds of yuan. This time it jumped straight to 1,000 yuan. Beep. Without saying a word, Yu Hongming immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to her. 10,000 wasn't a lot to him, but for a high school student like her, giving her too much money might not be a good thing. "I'm afraid she'll waste the money and go astray. Good intentions can lead to bad outcomes. How could you just ask Yu Hongming for money like that?" Liang Ruja, the older cousin, saw that his sister was about to borrow money from Yu Hongming again. He wanted to stop her, but he was not as fast as Yu Hongming. In Liang Ruja's mind, although his sister sweetly said she was borrowing money, she never paid it back, which was basically equivalent to asking for it back. He had been tricked out of a lot of pocket money by her like this before. "It's fine with my own family." But Liang Ruja felt a little embarrassed that even strangers were asking him for money. "Although I've had a good relationship with Yu Hongming since childhood, I should still maintain certain boundaries." "It's nothing. I'm giving money to my own sister, what's it to you?" Yu Hongming said nonchalantly. He himself had no blood-related sister, but he had long regarded this one as his own. As long as he has it, she won't be shortchanged. It was always like this, and it remains so now. However, Yu Hongming still gently reminded him, "Remember not to spend it recklessly." Okay. The little girl lowered her head and casually replied with a couple of words. As for her older cousin and younger cousin, she barely reacted. My little cousin was already shocked by the money Yu Hongming had just transferred. That's a whole 10,000 yuan. This was the largest amount of pocket money she had ever received in her life. My little cousin was embarrassed. She had asked for 1,000, but the other party gave her 10 times that amount, which was completely beyond her expectations. The surprise and joy were something that even an adult might not be able to describe, let alone a high school student. Thank you, cousin Yu Hongming. My little cousin sincerely expressed her gratitude. Let me see. When her older cousin saw the look of surprise on his sister's face, he sensed something was wrong and snatched her phone to check what was going on. Brother, please don't. Before she could even cover the screen, her phone was snatched away. The younger cousin could only stare at her older cousin with a resentful expression. Yu Hongming, you're spoiling her. Upon seeing the transfer amount, the older cousin was startled, but still couldn't help but scold Yu Hongming. It's okay, girls need to be taken care of with more money, giving her a little more is no big deal. But 10,000 yuan, isn't that too outrageous? In my cousin's opinion, 10,000 yuan is indeed too much. This is almost equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. Although his salary isn't very high, he is still a civil servant with a formal position, which is considered a stable job in his hometown county. After graduating from university, my older cousin passed the exam and got a job in a county government unit. Although it's a government job in a small town with a monthly income of only 5 or 6,000 yuan, it's considered a pretty good salary in the area. If you compare his income to that of people in big cities, it's obviously incomparable, but in a county town, it's considered a comfortable life. The other relatives were also shocked when they heard the amount. Apart from Yu Hongming, none of them could be considered truly wealthy. Giving a relative 10,000 yuan as pocket money all at once is really too exciting for them. Especially Yi Weixin, he's doing quite well in this circle, earning a monthly salary of 8,000. However, the cost of living in this big city is too high, and he lives a rather frugal life, almost like a grandson. I usually live in the company dormitory. In addition, I've been trying to please my boss's daughter lately, which has led to a string of expenses. They wish they could stretch every penny in half. Now, seeing Yu Hongming casually give away 10,000 yuan, I'm so envious I almost drool. They all secretly hope to curry favor with Yu Hongming, and ideally, receive a generous reward of 10,000 yuan from him. But a last bit of face prevented him from doing anything too outrageous. Give me back my phone. While her older cousin wasn't looking, the younger cousin quickly snatched her phone back. Then he glared at the other person and said, Brother, look how considerate cousin Yu Hongming is. He knows that girls should be raised in a wealthy family. Look at yourself, you even hesitate and are unwilling to lend me a few hundred yuan. When will you be as generous as Yu Hongming even once? The older cousin could only look at his sister speechlessly after hearing this. I was internally complaining, if you're not in charge, of course you don't know how tough life can be. I only make 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, which isn't even enough for myself, let alone a girlfriend I need to take care of. Where would I get the money to support you? Besides, I don't have Yu Hongming's looks, so there's no way I can compare. All the money I earn is hard-earned through physical labor, so I can't afford to be generous even if I wanted to. But these words can only be kept in one's heart. If we say it out loud, everyone will be embarrassed. The younger cousin can be a little willful, but the older cousin can't. So the older cousin could only grit his teeth and continue to hold his breath. I'm going outside to help. Seeing her older cousin still loitering around, the younger cousin quickly made an excuse and slipped away. Everyone could only smile at their clever little cousin and didn't discuss it much. Taking this opportunity, Yu Hongming looked at his eldest cousin and asked with a smile, Cousin, what's going on with your girlfriend's family? Well, when this was mentioned, the older cousin sighed and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Yu Hongming, Your girlfriend's family is so rich, didn't they object to you two being together? Actually, there was a little resistance at first, but they were eventually won over by my personal charm. Yu Hongming smiled, thought for a moment, and then gave his answer. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the 2 trillion in his account. It's too blatant, I'm afraid my older cousin might misunderstand it as showing off. You're just too lucky. The older cousin, who knew nothing about the story behind it, looked on with envy, as if he thought Yu Hongming was simply blessed with superpowers. There are still some things I don't understand. Aside from his looks, he's clearly not much worse than Yu Hongming in other aspects. The key point is that his girlfriend's family isn't that wealthy either. Why is there such a big difference in treatment? Has society really become a world where appearance is justice? Well, I guess I was lucky. Yu Hongming readily accepted this statement. If it weren't for good luck, how could I have met someone as smart and capable as Yu Xingxin? Without saying anything more, he changed the subject and pressed on with more questions. So what's your partner's family situation? I heard from my uncle that they seem to own a factory, but what exactly does it do? How big is it? I heard the company is quite large, mainly producing polysilicon products, which are supplied to solar energy companies and chip manufacturers. They recently negotiated a major client called Shengming Optoelectronics, which is said to have a revenue of over 100 million yuan this year. My older cousin answered all the questions he knew in detail. After learning that Yu Hongming's backer had such a powerful background, he started to make his own plans again. Even if Yu Hongming doesn't step forward himself, could he at least ask his network of connections for help? Even if you go around in circles, there might still be a chance. It's worth taking a chance. After hearing the whole story, Yi Weixin was completely dejected. There's simply no comparison. Upon comparison, it became clear that he was the worst among this group. Let's not even talk about Yu Hongming, that freak. My cousin's ex-girlfriend was also such a formidable person. She's much better than the one he wanted to pursue. What's worse is that he was only thinking about her one-sidedly, she didn't even acknowledge him. The only thing that comforted him was that his older cousin had not yet been accepted by the woman's family. Otherwise, Yi Weixin really wanted to find a place to jump off and end it all. Who could live like that? Shengming Optoelectronics? Upon hearing this word, Yu Hongming couldn't help but smile slightly. If it weren't for the unusual timing, he would have laughed out loud. What a coincidence! At this moment, Yu Hongming was no longer worried about his older cousin's matter. Those small suppliers who rely on their own established companies can be easily taught a lesson. Yu Hongming, what's with that expression? Seeing the change in Yu Hongming's expression, his older cousin asked a question out of curiosity. There was no other way. Yu Hongming was his greatest hope, and he was now paying extra attention to his every move. They didn't even let a single glance escape them. Fine. Yu Hongming waved his hand and smiled at his older cousin. Brother, don't worry, leave this to me. I'll make sure your materialistic father-in-law has no choice but to agree to your relationship. Really? Upon hearing this, my older cousin was incredibly excited, but he didn't act impulsively and continued to press for answers. Yu Hongming, do you have an idea? Well, I don't need to go into the details, just wait for my message. Yu Hongming smiled and gave his older cousin a composed expression, but my older cousin still felt uneasy. But since Yu Hongming had already said that, he could only suppress his curiosity. After all, they came to help him, so he couldn't keep pressing them until they had nothing to say. And regardless of whether it works out in the end or not, you have to say plenty of nice things. Then I'll leave this entirely to you. No matter what the outcome, I will never forget your kindness. Alright, we're all relatives, why are you being so formal? Yu Hongming waved his hand to interrupt. Anyway, helping him is just helping the elders solve their troubles, and it can also bring relatives closer together, so why wouldn't he be happy to do it? There aren't many people in this world who can help you, especially close relatives. Since you have the ability, you should definitely lend a helping hand. I'm going out to make a phone call. After saying this, Yu Hongming walked straight out the door. However, he was stopped by his uncle when he passed by the courtyard. Yu Hongming, where are you going? Is your girlfriend here? It's not that fast. It takes at least an hour to get here from Feichen. I'm going out to take a call. Oh dear, look at this head, and this mouth of mine. Well then, you go. Uncle, please do as you please. Yu Hongming nodded to his uncle and walked out of the house. Sometime later, Yi Weixin also came out and patted Yu Hongming on the shoulder familiarly. Brother, can I borrow your Rolls-Royce key for a bit? I just want to take a look. Take it. Without hesitation, Yu Hongming took out his car keys from his pocket and handed them over. Although Yi Weixin had always been unfriendly to him and liked to pick fights, he was too lazy to bother with such trivial matters. Besides, it's understandable that people would be jealous of someone who is so good-looking. After all, we're family, there's no need to fall out over such trivial matters. After getting the keys, Yi Weixin immediately became radiant and rushed towards the luxury car. At the same time, Yu Hongming took out his mobile phone. I found Joe Binkin in my contacts and pressed the call button. This guy certainly didn't disappoint him. The call connected in less than 5 seconds. Ming Ji, good afternoon. Is there anything I can help you with? Sumucha asked directly, knowing that Yu Hongming always had a mission when he called him, and that the other party didn't like beating around the bush. Therefore, he never talks nonsense and gets straight to the point. Help me investigate someone from your Shengming Optoelectronics. Ming Ji, to be precise, it should be our Shengming Optoelectronics. Yu Hongming had just opened his mouth when Sumucha interrupted him with a remark. This wasn't because he was bold, but rather because it was his last line of psychological defense. Okay, it's Shengming Optoelectronics. Yu Hongming compromised, feeling both amused and exasperated. I wasn't angry, mainly because I'm used to this guy's reactions. The only problem is that I still can't break this habit. I always forget that I am the real boss. He gathered his thoughts and got back to the main point. Mucha, can you help me see what the name of one of our suppliers is? Then he suddenly realized something. I think I forgot to ask the name of that factory. How embarrassing. Ming Ji, did some supplier upset you? Tell me which one it is, and I'll make them regret it. Sumucha is shrewd, he guessed 7 or 8 parts of the story even though Yu Hongming had only just begun to speak. It's not as serious as you say, it's just a minor disagreement. Yu Hongming quickly clarified the situation. Actually, he wasn't worried about not being able to handle things, he was just afraid that the kid would go too far and ruin the person. After all, I still need to explain things to my older cousin. Ming Ji, what exactly happened? Sumucha understood Yu Hongming's meaning. This is something that can be done, but not too much, it can only be handled on a small scale. That's why he needs to ask clearly in order to know how to handle the situation properly. Sumucha is always careful and strives to do her best in everything related to Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming thought for a moment and felt that he should indeed explain in more detail, otherwise he was really afraid that Sumucha would do something reckless. Here's the thing, I have an older cousin who I'm quite close to. He has a girlfriend, but her family isn't very happy with him. Ming Ji, I understand now. Your cousin's girlfriend's family owns a factory, right? Is that what happened? Before Yu Hongming could finish speaking, Sumucha already understood most of it, and she grasped all the key points. Yes, that's it. Hey Ming, your cousin's girlfriend's family is so picky. They don't even like your cousin. What kind of girl do they want? Sumucha couldn't help but mutter something. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he became energetic. Ming Ji, I'm not trying to be mean, but when you marry, you have to choose a virtuous wife. How can someone with such poor taste be related to you? The first few sentences sounded quite righteous and awe-inspiring, as if they were considering Yu Hongming's interests, but then the tone suddenly changed. I happen to have a niece who is 22 years old and quite pretty. How about I ask you to help me set her up with my older cousin and let him see what he thinks of her? Sumucha really went to great lengths to get closer to Yu Hongming. He's even prepared to sacrifice his own niece. Cough, cough, cough. Sure enough, Yu Hongming was really taken aback by Sumucha's wild idea and coughed violently. It took me a while to catch my breath. Although Sumucha's idea was a bit outrageous, Yu Hongming thought about it carefully and realized that it wasn't entirely unreasonable. However, this matter is ultimately a private affair for my older cousin's family, and as an outsider, he shouldn't overstep his bounds. Mu Cha, let's get back to business. Okay, Ming, you go ahead. Sumucha also understands that some things must be left to their own devices and cannot be forced. Where was I? Sumucha's interruption made Yu Hongming completely forget about it. Sumucha quickly helped him recall. Ming was just talking about the factory owned by your cousin's girlfriend. Yes, this is the factory. This suggestion immediately reminded Yu Hongming. However, he soon realized something else. I completely forgot to ask my cousin what the name of his factory is. It's okay, Ming. Just tell me what this factory does and where it's located, and I'll have someone look it up. Sure enough, whenever a problem arose, Sumucha would provide a solution immediately, never letting Yu Hongming down. Yu Hongming didn't mince words and briefly explained what he knew. I heard that they produce polycrystalline silicon raw materials, mainly supplying solar energy plants and chip manufacturers, and they recently secured a cooperation agreement with Shengming Optoelectronics. As for the address, it seems to be near Yangcheng County, which is under the jurisdiction of Feichen. Alright, Ming, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll give you the results right away. After saying this, Sumucha immediately hung up the phone and turned to get back to work. After hanging up the phone, Sumucha didn't dare to slack off and immediately arranged for people to look up information. Despite the limited information, he believed that this clue was enough to find the answer. 10 minutes is more than enough. Yu Hongming, on the other hand, did not leave either. Since it's only 10 minutes anyway, I might as well sit and wait, so I don't have to make another trip later. I sent you Xingxin 2 messages during this time, and the time passed quickly. As expected, the call came back in about 8 minutes. Ming Ji, we've found out. What is the factory name? It's called Tianhe Solar Energy. It's a small factory in Yangcheng that originally mainly supplied polysilicon to the photovoltaic industry. After our wafer fab went online, it's now one of our raw material suppliers. Is the confirmation accurate? Yu Hongming isn't afraid of offending anyone, his biggest worry is accidentally hurting good people. Don't worry, Ming Ji, we're very professional, you can't go wrong. They're the only supplier like this in Yangcheng. Ming Ji, what are your plans in dealing with them? How do we deal with it? To be honest, this problem also stumped Yu Hongming. This is just a family matter. Besides, the other person was just a bit snobbish and didn't do anything wrong. If you go too far, and your cousin messes up his relationship with his girlfriend's family, won't all the blame fall on you? People are trying to help, but if they turn it into trouble, it will be really hard to handle. After thinking for a long time, Yu Hongming finally came up with an idea. Just a token gesture is fine, but it also serves as a reminder to them not to look down on others. Otherwise, they'll learn their lesson when they actually suffer the consequences. Okay, Ming Ji, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Make sure it's done properly. Having promised his older cousin, Yu Hongming took it quite seriously and emphasized it again. Yu Hongming cared about his older cousin's affairs, and Sumucha also took them to heart, so she quickly patted her chest and assured him, "Absolutely perfect. Good." That was the end of the conversation. Yu Hongming hung up the phone, put it away, and walked towards the living room. Sumucha had just finished making the call, but did not take immediate action. Instead, he sat back down in his chair, composed himself, and waited quietly for the right moment. This task was personally assigned by Yu Hongming, and Sumucha felt that she couldn't be careless and had to think it through carefully. We must do things perfectly and not let Ming Ge be dissatisfied in the slightest. After thinking for a long time, Sumucha had made up her mind. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to make the trip himself. Go to Yangchang and have a chat with that person who doesn't know the rules. Moreover, doing this allows you to take care of other things at the same time. Who knows, there might even be a chance to bump into Yu Hongming. As Shangming Optoelectronics became more and more stable, Sumucha had fewer and fewer opportunities to meet Yu Hongming. This didn't align with his thinking, so he kept trying to create opportunities to meet Yu Hongming. This task presents an opportunity, whether he can seize it depends entirely on himself. "You're here." After waiting for about an hour, Yu Xingxin finally appeared in front of Yu Hongming. This is the location that Yu Hongming sent her earlier. Yu Hongming was already waiting in the parking lot before she arrived. As soon as Yu Xingxin got out of the car, she nodded slightly to Yu Hongming in response, and then naturally hooked her elbow around his. She had already sent the driver away, because with Yu Hongming around, there was no need for outsiders. Yu Hongming is incredibly lucky. Yi Weixin, who was still in the car and didn't want to get out, happened to witness Yu Xingxin getting out of the car. He felt a surge of resentment and jealousy. Yu Xingxin is much prettier in real life than in photos. He stared at her for a long time. Yu Xingxin also saw Yi Weixin in the car. He then pointed to the man in the car and asked Yu Hongming, "Who is he?" "Your relative." "Oh, he's my aunt's child, my cousin. Should we go over and say hello?" Yu Xingxin looked at Yi Weixin and asked again. Yu Hongming shook his head. "No need, let's go inside." "All right." Although she didn't quite understand, Yu Xingxin nodded in agreement. But she could also see some clues that cousin from earlier probably didn't have a very good relationship with Yu Hongming. A domineering CEO like this is always very thoughtful. He'll ponder over even the smallest thing for a long time. Yu Hongming led Yu Xingxin into an alley, where his uncle's house was located. As you approach, you can see a group of people standing at the door waiting. Apart from Yi Weixin, who was still lingering in the car, everyone else was waiting outside. "Yu Hongming, so many of them came to pick me up? I'm really a little embarrassed." When Yu Xingxin noticed the person at the door, she couldn't help but look at Yu Hongming with emotion, and gripped his arm even tighter. A feeling of being valued welled up inside her, which was exactly the kind of feeling she liked. "It's all right, we're all family, it's only right." Yu Hongming felt the warmth from Yu Xingxin's arm and assumed she was nervous, so he comforted her with a few words. I don't know if it was the comforting words that worked, or if she was just getting tired of holding me, but the strength in her arms did loosen a little. The two of them walked through the alley, which was less than 30 meters long, in less than 2 minutes. My uncle, aunt, parents, and others who were standing at the door immediately came over to greet them. The most excited person was my uncle. "Yu Hongming, is this your girlfriend? Come and introduce her to your uncle." "Yes, that's right, this is my girlfriend, Yu Xingxin." Yu Hongming answered with a smile, confirming their relationship. Then he turned to Yu Xingxin and said, "This is my uncle." "Hello, uncle." Yu Xingxin greeted them politely. He then introduced the other people. "This is my aunt." "Hello, auntie." "This is my aunt." "Hello, auntie." "This is my older cousin." "Hello, cousin." At this point, my younger cousin, who hadn't been introduced yet, got anxious and jumped out, shouting, "I'm here too." Yu Hongming smiled and pointed at her, introducing, "Oh, and there's also our little cousin." "Hello, little cousin." Yu Xingxin also liked this lively and adorable little girl very much and responded enthusiastically immediately. Finally, she also took the initiative to greet Yu Hongming's parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Yu Jiangguo and Liang Yining nodded repeatedly in welcome. As Liang Yining made arrangements, she said, "The food is all ready. Everyone, don't just stand here. Come inside, sit down, and let's eat and chat." Yes, let's all go inside and eat together." My uncle was also reminded and quickly chimed in with a comment. The others all agreed and turned to walk into the house. "Let's sit here." Yu Hongming casually found a seat and sat down with Yu Xingxin. "Let's come this way too." My little cousin was the first to squeeze in and sit down next to Yu Xingxin. The older cousin had no choice but to sit on the other side, leaving the remaining corner for Yi Weixin, who hadn't returned yet. After the dishes were served, the elders sat down at another table. As the host, the uncle still had to say a few words. It's rare for everyone to get together, especially since Yu Hongming brought his girlfriend. As his uncle, I'm particularly happy and grateful for everyone's presence. The food is simple, but I hope you won't mind and will eat as much as you like. Eat. Everyone smiled in response. The scene immediately became lively. Apart from Yu Xingxin, who was there for the first time, everyone else was a familiar face and didn't seem too reserved. Come on, try this chicken, it's from our own farm. Fearing that Yu Xingxin might feel embarrassed, Yu Hongming specially put a piece of meat into her bowl. You eat too. Unexpectedly, Yu Xingxin adapted very well and immediately put a chopstick on his plate as well. She acted very naturally, much more relaxed than expected. Looking at her, Yu Hongming felt a little more at ease and continued eating with his head down. Sister Xin, are you really the company boss? My little cousin sat next to Yu Xingxin, and from the moment she sat down, she had no intention of eating quietly. There's nothing we can do, my little cousin is at the age where her curiosity is at its peak. In her eyes, Yu Xingxin was full of mystery, and she couldn't help but want to find out more about her. Yes, that's right, what's wrong? Although Yu Xingxin had also been a high school student, she really didn't understand the way kids think these days. People of different ages have different ideas, do you think they can be the same? That's why there are so-called distinctions like the post-80s, post-90s, and post-00s generations. People from different eras encounter completely different things, and Ultraman is probably the only one who can travel through time. It's amazing that it's still so popular, from the post-80s generation to the post-10s generation. My little cousin suddenly screamed. Who would have thought it was because of that? So, Sister Xin, do you really have 30 billion? This number was so shocking to her that she couldn't even imagine it. For a young girl still in school, this is truly shocking. Yu Xingxin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, not expecting that it was Yu Hongming who had brought up this issue. It would be understandable if he didn't have money, but he himself is clearly very wealthy. Why even mention that she has so many assets? It's completely unnecessary. Even she, the president, couldn't figure out what Yu Hongming was trying to do. Actually, it's not Yu Hongming's fault, the fault lies with his future mother-in-law. But Yu Xingxin had no idea about any of this, she could only guess. Despite not understanding it, she answered honestly. Yes, most of the money I'm talking about is in real estate and investments, so I don't have much cash on hand. So it really happened. My little cousin couldn't help but mutter to herself. She stopped eating, her mouth wide open, wide enough to fit an egg. But little did she know, the truly shocking part was yet to come. What Yu Xingxin said next completely stunned her. But compared to your brother Yu Hongming, my little bit of wealth is just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Cousin Yu Hongming? How is that possible? Wasn't he someone you raised? My little cousin looked incredulous, and even seemed to doubt that Yu Xingxin was joking. She said this with a questioning tone, as if she couldn't accept such a statement at all. Yu Xingxin was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but then she understood. Yu Hongming's family must be thinking again that he succeeded because of her. But why did the word again pop into her head? She didn't even realize it herself. A slight upturn at the corners of her lips indicated that she was already about to laugh. You underestimate Yu Hongming. He is extremely wealthy. If you don't believe me, just check the numbers in his bank account. After saying that, he even gave her a way out. Upon hearing this, my little cousin became even more curious and started thinking about what to do. She put down her chopsticks, got up without making a sound, and quietly slipped to Yu Hongming's side. Brother, my phone is dead, can I borrow yours to make a call? Here you go. Yu Hongming casually agreed and handed the phone to her. He knew that Yu Xingxin and her little cousin had been talking in hushed tones, but he hadn't heard a word and hadn't intended to eavesdrop. The little cousin gave Yu Xingxin a victory sign, then secretly walked out. Outsiders would assume she was making a phone call, but only Yu Xingxin knew what she was really going to do. Yu Xingxin secretly glanced at Yu Hongming. Serves you right for pretending to be low-key. Let's see if you can stay calm later. But to everyone's surprise, after only a few steps, a scream came from outside. Everyone immediately looked towards the doorway. What happened? My uncle and cousin immediately dropped their chopsticks and rushed out. After realizing what was happening, the others followed suit and went outside. Only Yu Xingxin hid behind Yu Hongming with a guilty look on her face. She hadn't expected the situation to escalate so much. How could a little girl, who might only have 300 yuan in New Year's money, not be shocked when faced with a bank balance showing 2 trillion yuan? Just now, my little cousin couldn't wait to open her text messages as soon as she left the house, and the first message that popped up was a bank transfer notification. That number was so long it made my scalp tingle. My little cousin looked at it several times and still couldn't believe her eyes. After rubbing my eyes a few times, I realized I hadn't misread it. Then she let out that sharp scream. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? The uncle and older cousin were the first to run out and help the little cousin who was still standing there in a daze. Everyone else gathered around as well. Only Yu Xingxin walked slowly at the very back, her expression somewhat uneasy. At this moment, my little cousin had a blank look in her eyes, her face was pale, and she seemed to have been drained of all her energy. He was clearly so frightened that he lost his mind. The more she acted this way, the more worried everyone became. Yu Xingxin was extremely nervous. If anything really happens, she will be held responsible. It was just a joke, but who knew the little girl had such a low tolerance for stress? She's starting to get scared and feels she should explain. So she whispered, "Yu Hongming, your little cousin didn't take your phone to make a call, she wanted to check your bank balance." After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Yu Hongming stared at Yu Xingxin with a dark expression. I never expected things to turn out this way. He quickly realized that Yu Xingxin was definitely the mastermind behind it all. Otherwise, why would a young girl suddenly think of checking his bank account? Only he and Yu Xingxin knew this number. The matter was already very clear. My little cousin was shocked by her own bank balance. Aside from glaring at Yu Xingxin, Yu Hongming couldn't do anything about her. But Yu Hongming was also somewhat helpless, as this number, once exposed, would likely cause another sensation. "Dad, come and take a look at this." At this moment, my little cousin finally regained her senses under everyone's watchful eyes. Moreover, she felt that such explosive news should be shared by everyone to make it truly exciting. What? Although my uncle didn't know what had happened, he still took the phone from my little cousin. A bank text message? The expenditure was 10,000 yuan, and the balance was. The message seemed ordinary at first, but as he read further, his uncle immediately sensed something was wrong. This string of numbers is just too outrageous. Although he hadn't counted the exact amount yet, he already realized that it was definitely not a small sum. "Dad, what's wrong?" When his older cousin saw his uncle staring intently at his phone, he couldn't resist snatching the phone from his hand. Upon seeing this, Yu Hongming couldn't help but hold his forehead. Oh no, another unlucky guy has arrived. My cousin had no idea he was about to follow in his footsteps, and he still clicked on the message with great curiosity. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat, it never brings any benefit. The clues could be seen from the older cousin's gradually freezing expression. His eyesight was fine until he saw that extremely long string of numbers and he was completely stunned. At first, he couldn't figure out exactly how much money it was. So I read along the numbers. Balance? And then nothing more was said. My older cousin has completely transformed into the same appearance as my uncle from before. They really are father and son, their reactions were almost identical. Let me see. Seeing that his uncle and cousin had become complete idiots, someone finally couldn't sit still any longer. This person was Yu Hongming's mother, who snatched the phone from her older cousin's hand. At this moment, Yu Hongming just wanted to cry. If things continue like this, the whole family will probably be completely bewildered. Yu Xingxin was in no better shape, filled with guilt. Ultimately, she started this whole thing, and now everyone's been stunned. She feels she has to take full responsibility. However, what relieved Yu Hongming a little this time was that his mother was not as shocked as his uncle and cousin. She paused for a few seconds, then shook her phone. "Whose phone is this?" "Mine." In the ensuing silence, Yu Hongming had no choice but to step forward and take responsibility. There was no other way, after all. Besides him, his little cousin was also keeping an eye on things. He also gave the mischievous little girl a disgruntled look. "Don't you want a peaceful life anymore?" Since her son had already admitted it, Liang Yining was a little surprised, but not too shocked. She had already confirmed that it was her son's phone, her question was just a formality. However, she still had unanswered questions. "Son, what's the deal with that text message?" "It's nothing, just a regular bank notification." "Oh, it's just a bank reminder, why did it scare your Xiaoxian like that?" Before this, Liang Yining hadn't even read the text message carefully, let alone counted the zeros after the balance. Of course she knew that her son was not short of money, in fact, he was very rich. She had already transferred a total of 200 million to them before, so she thought that there was at most 200 million in the account, which was not strange. That's why she was puzzled by her uncle's overreaction. That's why the above problems exist. When his mother asked that question, Yu Hongming didn't know how to explain it for a while. "I feel like no matter how I answer, it won't be a good answer." Could he possibly say that there are actually 2 trillion? That would be too boastful, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. But now it's not about whether he's willing to talk or not. Someone helped him break the ice. The older cousin, who had just come to his senses, stared at Yu Hongming with disbelief. "You really received this text message?" Yu Hongming nodded, agreeing. Then he sighed helplessly. "This is too fragile. Why does it look like you've seen a ghost again? Please also understand my cousin, after all, the largest sum of money he's ever seen is at least 100,000 yuan. Against this backdrop, who can withstand the sudden emergence of a 2 trillion yuan balance?" The others couldn't help but be curious too. It was just a simple message, how could it make people react like this? Yi Weixin snatched the phone directly from Liang Yining's hand. And then, that was it, a new wave of victims appeared. Next, it was the aunt's turn to appear. She walked firmly to her son, took the phone, and then froze, just like the others before her. Next was my aunt, who also picked up the phone with a nervous heart. Sorry, we've gained another audience member who looks like a mummy. Finally, it was Dad's turn to appear. He was getting impatient, but he hadn't been able to get a chance until the very last moment. However, unlike before, Dad was very calm, similar to Mom, because he also thought it was only 200 million yuan, nothing special. Therefore, he couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at everyone. Why are you all making such a fuss? It's just a mere 200 million, is it really that big of a deal? Once they realized what was happening, everyone turned to look at Yu Jiangguo, their eyes filled with confusion. Why does this sound so familiar? It's like saying you spent 100 yuan to buy a bottle of water. If it's really 200 million, then it's acceptable. The key is that it's actually 2 trillion. Which normal person could remain calm upon hearing such a balance? Ordinary people are content with earning tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in their lifetime. How could they possibly reach such an astronomical amount? Uncle, that's the problem. It's not 200 million, it's 2 trillion. Yi Weixin couldn't help but sigh. A deep sense of despair welled up inside me. The rival he had been chasing for decades had long since left him far behind. Even if you put an accelerator on him, he still wouldn't be able to catch up with others. 2 trillion. That's what Yu Hongming's parents blurted out, their voices full of surprise. They almost immediately moved closer to their son, staring at the phone screen and starting to count the numbers one by one. After checking it 3 times, they finally believed they hadn't misread it. But once they confirmed the amount, they were instantly stunned. This balance is terrifying. This is outrageous. Even movies and TV shows wouldn't dare to write something like this, let alone in real life. But the fact is, that number really did appear on his son's phone. Yu Jiangguo was the first to react, handing the phone to Yu Hongming with a slight frown. Yu Hongming, what's going on with this number? Yu Hongming shrugged, it's just doing business. We just kept doing it and that's how much we have. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces immediately showed black lines. Are you running a business? You wouldn't pick up money this fast. Even more outrageous, everyone started to think, even robbing a bank probably wouldn't be this efficient. Your business can make this much money? Yu Jiangguo was actually quite calm. He was more shocked than worried. He didn't suspect the money was of dubious origin. After all, Yu Hongming was a man of great things, no longer the naive young man he once was. How could a son who had connections with the military do something illegal? Yu Jiangguo even knew a secret that no one had discovered. There might be someone secretly watching them. He stumbled upon it by chance. That time, he was driving through an intersection when he saw pedestrians crossing the road, so he stopped to let them pass. Unexpectedly, the Land Rover behind him couldn't brake in time and crashed directly into the rear of his car. Normally, the vehicle behind would be fully responsible, but the driver was quite stubborn. Not only did he blame Yu Jiangguo, but he also grabbed a baseball bat, ready to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Yu Jiangguo was mentally prepared to get beaten up. Suddenly, a black minivan sped out. Several strong men got out of the car and, without saying a word, pinned the driver to the ground. Several people even pointed guns at him. The Land Rover driver was so frightened that he immediately backed down. The strangest thing was that Yu Jiangguo realized that he seemed to have seen these people in this car several times before. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when I thought about it later, I realized it was probably not simple. He was probably a soldier. So from that time on, he was only curious about what his son was doing, and had no worries at all. Of course, I'm also afraid that knowing too much will cause trouble. Yu Jiangguo was long past the age of youthful impulsiveness. Having lived to this age, he understands that sometimes it's safer not to know. Yu Hongming continued, it's alright, the products are selling well, so we're making a bit more money. These words silenced the entire room once again. 2 trillion already, and you still say that's okay. And what exactly did you sell? That's incredibly efficient at making money. Everyone was almost completely confused by him, and their minds were in complete chaos. Stop making a fuss here, everyone go eat. In the end, it was Liang Yining who stepped in and broke the awkward situation. She called everyone back to the table to eat, and then glared at Yu Hongming fiercely. It was all his fault. Yu Hongming could only respond with an extremely innocent expression. I didn't do anything, so why do I feel like I did something wrong? Although the other relatives also sat back down at the table, they could no longer eat. Having just experienced the visual shock of 2 trillion, how can one feel relaxed? The meal was so unpalatable that everyone ate it like it was made of toilet paper, and it tasted like nothing at all. Even if you replace it with delicacies from land and sea, no one will be able to taste the flavor. Everyone's mind is a jumbled mess. What was supposed to be a happy dinner was suddenly disrupted by Yu Xingxin. Her face was full of guilt. It's fine. Yu Hongming didn't blame her, instead, he took the initiative to comfort her. Yu Xingxin didn't know what to do with her hands, and said in a low voice, Yu Hongming, I'm sorry. I said it's nothing, so it's nothing. They'll find out sooner or later. As he spoke, Yu Hongming gently grasped her hand, giving her a little strength. Sister Xin, what kind of business does cousin Yu Hongming do? How did he make so much money all of a sudden? My younger cousin, being more curious, quietly asked. Although the sound was soft, the entire room was quiet at that moment, and everyone could hear it clearly. Who wouldn't want to know the truth? So everyone pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. Yu Xingxin didn't hide anything. Since they were already on the topic, she decided to just say it all at once. It's nothing much, just trading in used machinery and equipment. Do you watch the news? Have you ever heard of a company called Shengming Optoelectronics? It's okay if you can't hear me, but you must know about Vita Mobile, right? Shengming Optoelectronics is the company that supplies chips to Vita mobile phones. Yu Hongming is the biggest controller behind the scenes. Much of the equipment in China's entire chip industry chain was provided by Yu Hongming. The older generation may not be familiar with it, but the younger generation was completely dumbfounded after hearing it. The shock of this news is no less than when I saw the 2 trillion yuan in bank deposits. I was absolutely stunned. The way he looked at Yu Hongming was like he was looking at an alien. They never dreamed that Yu Hongming would be the one who changed the fate of China's chip industry. In fact, there had been a lot of discussion about this online, and my cousin, younger cousin, and Yi Wexin had all read many posts. None of them expected that the legendary mastermind was right beside them, and even their closest confidant. As for whether they believe Yu Hongming is just a braggart or not, absolutely impossible. A billionaire with a net worth of over 100 billion has no need to resort to tricks. Not to mention there's a staggering 2 trillion yuan right in front of us as proof. Who else but a truly powerful figure could casually produce such a large sum of money? At this moment, the older cousin couldn't help but smile. He remembered that Yu Hongming had said a few days ago that he would help him deal with his girlfriend's family matter. At that time, he had no hope and felt that the matter was completely unreliable. But the situation is different now. If Yu Hongming is indeed the real owner behind Shengming Optoelectronics, then getting his girlfriend's small factory under his control would be as simple as making a small request. Once Yu Hongming opened his mouth, the older cousin was 100% certain that the other family wouldn't dare utter a sound. With Yu Hongming backing him up, he was certain that the woman's family would not only not dare to look down on him, but would also take the initiative to please him. At that moment, the older cousin finally understood anything can happen in a lifetime. Who will be the one laughing last? Yu Hongming, have you figured out how to help your older cousin resolve that matter? After the meal, Yu Xingxin suddenly remembered one of the purposes of her trip. It wasn't that she didn't care about it, but she had been so busy that she hadn't had a chance to bring it up. Oh, that matter? I've already taken care of it. Really? How did you manage that? Yu Xingxin immediately became interested. She still remembered that Yu Hongming looked worried just a few days ago. How come the problem was solved in the blink of an eye? But soon, she heard the answer from Yu Hongming. Actually, things are simpler than I thought. My cousin's girlfriend's small factory happens to be one of our suppliers at Shengming Optoelectronics, so I entrusted this matter to Samucha. Shengming Optoelectronics? What a coincidence. Yu Xingxin was also quite surprised. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. If it's really as Yu Hongming said, then this is indeed a minor matter. It would be perfect to have Samucha take action himself. As long as he appears, any problem will be solved. How could a small factory dare to mess with a big company like Shengming Optoelectronics? With things having come to this point, Yu Xingxin decided to stop worrying about it. Because compared to her, Samucha not only gets things done faster, but also achieves much better results. At the same time, far away in Yangcheng, this is the hometown of my cousin's future wife. The place was now in complete chaos. Just minutes ago, the factory received a notification. Samucha, chairman of Shengming Optoelectronics, will be visiting tomorrow. Although Tianhe Solar has been operating for many years, it is essentially a family business. The boss, Zhou Cheng, is the bride-to-be's father. The general manager position is held by his eldest son, who is also the bride's brother. The head of the finance department is her older sister. The sales manager is her brother-in-law. In short, the most important positions in the entire company are all occupied by her family members. The bride herself was an exception. She held no position at the factory and did not work regularly. In fact, she, like her older cousin, worked as a civil servant in the county. If it weren't for this reason, they wouldn't have met. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Cheng immediately convened an emergency meeting with his entire family. Even Zhou Lei, who was usually ignored, was called in this time as an exception. Normally, she definitely wouldn't bother coming over. She was still angry about how her elders had treated her boyfriend before. But this time, Dad's tone was unusually firm. If he didn't go, there might be trouble. So she eventually came. Even after arriving, Zhou Lei chose a seat in the far corner and silently watched how the others planned their next move. She had a feeling that this matter was most likely related to her, but she is not yet clear about the reason. After everyone had arrived, Zhou Cheng spoke. After all, he was the head of the family. I just received news that Sumucha, the chairman of our biggest customer, Shengming Optoelectronics, will be visiting the factory tomorrow. The scene immediately erupted in commotion. Apart from Zhou Lei, everyone else was in an uproar. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their voices rising and falling. No way. Is this reliable? Sumucha is a big shot. How could he possibly come to a small place like ours? Dad, did you confirm this before saying that? After he finished speaking, everyone became very excited and bombarded him with questions. Only Zhou Lei listened quietly, her face showing no reaction. She was a civil servant and had no interest in factory affairs. Not to mention that the names Shengming Optoelectronics and Sumuti were completely unfamiliar to her, so she naturally didn't have a strong reaction. Zhou Cheng waved to the people inside the house. At that moment, his authority as a parent was immediately apparent, and the noise stopped instantly. I've checked the news, it's absolutely true. The key question now is, why did Sumucha suddenly come to visit our factory? This is what troubles him the most. What level of company is Shengming Optoelectronics? A behemoth with a market capitalization of trillions. Why would the head of such a large company suddenly become interested in a small business like ours? Dad, maybe Chairman Su has his eye on our company's growth potential and wants to invest? After thinking for a while, Zhou Qi, the eldest son, came up with an idea. As the person in charge of specific management, he also has more experience. As soon as this statement was made, everyone expressed their agreement. Apart from her father and younger sister Zhou Lei, the others nodded in agreement. That's a plausible reason. Very likely, otherwise why would they travel all this way to see us? Our development has been relatively stable in recent years, so it's normal for others to take notice of us. The conversation quickly turned from discussion into a scene of mutual praise and flattery. Of course, we have to thank Dad for your wise leadership. That's right, without your guidance, Tin he wouldn't have been able to develop so smoothly. I think Chairman Su might be here specifically for you, and he might invite Dad to join Shengming Optoelectronics. Stop arguing, this isn't the time for this. Let me ask you something, have you been bothering anyone lately? Zhou Cheng wasn't flattered by those words. Another possibility surfaced in his mind. The reason Tianyi Guangnang has been able to reach its current state is not because of flattery or sycophancy, but because of his consistently cautious and prudent character. Especially when facing a behemoth like Shengming Optoelectronics, Zhou Cheng was extremely vigilant, because if they were to casually move a finger, Tianyi could be doomed forever. His hard-earned career cannot be ruined. Therefore, no matter how small the possibility, he had to think it through carefully to ensure that nothing was overlooked. No, I definitely didn't cause any trouble. How could we dare to do anything reckless? Apart from Zhou Lei remaining silent, everyone else shook their heads frantically in denial, like rattledrums. Zhou Cheng sharply scanned the crowd, but ignored Zhou Lei sitting to the side. Unfortunately, although Zhou Lei had poor taste and ended up with a boyfriend who had a decent but not many jobs, she was always very easy to take care of. Therefore, in Zhou Cheng's mind, she was automatically removed from the list of suspects. I hope you're telling the truth, otherwise, you know the consequences. He only let them go after giving them a final warning. Let's put aside why Chairman Su came for now and discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's reception. Dad, we'll do whatever you say. Zhou Qi immediately responded, because he knew in his heart that only his father could make the decision on such matters. He only needs to follow instructions. Dad, I'll do as you say. The others nodded in agreement. Alright, I'm used to it anyway. I already had my own plans. Tomorrow, I'll take my older brother to the airport to pick up Chairman Su, while my older sister will stay at the company and take full charge of the reception. Okay, Dad. Zhou Qi and Zhou Fei both agreed. Then Zhou Cheng looked at Zhou Lei. Xiao Lei, quit that job and come back to help out. Work in the finance department with your older sister. Dad, Zhou Lei's face clearly showed her reluctance, but she ultimately didn't dare to refuse. She knew that it would be useless to say it, because her father never cared about her thoughts. Further discussion is pointless. Little sister, listen to your father. The older brother immediately advised. The older sister quickly chimed in, Xiao Lei, Dad is doing this for your own good. She was feeling down, as if she had absolutely no choice. Seeing that the situation was difficult to reverse, Zhou Qi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. Dad, I have an idea. Tell me about it. Zhou Cheng glanced at his son and responded indifferently. Dad, I heard that Chairman Su has a son who is about the same age as Xiao Lei and is not married yet. Should we consider him? Although Zhou Qi didn't finish speaking, Zhou Cheng instantly understood the meaning and fell into thought. he slowly revealed the same excited look in his eyes. However, he still had a concern. What if he already has a girlfriend? What's there to be afraid of? Our Xiao Lei is just as good. Maybe she'll win if we compete with her. That makes sense. We can give it a try. As they talked, Zhou Cheng began to support his eldest son's idea. He even glanced at Zhou Lei. You. This time, Zhou Lei finally couldn't hold back her anger, but her hesitation choked her, and she could only manage to utter 2 words. Being tongue-tied, introverted, and timid from a young age meant she was always being pressured to speak, lacking even the basic ability to refute. But this time she really crossed the line, and she was furious. For the first time, she felt an urge to go all out, because she never imagined that her closest relatives would treat her like this. There are absolutely no bottom lines. You're being ridiculous. I won't do what you say. She almost yelled it out. These words struck the room like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. Zhou Lei, are you trying to rebel? As the eldest son in his family, Zhou Cheng never allowed anyone to question his authority. Besides, she was someone who held little weight in his eyes. So he became famous. No one stood by her side, and no one said a word for her. Instead, everyone took turns trying to persuade her. Xiao Lei, your dad is doing this because he loves you. You're ungrateful. That's right, being the young master of the prestigious Shengming group is much better than being a lowly civil servant like you are now, isn't it? Exactly. Marrying into such a wealthy family not only allows you to enjoy a life of luxury, but it also helps support your family, right? You. Tears welled up in Zhou Lei's eyes, but she had no idea how to retaliate. Be good, listen to me, we're doing this for your own good. Seeing his daughter cry, Zhou Cheng suppressed his anger and lowered his voice. I will absolutely not agree. You're hopeless. Zhou Cheng was enraged again and launched into a tirade of abuse at Zhou Lei. Don't even dream about it. I won't compromise. After reiterating her stance, Zhou Lei turned and ran out of the house. She was already sobbing uncontrollably. Even after Zhou Lei left, her older brother Zhou Qi still refused to give up. Dad, you can't let Xiaoliai continue to be so willful. This kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If we miss it, we'll never get another one. I know I will make her obey. If all else fails, I will tie her up and take her there. Zhou Cheng's thoughts were completely aligned with his son's, and he also expressed his determination. He would do it even if his son didn't mention it. In his logic, this was the best choice. On the one hand, it would provide his daughter with a secure job, and on the other hand, it would help his own business develop. Alright, everyone go back and rest. Get up early tomorrow and prepare for the reception. After he had dismissed everyone, Zhou Cheng did not leave. Sitting quietly by himself, he was still pondering every detail of tomorrow. Strive for absolute certainty. The next day. Mingji, I've arrived at the airport and am about to board the plane to Yangcheng to find you. Early in the morning, Yu Hongming received a call from Su Mucha. Yu Hongming was a little surprised to hear that Su Mucha was coming over in person. You're coming in person? Of course, I have to personally handle the things that Brother Ming asked me to do. Sure enough, Su Mucha would never miss an opportunity to impress Yu Hongming. Okay, I got it. Yu Hongming nodded in response. Although Yu Hongming felt that Su Mucha's personal involvement was a bit of an overreaction, he didn't say much about it. After all, this matter involves his cousin's major life event, so it's understandable that he takes it seriously. Brother, dinner's ready. As soon as Yu Hongming hung up the phone, Yi Weixin came over and affectionately called him brother. This would have been almost impossible in the past. But since yesterday, the situation has completely changed. After seeing Yu Hongming's bank account balance and learning that he was actually the real boss behind Shengming Optoelectronics, Yi Weixin's last bit of resentment disappeared. People need to learn to face reality, right? Yi Weixin has now completely given in. That's why we're in this situation today. Okay, you can eat with us. Yu Hongming responded and patted Yi Weixin on the shoulder, signaling him to go eat together. In fact, he was not surprised at all by Yi Weixin's change. After what happened yesterday, if he's still as arrogant and ignorant as before, then he probably has something wrong with his head. That's not just recklessness, it's a problem with intelligence. Those who can't grasp the situation will only cause trouble if they stay. Alright, let's go together. Hearing the warmth in Yu Hongming's tone, Yi Weixin was quite happy, and his previous worries vanished. After all, he used to target Yu Hongming, so he inevitably felt some guilt and fear. But now that I think about it, with Yu Hongming's strength, dealing with him would be easier than crushing an insect. Did you just finish the call? As soon as they returned to the living room, Yu Xingxin came up to them and asked a question. She didn't go back last night either. Since Yu Hongming hadn't left, she naturally couldn't leave first. However, the two of them did not live together. To be honest, Yu Hongming also wanted that kind of arrangement, but he could only think about it in his heart. With many relatives visiting and rooms limited, Yu Xingxin had no choice but to share a room with her younger cousin for the night. Okay, that's it. Yu Hongming nodded in response, then greeted her. Have you had breakfast? Have you brushed your teeth? I brushed it, Yu Xingxin said with a smile, revealing a set of white teeth, as if she were undergoing an examination. Let's go eat together then. After we finish eating, we'll go with your older cousin to talk to his girlfriend's family. Okay, whatever you say. This must be the legendary wife follows husband situation, right? She would cooperate fully with whatever Yu Hongming asked her to do. Big cousin, sit here. Upon seeing his older cousin come out, Yu Hongming quickly waved to him, gesturing for him to sit down next to him. He planned to discuss today's arrangements with his older cousin. However, judging from his appearance, this older cousin's mental state was not very good. The large dark shadows in front of him looked as if they had just come out of a panda's den. Good morning, everyone. The older cousin yawned and greeted him before sitting down next to Yu Hongming. Seeing him like this, Yu Hongming couldn't help but tease him a bit. Big cousin, did you go fishing again in the middle of the night? Don't even mention it, it's all because of that little trouble my partner's family is causing. After saying that, the older cousin sighed, as if he had remembered something, and looked up to ask, does your company's chairman really have an unmarried son? There really is one, Yu Hongming nodded in confirmation. Upon learning that this person truly existed, the older cousin's expression immediately turned tense. He even pointed to his own face and asked, am I as handsome as you? Yu Hongming immediately pictured Su Lepiang's face, recalling how Su Lepiang had come to him to buy a lithography machine. After comparing them, the conclusion was, in terms of looks, the older cousin is still better. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, the older cousin immediately felt more relaxed. Yu Hongming knew what his older cousin was worried about, so he continued to comfort him, saying, don't worry, with me here, let alone marrying your girlfriend, that young master won't even dare to glance at you. Alright, then I'll have to rely on you to solve this for me. The older cousin looked at Yu Hongming gratefully. This trust is not without reason. Having experienced what happened the night before, he was now convinced that as long as Yu Hongming took action, there was absolutely no reason why this matter couldn't be resolved. Then, Yu Hongming briefly explained the plan for the day. Later, Yu Xingxin and I will accompany you to meet your partner's parents and try to finalize things. Thank you so much, you've gone to so much trouble. Upon hearing the arrangements, the older cousin quickly expressed his gratitude, inwardly marveling at his good fortune. Having such a reliable and capable cousin is truly a blessing. Why say so much? We're family. Yu Hongming waved his hand and urged him to hurry up and eat. Hurry up, let's eat our fill so we can get going. The older cousin glanced at Yu Hongming again, nodded, and began to eat as well. Breakfast in the countryside isn't very varied, it's usually just steamed buns, eggs, and a big pot of porridge that's been simmering all night. Although the dishes are simple, they are all made with organic ingredients, making them clean and healthy, a luxury that can't be found in the city. Feichen Airport, 8:15 a.m. Zhou Cheng has already brought Zhou Qi and his sister Zhou Lei to the scene. Zhou Lei originally didn't want to come at all, but in the end, she couldn't resist the pressure from her brother Zhou Cheng and had to come along. Although she had arrived, she had already made up her mind. This time, I will absolutely not cooperate. Not even for a second. Zhou Cheng had clearly noticed his daughter's attitude, but he didn't have a better solution. After all, she is his own biological daughter, and pushing her too hard could easily cause problems. Zhou Cheng understood the principle that things will turn into their opposites when they reach an extreme. Fortunately, Zhou Lei has arrived, so he has achieved half of his goal. As long as Chairman Su is satisfied with his daughter, he has 100 ways to get her to agree to the marriage. The time was 8:30. An announcement rang out over the airport's public address system. Attention passengers, flight GD 3023 has arrived. Arrive. Upon hearing the flight number, Zhou Qi, the eldest brother, immediately reminded his father. It should be out soon. Pick up the sign. Zhou Cheng nodded to indicate that he understood, and then turned to instruct his secretary to hold up the welcoming sign. The person who came to pick them up didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes after the broadcast ended, Sumucha and her group walked out of the exit and headed in this direction with a clear purpose. Of course, Sumucha couldn't come alone, he brought his assistant with him. In addition, there were people from the purchasing department, including the department head and an ordinary employee. That ordinary employee was a junior purchasing agent who had been working with Tianhe Solar. Normally, he wouldn't be qualified to go on business trips with the chairman. But this time is an exception. Besides these people, there was also a very important figure in the crowd. That was Su Lepiang. Sumucha specifically called him over so that his son could have a chance to meet Yu Hongming and become familiar with him. Chairman Su, welcome. It's such an honor. Before Sumucha even appeared, Zhou Cheng had already thoroughly studied all of his information. Now, he recognized Sumucha at a glance and immediately went to greet him. Seeing Zhou Cheng set off, the people behind him knew that the main character had arrived and followed suit. Zhou Lei had no choice but to follow the crowd and take the last step out. To minimize her presence, she always walked at the back of the group, hiding behind others. You are Zhou Cheng from Tianhe Light Energy? Sumucha smiled slightly, looking at the other person with a playful expression. Last night, Zhou Cheng stayed up late to review information about Sumuti, and Sumuti also did its homework. However, if this matter hadn't involved Yu Hongming, Sumucha wouldn't have paid special attention to such an inconspicuous small company. Normally, companies with a market value of only 1 or 200 million yuan would not be taken seriously by Sumuti. Zhou Cheng, completely unaware that he might be in trouble, remained enthusiastic. Yes, that's me. I really didn't expect you to remember me. It's my honor. Sumucha glanced at Zhou Cheng again, speechless. In my heart, I was already thinking, who would want to remember you? If you hadn't offered yourself up, would I have come? However, Sumucha did not expose him and remained calm. Let's go take a look at your factory first. Okay, Chairman Su, this way please. Zhou Cheng dared not refute, and immediately led the way respectfully, taking on the duties of receiving guests. At this moment, Zhou Qi had already quietly approached Su Leping. He had carefully researched Su Leping's background last night, so he recognized him at a glance. Seeing him in person was a delightful surprise, because he wasn't sure if Su Leping would come along. Now that the opportunity has arrived, how can we miss it? So he quickly stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Zhou Qi, the general manager of Tianhe Solar Energy, and also the son of my father, Chairman Zhou. Oh. To Zhou Qi's disappointment, Su Leping only responded softly and didn't react in any particular way. Zhou Qi didn't care. On the contrary, he felt that this aloof demeanor was exactly the image of a rich young master in his mind. I heard you're not married yet? I have a younger sister who's quite pretty, perhaps you could learn more about her. As he spoke, he specifically pointed to Zhou Lei in the corner. Upon seeing Zhou Lei, Su Leping was indeed somewhat tempted. Although there was no shortage of beautiful women, her fresh and clean temperament still gave him a strange sense of connection. So he nodded to Zhou Qi. We can give it a try. That's great, Mr. Zhou. I'll arrange for my sister to ride with you in the same car later, so you can chat more. Zhou Qi was overjoyed when Su Leping agreed. It seems that I can already see a bright future ahead of me, and the road to success is just around the corner. He had actually come up with more than a dozen plans for these arrangements last night, taking a very comprehensive approach to ensure that nothing went wrong. Chairman Su, please get in the car. As soon as they stepped out of the arrival hall, Zhou Cheng escorted Sumucha to a Maybach. Young Master Zhou, this way. Zhou Qi then led Su Leping to another Mercedes-Benz E520. After settling everyone in, he ran back to Zhou Lei's side like lightning, grabbed her and pulled her toward the Mercedes, giving her a few warnings. Zhou Lei, you'd better behave. If you anger this young master, your whole family will suffer along with you. Think it through. Brother, please don't do this. Zhou Lei angrily shook off Zhou Qi's hand. But Zhou Qi's move was effective, and she ultimately had no choice but to compromise. But is it really possible for her to perform well? That's unlikely, she's just pretending to cooperate. Seeing his younger sister obediently get into the car, Su Leping mistakenly assumed that she was willing, so he relaxed his attitude. He adopted a gentlemanly expression and extended his hand. Hello beautiful, my name is Su Leping, nice to meet you. I am Zhou Lei. After she gave her name, she did not shake hands. Her actions, though seemingly cold, were a way of expressing her stance. I don't want you to misunderstand. Seeing this, Su Leping felt embarrassed to insist any further and withdrew his hand with an awkward smile. He is not the kind of person who forces others to do things. He has always only accepted relationships based on mutual affection. With his father present, he really didn't dare to do anything reckless. This restraint inadvertently saved his life. On the rest of the journey, Su Leping did not initiate any further conversation with Zhou Lei, instead focusing intently on playing the game. Zhou Lei then felt a little relieved. I secretly rejoiced, at least I've escaped this ordeal for now. As for what happens next, I'll deal with it as it comes. She didn't have any better ideas. Near Tianhe Solar Energy Company, a Rolls-Royce with the license plate HIA 99999 slowly drove up. After breakfast, Yu Hongming and Yu Xingxin set off with their eldest cousin. Yi Weixin and his little cousin were also eager to join in the fun, so Yu Hongming had no choice but to bring them along. There are exactly 5 seats for 5 people, and the Rolls-Royce fits perfectly. As soon as Yi Weixin got in the car, he took the driver's seat and insisted on driving for Yu Hongming. Left with no other choice, Yu Hongming had to make him his driver. Yi Weixin sat in the front seat, so the passenger seat naturally went to his older cousin. The remaining 3 seats in the back row were reserved for Yu Hongming, Yu Xingxin, and his little cousin. Yu Hongming was caught in the middle of the 2 girls, putting him in a somewhat delicate situation. This should be the place, right? I guessed right. Actually, my older cousin had never been here before, but the sign at the entrance did indicate this place, so he could only assume it was correct. The driver turned to Yu Hongming and asked, should we park outside, or drive straight in? Drive it in, Yu Hongming answered decisively. He had already glanced inside. It was quite a distance from the gate. Yu Hongming's personality dictates that he would rather take a few fewer steps than take an extra one, especially since the distance was not short. Beep, beep. Upon receiving Yu Hongming's reply, Yi Wexin immediately took action. When the car arrived at the door, he honked the horn twice without saying a word. He knows the ins and outs of this place like the back of his hand. The security guard at the gate just loves to show off. If you had come on foot, they would have stopped you and searched you endlessly. Even ordinary mobility scooters have to stop and register when they arrive, but if a luxury car comes, it gets through without any obstacles. If you just honk the horn, the gate will open immediately. However, this trick only works in small factories. Even Yi Wexin himself felt that Tianhe Solar was at most a small company. The result was exactly as he expected. Before his loudspeaker had even finished blaring for 5 seconds, the door had already opened. Without saying a word, Yi Wexin drove straight in and stopped in front of the office building. Has the person arrived yet? Zhou Fei, the eldest sister who was preparing to receive guests in the factory, saw a Rolls-Royce drive up and couldn't help but ask a question. Although she found it a little strange that her father hadn't come to pick her up in his own car, she didn't think much of it, assuming that the people on the other side had already arrived ahead of time. Maybe the chairman came in person? Zhou Fei didn't dare to be careless, as she automatically filled in a reasonable scenario in her mind. He immediately directed everyone to line up in formation. Then he quickly stepped forward and opened the rear door for the guest. However, she froze the moment she saw who was inside the car. Didn't they say Chairman So had arrived? Why is it a young man and 2 young girls? But this doubt didn't last long. When Zhou Fei saw her cousin get out of the passenger seat, she instantly understood everything. This wasn't a visit to the big boss of the business partner, but rather to Liang Ruja, the boyfriend of his least favorite younger sister. However, there was still one thing she didn't understand. Has this guy suddenly become rich? Otherwise, how would I have gotten into a Rolls-Royce? Could it be rented? The thought flashed through her mind. So his face immediately turned ugly. Then, like a machine gun with a bullet, he opened his mouth and launched into a tirade against Liang Ruja. Liang Ruja, why are you so incorrigible? Didn't I tell you long ago that you're not suitable for our little sister? Our whole family will never agree to it. Don't pretend you're a millionaire just because you rented a luxury car and came back to show off. Dream on. It would be better for all of us if you left sooner rather than later. The sudden barrage of insults left Liang Ruja completely speechless, unable to refute anything. What else is there to say? Get out of here right now, or I'll have someone kick you out. Seeing that he didn't move, Zhou Fei continued to scold him and gave him a push on the shoulder. She was also anxious because, according to the time, her father would be arriving soon to pick up Chairman Su. What if they ruin this deal and the Su family doesn't want their daughter anymore? Which wealthy family doesn't pick and choose when selecting a wife? Zhou Fei simply couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't wait to get rid of this troublemaker. Who are these people? How can they just let anyone in? Not only that, she also berated the guards at the gate, intending to replace them later. Apart from the eldest cousin, everyone else also witnessed the arrogant attitude of the couple's family members. Brother Yu, she's so fierce. Should we leave? The little cousin was terrified and grabbed Yu Hongming's arm, asking softly. It's alright, don't be afraid, Yu Hongming comforted her. I'll make her apologize to you later. She actually scared my precious cousin. Brother, do you really have a way to deal with her? Yu Xingxin asked, half believing and half doubting. Cough cough. Hearing this tone, Yu Hongming almost fainted. How can a man easily admit defeat? Wait a minute, let me make a call to confirm something, he said, taking out his phone from his pocket. Just as I was about to dial, I was suddenly shoved. At the same time, a chorus of sarcastic remarks rang out, trying to call for reinforcements. Don't you know whose territory this is? Who dares to speak up for you here? The phone slipped from my hand without me noticing and shattered into pieces. Staring at the shattered machine at his feet, Yu Hongming was speechless for a moment. I never expected her to be so unreasonable. I felt extremely sorry for the damaged equipment. This was a very generous gift personally presented by Minister Chiu, and now that it's broken, we'll have to go back to Minister Chiu for a new one. You're upset about your phone? I'll pay you back. Zhou Fei sneered at the scattered pieces on the ground, then added threateningly, you'd better get lost. Do you really want us to take action? Look, our men are here. If you don't leave right now, don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing a large group of people rushing in through the door, Zhou Fei became even more arrogant, her face full of smugness. At this moment, the older cousin, Yi Wexin, and the younger cousin all saw the figure rushing over. More than a dozen. The sheer number of people is frightening. They immediately became timid. The younger cousin looked terrified and held onto Yu Hongming's hand tightly, not daring to let go. Cousin Yu Hongming, how about we retreat first, and then come back to fight after you gather your men? That's right, Yu Hongming. They're powerful now, so we should avoid trouble for now. Yi Wixin also began to feel scared and hurriedly advised Yu Hongming to back down. Even the usually tough older cousin chickened out at this point and quickly chimed in, Yu Hongming, how about we make a strategic retreat first? No need to rush, these people are our own people. Yu Hongming responded calmly, leaving everyone completely bewildered. But he clearly didn't even have time to make the call. How can we call each other one of us before we've even greeted each other? But there was no time to think, and the group of people rushed in front of them the next second. But their actions proved Yu Hongming right. They really are family. As soon as they came up, they pinned Zhou Fei to the ground. Even worse, many people pulled out guns and pointed them at others. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Zhou Fei, who was pinned to the ground, was about to resist when she saw the gun barrel and immediately fell silent. Mr. Yu, are you alright? A platoon leader with a square face walked up to Yu Hongming and asked him a question. Yu Hongming shook his head, it's nothing. It's good that you're alright. Although he knew that Yu Hongming was standing properly and there was no problem, the platoon leader still asked again out of habit. The reason he rushed in with his men was because of a broken cell phone. This phone was actually a device specifically designed to track Yu Hongming's location and safety. According to mission protection regulations, if any abnormality is discovered, one must rush to the scene immediately to confirm safety. If Zhou Fei knew that simply pushing Yu Hongming and accidentally dropping her phone had attracted so many people rushing in, she would probably cry herself to death. The conversation between Yu Hongming and the platoon leader also allowed his cousin and others standing nearby to truly understand what family meant. At the same time, their doubts deepened. Judging from their behavior and the guns they carried, the older cousin and his friends could roughly guess where they came from, either SWAT officers or the military. This also shows that Yu Hongming is far more than just a mysterious figure. It's definitely not as simple as the legendary boss behind Shengming Optoelectronics, because everyone knows that even a company's wealthy owner cannot have this level of close protection. We're doomed. At this moment, Zhou Fei finally realized how serious the situation was. It turned out that all these men with guns were there for the man she had pushed earlier. Zhou Fei never imagined that a gentle push would have such a big consequence. However, she wasn't too worried about what might happen. It was just a push, right? It's not like it's going to cause any real harm. But she couldn't help but wonder who Yu Hongming was, and how he could mobilize so many people to protect her. What's more, it's already like this without us doing anything. Thinking about this, she felt a little scared. What if she had actually called security? The consequences would probably be even worse than they are now. However, one thing is certain, it will definitely not be better than it is now. Cousin Yu Hongming, are these people really the ones you brought? My younger cousin, who had calmed down, opened her eyes wide and asked while looking at the people holding guns. The older cousin and Yi Wixin also pricked up their ears, eager to hear how Yu Hongming would answer. Yu Hongming said calmly, I can only say they're on the side of friends, but I can't control them. Oh. Yu Hongming's answer actually made everyone relax a little. Fortunately, he did not have command authority. If Yu Hongming could really command such power, he would be unstoppable, his energy would be practically invincible. Tianhe Solar Energy Co., Limited. At the factory gate, the entire entrance was now completely sealed off. 2 armored vehicles were parked in the very center. The area was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. The original security guards had already been subdued by one of the soldiers and dared not move. Not far away, 3 cars were driving towards the gate. The first car was a Maybach, with Su Mucha and Zhou Cheng sitting in the back. Su Leping and Zhou Lei were sitting in the second Mercedes-Benz. The last car was a Lexus, carrying the remaining people. However, the 3 cars had to stop 50 meters from the entrance. What on earth is going on? Zhou Cheng's face turned pale instantly after seeing the situation at the door through the car window. My legs started to tremble involuntarily, and I couldn't keep my balance at all. The more knowledgeable someone is about the industry, the clearer they understand that to mobilize fully armed soldiers to seal off an entire factory area, that's definitely not a small matter, and it could very well be a major problem. Zhou Cheng was terrified. But no matter what happens, he has to face it. After all, this factory represents half a lifetime of his hard work, and he absolutely cannot let it be destroyed. Chairman Su, please wait a moment while I go and inquire about the situation. Even though his mind was in turmoil, Zhou Cheng still made sure Su Mucha calmed down before getting out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhou Qi and Zhou Lei followed suit. Zhou Lei stood still, gazing into the distance, while Zhou Cheng and Zhou Qi stepped forward together to the front of several fully armed soldiers. With a forced smile, Zhou Cheng cautiously approached a soldier and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me what happened inside just now?" The soldier, expressionless, coldly said, "This is a temporary military control area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Please step back." As he spoke, he unconsciously raised his gun slightly, pointing it directly at Zhou Cheng. Upon seeing the other side raise their guns, Zhou Cheng and Zhou Qi instinctively took a step back. But Zhou Cheng knew in his heart that now was not the time to back down, so he gritted his teeth and took another step forward. "Comrade, I'm the owner of this factory, could you? Are you the owner here?" The soldier finally reacted, but interrupted Zhou Cheng before he could finish speaking. The other soldiers around also focused their attention on Zhou Cheng. "That's right, comrade. Let's get it under control first." Upon hearing this answer, all the soldiers on site sprang into action. "Don't move." Several soldiers simultaneously pointed their guns at Zhou Cheng and Zhou Qi. This time it wasn't just a feint, they were actually pointing their guns at them. The remaining soldiers quickly dispersed and surrounded the 3 vehicles parked at the entrance. "Everyone get off the bus, put your hands behind your heads, and squat down." Sumucha's face turned green. She never expected to be so unlucky. How could something like this happen? He was also a little nervous, worried that he might get involved and cause trouble. Looking back now, I really regret coming here in person. Why make a trip when you could just make a phone call to get it done? As a result, even something that was fine can turn into something. Does this count as shooting yourself in the foot? It was a completely undeserved disaster. But Su Mu-cha is not one to sit idly by and wait for death. Although he obediently followed the instructions and squatted down with his hands on his head, he still couldn't help but defend himself. "Comrade, please let me explain. I really have nothing to do with them. I'm just a customer, and their business has nothing to do with me." "That's right, I'm not one of them either," Su Leping quickly added when his father spoke up, afraid of being misunderstood. "But all I got in return was a cold response: stop talking nonsense and squat down with your hands behind your head." Yes, I'll cover my head right away." Seeing the gun getting closer, Sumucha and his son immediately cowered in fear. Eagle, this is Black Hawk, please respond." After the squad leader on guard outside brought the situation under control, he immediately called for the square-faced platoon leader inside. A reply came quickly from the other end: "This is Eagle, please speak. We apprehended several people at the entrance who claimed to be company owners. What should we do with them?" "I understand. Take control of the personnel first, and wait for further orders." The square-faced man quickly gave the order, then turned and continued walking towards Yu Hongming. "Mr. Yu, may I ask if you were threatened just now?" "Probably not." After hesitating for a moment, Yu Hongming shook his head and denied the claim. After all, he had only been pushed, and he felt there was no need to make a fuss. Furthermore, if he claims that the other party attacked him, that woman will definitely not have a good ending. Yu Hongming didn't want to cause trouble for others over such a trivial matter. There's absolutely no need for that. Even if that person is a bit arrogant, they don't deserve to be treated like that. What's with the cell phone on the ground? The platoon leader, with a square face, remained serious and pointed to the shards scattered on the ground, asking another question. Paying attention to every detail is key to his consistent success in completing missions. "Someone suddenly pushed me, and my hand slipped, causing my phone to fall to the ground and break." "Did she push you?" The man with the square face then looked at Zhou Fei on the ground to confirm. Yu Hongming nodded. "She pushed him, but the movement wasn't too strong." "Understood." Clearly, by this point, the square-faced man had basically confirmed that it was just a misunderstanding. There were no real safety hazards present in the venue. The only person who might cause trouble has already been pinned to the ground. The alarm was then lifted. "Mr. Yu, do you have any other plans after this?" "Yes, I'm waiting for the owner here. We have an appointment to discuss some business." "This boss?" the square-faced man asked again, looking slightly puzzled. "Yes, that's him." "Understood, I'll have someone outside bring him in." He then walked to the side and picked up the walkie-talkie. Black Hawk, Eagle is here, please respond if you hear me." "This is Black Hawk, please provide instructions." "The danger has been eliminated. Let their boss come over." "Understood, tell the people at the door to let us through." After the squad leader outside the door confirmed that he had received the order, he repeated the command and then put down the walkie-talkie. He then walked up to Zhou Cheng and his group, who were squatting down. He first waved to the other soldiers: "Danger cleared, put your guns away." Then he said to Zhou Cheng, "You can go in now." "Can I not go?" Sumucha asked, her hands trembling as she raised them. His son, Su Leping, also raised his hand, making the same gesture as before. However, the only response they received was a cold remark from the squad leader: "No, you must leave with us. You are not allowed to leave on your own." "Okay, let's go in, we'll go in right away." Upon hearing what the squad leader said, Sumucha immediately nodded in agreement without any intention of arguing. "You may go in, but you will be escorted by special personnel. Please do not make any rash moves." After the squad leader finished speaking, he waved to signal Zhou Cheng and the others to move forward. "The car is definitely not allowed, we'll have to walk." No one dared to question or object. They all lowered their heads and walked step by step through the factory gate, moving forward cautiously. No one dared to make any unnecessary movements, everyone walked forward obediently. Because they all know in their hearts that the so-called escort is actually just monitoring you as you walk this route. If anyone acts recklessly, they'll likely face dire consequences. Ming Ge. When Sumucha was about 50 or 60 meters away from Yu Hongming, she recognized him at a glance. He also clearly understood the current situation. It was obvious that everyone inside was standing around Yu Hongming. Their uniform clothing and wary expressions made it clear they were a group. Those standing on the other side were clearly under control, in a similar situation to their previous ones, none of them daring to make a sound. At this point, Sumucha had a better understanding of the situation. It turns out that all of this was because Yu Hongming came. It was at this moment that he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Doflamingo is here, what is there to be afraid of? Moreover, since his trip was to cooperate with Yu Hongming's arrangements, he felt even more at ease. Ming Ge. Sumucha recognized Yu Hongming, and Silepiang, who was standing to the side, could also see it clearly. Seeing this, he felt a sense of peace. The father and son shared a similar feeling, they were completely safe and not afraid of any danger that might happen next. What's he doing here? Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, was a little confused because he had discovered someone he had never expected. That was his older cousin, Liang Ruja, who was being protected in the middle. This completely baffled Zhou Cheng. How did this guy end up in such a state after only a few days? In his view, the person who could pull off such a spectacle possessed unfathomable power, as if they had already ascended to heaven. Feeling uneasy, he couldn't help but steal a glance at his daughter, Zhou Qi. At this moment, Zhou Qi's emotions were similar to his father's, with a face full of surprise and tension. Once she realized the situation, she panicked. How did he end up here? At this moment, Zhou Lei also noticed Liang Ruja's presence. Instead of feeling joy, she felt a sense of unease. Having just experienced the farce of last night, coupled with the conflict this morning, she knew that her father and older brother's attitudes had become even worse. They will definitely make things difficult for Liang Ruja. That's why Zhou Lei didn't want her older cousin to get involved in these disputes again. Ming Ge. When Sumucha got to a position about 10 meters away from Yu Hongming, she couldn't help but want to move closer. Stop right there, what do you want? He had only taken a few steps when several flashlights were simultaneously pointed at his face, their eyes full of warning. If he continues to approach, he will only be met with the dark muzzle of a gun. Don't be nervous, I'm one of us. Sumucha was startled and quickly raised her hands, not daring to move an inch. But he didn't forget to quickly explain the situation. Let him come over. A platoon leader with a square face, dressed in military uniform, waved to the soldiers around him, telling them to lower their guard. He had an impression of Sapanwood T. I met him a few times at a scrap metal recycling point. Thank you so much. Sumucha quickly thanked him, then carefully walked forward to Yu Hongming's side. He looked cautious and ingratiating. Ming Ge. Mu Cha, it's really kind of you to come. Yu Hongming also took the initiative to greet Sumucha. The moment the two addressed each other, a dark line appeared on the faces of those around them. A young man was called brother, while an elderly man with white hair called him little brother repeatedly. The scene was so jarring that many people didn't immediately realize what was happening. Many more people were shocked. The white-haired man is the chairman of a company worth hundreds of millions, yet he calls this young man brother. The difference is too great. What's this kid's background? This is what everyone present most wants to know. Let alone others, even Yu Xingxin, who knew some of the inside story, couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead and sigh. That's so shameless. Of course, there was another person who was in particularly bad shape, whose face was now completely red. That was Silepiang. What does it mean when Dad calls Yu Hongming brother? The two were originally of the same generation, but now they are a whole generation apart. He just wants to find a place to hide and doesn't want to face this situation. But he could only grit his teeth and squeeze forward, reaching Yu Hongming and whispering, "Brother Ming." He spoke with great reluctance, but he preferred to bow his head rather than change his address to uncle. "Oh, you've come too." Yu Hongming looked at Silepiang and greeted him as well. "I'm here," Silepiang replied quickly. "My dad sent me." "Your dad is such a busybody." Yu Hongming smiled casually, made a few words, and then turned to the crowd. Then he asked, "Where is your boss? I want to see him." A hush fell over the crowd as everyone turned their attention to Zhou Cheng. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's face had begun to turn pale, and he raised his hand tremblingly. I am the owner here." It wasn't that he wasn't composed enough, he was just too nervous. The sight before him, the army mobilized, and a host of subordinates who obeyed him at every turn, clearly indicated that Mr. Yu's power far exceeded his own comprehension. Even if he exerted just a little force, the entire factory would probably cease to exist, and he could easily destroy his entire family business. Everyone else stared intently at Zhou Cheng's face, then glanced at Yu Hongming. I waited with a mixture of worry and trepidation for what might happen next. "Come over." Yu Hongming waved to Zhou Cheng and said, Okay, I'll be right there. Zhou Cheng dared not resist and could only walk tremblingly toward Yu Hongming. As he walked, he cautiously asked, What do you need? Before he could finish speaking, he quickly apologized. If I or my relatives have offended you in any way, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. Don't worry, you haven't offended me, and I've never seen you before. Yu Hongming first comforted him, then pulled Liang Ruja over from the side. Do you recognize this person? I recognize him, Zhou Cheng stammered. He also began to understand something. The thing I'd been worried about all along has finally happened. The only thing I don't quite understand is, how could a lowly civil servant from a rural area manage to get such a powerful person to help him? Moreover, this person seemed to have fallen from the sky, arriving without any warning. Do you know what our relationship is? I don't know. Zhou Cheng shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. He was actually thinking to himself, if he had known about this relationship earlier, who would have dared to have such thoughts? Let me introduce you properly. This is my cousin, a very close one, not some distant relative. Yu Hongming didn't speak much, and his tone wasn't harsh, but every word he uttered seemed to strike Zhou Cheng's heart, making his head buzz. I couldn't help but steal a glance at my cousin, thinking to myself, with such a powerful backer, why didn't you say so sooner? You wouldn't be struggling like this now. The key question is, with such an impressive identity, why didn't they reveal it sooner? However, this was only the beginning. What Yu Hongming said next almost scared him out of his wits. I heard you think my cousin comes from a rural area and has no background or ability? No, absolutely not. Zhou Cheng shook his head frantically again, hastily denying it. Even if I had such thoughts before, I wouldn't dare admit it now, otherwise I'm afraid my life would be in danger. Even if they don't die, they'll be crippled for life. Life has just begun, and Zhou Cheng is reluctant to die, so his will to survive was absolutely off the charts. It's nothing, my cousin probably misunderstood. Although Yu Hongming knew the other party was lying, he didn't press the matter further and simply replied casually. After all, if my cousin really starts dating his daughter, we'll all have to see each other quite often in the future. He didn't want to put his cousin in a difficult position. As long as the situation can be calmed down, there is no need to go too far. It seems like everyone's happy now, but his cousin will have plenty of time to worry about things later. Definitely not. Liang Ruja must have made a mistake himself. Zhou Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly echoed the sentiment. Unexpectedly, the matter was swept under the rug so easily. But Yu Hongming's next sentence made him nervous again. I heard you don't approve of your daughter's relationship with my cousin? That's not true. I support it. I support it 120%. I'll be the first to object to anyone who disagrees. Zhou Cheng quickly denied it again, responding firmly and decisively. After he finished speaking, he even pretended to turn his head and stare at the people around him. Do you object? Or are you the one objecting? No, we absolutely did not. The people who were pointed at shook their heads vigorously, like windmills. Now everyone can see that anyone who dares to speak out against it at this point is truly out of their mind. Zhou Cheng was quite satisfied with his results. He turned to Yu Hongming with a fawning smile and continued. See, no one objects, right? Liang Ruja must have made a mistake. Liang Ruja was speechless, shaking his head inwardly. Time and again, everyone acted with such seriousness. Even he himself was so bewildered that he began to question his existence and wonder if he had misheard. Oh my God! Su Leping, who was standing to the side, completely panicked. It was only at this moment that I belatedly realized that I had been thinking about my cousin Yu Hongming's girlfriend. At that moment, Su Leping felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran down my spine. Fortunately, he didn't do anything reckless just now, otherwise he was certain that he would never have been able to get out of there in a year. Although he believed that Yu Hongming wouldn't personally make things difficult for him, Yu Hongming's father was a ruthless character. The more he understood his father's temper, the more guilty he felt. It's estimated that if someone makes a mistake, they'll either die or suffer a lifelong disability. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Qi beside him. It's fine if you try to curry favor with the Yu family, but you can't drag me down with you to my death. He has made up his mind that he will definitely teach this guy a lesson when he has the chance in the future. At this time, it's good that you're all right. Seeing this, Yu Hongming did not press Zhou Cheng further. He turned to his cousin and teased him. Cousin, it seems you really have a hearing problem. My older cousin felt so wronged he wanted to cry, but they had to swallow their anger. Okay, as long as it solves the problem, it doesn't matter if my hearing is a little bad. He steeled himself and gritted his teeth, deciding to swallow his anger. I'll go get my ears checked when I have some free time. Call dash. Seeing that Liang Ruja hadn't exposed him, Zhou Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little touched. To my utter surprise, that insignificant person I had previously disregarded actually took on everything silently at the crucial moment. Zhou Cheng is a meticulous person who knows how to assess situations. He immediately turned and waved to his daughter. Xiao Lei, what are you standing there for? Your boyfriend is right in front of you. Zhou Lei was still in a daze. The changes happened so fast that she didn't have time to react. Even now, she couldn't tell whether what had just happened was real or what was happening before her eyes was more real. I was completely bewildered. I see. Although it was still a bit chaotic, Zhou Lei quickly recovered, agreed, and jogged towards her cousin. His face was filled with excitement and joy. Liang Ruja, she called out, her voice filled with barely suppressed joy. Xiao Lei. My cousin responded gently as well. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with nothing but each other. Seeing the two gazing deeply into each other's eyes, Zhou Cheng felt a pang of regret. Looking back on what I did before, I suddenly felt a little guilty. Su Mucha, standing to the side, looked terrible. He knew in his heart that his plan to help his niece marry into a better family and to get close to Yu Hongming through Liang Ruja's cousin had completely fallen through. Seeing how affectionate the two were, Su Mucha couldn't bear to separate them anymore. That's too cruel. I never expected things to take such a turn. Seeing the deep bond between her younger sister and Liang Ruja, Zhou Qi not only abandoned her initial opposition but was genuinely happy for them. For him, he would support whoever could bring him the most benefits. My little sister can marry anyone. He initially didn't think highly of Liang Ruja, feeling that this person from the countryside couldn't help him at all, which is why he prevented him from developing a relationship with Zhou Lei. Instead, they supported Su Leping. At that time, Zhou Qi believed that Su Leping was far superior to Liang Ruja, like comparing heaven and earth, and he knew very well who to choose. But things are different now. Now that Liang Ruja has a cousin whom Su Mucha looks up to, Liang Ruja has clearly left Su Leping far behind. How to choose? Is there any need to hesitate? Not only Zhou Qi, but everyone else already has the answer. Why don't we go inside and talk? Sit down and discuss it slowly. After the shock he had just experienced, Zhou Cheng finally recovered. Of course, he dared not be negligent in front of Yu Hongming and behaved very humbly. Sure. Yu Hongming agreed. However, they didn't go in immediately. Instead, he turned to the platoon leader with the square face and said, "You guys go back first, there shouldn't be any problems here." Clear. The platoon leader, upon receiving the order, complied without hesitation. He also handed Yu Hongming a cell phone. "Mr. Yu, the previous one was broken. This one is a replacement we sent. The configuration is exactly the same as the previous one, and we have already installed the SIM card." During this period of time, the square-faced platoon leader was also busy. After confirming that Yu Hongming was indeed safe, they immediately arranged for someone to retrieve a specially treated new mobile phone. I took the SIM card out of the old phone and inserted it into the new phone. He also ordered his men to clean up the pile of broken glass on the ground, making sure not a single piece was left behind. Of course, this is not done out of concern that someone might get cut. This is to prevent leaks. In his view, any oversight in any detail could lead to serious consequences. Moreover, the original phone had special settings, so it was even more important not to leave any trace. "Thank you for your hard work." Yu Hongming took the new phone and thanked him. "As a modern person, I really can't adapt to life without a mobile phone." Yu Hongming was no exception. Besides, that old phone was completely destroyed and couldn't be repaired, it had to be replaced. "Let's go inside." After receiving the new phone, Yu Hongming called everyone to set off. "This way, please." Zhou Cheng immediately transformed into a receptionist, cautiously walking over to lead the way for Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming didn't refuse and took the lead. Yu Xingxin still held his arm. Su Mucha also consciously followed in Yu Hongming's footsteps. Everyone else walked forward, but Su Leping could only grit his teeth and follow behind his father. As for her older cousin, he took Zhou Lei's hand and they walked into the room together. Yi Weixin and his little cousin didn't delay and quickly followed. Even Zhou Qi and Zhou Fei, who usually jump very high, walked at the very back in a low-key manner. But they weren't sullen, they were secretly happy. Zhou Qi, in particular, could hardly hide his smile. He has already seen his future self, a future so glorious it's unimaginable. "Everyone's gone, we should leave too." After Yu Hongming and his group entered the room, the square-faced platoon leader shouted to his men. These soldiers were indeed well-trained. At a single command, they swiftly evacuated the scene. "Mr. Yu, please have a seat." Zhou Cheng then led Yu Hongming to a very large reception room and respectfully invited him to sit in the head seat. Yu Hongming sat down without any hesitation. Yu Xingxin then sat down next to him. "Everyone, sit down and let's talk." Yu Hongming raised his hand to signal everyone. Because my younger cousin was young, she was the first to grab the seat next to Yu Hongming. After all, in such an unfamiliar intense situation, the only person she could trust was Yu Hongming. The shock she felt from the scene outside was no less than the unexpected discovery of her 2 trillion yuan account balance while scrolling through her phone a few days ago. She just couldn't understand her cousin Yu Hongming, who always took so long to borrow money from her? How did it become so powerful and mysterious in just a few months? In her younger cousin's eyes, Yu Hongming is now someone even the protagonists of novels cannot surpass. In a short period of time, Yu Hongming's image in her mind was directly upgraded to some kind of invincible bug-like figure. Yi Weixin simply sat down next to her. His ideas differed slightly from hers. This is a rare opportunity to get ahead, and I absolutely cannot miss it. Because in the past, weren't these people all great figures whom he looked up to with awe? But things are different now. With his cousin backing him up, who does he need to be afraid of? Sumucha and Sileping didn't dare to say much and obediently found a place to sit down. Zhou Cheng looked around and found a seat near the front. The house was large, but there were quite a few people in it. Soon only 2 seats remained. At this time, the only ones who hadn't found seats yet were the eldest cousin, Zhou Lei, and the siblings Zhou Qi and Zhou Fei. The 4 of them looked at the 2 remaining empty seats, but no one went to sit down for a moment. But soon, the shrewd Zhou Qi walked up to Zhou Lei. "Please sit down. Brother, aren't you going?" Zhou Lei looked at her brother in surprise. She even wondered if the person in front of her was her older brother. When did this older brother become so polite and kind to her? That's why Zhou Lei had such a question. "Please go and sit down." At this moment, Zhou Fei also realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward to say something in her defense. Zhou Fei wasn't stupid. How could she not see through the clues? Zhou Lei is no longer the girl who could be bullied at will. She has completely turned the tables and taken charge. From now on, no one will dare to look down on her, and they will have to treat her like a VIP. Zhou Qi quickly echoed this sentiment. "Yes, we can just stand up. Come on over and sit down." The eldest sister, Zhou Fei, couldn't help but urge them on. "All right." Although she was still a little confused, Zhou Lei obediently pulled her older cousin over to sit down. Zhou Qi and Zhou Fei didn't just stand there idly, instead, they took the initiative to provide services. The 2 hurriedly went out and instructed someone to quickly bring tea, fruit, and snacks into the reception room. At the same time, the people in the reception room were also busy. "Why did I come here this time?" Yu Hongming looked at Zhou Cheng and spoke first. However, Yu Hongming suddenly stopped midway through his speech. Then another sentence popped up. "Hey, what's your name again?" "Mr. Yu, you can just call me Xiao Cheng." Zhou Cheng pondered for a long time and felt that this was the most appropriate way to address him. There was nothing he could do. He had heard that Sumucha called this man Brother Ming. Even someone like Sumucha can only be addressed as brother. Zhou Cheng felt that someone as insignificant as him certainly couldn't be on the same level as Sumucha. He didn't want to be humble and call people uncle, so he decided to be a generation younger and become a younger brother. The moment the name small town was uttered, everyone around turned pale. This time, everyone's understanding of the word shameless has been refreshed once again. Even Sumucha, who first proposed this term, was impressed by Zhou Cheng's actions. That's quite a bold move. This person is sure to have a bright future. Sileping looked surprised and was completely confused about the situation. "I don't understand how this world has become so absurd. They all disregarded status and rank, arbitrarily assigning seniority. They were utterly shameless." There was one person at the scene who was particularly confused, and that person was the eldest cousin. The older cousin looked at Zhou Cheng, his future father-in-law, with an incredulous expression. "I couldn't help but ask myself, if you let Yu Hongming call you Xiao Cheng, then what should I call you? Just thinking about this complicated relationship gives my older cousin a headache. If we're talking about the most composed people at the scene, it would only be Zhou Qi and Zhou Fei. These 2 are willing to give up anything for their own benefit. Therefore, in their eyes, Zhou Cheng's attitude was nothing at all. For someone as important as Yu Hongming, it wouldn't be a problem to have them call him Grandpa. Not only will they not get angry, they might even be quite happy shouting, "A small town?" Not to mention others, even Yu Hongming couldn't help but hold his forehead when he heard this title. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with these people. Why do people like to pretend to be young? Their hair is all white, yet they still have the nerve to call a young man in his 20s like me brother? The social atmosphere is really going to get worse. Yu Hongming could only sigh. Since he had encountered the Sapanwood tea incident before, he was too lazy to correct it again. "Alright then, Xiao Cheng, you should know why I'm here, right?" I know, I understand." Zhou Cheng immediately stood up and nodded repeatedly in response. The tone was so humble it couldn't be lowered any further. He quickly added, don't worry, my Xiaoliai and Xiaoan are a match made in heaven. I absolutely support them. Moreover, I think we shouldn't delay too long. We should contact Xiaoan's parents as soon as possible to discuss the wedding arrangements. What do you think?" This wasn't just a perfunctory remark, it was Zhou Cheng's true thought. Because things are completely different now. In Zhou Cheng's opinion, Liang Ruja was not worth mentioning at all. But nowadays, Liang Ruja is a rare figure. Zhou Cheng even wished he could marry Liang Ruja immediately, fearing someone else would snatch her away. Liang Ruja, my dad no longer objects to our relationship. Hearing her father say this, the innocent and naive Zhou Lei was both surprised and delighted. Overjoyed, he grabbed Liang Ruja's arm tightly. Hearing his father's words, the older cousin had indescribable feelings. Zhou Lei might not understand it, but her older cousin understood it at a glance. This future father-in-law is far too calculating. The reason he changed his attitude was because his cousin Yu Hongming was there. Without Yu Hongming, none of this would have happened. Certainly. Despite not really liking his future father-in-law, my older cousin was still very happy with the outcome. After all, he finally achieved his goal and won the heart of the beauty. Big cousin, what do you think? Yu Hongming did not answer Zhou Cheng's question immediately. Instead, she turned to look at her older cousin. After all, this is a family matter, and he has no need to overstep his bounds and make decisions. Yu Hongming was well aware that he was there to help, and he had to know when to stop. However, my older cousin did not disappoint. He nodded. Okay, I'll talk to my parents when I get back. My cousin really wants to marry Zhou Lei. If it were just for fun, he wouldn't have had to endure being ridiculed by the Zhou family time and time again. Therefore, he was naturally very willing to marry Zhou Lei as soon as possible. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Zhou Lei asked a question in a soft, weak voice. There was nothing she could do, she really hadn't recovered yet. Things developed too quickly, completely beyond her expectations. 1 second she was worried about how to be with Liang Ruja and not be separated from him, and the next second they were already talking about marriage. Zhou Lei was completely overwhelmed, the pace was too fast. Actually, there's no rush at all. I think it's just right. Now is the best time to discuss this. Upon hearing his younger sister's sudden remark, the older brother, Zhou Qi, immediately shook his head and rejected Zhou Lei's idea. With such a great opportunity before him, why wait to seize it? How could he let anyone ruin this outcome? Even if this person is his own younger sister, Zhou Lei, it's still not acceptable. In Zhou Qi's eyes, Zhou Lei has always been nothing more than a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time. As long as she can achieve her goal, what she thinks or how much pain she suffers is completely unimportant. Then let's listen to my older brother and dad. Seeing her brother's strong reaction, Zhou Lei immediately gave in. It's obvious that Zhou Qi has accumulated a lot of pressure on her on a daily basis. Seeing this, my older cousin felt particularly bad. He couldn't wait to take Zhou Lei home, let her leave the suffocating place, and start a new life. Zhou Cheng and Zhou Qi both breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zhou Lei's words. They were really worried that she might say something she shouldn't have. If it were before, Zhou Cheng would have given her a good scolding. Zhou Lei would immediately bow her head and admit her mistake. But the situation is completely different now. They don't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone lay a hand on her. After all, she might soon become Yu Hongming's cousin-in-law, that big shots woman. Their status is no longer comparable to what it used to be. Even if she were their daughter or sister, neither of them would dare to act recklessly. Then it's settled. Yu Hongming finally made the decision and finalized everything. I'll talk to my uncle when I get back. You can wait for my notification about the meeting time. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. We'll wait for good news. Zhou Cheng showed no sign of resistance and readily agreed. Now that this matter is settled, let's go. With the matter settled, Yu Hongming was unwilling to waste any more time. Mu Cha, do you want to come along? He still remembered Samucha, who had come with him to help. Although Samucha was of little help throughout the process, Yu Hongming handled everything on his own. Even the one who truly intimidated everyone was the platoon leader with the square face. Even so, he still did not overlook the existence of Samucha. Samucha quickly replied, "Of course I want to. I came here for Ming Ji's sake. Now that the mission is complete, there's no point in me staying here." Zhou Cheng, Zhou Qi, and Zhou Fei were all speechless after hearing this. It turns out they had misunderstood everything before. Zhou Cheng, in particular, was still gloating last night, thinking that Samucha really recognized his abilities, which was why he came to the factory for inspection. Little did he know that it was all just wishful thinking on his part. They weren't there to see him at all, they were there to show their support. Let's go. After Yu Hongming finished speaking, he walked out first. Now everyone listens to him, and as soon as he sets off, they all naturally follow closely behind. Upon arriving at the parking spot, Yu Hongming was somewhat troubled. We only brought one car. If Samucha came along, there would be too many people and not enough seats. At this point, Zhou Cheng understood and quickly asked Yu Hongming, "Mr. Yu, would you like me to arrange a driver to take Chairman Su?" "Sure, you can have them drive Mu Cha and follow us." "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." After receiving approval, Zhou Cheng immediately began making arrangements. The 3 cars that were originally blocking the entrance had already been inspected and let in, so the Maybach that Samucha had made before was quickly brought over at his summons. After the car arrived, Yu Hongming didn't waste any time and invited everyone to get on. Set off. Good. The others responded in unison and got into their respective cars. Yu Hongming was still riding in the same Rolls-Royce. Yi Weixin was the driver, while his older cousin continued to occupy the passenger seat. The remaining few could only squeeze into the back row, feeling wronged. Sumucha and Silepiang then returned to the Maybach. Once everyone was in position, Yi Weixin slowly started the car and drove away. He is an excellent driver, steady and cautious, making him a perfect safety driver. The boss values safety the most. A convoy set off. The distance from Tianhe Solar Energy Factory to my uncle's house is about 30 kilometers. Although the distance is not long, it took almost an hour to get there due to road conditions. This place is really out of the way. Sumucha thought to herself after getting out of the car, but he dared not say it aloud. Besides, he didn't see any reason to look down on people. In Sumucha's view, being able to be related to someone like Yu Hongming means that no matter where you live, things won't be bad. Let's go. As soon as he got out of the car, Yu Hongming ignored everyone else and directly called Yu Xingxin to walk inside. Yu Xingxin smiled and took his arm. The two were incredibly sweet together. The younger cousin also spontaneously took Yu Hongming's other hand and followed beside him. Perhaps it was the sense of responsibility and security that Yu Hongming had shown that made her so attached to that warm arm. As for Yi Weixin, he was already used to being ignored and followed behind silently. Not only Yi Weixin, but even Sumucha and Silepiang have accepted reality and no longer expect anyone to consult them before taking action. They didn't care at all and silently followed along. Because they understand that if you're going to be a subordinate, you have to act like one. Uncle. As soon as Yu Hongming entered the alleyway where his uncle lived, he saw his uncle standing anxiously at the door, his hands rubbing together. Clearly, my uncle still cares a lot about what happened to my older cousin. I really want to know the result immediately. Now that Yu Hongming has arrived, his uncle must have seen him too. So as soon as he saw them, my uncle rushed over. They couldn't wait to ask questions. Yu Hongming, how's this going? Uncle, don't worry, there's nothing I can't handle with me here. Real? Although he had expected it, the uncle was still a little skeptical, so he turned to his son to confirm. The events of the past 2 days have been quite a blow to him. Before Yu Hongming arrived, he was worried about whether the kid could keep the scrapyard afloat. Unexpectedly, this kid not only did he become very successful, but he also earned an astronomical amount of money that he never dared to dream of before. Even the in-laws, who used to give my uncle a terrible headache. Yu Hongming resolved the issue quickly after taking action. To be honest, my uncle felt like he was living in a dream these past 2 days. It all feels so unreal. Yes, Dad, everything is all taken care of. My older cousin also said something happily. Not to mention his uncle, even he himself couldn't believe that things would be resolved so smoothly. I was worried that this relationship would fall apart, but who would have thought that my once unremarkable little cousin would suddenly become incredibly capable, as if he had been given a cheat code. The problem was solved in one go. In the past, my older cousin would never have dreamed of such a thing. He also felt it was almost like a dream, everything was too fantastical. That's good, that's great. After hearing his son's reply, the uncle smiled broadly, feeling both gratified and excited. Seeing his uncle's happy expression, Yu Hongming decided to add some more excitement to double his joy. Uncle, my cousin's girlfriend's family has already told you to quickly pick a time to sit down and talk to them about the wedding. So fast? I haven't even started preparing anything yet. Upon hearing this, the uncle was even happier. However, after the initial excitement, he became somewhat anxious. They were initially worried about whether the two families would get together, but now they've reached the point of preparing for the wedding. The change was so drastic that my uncle couldn't process it for a moment. In addition, he hadn't made any prior preparations at all. This sudden situation left him at a loss. Having clearly overheard the conversation, Yu Hongming's mother came out early on. He immediately noticed his uncle's problem, so she took the initiative to come and help him solve his problems. Brother, don't be nervous. Any problem that can be solved with a little money is not a problem. After seeing Yu Hongming's generous spending last night, Liang Yining also felt more confident. Her tone became increasingly forceful, yet surprisingly, no one seemed to mind her speaking that way. After all, Yu Hongming is now a wealthy and powerful patron. There's really no need to worry about expenses. Okay, then I'm relieved. My uncle isn't the vain type, he won't refuse help just because of saving face. If that were the case, he wouldn't have called his two younger sisters, namely Yu Hongming's mother and Yi Weixin's mother, to help with this. Supporting each other in times of difficulty has always been a principle upheld by the three siblings. Yu Hongming, who are these two people? After putting aside his biggest worry, Uncle finally noticed Sumucha and Silepiang beside him. With two unfamiliar people suddenly appearing, the uncle naturally had to ask them what was going on. Oh, them. Yu Hongming thought for a moment about how to introduce the two people. We're friends, but we don't seem to know each other very well. It doesn't feel right to say they're my employee. Just as she was wondering how to start the conversation, Sumucha couldn't wait any longer and jumped out herself. He walked up to his uncle and introduced himself. "Uncle, I'm Ming's younger brother, Mu-cha. You can just call me Mu-cha." Upon hearing this, everyone present was speechless. This scene was almost too much to bear to look at. Those who had already met once were relatively comfortable with the situation and had become more resilient to stress. The uncle, who was witnessing this for the first time, was extremely shocked.